I am Shinnosuke Nohara, an utterly ordinary and unremarkable high school student. I take pleasure in watching dynamic superhero, indulging in chocolate cookies, and savoring 100 pure fruit juice. The foods I detest the most include bell peppers, carrots, broccoli, onions, and the like. Currently, I cherish the companionship of three close friends, Kazama Edai, and Nobita Nobi. Shinnosuke harbors a long-buried secret, possesses fragmented memories from other realms. Even as an infant, fleeting glimpses of his past life often emerged in his mind. As his brain developed, these memories began to merge and awaken, leading him to realize that he had been reborn into the universe of Crayon Shinchan, assuming the role of the protagonist, Shinnosuke Nohara. Whether it is rebirth or the acquisition of memories from alternate worlds remains unclear to him. Consequently, his previous name has faded into obscurity, becoming irrelevant. After all, in this world, he will eternally remain a carefree 5-year-old, free to revel in the blissful joys of childhood. Having embraced this narrative, Shinnosuke embarked on a joyful existence. Initially, this worry-free life was indeed enjoyable. However, as days turned into years, the monotonous nature of his childhood began to wear on him, despite his intellect being akin to that of an adult. One fateful day, an abrupt mechanical tone shattered his tranquil existence. Error, 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 system self-check in progress. Self-check complete, scanning current world. Temporal anomaly detected, timeline irregularities, time loop, multiple parallel dimensions. Processing, erasing fusion with parallel universes. Temporal errors rectified, loading character panel. Character panel successfully loaded. Enjoy your game. Following this, the electronic voice vanished entirely, leaving Shinnosuke with no response, regardless of his calls. From that day forth, he was astonished to discover that the once stagnant flow of time had resumed. He began to grow up, no longer perpetually confined to the identity of a 5-year-old. This revelation filled Shinnosuke with exhilaration. Although his childhood had been blissful, he found himself oblivious to how long he had lingered in this 5-year-old phase, a state he had long since grown weary of. Had it not been for the memories of his past life, he might have contentedly remained an untroubled 5-year-old forever. Yet, with the awareness of his memories and the mindset of an almost adult, he often felt a sense of restlessness, yearning to mature swiftly. The system rectified the worldview of this realm, transforming it from a child-centric anime into a genuine reality. However, after all these years, the system had only provided him with a character panel, leaving a perpetually empty task bar devoid of any missions. Shinnosuke, are you truly certain about your decision? Missy Nohara gazed at her son with concern, unsure of his thoughts. Why not stay in Kasukade? Why the desire to attend Sobu High? Sobu High has merged with Shuchian, and I've heard that Toyonoki has merged there as well. Are you really prepared for this? The Nohara family circumstances are neither too poor nor too affluent, comfortably middle class, currently encumbered by an 11-year mortgage. Sobu High is renowned for its exceptional students, boasting remarkable academic prowess and a very high deviation value. Shuchian, even more so, is a prestigious institution attended primarily by students from noble families, complemented by a handful of exceptionally gifted individuals. Shinnosuke was specifically recruited as a sports special admission student at Sobu High, showcasing extraordinary talent in soccer, baseball, boxing, and swimming. His remarkable athletic abilities caught the attention of Sobu High. Relax, Mom. Shinnosuke waved his hand dismissively. I'm a mature adult now. I can take care of myself. Besides, Toru and Adai are both going to Sobu High, so I must go too. It was hardly surprising that Kazama Toru had gained admission to Sobu High. Although Adai was not particularly talkative, he was, in fact, a hidden genius with commendable academic performance. In contrast, Shinnosuke's other close friend, Nobita Nobi, had not been accepted into Sobu High, opting instead for a regular high school. Upon first meeting him, Shinnosuke had hoped to procure some magical gadgets from Doraemon to play with, ideally to impress a stunning older girl. Yet, curiously, there was no robot named Doraemon accompanying Nobita, and Nobita's demeanor differed from the character he recalled from his past memories. In this reality, Nobita Nobi was devoid of many flaws. His academic performance was average. Yet he was responsible, kind-hearted, and possessed a close bond with his childhood friend, Shizuka Minamoto, leading a happy and ordinary life. Missy nodded, having learned that Toru and Adai would both be attending Sobu High. After discussing with Hiroshi, she consented to Shinnosuke's enrollment at Sobu High and even arranged for a rental near the school. This meant Shinnosuke would be leaving home to live independently. And how could Missy not be concerned? From an early age, Shinnosuke had been a source of worry, and even as he approached high school, he remained somewhat unruly. Would he find it challenging to integrate with his peers? "Come on, dear, just trust Shinnosuke," Hiroshi Nohara interjected, appearing quite at ease. Having shed his long-standing position as class monitor, he now served as a department head, making it no hardship to cover Shinnosuke's rent and living expenses. Shinnosuke must grow up even if he stays in Kasukade. He will eventually need to attend university. We've already secured the apartment, so worrying now is futile. Hiroshi Nohara, a man frequently voted as the most desirable husband and an exemplary father, though seemingly ordinary, is brimming with virtues. He remains confident in his son, Shinnosuke. Are you worried about Shinnosuke being bullied? Well, not exactly. Missy shook her head, recognizing that while Shinnosuke might struggle to fit in with the group, bullying was entirely out of the question at most. He would be seen as an outsider. Shinnosuke was no longer the scrawny potato he once was, having inherited Hiroshi's height of 180 centimeters and consistently engaged in sports over the years. He now stood at 178 centimeters, significantly taller than his peers in a country where average height is relatively low. Setting aside his quirky and mischievous nature, Shinnosuke possesses the physique of a sporty, handsome young man. His only potential flaw might be his somewhat bushy eyebrows. His hair, a natural curl inherited from the Nohara family, requires little maintenance to appear stylish. If Shinnosuke were to refine his appearance and cultivate a more open and sincere personality, he would undoubtedly attract a considerable number of admirers. Chapter 2. Icy cola tastes best alright. You don't need to fret over Shinchan. He'll undoubtedly thrive at school. Hima, observing her mother's anxiety, felt a touch of resignation. She possessed a deeper understanding of her elder brother than their parents did, discerning that Shinchan's erstwhile unreliability was merely a facade. While the Shinchan of yesteryear might have been a cause for concern, the Shinchan of today had matured into a man as dependable as Hiroshi. Furthermore, she had received confidential intelligence indicating the presence of the Suotome family behind the merger of Shuchian Academy and Sobu High. She anticipated that her brother would be taken aback upon seeing her after the commencement of classes. The mere thought of it brought a furtive smile to her lips. Don't worry. We'll pack everything up and depart tomorrow. Shiro, you're coming with me this time," Shinchan declared, embracing Shiro. He was determined to bring Shiro along with him to Sobu High. Despite Shiro's current vitality, he was already over a decade old, making him a senior dog. Should anything untoward befall him while he was at school, it would be a tragedy. I'll drive you there tomorrow since I have the day off. To commemorate Shinchan's entry into high school, Missy announced, "We'll have sukiyaki tonight." Her husband and daughter's assurance assuaged Missy's worries. Although Shinchan could be undependable at times, he was ultimately reliable when it mattered. Her heightened anxieties were simply a consequence of her current menopausal state. In an opulent villa in Chiba, a young woman with auburn hair was sipping tea. "I've finally returned to Japan. I wonder how Shinchan is doing these days," Saotome AI mused, setting down her teacup as she thought of Nohara Shinnosuke. The Suotome conglomerate was a titan surpassing even the Shinomiya group. The distinction lay in the Suotome conglomerate's predominantly international operations. Consequently, AI had pursued her education abroad after graduating from kindergarten. Rumor had it that the Suotome family was involved in the amalgamation of Sobu High, Shuchian Academy, and Toinosaki Academy. In reality, Shuchian Academy was absorbing the other two institutions. "It's time to surprise Shinchan," AI exclaimed, a peculiar smile gracing her lips as she gazed at a photograph of Shinnosuke on the table. Her bodyguard and maid, Maeda, couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. Whenever her mistress thought of Nohara Shinnosuke, she transformed into a lovesick maiden. If captured on film and disseminated, it could significantly tarnish the Suotome family's reputation. However, her mistress was unlikely to be concerned about such matters. Moreover, she had successfully passed her father's trials and had been designated as the sole heir to the Suotome family. Nohara Shinnosuke possessed commendable physical attributes and shared a close bond with her mistress. It would be ideal for him to be adopted into the Suotome family in the future. Unbeknownst to Shinchan, who was relishing his sukiyaki, someone was eagerly anticipating their reunion at the start of the school year. Meanwhile, The Nohara family's atmosphere remained as convivial and heartwarming as ever. For Shinchan, the gradual maturation that came with the passage of time felt more authentic and fulfilling. The following day, as promised, Hiroshi drove Shinchan to an apartment near the school. Hima stayed at home as they had luggage and Shiro with them. The apartment Hiroshi had rented for Shinchan was conveniently located near the merged school. Although not particularly spacious, it was fully furnished, comprising a bedroom, a small living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom with a small bathtub. Shinchan, if you encounter any difficulties or run short of pocket money, remember to inform us. Don't worry. I'll find a part-time job. Instead of fretting over me, you should be concerned about your own physique. Nohara Missy's fists clenched at once, her sorrow at her son's newfound independence forgotten. You little rascal, Missy exclaimed, landing a blow on Shinchan's head. She was no longer concerned about him. The insolent brat needed to experience some hardship. What's with that look? Missy demanded, noticing Hiroshi's approving gaze. Years of being a homemaker had indeed taken a toll on her figure, but wasn't that a natural occurrence? Haraha. Hiroshi chuckled awkwardly, realizing that Missy had caught on. Don't worry, Shinchan. Even if our financial situation isn't ideal, your living expenses will be adequately covered, Hiroshi assured him. After his promotion, Hiroshi's monthly salary had increased significantly. The family's home loan remained outstanding because the interest rates for first-time homebuyers in Japan were relatively low. The monthly mortgage payments for their detached house were negligible, not significantly higher than the rent for Shinchan's apartment. Shinchan nodded, unconcerned. He had never had to worry about money throughout his life. After all, Shinchan had always been fortunate, blessed with good luck and an exceptionally high level of romantic appeal. After assisting Shinchan in tidying up the apartment, Hiroshi and Missy prepared to depart. We're leaving now. Shiro, please take care of Shinchan, okay? Missy and Hiroshi embraced Shiro before leaving. The entire Nohara family adored the intelligent dog, whose intellect surpassed that of ordinary pets. Shiro, held in their arms, nodded, as if acknowledging that Shinchan indeed needed his care. Ha 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 ha, I'm counting on you, Shiro. After putting Shiro down, Hiroshi and Missy, though still somewhat apprehensive, recognized that Shinchan had reached an age where he needed to begin his journey toward independence. Shinchan heaved a sigh of relief after seeing his parents off. Missy had decorated the apartment warmly and had brought him a generous supply of snacks. Gazing around the room that was entirely his, Shinchan's expression turned serious. But he soon cracked a smile, revealing his signature grin. He time for a big gulp of ice-cold cola. Then, I'll eat snacks and watch TV until late at night. Thus began his blissful life of solitude. Indeed, he was still the same Shinchan, unchanged. Shiro shook his head imperceptibly and proceeded to explore the layout of his new home. It seemed that going out for a walk on his own from this new apartment would be somewhat challenging. Opening the refrigerator, he retrieved a can of cola and a bag of chocolate cookies. Canned cola was indeed superior to plastic bottles, but glass bottles were the ultimate indulgence. After taking a swig of cola and belching contentedly, Shinchan couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah!" Beep, beep, beep. The phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, he saw that it was Kazama Toru calling. Hey, Shinchan, have you rented an apartment yet? Oh, it's Toru. I'm drinking cola right now. Don't you think ice-cold canned cola tastes better than the bottled kind? Yeah, ice-cold cola is the best. Kazama Toru echoed Shinchan's words, imagining the taste of the chilled beverage. But he quickly realized that they were digressing from the topic. No, that's not the point. I was asking if you've rented an apartment yet. School is starting soon. Shouldn't we meet up with Masao, Bo, and Nene? Chapter 3, The Pet Girl, Airy indeed. It has been quite some time since our Karasugawa Defense Corps held a gathering. Upon hearing Shino's mention of the Karasugawa Defense Corps, Kazama To felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. Although it was a cherished memory shared among friends, for him, on the brink of entering high school, it felt somewhat akin to a cringeworthy chapter from his adolescence. You haven't changed a bit, have you? Yet, considering Shino's character, Kazama couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. Since entering junior high, their paths had diverged, and it had been ages since they last convened. The prospect of attending the same high school as Shino was a delightful surprise for Kazama. I've already rented a place. Would you like to come over? We could watch Magical Girl Lovely together. Sure. Wait, why would we watch Magical Girl Lovely P? How about Mysterious Witch Mary instead? Neither. Kazama's face flushed with urgency over the phone. An exemplary student with aspirations of attending the University of Tokyo, he harbored a private affection for shoujo anime, a fact that Shino often teased him about. I've sent you the address. You can arrange the gathering. I'm flexible. All right, I'll visit when I find the time. Shino deftly shifted the topic, mindful that pushing Kazama too far could lead to an awkward situation. Let's leave it at that. I'll contact the others. After hanging up, Shino took another sip of cola and nibbled on a chocolate cookie. However, the combination of chocolate cookies and ice-cold cola was less than ideal. After the cola, the cookie lost its appeal. I suppose I should buy some milk, he mused, rising to procure snacks from the convenience store, eager to enhance his solitary night with delightful treats. He had long anticipated living alone. If only a charming and gentle older sister could make an appearance for a romantic encounter. Pondering this, Shino found it peculiar that there was no sign of Ohara Nanako in this world. Why was that? Shiro, I'm stepping out. Mind the house. As he entered the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor, an unexpectedly familiar electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind. System task template loading complete. Task dispatching. Task, the confused pet girl. Task description. During the restoration of time and space, multiple parallel universes have merged, resulting in an inevitable series of unexpected events. It seems that Sawamura Spencer Arari has acquired some memories from a parallel timeline. Assist her in resolving her troubles. Task reward. The legendary sword, Kusanagi. Sawamura Spencer Arari? Shino recalled this name from a past life. Was she the protagonist from a certain anime? Memories from a parallel universe? With the system's explanation, Shino quickly grasped the nature of Arari's newfound memories. Memory loading. In an unknown parallel universe, Arari was not a beautiful high school girl, but rather a petite and adorable Yorkshire Terrier. Moreover, her owner was none other than Nohara Shinno. Shino's eyes widened in shock. Was this some obscure theatrical release or an unscrupulous fan work? What kind of twist was this? He began to comprehend the meaning behind the task's title. Pet girl? Meanwhile, in the residence of the Sawamura family, a golden-haired beauty lay bewildered on her bed, sifting through the memories that had invaded her dreams the previous night. This is definitely not a dream. It felt too real. She, Sawamura Spencer Arari, was the epitome of beauty, a stunning half-Japanese, half-British girl. The Sawamura clan held significant influence in Neon, her father being a diplomat from the Sakura country, and the Spencer surname carried weight in Britain as well. She was a paragon of both lineage and beauty. Yet, in the dream she had last night, she had lived as a pet dog alongside her owner, Nohara Shinno, for a span of 15 years. A dream? It can't be. I remember every detail, even the sorrowful gaze Shinno cast upon me as I passed away in his arms. At this thought, Arari felt a wave of sadness wash over her. She had left that world behind. What would become of Shinno? Or rather, how could she manage without his companionship? Once a cherished breed known as A, she had found herself wandering the streets at just 2 months old due to unforeseen circumstances. Had she not encountered Shinno, she would have surely perished within days, filthy and alone. In another world, under the guise of a Yorkshire Terrier named Pudding, she had met Nohara Shinno, who had just graduated from university and secured a modest job. Despite possessing human memories and intellect, she could not alter the fact that she was a small dog, utterly powerless to shape her own destiny. Upon being adopted by Shinno, Arari gradually accepted this reality, even coming to appreciate her new life. As a beloved pet showered with affection, her existence was blissful. Shinno provided her with the finest dog food and treats. At first, she was taken aback but soon found the flavors delightful. He bathed and groomed her every few days, held her close while sleeping, and took her to the park or the beach on weekends. For a small dog, this was an idyllic life, for happiness was all she desired. Of course, even dogs have their worries. Shinno's troubles weighed heavily upon her heart as well. In that alternate reality, Shinno was not the protagonist of an anime, but rather an ordinary individual, marked by a certain melancholy due to his maturity. The disappointments of work, family conflicts, and heartbreak cast a shadow over his happiness. Arari empathized deeply with his pain, yet she could do nothing but silently accompany him. As she sifted through her memories, tears began to stream down her face, each drop a bitter reminder of her mixed emotions, sweet happiness intertwined with sorrow. Why couldn't I stay with him a little longer? Arari, even though today is the weekend, you can't linger in bed all day. The door swung open to reveal a woman with purple hair, resembling Arari closely. Upon seeing her tear-streaked daughter, she froze in place. Mom. Seeing her mother, Arari burst into tears, leaping into Shiro's embrace. Gently patting Arari's back, Shiro spoke softly. What is it? Arari, what happened? I had a long dream. What? It was just a nightmare? Upon hearing Arari's words, Shiro let out a relieved sigh. her stern expression softening. My daughter is truly adorable. Chapter 4. A new acquaintance arrives. Shinnosuke, now at the convenience store, was also organizing his memories. In that other parallel world, he wasn't the carefree Shinnosuke, but an ordinary person, somewhat out of sync due to his precocious and unconventional nature. After graduating from university and becoming a salaryman, he happened upon Arari, nearly starving on the streets, and took her in, naming her Kei. In that timeline, he and Nanak were indeed 15 years apart. Nanak went abroad when he graduated from university, and they lost contact. His relationship with Ai Suotome was also unsuccessful. They separated after kindergarten and reunited after university graduation when Shinnosuke was just an ordinary office worker. After dating for a while, they chose to separate due to opposition from the Suotome family. After several twists and turns, only Kei remained by his side. And his memories ended the moment Kei passed away. Shinnosuke from a parallel world? This system is quite a nuisance. So, the current situation is that Arari is his pet dog, but Arari is not at all the type he likes. This is a bit bothersome. The task requires helping her solve her troubles. What exactly are Arari's worries? Shinnosuke is quite interested in the reward, the famed sword. Well, I'll wait until I see Arari before thinking about it. Shinnosuke decided not to dwell on it for now and continued with his original plan. Buying snacks and going home to indulge himself. Arari, did you have a nightmare? Feeling her daughter's emotions stabilize in her arms, Sayuri's curiosity exploded. She really wanted to know what her daughter had dreamed about. Arari's expression was subtle. She didn't know how to broach the subject. Could she say that her lovely, beautiful daughter was a man's pet dog in another world, fiercely loyal to him, and still missing his touch even now? It was just a strange nightmare. I haven't had nightmares in a long time, so I was startled. Suddenly, Arari thought of something. Could there also be a Nohara Shinnosuke in this world? How is he living? Mom, can you do me a favor? Huh. Seeing Arari suddenly become so serious. Sayuri was a bit unaccustomed, but she also became serious. Tell me, what do you want Mom to help you with? Can you help me find someone? His name is Nohara Shinnosuke, from Kasakabe, Saitama Prefecture. Find someone. Nohara Shinnosuke? Sayuri was a bit strange, but seeing Arari's earnest and pleading eyes, she nodded. Okay, I'll help you investigate, but why do you want to find him? Have you met a boy you like? How could that be? Arari's face immediately turned red. But she couldn't help but think, dating the master. That would be too wonderful, wouldn't it? Mom, I'm counting on you for this. I'm not feeling well. I want to sleep a bit more. After saying that, she pushed Sayuri out of the room. Standing in front of Arari's room, Sayuri seemed to see through everything. Isn't Arari a staunch childhood friend supporter? But that's good too. That Akita Moya boy is really too terrible. Thinking of this, Sayuri shook her head, turned around, took out her phone, and asked her family to investigate and find the child named Nohara Shinnosuke. For the Sawamura family, finding someone was still very easy. Shinnosuke, who had bought a bag of snacks, didn't know that Arari had already taken action, comfortably watching TV with a bag of potato chips. Shiro seems to have figured out how to use the elevator and remembers the floor of the house. A dog has run out to play. Thinking of Shiro, Shinnosuke suddenly felt a bit subtle. Shiro is so smart. Could he also be a reborn? After thinking for a moment, Shinnosuke shook his head. Although Shiro was smart, he was still far from Kei in the other timeline. Nohara Shiro was just a naturally intelligent dog. Yes, I understand. Sayuri Sawamura held the information in her hand, feeling a bit strange. Back when Arari was in elementary school, she was ostracized by other students because of Aki Tomoya. And this child named Nohara Shinnosuke and several other children helped her. How does she remember this? Arari hasn't mentioned it. Are childhood friends really never a match for those who appear later? This was, of course, the result of world correction. From the information, Nohara Shinnosuke was just an ordinary boy. Arari would soon be his senior, and they had no prior contact. If there was anything special, it was that this child named Shinnosuke seemed to have had a good relationship with the Suotome family's young lady. But that was all in kindergarten. So many years had passed, and the two had not been in contact, so there should be nothing between them, judging from the photos and information. This child named Nohara Shinnosuke is an athletic, handsome guy. Is this actually Arari's type? Thinking of her daughter's childhood friend, Sayuri couldn't help but shake her head. She and her husband hoped that Arari could grow up healthy, so they had never put too much pressure on her. But that Aki Tomoya boy was really too terrible. Cowardly, selfish, and unconcerned about others' feelings, he was just a self-absorbed bum. But before, Arari seemed very persistent about her childhood friend, so the two of them didn't get involved. Letting Arari choose her own life. Holding the information, She went to Arari's room and knocked on the door. It was already evening. Arari had been acting strange all day, staying in her room. Was she not feeling well? Arari was lying in bed, constantly recalling the moments she had lived with Shinnosuke. Those 15 years of memories were clearly in her mind, completely indelible and unforgettable. Arari, I found him. Sayuri knocked on the door, pushed it open, and walked in. Seeing Arari lying on the bed, sometimes smiling and sometimes sad, she suspected that her daughter might have some psychological problems. What? Hearing Sayuri say that she had found Shinnosuke, Arari jumped straight out of bed. Yes, this child named Shinnosuke helped you. Why didn't you tell me? Sayuri walked up to Arari and handed her the information and photo. Shinnosuke helped me? Arari was very strange. How could she not remember? She took the information from Sayuri's hand and looked at it. Shinnosuke is actually a year younger than me, and he's going to Shuchiin Academy soon? Will he be her junior? And Shinnosuke and his friends helped her in elementary school? When the system integrated multiple parallel timelines, it made some corrections. Arari, having gained memories from a parallel timeline, did not receive this part of the memory. Thinking of Shinnosuke, Arari couldn't help but think of her former childhood friend, Aki Tomoya. Now, Arari only felt disgust for him. Chapter 5. The Dreamlike Unfolding. The first encounter of the protagonist and the heroine in a few days, school will commence. Lily, how about inviting Xing to our home for dinner after you meet him? We haven't properly thanked him for what he did back then. In Japan, school bullying is a grave issue. Even the emperor's daughter has faced it. Society often perceives bullying and social isolation as the fault of the victim. This presents a paradoxical and intricate social dilemma, as most teachers choose to turn a blind eye to such bullying. Despite being a lady of privilege, Lily was not spared from being ostracized by others. All right, I will extend the invitation. Lily was overjoyed, nearly fainting with excitement. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity? Knowing that Xing existed in this world, she pondered how to approach him. Now, with this newfound connection, she could create a chance encounter once school began and invite him over for dinner. A flawless plan. Stop grinning. Have you finished your draft? Huh? Lily's expression stiffened, realizing she had completely forgotten. Observing her flustered demeanor, Xiao Baihe couldn't help but chuckle. Lily was simply adorable. What she and her husband wished to protect was precisely Lily's innocent smile. Hurry up with your writing. I've already spoken with the website on your behalf. Regaining her composure, Lily reflected on her 15 extra years of memories. She was no longer the restless little girl she once was. However, having been well protected by Xing, her psychological age had not significantly increased. She had merely become more patient. The first meeting must be meticulously planned. What if she could fall in love with Xing? Hee. Achoo. Xing, watching television, suddenly sneezed. Strange, is someone thinking of me? Hearing a sound at the door, he opened it. What is this? Oh, it's Xiaobai. Xiaobai had ventured out to familiarize herself with the surroundings. The apartment was pleasantly situated near a park and a riverbank, and she was quite satisfied with the environment. After licking Xing's outstretched hand, she retreated to rest. This sensation inevitably reminded Xing of his time spent with Lily. Sorry, Xiaobai, but I have other dogs now. The next day, Xing, having stayed up late, was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Hello? Xing, I've arranged everything. We're going out for dinner this afternoon, and the location has been sent to you. Okay, Xiaoche, I got it. After hanging up, Xing fell back asleep, knowing he needed to prepare for his long-awaited reunion with the Spring Day defense team. However, he decided to deal with the afternoon plans later. He slept until noon, stretching languidly and sighing in comfort. Staying up late occasionally really does feel nice. After freshening up and changing clothes, Xing set out. He had agreed to meet with Feng Jianche beforehand, since they were no longer in the same school and had grown apart. He wondered if their relationships would feel as distant as they had become. Nini and Zheng Nen had new friends and their own circles. Would they feel like strangers upon reuniting? Was this the anguish of growing up? It was still early as Xing strolled along the street, basking in the gentle afternoon sunlight of spring. Cherry blossoms floated down like confetti, and in a nearby garden, neatly trimmed greenery flourished. While Japan harbors many societal issues, one must admit that the cherry blossoms here are truly lovely. Detective Hill? As he gazed up the slope ahead, Xing felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying a white beret that brushed against his face, imbued with a faint floral scent. How annoying. Beside him stood a boy with glasses and disheveled long hair, seething with frustration that the hat had nearly landed beside him. In such a cliché plot, the protagonist should be me. Excuse me, could I have that beret? I have a brilliant idea, and it could become the best gal game plot. I've decided to create my own gal game. As he observed the self-absorbed young man, Xinji surmised his identity. An Luanyi, right? From any angle. He was far from charming. Xinji despised such self-centered individuals who spoke of dreams, yet had no concrete goals or plans, oblivious to the atmosphere or others' feelings. Ignoring an Luanyi, Xinji held the beret, gazing up the slope at a girl approaching him, dressed in a pink blouse and white skirt. The girl moved gracefully amidst the fluttering cherry blossoms, her short hair dancing in the breeze. No wonder an Luanyi had deemed her his heroine at first sight. Unfortunately, the beret now rested in Xinji's hands. Disregarding an Luanyi, Xinji ascended the slope while the girl approached him. This scene only fueled an Luanyi's desire further. What was this dreamlike unfolding? Why did he feel as though he was experiencing an NTR moment? Trailing behind Xinji, an Luanyi attempted to snatch the beret from his grasp. Yet, standing at a mere 171 centimeters, he was easily evaded by Xinji, who continued to ignore him. Xinji knew that engaging in conversation with this troublesome fellow would lead to a torrent of unnecessary words. Thank you for retrieving my hat. Kato-K glanced at Xinji, her cheeks flushed. It was a tad embarrassing that her hat had flown onto this boy's face. No need for thanks. The wind is indeed quite strong today. Hello, I'm an Luanyi, a second-year student at Toyozaki. May I have your contact information? I would like to invite you to be the heroine of my game. Perhaps spurred by Xinji, an Luanyi gazed at Kato-K with excitement, even bowing deeply, as if he would grovel if she refused. We are classmates and have been in the same class for a year. Kato-K felt a tinge of exasperation. She had always been overlooked, her presence as faint as a background character in a game or a fleeting element in a comic. An Luanyi was taken aback. This was his classmate. How had he not known? He couldn't even recall her name. Sighing, though intrigued by the notion of being a heroine, Kato-K turned back to Xinji and accepted her beret. Thank you. Chapter 6. Kazama Toru and Magical Girl Kawaii P. Are we really classmates? How was I unaware of this? Anki Rinya gazed at Kata Megumi, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity that eluded his memory. I beg you, join my club and be my heroine. This is my lifelong request. Anki Rinya's plea, tinged with moral coercion, caused Kata Megumi to feel a twinge of anxiety. She worried that if she remained in this situation, Anki Rinya might undertake some embarrassing action. Thank you very much for your kindness, but I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave, she said apologetically. Casting a brief glance at Shinojo before turning to depart, Anki Rinya wished to pursue her, but was restrained by Shinojo's grip on his shoulder. Your behavior borders on harassment, and that is unacceptable. The pressure from Shinojo's grip was firm, the pain grounding Anki Rinya in reality. What are you doing? She is my heroine. How absurd. Shinojo watched as Kata Megumi disappeared around the corner, then released his hold. Not wanting to engage further with Anki Rinya, he quickened his pace, opting for a hasty exit. Anki Rinya, unable to follow, remained rooted in place, seething with impotent rage. Yet, within his heart, he resolved to create a gal game that belonged to him. Regrettably, in this perfect encounter, he was not the male lead. But that mattered little, as long as he did not speak of it. Who would know? He declared that he had simply found the hat, and so it was. Anki Rinya, a seasoned gamer, effortlessly placed himself in Shinojo's shoes, inspiration igniting within him. His desire to create reaching its zenith. Wait, I'm going to be late for work. Realizing this, Anki Rinya hurriedly turned to rush off. Where's that guy Shin? Kazama Toru, having arrived at their meeting point, glanced at his watch, feeling a twinge of impatience. Perhaps it was due to their long absence from one another. He had arrived a tad too early, yet Kazama Toru was reluctant to admit he missed Shinojo, instead anxiously checking the time. Suddenly, a gust of warm air brushed past his ear, sending a shiver through him. Such a familiar sensation. Covering his ear, he turned around to find none other than Shinojo. You rascal. How many times must I tell you not to blow air in my ear? In a public setting, Kazama Toru felt embarrassed by Shinojo's antics. They were no longer children in kindergarten. Haha. I couldn't help it when I saw you, Shinojo chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Don't act so proud. Kazama Toru clenched his fists, yet felt a wave of relief. Shinojo was still the same. However, he couldn't help but notice how much Shinojo had grown. Kazama Toru himself was only 169 centimeters tall, a late bloomer, with ample room for growth. Given that the average height of boys in their school was rather modest, Kazama Toru was already at the mean. Idiot. At some point, Adai had joined them. Adai, you're here too. We'll be attending the same school again. Yes. I didn't expect these schools to merge. It's a pity Nini and Masaneo won't be with us. Shioji Yuan, Sobuhai, and Toyosaki were all prestigious private schools with high academic standards. One had to excel either financially or academically. This was unavoidable, as neither of them had shown much dedication to their studies. Nini's aspiration was to find her beloved and become a housewife like her mother, while Masaneo dreamed of becoming a manga artist. They were not particularly focused on their academics. You speak as if your grades are excellent. Kazama Toru covered his face. Shinojo's grades were equally poor, but his athletic prowess was undeniable. If he applied himself during high school, he might even secure a place in university. Shinojo had never truly showcased his talents, yet the system bore witness to everything. Player, Nohara Shinojo gender, male strength, 9 intelligence, 6 spirit, 6 agility, 7 endurance, 8. Note, the maximum limit for an average adult male is 5. Passive skills, natural swordmaster. You possess an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship, destined to become the strongest swordsman in history. Master of driving. You seem to excel in handling any mode of transportation. Master of flirting. Your flirting skills are innate, making it difficult for others to guard against. Proficient in musical instruments. Skilled in most musical instruments. Calligraphy proficiency, culinary mastery, boxing proficiency, climbing proficiency, able to scale any wall like Spider-Man, and more. Active skill, instant undressing. A plethora of passive skills displayed far beyond the system's capacity. Yet he possessed only one active skill, an unfortunate instant undressing. Nevertheless, his physical capabilities far exceeded those of an average human, proving that if he wished, not only could he secure a spot at Todai, but he could easily become a professional athlete. These were Shinojo's innate abilities. Though his childhood antics had been more eccentric, playing the piano with his feet and backside, or driving in a tap-dancing manner. As he matured and acquired the system, these whimsical skills transformed into passive abilities. Shinojo excelled in sports, a talent in itself. Adai adjusted his glasses, now resembling a scholar with his black-rimmed spectacles. If anyone else were to say such things, I would likely assume they meant I was a simpleton with brute strength, but when Adai says it, I know he is complimenting me. As Shinojo spoke, he surveyed their surroundings. The trio had gathered, and they could not simply stand idly. He glanced at a nearby shop that piqued his interest. Kazama Toru and Adai followed his gaze. No way, not that. Not far behind them stood a maid CAF, where a woman clad in a maid outfit and black stockings was attempting to attract customers. Her heavily made-up face obscured her features, yet her mature figure was undeniably appealing, a type that Shinojo fancied. Is it too chaotic for us to visit such a place right now? Shinojo questioned, shaking his head in confusion, pointing instead at a store adjacent to the maid CAF, adorned with a banner for Magical Girl Kawaii P, seemingly selling limited edition figurines of the character. I merely wish to check out that store. Would you care to join me? Absolutely. As Kazama Toru's friend. Both Shinojo and Adai were well aware of his fondness for Magical Girl Kawaii P. However, Adai chose to feign ignorance, while Shinojo would occasionally tease him about it. Shall we visit the CAF while we wait for Nini and Masaneo? Sure. Kazama Toru was somewhat taken aback. Why did it seem that Shinojo had unexpectedly become reliable? Though they had not been in the same school, they had maintained contact, yet with Kazama Toru preoccupied with studies and various tutoring sessions, their meetings had been scarce over the years. Thus, the prospect of attending the same high school together was exhilarating. Shinojo and Adai provided Kazama Toru with the chance to discreetly purchase a few Kawaii P figurines, concealing them within his backpack. Chapter 7. The beginning of a charming encounter at the coffee shop Stomachache. Why is the name of this coffee shop so peculiar? Asked Hiranuma Shizuka. How should I know? Replied Hiratsuka, shaking her head. This is the only coffee shop nearby. We have no other options. And remember, I am your teacher, so don't call me Shizuka. Yukino Shida. Yukino chuckled softly, taking a sip of her coffee. I never expected that Subu High would merge with a school like Shuchian, and even Toinazaki would be included. Indeed, I didn't foresee that either. However, my salary has seen a significant increase, Hiratsuka remarked, sighing deeply as her gaze drifted toward the window. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse. Yukino, it seems you will have to bear more burdens. While the Yukino Shida family may hold some influence in Chiba, the landscape will undoubtedly change after the merger of Subahai and Shuchian. In terms of academic performance and family background, Yukino Shida Yukino will be merely average post-merger. Rest assured. Hiratsuka instinctively reached for a cigarette, but quickly realized that smoking in a coffee shop, mostly filled with students, was inappropriate. You are not being honest with your sister. Her character is greatly influenced by having such a remarkable and radiant sister like you. Hiratsuka, as Yukino's teacher, was well aware of her student's personality traits. The Yukino Shida's sister's complex dispositions could not be explained in a few words. Shizuka, I heard you failed at matchmaking again, Yukino said, perhaps hitting a sore spot. She swiftly changed the subject to Hiratsuka's own misfortunes. It seemed that due to her carefree nature, enjoying ramen, drinking, and smoking, her lifestyle resembled that of a middle-aged man rather than a beautiful woman. Coupled with her dismal luck with men, this 20-something beauty had yet to find a boyfriend. As they spoke about matchmaking, Hiratsuka's smile turned bittersweet. Who knows? You don't understand how outrageous the people my family has introduced to me are. Unbeknownst to them, Nishinos had been seated behind them, not intentionally eavesdropping, but he overheard their conversation. Unable to find a boyfriend, are we? Yet, when I sat down, I noticed that both women at this table are stunningly beautiful. Ding. A system task has been issued. A new task has been released. Please check. Task name: Hiratsuka Shizuka's Woes. Task description: at 27 years of age, Hiratsuka Shizuka has yet to experience a romantic relationship. What hinders her romantic prospects? Begin with a charming pickup line to uncover the underlying reasons. Task reward: 10 shares of the Bukuto Fukuwa Library. Nishinos pondered. A pickup line? It had been ages since he attempted one. Since entering middle school, he had abandoned his childhood habit of flirting with mature women. Flirting in kindergarten and elementary school was innocent and harmless, but as he entered adolescence, approaching beautiful women became harassment. Nevertheless, he possessed a passive skill labeled Master of Flirting in his skill set. As for the Bukuto Fukuwa Library, he had heard of it, an average second-tier library with promising growth. 10% of its shares was enough to pique Nishinos' interest. It was not an insignificant sum, especially for a high school student. However, the task description was rather vague. The previous task involving Eruri required him to resolve her troubles, but what constituted a resolution? This task similarly left much to interpretation, with no clear completion criteria. After a moment of hesitation, Nishinos resolved to follow the system's guidance and proactively approach this 27-year-old woman who had yet to find a boyfriend. Securing her contact information would make completing the task significantly easier. As they discussed matchmaking, Hiratsuka began to vent her frustrations to Yukino. It became evident that Yukino was growing impatient after a while. She glanced at her phone and looked up at Hiratsuka, stating, Shizuka, I have some matters to attend to at the family business, so I must take my leave. Very well, you may go, Hiratsuka replied, her coffee-drinking posture resembling that of someone accustomed to indulging. Upon Yukino's departure, Nishinos recognized an excellent opportunity. Hiratsuka clearly wished to continue her lamentations, and the formidable Yukino Shida had just vacated the scene. He downed his coffee in one go. The bitterness of the drink paled in comparison to the bitterness she felt within. She, too, was puzzled by her lack of romantic prospects. Every man she encountered seemed to be a unique disaster, and before any relationship could begin, it would end abruptly. Are you alone? A sudden voice interrupted Hiratsuka's thoughts. She looked up to see a cheerful young man standing before her, a warm smile gracing his face. His well-defined physique, quite striking. Under normal circumstances, Hiratsuka would have dismissed such an advance without hesitation. However, perhaps due to her earlier complaints with Yukino or the boy's approachable demeanor, she found herself nodding in response. Yes, I am alone. Are you a student at a nearby university? Yukino's school has no classes this afternoon. You must be from the same institution as her. Due to recent policy changes, one must be at least 18 years old to attend high school, and the merging of several high schools was also related to this new regulation. Thus, if Nishinos were indeed a university student, he would be nearly the same age as Hiratsuka, perhaps due to his commitment to fitness and his passion for kendo and boxing. Nishinos appeared far more mature than his actual age when he focused intently. As Nishinos settled into the seat across from her, he introduced himself. I am Nishinos Shin. May I treat you to a cup of coffee? Sure. Clearly out of her depth in matters of romance, Hiratsuka struggled to keep pace with Nishinos' advances, though he himself had no romantic experience to draw upon. I happened to overhear some of your conversation, and I must say, it astonishes me that such a beautiful woman like you is troubled by the absence of a boyfriend. Indeed, I cannot fathom what the issue is. As they delved into this topic, Hiratsuka sighed deeply, and the two engaged in conversation as Nishinos listened to her tales of outrageous matchmaking disasters. Meanwhile, Kazama Toru put down his phone, only to suddenly realize that Nishinos had vanished. How infuriating. When did that happen? Kazama was astonished to see Nishinos seated at a booth, animatedly conversing with an alluring mature woman. Has Nishinos been chatting with her for quite some time? Amazingly, Akira was indifferent. He had noticed Nishinos approach her while Kazama was distracted. It seemed that some things never changed, even after a few years. Kazama, however, appeared utterly dismayed, as if unable to comprehend how Nishinos could engage so effortlessly with such a captivating and charismatic woman. This boy's romantic luck was still as formidable as ever. Chapter 8. Reunion of the Kasakabe Defense Force. Why is Shizukane so captivating, yet always entangled with peculiar men? Indeed, for some inexplicable reason, Shizuka Hiratsuka felt an unusual connection with her junior. She lamented her unfortunate encounters with a succession of odd men. Observing Nohara Shinnosuke before her, Hiratsuka felt an almost irresistible urge to indulge in an evening of revelry with him. A kindred spirit makes the cups run dry. While discordant souls find few words to share, perhaps it was Shinnosuke's lack of the typical playboy demeanor, or perhaps it was his guidance that allowed her to articulate her innermost anxieties. Currently, Hiratsuka was in high spirits, viewing Shinnosuke with increased favor. Had a sudden phone call not interrupted her invitation, she would have eagerly invited Shinnosuke for ramen and drinks at an izakaya that evening. Yes. Has the student roster been finalized? I'll be there promptly. Understood. Upon concluding the call, Hiratsuka emitted a wistful sigh. With the amalgamation of Sobu High and Shuchian Academy, coupled with the approaching commencement of the academic year, her responsibilities were escalating. Shinnosuke, let's exchange line contacts. Next time, I'll treat you to ramen. Sure. Shinnosuke's sole objective had been to acquire Hiratsuka's contact information, having already arranged to meet with the Kasakabe Defense Force. He would have been in a predicament had Hiratsuka extended a genuine invitation for ramen. Torn between childhood companions and a system-assigned task, the decision proved challenging. I must depart now. Urgent matters require my immediate attention. Hiratsuka, with her characteristic panache and decisiveness, brandished her phone at Shinnosuke, signaling their future communication via line, and promptly departed. With Hiratsuka gone, Shinnosuke rejoined Kazama, and Bo curse you, Shinnosuke. Your adeptness is infuriating. Kazama Toru was crestfallen, marveling at Shinnosuke's proficiency. Kazama, who dedicated most of his time to tutoring and extracurricular activities, was well received in his middle school class. However, his aloof demeanor was merely a facade, as he remained a naive adolescent who had never even held a girl's hand. Haha, I merely perceived her distress and engaged in conversation. You. Kazama began to speak but ultimately shook his head. Shinnosuke had always been this way, unchanging. Be cautious. I noticed her car keys. She drives a luxury vehicle. She may be a scion of a wealthy family. Shinnosuke nodded, refraining from further discussion on the subject. After conversing with Hiratsuka, he had formulated a tentative hypothesis. Nene and Masao have arrived. Bo glanced at his phone, promptly diverting the conversation. Upon hearing Bo's announcement, Kazama retrieved his phone. Indeed, Nene and Masao had arrived at the designated meeting place and were en route to the CAF. Let's chat here for a while before grabbing dinner. Kazama had organized this reunion and selected a restaurant with a pleasant ambience and reasonable prices, considering everyone was a student with limited funds. Nene and Masao soon arrived, their appearances largely unchanged. Among the members of the Kasakabe Defense Force, Shinnosuke had undergone the most significant transformation. Sakurada Nene, with her cascading red hair and flowing pink dress, appeared to be an endearing young woman. However, Shinnosuke, intimately familiar with her, knew that her temperament did not mirror her charming facade. Masao, standing as the shortest of the boys, had gained considerable weight since kindergarten, embodying the quintessential otaku. Nevertheless, Masao remained steadfast in his devotion to manga, diligently honing his artistic skills, with uncertain prospects of becoming a successful mangaka. Shinchan, you've grown so tall. Nene and Masao were taken aback by Shinnosuke's height. While adolescents typically experience rapid growth spurts, Shinnosuke's development seemed exceptionally accelerated. Shinchan, I never imagined you'd become so handsome. Handsomeness encompasses a spectrum of qualities, and Shinnosuke's brand of handsomeness emanated from his vitality and vigor, Possessing a physique far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, Shinnosuke exuded an aura of robust allure with every gesture, proving irresistible to young women. However, given their familiarity with Shinnosuke's disposition, Nene harbored no romantic sentiments towards him. The adage that childhood friends are prone to becoming unrequited loves held true. I never anticipated that Shinnosuke would evolve into an athletic heartthrob, while Kazama would transform into an otaku. What? Although Nene's observation was uttered in a hushed tone, Kazama overheard it. I am not an otaku. In Japan, the term otaku carries negative connotations, often associated with idle individuals. The societal perception of otaku in Japan is generally disparaging. At the very least, Kazama believed that his academic excellence and popularity distinguished him from the stereotypical reclusive otaku. Yes. Nene was well aware of Kazama's private proclivities, refraining from further commentary. It's been a while since we've all been together. Let's not bicker. Masao, ever the compassionate and timid soul, sought to prevent any discord. However, their ability to engage in such banter upon reuniting was indicative of their strong bond. It's as if nothing has changed. It's regrettable that we won't be attending the same high school. Shinnosuke did not have an extensive circle of friends, and he was not particularly sociable at school. He was content with a few close companions and eschewed cliques and coteries. Your high school is far too prestigious. Our academic performance is inadequate. Nene's academic standing was slightly superior to Masao's, but even so, gaining admission to Sobu High, let alone the consolidated Sobu High and Shuchian Academy, was unrealistic. After convening at the CAF, the group experienced no awkwardness. Despite their separation throughout middle school, their camaraderie remained intact. Following their gathering at the CAF, they proceeded to the restaurant selected by Kazama, where their conversation gravitated towards their aspirations for the future. I still aspire to become a mangaka. Masao clenched his fists, seemingly resolved to pursue his dream of becoming a manga artist. Such aspirations are common among otaku, with many aspiring to become either manga artists or novelists, professions that allow them to earn a living without venturing outdoors. Shinnosuke's remark caused Masao's countenance to falter. However, such fantasies are often illusory. The talent required to succeed as a manga artist or novelist is rare, and most individuals lack the necessary aptitude. The end result is often a descent into escapism, culminating in becoming a shut-in dependent on their parents. Masao's complexion turned ashen, as if all his vitality had been drained. Shinchan is correct. If Masao continues to harbor such unrealistic fantasies, he may very well become a freeloader. Nene's incisive remark struck Masao's heart, causing him even greater distress. Chapter 9. The Forbidden Romance Between Teachers and Students. However, Masanobu, are you not quite adept at mimicking others' voices? That is indeed a remarkable talent. Shinnosuke recalled how Masanobu excelled in imitating various voices, skillfully capturing the nuances of different ages and genders, rendering them indistinguishable from the original. Masanobu paused, realizing that while he was indeed skilled at voice imitation, he found the notion somewhat embarrassing and had never practiced it intentionally. Indeed, Kazama suddenly remembered that Masanobu had this unique talent. His imitation of teacher Matsuzaka was so lifelike that even teacher Yoshinaga mistook it for the real Matsuzaka. Masanobu, you should consider practicing. You might just become a voice actor for animations. Upon hearing their encouragement, Masanobu's eyes sparkled, as though he had discovered a new direction in life. The dream of becoming a manga artist felt nebulous, and Shinnosuke's critique struck a chord, highlighting that this so-called dream largely stemmed from the whimsical fantasies of a youthful mind. Yet, the aspiration of becoming a voice actor seemed more tangible, especially since he possessed a natural talent in that realm. While they were engrossed in this discussion, Shizuka Hiratsuka from the administrative office of Shuchian Academy held a student S file in her hands, her expression one of sheer astonishment, her hands trembling slightly. Nobuhara Shinnosuke is, astonishingly, her student? On her way back, she had contemplated inviting Shinnosuke to a bar for drinks, even fantasizing about the possibility of their relationship blossoming into something beautiful, hoping to escape her life as an older single woman. But to think that this university-aged Nobuhara Shinnosuke was actually her student? A romance between a teacher and a student is an absolute taboo. How could she have confided so much to her student? Who, indeed, was the true life mentor? That insufferable brat. Shizuka clenched her fists, vowing to make that detestable little rascal feel the might of her love's iron fist once school commenced. Meanwhile, the members of the Casa Cave Defense Club had arrived at the restaurant, shifting their conversation to amusing anecdotes from their lives. Ah, youth, how it evokes such nostalgia. Shinnosuke relished this atmosphere. It felt as though he was the only one aware that time had seemingly halted during his 5th year, compounded by memories from a past life that rendered his emotional maturity far beyond his apparent age. Did he experience growing pains? Undoubtedly, though not as purely as his companions did. Why do you seem so mature? We are merely high school students, Kazama exclaimed, raising his glass of orange juice with a hint of enthusiasm. Among them, he was the most prideful, often masking his true feelings, and his words signified the depth of his affection for their camaraderie. Shinnosuke also lifted his juice, yet a peculiar sense of déjà vu washed over him. Kazama's prideful demeanor bore a striking resemblance to a typical heroine-s archetype. Moreover, it appeared Kazama harbored a hint of a hidden cross-dressing penchant. Alas, joyful moments are fleeting. After their meal, it was time to part ways. Farewell. Next time we meet, you must try my painstakingly developed upgraded version of a hyper-realistic playhouse. It's suitable even for high school students. Nene's smile concealed a hint of menace, causing the others to stiffen. They had no doubt that had time not been of the essence today, they would likely have been subjected to her whims already. The upgraded hyper-realistic playhouse sounded terrifying merely by its name. Goodbye. I will visit your place when I find the time. I need to prepare for the upcoming school year in these next few days. After exchanging farewells, Kazama looked at Shinnosuke, promising to visit his newly rented apartment when they had the chance, before turning to leave. It was not too late, being students. They could not afford to return home too late. As Shinnosuke boarded the train home, he gazed leisurely out at the darkening sky, contemplating how to squander his youth that evening. He sensed a gaze upon him from behind. Turning around, he found the girl he had encountered earlier on Detective Hill, to whom he had returned a lost hat. Kato Megumi also noticed Shinnosuke, realizing that he had not overlooked her presence. Instead, he was staring directly at her. After a moment's hesitation, she took the initiative to greet him. Hello, thank you for your help today. My name is Kato Megumi, a second-year student at Shuchian Academy. Ordinary in academics, Kato was fortunate to be among those accepted into the merged school from Toyosaki. I am Nobuhara Shinnosuke, a new student at Shuchian. I never expected you to be my upperclassman. Shinnosuke felt a flicker of familiarity with the name Kato, though most of his memories from his past life were hazy, with only vague recollections of Eri. Are you here to buy ingredients? Shinnosuke glanced at the bag Kato held, filled with various food items, indicating she was shopping for her family. Yes, I had planned to do this in the afternoon, but Anki-san was a bit intimidating, so I decided to head home early. Kato was surprised that Shinnosuke was a freshman this year, perceiving him as far more mature and reliable than herself. Thinking this, Kato couldn't help but scrutinize Shinnosuke anew. With his soft, curly hair, well-built physique, and an aura that inspired tranquility, he exuded a sense of security. Shinnosuke-kun, may I have your line? I would like to find an opportunity to express my gratitude for today. Suddenly asked for his contact information, even the master of flirting, Nobuhara Shinnosuke, found himself momentarily taken aback. However, he was no less adept than this seemingly unassuming yet strategically astute girl. The most fitting choice at this juncture was to go with the flow. He retrieved his phone, exchanging contact details with Kato. Before they could say more, the train gradually came to a stop. Weavie arrived. An influx of passengers surged in, making the already cramped space even tighter. Fortunately, Shinnosuke was robust enough that even wedged against the train's edge, he could still brace himself against the glass, creating a small space for Kato. Kato-senpai, do you have a few more stops to go? The unfamiliar scent of a male passenger wafted toward him, likely due to the crowd, yet it was not unpleasant. Rather, it bore an inexplicable allure. Even someone as composed as Kato's character felt her cheeks flush slightly. 2 stops. That's good. I still have 3 stops left. Shinnosuke felt little discomfort. While this situation resembled a light novel plot, his aesthetic preferences remained unchanged. Mature, intelligent, gentle, most importantly, possessing an attractive physique. Unlike in kindergarten, when he felt no attraction towards the girls around him, he now found Kato Megumi, this charming beauty, equally unremarkable in the grand scheme of things. Chapter 10, Itchy Head. Could it be that I'm about to grow blonde hair? Kato K was exceedingly cautious, even refraining from breathing too forcefully, as the scent emanating from Shinnosuke was rather overwhelming for her. The train was crowded, a veritable sea of commuters during the evening rush hour. Yet Shinnosuke effortlessly created a small sanctuary around her, instilling a profound sense of security within Kato K. Shinnosuke, she called, prompting him to glance down at the enchanting young lady before him. To Shinnosuke, her presence was not insignificant. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that Kato-Kei possessed a certain understated beauty, her features harmoniously combined, neither ostentatious nor dull, but undeniably lovely. If one were to categorize her, she might fit the mold of a homey girlfriend. For those with fragile egos, such a subtle presence might not be a disadvantage. At least it spared them the anxiety of attracting unwanted attention. What's wrong? Kato-Kei continued. I truly appreciate your assistance today. I had a feeling that, without you, I might have attracted the attention of Anki-kun. He's rather unpleasant, to say the least, Shinnosuke replied nonchalantly. Lacking experience in conversing with boys, Kato-Kei struggled to find a topic and resorted to discussing Anki Ryuya. He is a famous figure at our school, a classmate of mine. Essentially, he is someone who is indifferent to public opinion and relentlessly pursues his desires, regardless of the consequences for others. Do you find him appealing? Kato-Kei pondered her sentiments. Feeling uncertain, yet she sensed that attempting to win over Shinnosuke would be an endeavor of Herculean proportions. He certainly did not strike her as the virtuous type. Shinnosuke recalled his encounter with Anki Ryuya earlier that day, and indeed, he bore an odious demeanor, particularly within the realm of youthful romance light novels, where societal darkness is often overlooked. Anki Ryuya was undeniably a challenging adversary. Stealing a surreptitious glance at Shinnosuke, Kato-Kei was once again enveloped by his captivating scent. Shinnosuke, do you know what Anki Ryuya meant by the heroine? It's likely a fantasy of an otaku. He appears to be lost in his own world, Shinnosuke mused. His disdain for Anki Ryuya was palpable, especially considering the memories associated with the girl named Komari. He would inevitably find himself at odds with Anki Ryuya, who seemed destined to be the protagonist in this unfolding drama. Scratching his head, Shinnosuke felt an itch on his scalp, pondering whether he was on the verge of developing blonde hair. The thought of having exchanged contact information with Kato-Kei brought him some relief as the train's announcement signaled their stop. This is my stop, she announced. All right, Shinnosuke nodded. And after 2 more stops, the train became less crowded. As he watched Kato-Kei disembark, his mind wandered to the tasks assigned by the system. Currently, he had 2 objectives: alleviate the troubles of Inari and uncover the reasons behind Hayatsuka Shizuku's perpetual singlehood. While these tasks appeared straightforward, the system's descriptions were rather vague, leaving Shinnosuke at a loss. What could Inari's troubles be? Most likely, they were tied to the sudden emergence of those memories. As for Hayatsuka Shizuku's lack of a boyfriend, the explanation was not overly complex. Her family was well off, allowing them to tolerate her single status, even if they often nudged her towards marriage. This indulgence gave her a sense of security. Although her demeanor was far from demure, and she stood out as a unique individual within the Japanese social fabric, the fundamental reason for her singlehood lay within herself. Despite her constant lamentations about her inability to find a partner, Hayatsuka Shizuku genuinely relished her independence, likely harboring some trepidation regarding relationships and marriage. Today, her positive demeanor might suggest a preference for younger men. The repeated failures and blind dates might not solely rest on the other party. She might have been subconsciously sabotaging them as well. The following morning, after a night spent indulging in anime, Shinnosuke awoke, reveling in the splendid sensation of youth squandered. Alas, the start of the school year loomed on the horizon, and such carefree days would soon come to an end. He checked his phone to find numerous messages from Kato-Kei, to which he offered a brief response before an unexpected call interrupted him. A strange number. Puzzled, he pressed the answer button. Shinnosuke. A raspy voice belonging to a middle-aged man greeted him, evoking a sense of familiarity. I heard you're heading to high school, the Shuji Academy. Master. Shinnosuke recognized the voice instantly. It was his kendo instructor, Musashina Kenoru. Ahaha, you still remember me. After all these years without contact, I was reminded of you upon hearing the news about Shuji Academy. I have yet to find my true path in kendo. I recently returned home to inherit the dojo. Will you come visit? Since parting ways with Musashina Kenoru, Shinnosuke had not touched a sword for quite some time. Yet the title of born swordsman in the system was not to be taken lightly. Fortunately, I have not yet started school and have some free time in the coming days, he replied. Upon hearing Shinnosuke's affirmation, Musashina Kenoru let out a sigh of relief, knowing well that his student possessed a capricious nature, making him rather challenging to manage. I just inherited this dojo from my father, and you are my only student. I sincerely hope you can come see it. Is it only because you need my assistance that you remember me? Shinnosuke teased. Nonsense. I have been seeking the essence of kendo. And I have also experienced significant growth over the years. His light-hearted banter momentarily caught Musashi no Kinoru off guard, though he quickly regained his composure, realizing that his student's wandering pursuits had indeed borne fruit. Your willingness to come is truly wonderful. I will send you the location. Are you free this afternoon? Shinnosuke had not wielded a sword in ages. During middle school, he had relied on his exceptional swimming speed to secure a place at SBU High, ultimately gaining admission to the newly merged Shuji Academy. All right, I'll send you the location now. Don't be late this afternoon, Musashi no Kinoru said, his voice brimming with joy. Once the call ended, Shinnosuke exhaled deeply. Since parting with Musashi no Kinoru, he had not picked up a sword again. Due to the merging of worlds, Kendo held significant prestige in this realm, with renowned Kendo masters thriving in their dojos, enjoying both wealth and high social standing. Professional Kendo competitions were even more popular than sumo wrestling events. Chapter 11. My Beautiful Girl Game Will Never Have NTR. This is a bedroom dominated by pink hues, exuding a distinctly girlish charm. Scattered across the floor are numerous sketches, and a golden-haired girl clad in a green tracksuit is intently focused on her computer, creating something on her graphics tablet. On the screen sits a somewhat scruffy young man, reminiscent of Hiroshi Nohara, albeit with a more profound gaze. He lounges on a sofa, cradling an adorable Yorkshire Terrier in his arms. The dog, predominantly adorned in golden fur with a hint of bluish-gray, gazes up at the young man in the drawing. Though the youth appears a bit disheveled, the Yorkshire Terrier is evidently well cared for, its coat shiny and smooth, adorned with several little braids, resembling a doll. As she gazes at the young man and the dog in the drawing, the expression on Irie's face is one of complexity. Those are memories spanning over a decade. In this world, she is merely a high school student, while dogs, with their short lifespans and rapid metabolisms, are acutely aware of the passage of time. When comparing these two memories, her years living as Little Pear and Shinnosuke are far clearer and more profound. Irie feels a wave of restlessness as she observes the artwork. How she longs for her owner's embrace. She desires her owner to bathe her and groom her, to gently pat her head and scratch her chin. Yet, she is no longer Little Pear, and Shinnosuke is no longer the same Shinnosuke. After 2 days of contemplation, Irie has made a decision. She will pursue Shinnosuke. In this lifetime, she cannot remain merely as his dog. She will become his beloved. Regardless of the role she assumes, they shall share their lives together. This time, she will not be the one to depart first. While Irie fantasizes about a beautiful future with Shinnosuke, a series of notifications from her phone startles her. What is it? Such a dampener. She picks up her phone and frowns. Friend request, Aki Tomoya. Childhood friend? Nonsense. How could anyone be more important than her owner? During her years as Little Pear in another world, Irie had long since clarified her sparse social connections. Upon reflection, Aki Tomoya, her childhood friend, possesses no redeeming qualities. The events they encountered in elementary school were a misstep on her part, though for a little girl, it certainly cannot be deemed a grave error. Everyone has their own perspective, and it is impossible to think of others at all times. After that incident, they had lost all contact. Why now? Would he wish to add her online? After a moment's hesitation, Irie decides to accept the request, acknowledging that she had erred in that situation. Thus owing Aki Tomoya a favor. Taki. Irie, I have a favor to ask of you. Aki Tomoya runs a blog named Taki, which has earned a respectable reputation in the ACG community for its objective and responsible reviews, refusing any sponsorship. Little Pear, what is it? Irie's reply momentarily catches Aki Tomoya off guard, sensing something amiss. Although he pretends to be oblivious, he understands everything. He merely feigns ignorance. Irie is too transparent. A proud and determined childhood friend. However, the weight of Irie's family background bears heavily upon him, and her mother, Sayuri, is exceedingly difficult. Aki Tomoya has no doubt that if he were to cross a line with Irie, the Sawamura family would dispose of him in Tokyo Bay. He cannot envision a future with Irie. His pitiful self-esteem and insecurity prevent him from accepting the possibility of being with a young lady of her stature. Especially after encountering Kei Kato at the detective slope, he realized that an ordinary girl like her is his ideal heroine. Taki, I want to create my own game. The most perfect gal game in the world. Irie, will you be my character designer? Together, we shall create the most magnificent game ever. Having sent this message, Aki Tomoya is certain of his success. Irie must be overjoyed. Even if she feigns indifference, she will surely agree in the end. However, after the message was sent and marked as read, Irie took her time to respond, causing Aki Tomoya to grow anxious. Wasn't Irie fond of him? Hadn't she been eagerly awaiting his apology for them to reconcile? Could she be too overwhelmed? Little pair, what kind of game? Do you have a specific plan? What will my pay be? Taki. Aki Tomoya stares at Irie's message, utterly incredulous. Could it be that Sayuri is using Irie's phone? Taki. I haven't thought that far ahead, but once school starts, we can establish a club. It will be our beautiful girl game. Isn't that exciting? Indeed. Aki Tomoya had not considered the finer details. Irie, as a skilled artist in the realm of adult games, would easily suffice as a character designer. As for the planning, writing, programming, and background music, he had given them no thought. Having played numerous games, he believed handling these matters would be a breeze. After all, don't protagonists in anime often triumph over villains while shouting about friendship, bonds, and promises? If he pours his heart into it, how could he possibly fail to create a game? Little pair, you might want to think it over. If you can present a compelling plan that moves me, I might consider offering you a discounted rate, given our acquaintance. Taki. Aki Tomoya is now certain that the person on the other side of the phone is definitely not Irie. Or has Irie's pride evolved to a new level? Merely teasing him? Taki. I will prepare thoroughly. Never mind. I will wait until school resumes to discuss it in person. Irie will surely agree. By the way, what did that girl he met last time look like? Aki Tomoya has entirely forgotten Kei Kato's appearance, though he vaguely recalls her beauty. She is quite ordinary. Yet a hidden beauty. What a splendid premise. Aki Tomoya feels that their encounter at the detective slope was a fated meeting, and Kei Kato is destined to be his heroine. As he contemplates this, Aki Tomoya cannot help but think of Shinnosuke. What a detestable man. Alas, this is my game, and I shall dictate the plot. My beautiful girl game will never have NTR. Meanwhile, Irie shakes her head, realizing Aki Tomoya remains unchanged. Diving headfirst into game development without consideration, she does not have the luxury of time to indulge Aki Tomoya's whims. The name Hiragi Irie is quite renowned in the adult game industry, with substantial royalties. Aki Tomoya expects to take advantage of her? Absolutely not. Chapter 12, The Swordmaster? I am already one, Shinnosuke. Over here. As soon as Shinnosuke alighted from the train, he heard a voice calling out to him. Musashi no Kenta, waiting not far from the platform, hurried over. It's been ages. You've grown so tall, Kenta exclaimed, astonished that the once chubby boy had transformed into such a handsome young man. Despite Shinnosuke's remarkable metamorphosis, Kenta instantly recognized his disciple, approaching him and giving his shoulder a friendly pat. Master, it's been a long time, Shinnosuke replied. Before him stood a slightly more weathered Kenta, now resembling a mature man. With long hair and a beard, he exuded a more pronounced aura of a kendo practitioner. His attire, once tattered, now seemed considerably more refined, suggesting that his decision to inherit his father's dojo had brought him some financial stability. Kenta was among the few who genuinely appreciated Shinnosuke from the depths of his heart. An ardent pursuer of kendo, his upright and benevolent nature was hard to disfavor. Indeed, it has been a while. Since our parting, I have been in search of the essence of kendo. When the time comes, you shall be astounded. You called me over in such a hurry. Something must have happened, hasn't he? Shinnosuke discerned. Kenta's kendo philosophy clashed significantly with his father's, prompting him to leave home early in pursuit of his own path. His sudden return likely indicated some ailment afflicting his father, and seeking to inherit the dojo would undoubtedly be met with resistance, thus compelling him to seek assistance from his only disciple, Shinnosuke. But what could he possibly do to help? You're still so mature for your age. Let us talk as we walk. Kenta felt a sense of nostalgia seeing the once mischievous and independent boy he had trained grow into the person before him. I probably haven't mentioned it before, but the swordsmanship inherited from my family's dojo belongs to the Kaioshin Maitokyu style. However, I do not adhere to its philosophy, which is why I ventured out to seek my own path and establish my own style. Shinnosuke glanced at the disheveled and weary-looking Kenta and couldn't resist a quip. Could it be that your untidy living conditions led to a conflict with your father? Kenta's expression stiffened. This kid, always hitting the nail on the head. The Kaioshin Maitokyu style demands only one thing, poise. Every movement in combat must exude artistry, emphasizing beauty and elegance throughout the fight. Yet, Kenta clearly did not embody elegance, making his disapproval of the style's philosophy entirely reasonable. What truly matters is that my father can no longer manage the dojo due to health issues. My return is also due to a wager I have with him. Kenta turned his gaze towards Shinnosuke. The competition among dojos is fierce. During the era of the shogunate, Kaioshin Maitokyu was indeed a style that harmonized art and practicality. However, in modern times, it has become overly focused on artistry, neglecting practical combat. Consequently, despite having many disciples and being sought after by the affluent, the dojo has consistently ranked poorly in recent kendo competitions. If my father retires, the dojo's influence will diminish significantly. My wager with him is that at the upcoming Tamakiri flag competition, my disciple will seize the championship, thereby elevating the dojo's reputation. At this juncture, Kenta suddenly realized that Shinnosuke had vanished. He turned to see Shinnosuke walking away without a backward glance. Wait, Shinnosuke, I had no choice but to accept this wager. You are my only disciple. As he hurried after Shinnosuke, Kenta could no longer hold back his tears. You wouldn't want to see me homeless again, would you? I've endured enough hardships trying to master a stylish finishing move. Furthermore, I wish to demonstrate the true essence of kendo to my father. Reluctantly halting, Shinnosuke recognized that Kenta meant no malice and was not attempting to impose moral obligations. I haven't practiced kendo in ages. How could I possibly win the Tamakiri flag? It's only a few months away, I assent it. My father, he speaks harshly but is soft-hearted. He calls it a wager only to see how my disciple performs. Don't take the Tamakiri flag too seriously. It appeared that neither father nor son possessed a forthright demeanor. A stubborn father had raised a stubborn son. Their philosophies diverged greatly. Yet their singular similarity lay in their pursuit of kendo. Was that the essence of their story? Shinnosuke's precise observation only served to embarrass Kenta further. Let us go. Just so you know, it's quite rare for me to finally have my own place. I'm busy enjoying my youth and don't have time to practice. Shinnosuke, your talent is unparalleled in my lifetime. If it were you, you would undoubtedly become a contemporary sword master. Gazing at the natural sword master passive skill on his system, Shinnosuke felt a tinge of confusion. Sword master? I've already attained that status. Following Kenta, he listened to the tales of Kenta's experiences since their separation. After parting ways, Kenta continued to seek the kendo he held within his heart, wandering in search of inspiration to develop his own signature move. This world holds kendo in high regard. There are countless masters in Japan, yet their skills vary widely. Just how formidable could a so-called sword master truly be? Shinnosuke pondered, unsure of his own capabilities in kendo. When he trained under Kenta, he was but a child, yet even then, he could slice falling leaves with chopsticks. As the awakening of his system began to flow, Shinnosuke had long since realized that his physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Come on, snap out of it. If I don't have children in the future, you shall inherit this dojo. Shinnosuke grimaced. Spare me, please. What do you know? Our dojo wields significant influence. It is currently the most prominent dojo of the Kaioshin Maitokyu style. Many prestigious families and investors contribute funds to the dojo, yielding a staggering annual income. Moreover, the status of a kendo practitioner is not to be underestimated. Kenta earnestly tried to persuade Shinnosuke to consider inheriting the dojo in the future. Master, I assume you have never been in a relationship, have you? Surely, you can't be so inept at flirting with girls that you feel you must rely on me to inherit the dojo? Kenta's expression turned rigid as Shinnosuke inadvertently pierced through his hidden concerns. I am a kendo practitioner. How could I possibly be inept at flirting? Besides, kendo is of utmost importance to me. What use is there for women? Chapter 13. Becoming a sorcerer by remaining single until 30. Is it truly the case that you have never experienced love? They say that remaining single until 30 will lead one to become a sorcerer. Master, why have you not harnessed this power to become a master of the sword? What are you speaking of? Such a glitch manga plot. If being single until 30 guarantees mastery, then the entirety of Japan would be filled with sword masters. I am currently at the 7th dan in kendo, which is no small feat, and it was achieved through my father's connections. This world places immense value on kendo, and the assessments and rankings hold significant variations. To attract more attention and expand the influence of kendo, competitions have been divided into two categories: modern kendo and classical kendo. Modern kendo involves wearing protective gear and wielding wooden swords, where points are scored by striking valid areas to determine the victor. Conversely, classical kendo engages practitioners with unsharpened samurai swords, offering a more visually striking and competitive experience. Even engaging in life and death battles with sharpened swords is acknowledged. Training in modern kendo allows one to attain a maximum of 6th dan. Only classical kendo permits participation in assessments for 7th dan and above. with the highest rank being 9th Dan, beyond which one becomes a master of Kendo. Unfortunately, in modern Japan, no one has yet conquered the dojos of various styles to achieve the status of a sword master. Musashi no Kentai's abilities undoubtedly exceed 7th Dan. Yet the various industries here are quite insular and exclusive. A prime example is the Agricultural Association, which ostensibly protects farmers' interests, but in reality, profits are siphoned off by capitalists, resulting in exorbitant prices for ordinary citizens seeking fruits and vegetables. In addition to assessments, Kendo training also demands time and age requirements. Unless one can surpass a higher-ranking examiner, promotion remains exceedingly challenging. Of course, there are alternative methods, such as having robust connections or taking shortcuts. Only 7th Dan. How pitiful. Shinnosuke expressed disdain. Yet he understood that in this world, Kendo is highly esteemed and intertwined with significant interests, making the elevation of ranks quite arduous. You, who are not even 1st Dan, dare to criticize me. Fortunately, the Yuryu flag imposes no rank restrictions. As they spoke, the duo arrived at the dojo entrance. Inscribed on the plaque were the grand characters, Musashi no Kaioshin Mizuki School, likely pinned by a renowned calligrapher. When will it be transformed into a style of our own? Musashi no Kentai murmured while gazing at the plaque. Beside him, Shinnosuke shook his head, perceiving that his master was rather transparent. It was likely that a conflict with his father in childhood had sparked his desire to prove himself. The discord between father and son is the most challenging to navigate. Upon entering the Grand Gate, they traversed a luxurious courtyard that epitomized traditional Japanese aesthetics, exuding profound ambience. Shinnosuke held little interest in such style. The annual maintenance costs for such a courtyard amounted to an astronomical figure for him. Kentai, my father has a rather stern demeanor. It would be prudent to exercise caution. Reflecting on Shinnosuke's personality, Musashi no Kentai felt a twinge of concern and offered a word of advice. Instead of proceeding into the dojo, they followed a narrow path that led to a residence behind the dojo. Father. In front of the dwelling stood an elderly man with white hair. Clad in a patterned kendo uniform, his back turned towards them. His physique was robust, yet his silhouette conveyed a sense of a hero in his twilight years. Upon hearing Musashi no Kentai's call, he turned around. Father, this is my disciple, Nohara Shinnosuke, who possesses extraordinary talent in kendo. Musashi no Kentai spoke with pride, expressing his confidence in Shinnosuke's abilities. Shinnosuke, this is my father, Musashi Ikekin. Musashi Ikekin did not respond to his son, but instead gazed intently at Shinnosuke. With long hair and a meticulously groomed beard, he appeared far more disciplined than Musashi no Kentai. His unwavering stare at Shinnosuke cast a heavy atmosphere over the encounter. Having devoted their lives to the practice of kendo, the intensity radiating from both Musashi father and son was palpable. Musashi no Kentai stood before Shinnosuke, facing his father. As their spirits clashed and escalated, neither yielding. Sigh. Suddenly, Musashi Ikekin let out a deep sigh. You are Shinnosuke, correct? Due to injuries, I can no longer wield a sword. Even wielding a wooden sword has become a considerable struggle. Since you are recognized as his disciple, I shall grant you an opportunity to showcase your talent. Should you earn my approval, you will become the heir of the Musashi Dojo. Shinnosuke furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling turn of events. Could this father and son duo have already discerned that he is a natural-born sword master? Why are they so eager for him to inherit the dojo? Seeing his father's mention of injury, Musashi no Kentai felt a wave of melancholy. Having devoted a lifetime to kendo, to be unable to wield a sword in old age is an unparalleled blow for a swordsman. Kentai should have informed you that if possible, securing a position at the Yuryu flag would greatly benefit our dojo. Follow me, let me gauge your temperament. Musashi Ikekin's tone softened as he regarded Shinnosuke with the eyes of a mentor, sensing that Shinnosuke appeared more reliable than his own son. Leading the way, Musashi Ikekin walked ahead with Shinnosuke and Musashi no Kentai trailing behind. Ken, I should have briefed you on our dojo's circumstances. This lad does possess some talent. Yet he struggles to focus, constantly seeking to master some ultimate technique, naively believing that reality mirrors a game. The father's critique left Musashi no Kentai feeling quite embarrassed. He scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Although I am unaware of your kendo prowess, since you are a person acknowledged by this lad, I shall certainly take your training seriously. Our dojo may not be exceptionally formidable, yet due to our stylistic emphasis on artistry, we remain quite esteemed within upper-class circles. It suffices for you two to maintain the dojo's reputation without necessarily having high ranks. Shinnosuke remained silent, gaining insight into the stubbornness of the father and son duo. Both were obstinate and unwilling to concede. If they allowed Musashi no Kentai to venture out for so many years, how could they not harbor affection for their son? At the very least, Shinnosuke believed that Musashi Ikekin had always been discreetly observing Musashi no Kentai. Not long after, they arrived at the dojo, where numerous practitioners were engaged in sword training. "Do you not possess a sword?" Musashi Ikekin inquired, casting a glance at Shinnosuke. Typically, those who practice kendo have a sword custom-made for them, whether it be wooden or iron, tailored specifically to their needs. Each individual's habits, physical conditions, and factors such as the sword's length and balance significantly influence their swordsmanship. Ever since parting ways with my master, I have not trained with a sword again. Chapter 14. The Musashi Dojo is saved. Is this how you conduct yourself as a master? Are you so irresponsible towards your own disciples? The admonition from Musashi Yiken left Musashi Yajinta feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Here, use this wooden sword. It was mine in the past." He retrieved a finely crafted wooden sword from a nearby cabinet and handed it to Shinojo. The sword bore numerous scars, a testament to its frequent use. For most practitioners of kendo, wooden swords are employed far more often, as they are safer for practice and sparring. As Shinojo grasped the wooden sword, he felt an unfamiliar surge of power emanating from within, as if the sword had become a part of him. "Rokushin, come here for a moment." At Musashi Yiken's call, a fellow student who appeared to be around Shinojo's age approached. This was Ayama Rokushin, a senior at Shuchian High School, currently ranked 5th Dan in kendo and the president of the kendo club. "This is Nohara Shinojo, my son's disciple, who will soon be enrolling at Shuchian. I hope you can assess his kendo skills." Ayama Rokushin stood at approximately 175 meters tall, robust in stature, and possessed a broad appearance, his squinting eyes giving him an intimidating presence as he donned a white kendo uniform. "Hello, Nohara-kun," he greeted cheerfully, though his squinting eyes made his smile seem somewhat sinister. "Hello." Suppressing the fluttering excitement within him, Shinojo nodded in acknowledgement. "I wonder what rank Nohara-kun is in kendo. Will you be joining the kendo club when school starts? Our club is currently in dire need of members. I haven't participated in any kendo examinations. I attended a competition once in kindergarten, but haven't practiced since." Shinojo's response evidently surprised Ayama Rokushin. Surely, the disciple of Musashi Yiken's son should possess at least a 3rd or 4th Dan rank, he thought. Although Shinojo had not practiced for a long time, his innate talent was extraordinary and should not be underestimated. At that moment, Musashi Yajinta interjected, fully recognizing Shinojo's latent talent, convinced that he harbored an astonishing kendo prowess. "All right, let us conduct a brief test. Just remember to hold back. There's no need for protective gear. To advance beyond the 6th Dan, one must abandon wooden swords and protective gear, engaging in real combat. Most kendo practitioners aim to avoid protective equipment during practice and duels. Come on, Nohara-kun, let us have a simple match." Ayama Rokushin lifted his wooden sword and stepped onto the practice area, drawing the attention of fellow students who gathered to witness the duel. Shinojo, gripping his wooden sword, slowly approached Ayama Rokushin. "Nohara-kun, you may attack first." Being a senior, he believed it proper to allow the junior, who had not practiced in a long while, the first move, thus showcasing his own grace and encouraging Shinojo to join the kendo club. Shinojo remained silent. Ever since he had taken up the wooden sword, an odd sensation enveloped him, as if the pent-up emotions within were ready to burst forth, with only the act of swinging the sword capable of providing release. Before the awakening of the system, no one, except him, had noticed the continuous cycle of time. As a 5-year-old child, he had lived an untold number of years, his heart shrouded in oppression. The notion of pure happiness felt utterly false, akin to being a marionette, manipulated on a stage. Were such days to persist, he might very well lose his sanity. Nohara Shinojo was a born swordsman. Such an ability might be rooted in the tropes of animation, solidified into a passive skill after the system altered this world. After all, at the tender age of 5, he had the capability to sever falling leaves from a distance using chopsticks. What, then, was his kendo? Those deemed swordsmen in the annals of Japanese history have invariably earned their names, capable of founding their own schools. As a born swordsman, what did kendo signify to Shinojo? He lifted his gaze to meet Ayama Rokushin's. That single glance caused a cold sweat to bead on Rokushin's brow. Shinojo's eyes bore no emotion, a gaze that could only be described as lifeless. Yet, the intensity of his stare was beyond comprehension, as if he were being scrutinized by an unknown beast. I will die. I certainly will die. I must flee. But before he could act, Shinojo's sword was already descending upon him. From the moment Shinojo raised his head, he captured the attention of all around him. Although his movements were swift, they felt agonizingly slow, as if time itself had paused at the moment of his strike. As Shinojo's sword came forth, Ayama Rokushin's face registered sheer terror, and he instinctively raised his sword to defend himself. There was no force as he had anticipated. Rokushin merely felt a sudden lightness in his hands, accompanied by a gust of wind against his face. His wooden sword shattered, as Shinojo's strike cleaved through it as effortlessly as slicing tofu, with no resistance whatsoever. The wooden sword halted mere inches from Ayama Rokushin's face, refraining from descending further. Those who had gathered to watch felt a profound sense of déjà vu. Had Shinojo's strike truly landed, it would have surely split Rokushin's head in twain. Terrifying. It was simply too terrifying. Only when Shinojo sheathed his sword did the onlookers collectively exhale. Nohara, truly, you are worthy of being my disciple. Musashi Yajinta appeared utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Musashi Yaiken, too, regained his composure. Is this truly the extraordinary kendo talent my son spoke of? This is far beyond exaggeration. Musashi Yaiken mused, questioning whether he could have withstood that strike. Even in perfect health, a reincarnated swordsman? Regardless, Musashi Dojo is saved. Ayama Rokushin gasped for breath, genuinely believing he had faced death. He dropped the broken wooden sword to the ground, suddenly feeling a chill on his face, only to discover blood upon touching it. Hadn't the sword missed him? Why was he bleeding? Cough, cough. Enough dawdling. Continue training. Nohara-kun is our dojo's future successor, diligently honing his skills. That recent draw was the culmination of years of hard work. Musashi Yaiken proclaimed, altering the narrative and designating Shinojo as the sole heir of Musashi Dojo, a prodigy who had practiced for years. All right, Shinojo, follow me. Chapter 15. He still could not comprehend the reason behind his sword strikes. Musashi, skilled in the art of swordsmanship, adeptly maintained the dojo at a commendable standard, demonstrating remarkable finesse in his response. It was imperative that this matter be swiftly managed. Shinnosuke executed a strike, lacking any profound sensation. It was merely a casual swing, devoid of intent. Rokushin, you come here as well. Musashi noted the faint scar on Akamatsu Rokushin's face. Though shallow and no longer bleeding, the mark was undeniably present. Sword energy? Is this an exaggeration? Regardless, the Musashi Dojo had been salvaged. Musashi and his son turned to leave with Shinnosuke and Akamatsu Rokushin, leaving the bewildered onlookers in the dojo. After a brief silence, a cacophony erupted. Good heavens! A wooden sword severed another wooden sword? Is this real? Did you see? There's a scar on Rokushin's face. How outrageous. Are we living in a comic book? The momentum of Shinnosuke's earlier strike had captivated everyone, including a girl with long black hair who stood in the corner. Yukino was deep in thought. She could discern that Musashi's previous remarks were merely a pretext. He was entirely unaware of the impressive swordsmanship Shinnosuke possessed. Was she truly living in a realm where supernatural forces existed? If not, how had this man, Yawara Shinnosuke, instantaneously severed a wooden sword with such a smooth cut and left a mark on that senior's face from a distance? Having transferred from Chiba to Shuchiin at her mother's behest to study swordsmanship, she had not anticipated such a surprise. Rokushin, tend to your wound. It would be unfortunate if it leaves a scar. Remember, this matter must remain confidential, understood? Rest assured, master. Those studying at the dojo referred to Musashi with such reverence. And Akamatsu Rokushin was among his most valued disciples. All right, let us go to my room. Musashi strode ahead, his pace quickening as if he might break into a run. It was inevitable, considering his unreliable son, Musashi Yawara, who had ventured out to practice his ultimate sword technique as soon as he came of age. Claiming to seek his own sword path, did he not reject the principles of the Kaishin might? Now, with a serious hand injury. The doctor had informed him that he could no longer wield a sword. Even holding chopsticks caused tremors, and exertion felt like a knife cutting through his tendons. His son had returned, yet he still disavowed the Kaishin might, philosophy. The dojo was likely destined for decline. At that moment, a prodigious talent appeared. Upon entering the room, Musashi's expression grew grave. Shinnosuke, have you truly not practiced swordsmanship for many years? Was that strike just a coincidence? I have indeed not engaged in sword training for quite some time. That strike, Shinnosuke pondered briefly. Did he need to conceal his abilities? Absurd. He was a natural swordsman. As long as it involved a sword rather than firearms, who among the neon-lit streets could rival him? At least in the realm of swordsmanship. Shinnosuke wished to seek his own direction. Evasion and concealment were not part of his ethos. It was merely a casual strike. Merely a casual strike? Musashi's lips twitched in disbelief. In that case, I shall invite my junior disciples in due time to assess your prowess, followed by arranging an examination for your swordsmanship ranking. What do you think? If you secure a position at the Yulong banner, this dojo will be yours to inherit. While the Musashi dojo's strength might not be formidable, its adherence to the rigorous tenets of the Kaioshin might re-imbued it with sufficient artistry to attract the upper echelons of society. Many scions of affluent families sought affiliation, ensuring financial stability. Musashi was eager to bind this genius, Shinnosuke, to their dojo. In this famed blade Kaioshin, the heirloom sword of the Kaioshin might will also be passed down to you. He gestured toward a treasured sword, sheathed on a rack behind him. Musashi Yawara, standing nearby, had no objections. He had no desire to inherit the dojo, which was why he had fled in the first place. I do not subscribe to the principles of the Kaioshin might. I seek to discover my own sword path. That is perfectly acceptable. The youth should pursue their dreams. As long as you acknowledge yourself as a successor of the Musashi dojo. Musashi Yawara gaped, astonished. How can this be? Is he truly your son? In that case, I have no objections. Excellent. Splendid. Upon confirming this arrangement, Musashi was filled with uncontainable joy. I will handle the subsequent matters. Do not practice swordsmanship at the dojo today, and let us plan for another opportunity. Though Shinnosuke's earlier strike had been somewhat astonishing, with careful management, it would not yield any significant repercussions. Other dojos would merely assume it was a feint he had orchestrated. Yawara, please escort Shinnosuke home. While the atmosphere is still warm, I will contact some old acquaintances. Managing the dojo alone was exhausting. Musashi had felt despondent until he suddenly glimpsed a promising future. As Shinnosuke's talent gradually came to light, the Musashi dojo was destined to ascend to greatness. At that point, it would not matter if it were renamed the Yawara dojo. My father is like that. Apart from his desire to elevate the dojo, he cares for nothing else. As the two exited the dojo, Musashi Yawara quietly commented, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Is that so? I sense that master is quite concerned about you. Perhaps it is you who has been somewhat headstrong. Shinnosuke's retort was sharp, striking a nerve in Musashi Yawara. How dare you speak to your master in such a manner? Though, have I truly been a bit headstrong? Musashi Yawara contemplated, realizing he might indeed have been somewhat willful. He looked up only to see that Shinnosuke had already moved quite far ahead. No need to see me off. I can take the train myself. What a pretentious little brat. Musashi Yawara shook his head, finally realizing his own stubbornness. His father's management of the dojo was no easy task. He resolved to return and assist Musashi in addressing the dojo's affairs. On the train, Shinnosuke felt even more perplexed. That earlier strike, indeed, as he had asserted, was merely a casual swing. He still could not fathom the purpose behind his sword strikes. Chapter 16. Discussing personal matters in public is quite indelicate. Greetings, everyone. I am Hiratsuka Shizuka, your homeroom teacher and life guidance instructor. Now, let us proceed with brief self-introductions. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Following the opening ceremony, Hiratsuka Shizuka convened a small meeting with her students. As she scanned the room, her gaze fell upon a familiar curly-haired boy, causing her eyelid to twitch involuntarily. That little rascal. He has fallen into my hands. Hello, everyone. I'm Kazama Toru. I hope to get along well with everyone over the next 3 years, and I aspire to run for class president to serve you all. Fortuitously, Shinojo and Kazama Toru found themselves in the same class. Due to the merger of multiple schools, the number of first-year classes was quite substantial, making it a rare occurrence to be placed together. One by one, the students introduced themselves. Yukino Shida Yukino. A beautiful girl with long black hair stood up from the desk in front of Shinojo, briefly stating her name before promptly sitting down. Such a succinct introduction drew the attention of many in the class. Hiratsuka Shizuka let out a sigh. Despite being sisters, their differences were stark. That stubborn and obstinate nature is rather challenging to manage. I am Nohara Shinojo, skilled in various sports, a lover of chocolate biscuits, and I find mature and alluring older women particularly captivating. All right, let's not delve into that. Let us conclude the self-introductions here. Upon hearing the phrase mature and alluring, Hiratsuka Shizuka's heart raced. Surely, This boy isn't hinting at me, is he? Teacher-student relationships are strictly forbidden. But what if he is persistently pursuing me? No, no, I must correct his misguided thoughts. Tomorrow marks the commencement of formal classes. I hope everyone arrives punctually. For now, let us disband. Nohara Shinojo, Kazama Toru, and Yukino Shida. Yukino, please come to my office for a moment. After speaking, she turned and briskly exited the classroom. Yukino perceptively noticed that Hiratsuka Shizuka's cheeks were slightly flushed. Is it due to the weather? But it isn't particularly warm today, is it? Shin, your self-introduction was rather exaggerated, wasn't it? We are high school students now. We must be mindful of our image. Kazama approached Shinojo, looking somewhat exasperated. Haha, a self-introduction is meant to showcase one's characteristics. That is how one is remembered quickly. Isn't it? Shinojo laughed. Ah, never mind. Discussing this with you is futile. Let us go see what the teacher wants with us. In this neon-lit society, causing inconvenience to others is an unwritten rule. Those who do not conform are often viewed as a nuisance, likely to face ostracism or even bullying from their peers. However, Shinojo likely wouldn't concern himself with such matters. Yukino silently followed the two as they departed. Nohara Shinojo, she thought. Recalling the sword strike he delivered at the Musashi Dojo. It was difficult to reconcile the person from that moment with the one currently introducing himself so boldly in public. Are all kendo prodigies this eccentric? I have heard that the eldest daughter of the Tokido family has a peculiar personality as well. Soon, Shinojo and Kazama reached the office. Unfortunately, Kazama did not recognize Hiratsuka Shizuka as the beautiful woman Shinojo had approached in the CAF that day. Kazama Toru, do you have aspirations to become class president? Indeed. Hiratsuka-sensei, I was class president in both elementary and middle school. Very well, I see. However, the election for class president will require voting and discussion. After the first week of school, we shall conduct the formal voting process. In the meantime, you should work on building rapport with your classmates. Understood. Shinojo shook his head at Kazama's typical demeanor, diligently striving to navigate through a life that seemed preordained like a marionette. After conversing with Kazama, Hiratsuka Shizuka turned her attention to Shinojo. He met her gaze without trepidation, and after 2 seconds, it was Hiratsuka Shizuka who felt somewhat guilty and shifted her focus to Yukino Shida. Yukino, let us address this troublesome boy last. Yukino Shida, your sister was once my student. She entrusted me with the responsibility of looking after you. You should be aware that, following the merger of schools, your academic standing is now merely above average. Not among the top tier. This school harbors many prodigies, so I hope you can adjust your demeanor and cultivate friendships. These words were necessary for Hiratsuka Shizuka to convey. The merger of schools would introduce many formidable individuals from the Yukino Shida family. Yukino Shida's obstinate nature could lead to trouble for herself and her family. Yukino paused momentarily before nodding. Her mother had conveyed similar sentiments just days prior to the start of school. Hiratsuka Shizuka's tone was clearly one of concern. Yet, Yukino was reluctant to acknowledge her own difficult personality. And as for you, Nohara Shinojo, Hiratsuka Shizuka suddenly realized the presence of 2 other students and was uncertain how to address Shinojo. While everyone is entitled to their preferences, discussing such matters so openly in public is rather impolite. You must be mindful of your influence. Moreover, you were admitted as a special talent, and there is a considerable gap in your academic performance compared to your peers in this school. If you cannot secure a significant award within 3 years, graduation may be jeopardized. Shinojo nodded. He was well aware of this. However, given his physical prowess, he could not only compete with the high school students of Neon, but could also secure numerous medals at the Olympics. Very well, that will be all for now. Goodbye. Hiratsuka-sensei. Farewell, Shizuka. Huh. As the 3 exited the office, Hiratsuka Shizuka suddenly felt something amiss. Did he just call her Shizuka? A wave of embarrassment and irritation washed over her. This wretched boy was indeed feigning ignorance. She couldn't help but recall the comments he made during self-introduction. The description of a mature and alluring woman? Though not self-praising, Hiratsuka Shizuka believed it applied to her in terms of appearance and figure. Shinojo had the audacity to speak such words in class. It was utterly infuriating, particularly since she was the only one who could comprehend his insinuations. The teacher within her ignited with fervor, and she resolutely decided to correct Shinojo's misguided notions. He must not stray down the wrong path. Focus on your studies and aim for Tokyo University. That is the only way they could envision a future together. Wait, how could I possibly have a future with him? Chapter 17. In this life, no more defeat. Since that fateful encounter on Detective Hill, Aki-Len has been in a state of disarray, with the scene replaying in his mind incessantly. Though it was supposed to be a perfect serendipity meant for him, the unwelcome presence of Nohara Shinnosuke marred the moment. Over the past few days, he has come to a resolute conclusion. He must create his very own visual novel centered around a beautiful girl in love. To pursue this dream, he reached out to the long-silent Inori, who he hadn't spoken to since elementary school. Although Inori's demeanor towards him has always been less than amiable, Aki-Len believes it is merely her tsundere nature at play. Surely, if he earnestly requests her support in person, she will acquiesce. Next on his agenda is securing his female protagonist. Today, upon returning to school, Aki-Len discovered that they are indeed classmates. However, this Kana seems rather indifferent to his proposal and shows no inclination to join his club or collaborate on the visual novel. Yet, he remains optimistic that if he earnestly expresses his determination, she will surely agree. Aki-Len is a person who remains unfazed by the opinions of others. Just as the teacher announced the end of class, he made his way to Inori's classroom, only to find that the familiar golden-haired figure was absent, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. Where could she be? Ever since the events of their past, Aki-Len has kept a watchful eye on Inori, harboring feelings of concern for her. However, his own insecurities prevent him from lowering his guard. The encounter on Detective Hill did not merely stir romantic aspirations. It revealed a narrative that perfectly aligns with his fantasies, a tale where an ordinary girl meets an ordinary boy, and together they navigate a simple yet fulfilling life. To Aki-Len, simplicity embodies happiness, representing a sense of control devoid of unexpected turbulence. In the realm of visual novels, as long as one methodically pursues the heroine, unforeseen calamities are unlikely to arise. However, the closer he grows to Inori, the more he fears that someone far more exceptional will inevitably come along and whisk her away. Much like Nohara Shinnosuke did during their initial meeting. Only an unremarkable heroine is truly suited for him. If only she could exist with a lower profile, easily overlooked by others. As the teacher announced the dismissal, Inori eagerly dashed out of the classroom. From her friend Sayaka, she had learned that Shinnosuke was her junior, and although she had harbored some reservations about the merger of Toinoki and Shuchian, she now felt a wave of relief. As Shinnosuke's senpai, it was imperative for her to get to know him and share a blissful life together. However, upon arriving at Shinnosuke's classroom, she found herself disappointed not to see the boy she had been longing for. Hello. Inori summoned her courage to inquire of a classmate. Do you know where Nohara Shinnosuke is? He was called to the teacher's office by Ms. Hiratsuka just a little while ago, came the reply. I see, thank you. As Inori pondered whether to seek Shinnosuke in the teacher's office, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar yet strange figure, freezing her in place. With long reddish-brown hair styled in a princess cut and donned in Shuchian's uniform, she exuded an air of aristocracy. Taller than Inori, perhaps around 164 centimeters. Her most striking feature was her voluptuous figure, likely a D-cup. Su Ai. The daughter of the Su family, she was the epitome of perfection, embodying the quintessential image of a wealthy heiress far more than Inori. The Sawamura family paled in comparison, lacking the same stature, though her father serves as a diplomat, currently the ambassador to Neon, placing them on relatively equal footing. Inori did not know her personally, but the excitement coursing through her was due to the fact that in another world, this lady from the Su family was Shinnosuke's former girlfriend. She had chosen to part ways with him to fulfill her family obligations, leaving Shinnosuke despondent for quite some time. Su Ai regarded Inori with an air of condescension. Sawamura's only daughter, what business do you have with Nohara Shinnosuke? Do you two know each other? As their gazes locked, Inori felt an inexplicable wave of guilt wash over her. Is this the pressure of a rightful partner? If truth be told, this girl had once occupied the role of her mistress in another realm and reveled in showcasing her relationship with Shinnosuke. How infuriating. An idea sparked in Inori's mind, prompting her to discreetly retreat. She offered a gracious smile to Su Ai before turning to leave. Sawamura, are you looking for Nohara Shinnosuke? Su Ai's voice interrupted Inori's escape. I am headed there as well. Let's go together. What? Inori's eyes widened in shock, only to see Su Ai already striding toward the teacher's office. Damn it. I have resolved never to be a defeated dog. Inori steeled herself and bravely pursued. What does it matter that she is the daughter of the Su family? She too had chosen to separate from Shinnosuke for familial reasons. Unlike her, Inori's parents would undoubtedly support her relationship with Shinnosuke, perhaps even their marriage. Su'u Ai continued ahead, subtly observing the mixed-race beauty beside her. Golden hair, cerulean eyes. A slender and graceful form. Though lacking in certain assets, she possessed alluring proportions. Alas, compared to herself, she still fell short. Fully aware of Shinnosuke's taste, Su'u Ai puffed out her chest, dismissing Inori as inconsequential. Hey, Shinnosuke, how about we grab a bite to eat later? Kazama Toru, who had rented an apartment nearby, was eager to invite Shinnosuke out for dinner after school. I'll be checking out the kendo club, so perhaps another time, Shinnosuke replied, shaking his head. He had made plans with Aoyama Riku to visit Shuchian's kendo club today. Kendo club? I recall you haven't practiced in quite some time, Kazama noted, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, it's been a while since I last practiced. However, as Ms. Hiratsuka mentioned earlier, aside from boxing and kendo, I'm not particularly interested in other sports, Shinnosuke explained. Not far behind, Yukino Shida Yukino was eavesdropping, absorbing valuable information. So, it seems Nohara is fond of boxing? Young Master Shinnosuke. A familiar voice suddenly called out, prompting both Shinnosuke and Kazama to turn in unison. Ai. Indeed. They turned to see a familiar yet unfamiliar figure standing gracefully at a distance, watching them intently. Chapter 18. How can my youth be filled with NTR? The young lady of the Suwa family? And the sole daughter of the Sawamura clan? Yukino Shida Yukino, who was covertly observing from a short distance behind Shinnosuke, felt a surge of curiosity. As she gazed upon the dignified Suwa Aoi before her, Shinnosuke found himself momentarily entranced. He had absorbed the memories of Eriri from a parallel world, which naturally included the reminiscences of a romantic relationship with Suwa Aoi. In another realm, the two had only crossed paths after graduating from university, but due to the disapproval of the Suwa family, they had opted to part ways. Aoi had been heartbroken, resolving to return and assert her control over the family before seeking out Shinnosuke again, yet she had not succeeded before her untimely demise. The poised and graceful young lady before him was undeniably a yandere at heart. It has been a while, young Shinnosuke. We can be classmates again. Suwa Aoi approached without regard for her surroundings, stepping closer to Shinnosuke and wrapping her arms around his. The soft sensation emanating from her arm, accompanied by a faint fragrance as she drew near, left Shinnosuke momentarily flustered. Fortunately, he had never harbored intense feelings for his peers, maintaining a strong composure. It's been a while, Aoi, he replied, and upon seeing that Shinnosuke remained unaffected by her allure, Aoi was pleased to release her hold. Surprise! Young Shinnosuke. We can be classmates again, not just in high school, but I will remain in Japan from now on. How infuriating! Eriri, not far away, clenched her fists in frustration. Yet she had no justification to intervene, relegated to watching as Aoi clung to Shinnosuke's arm. Upon catching sight of Shinnosuke, tears involuntarily streamed down Eriri's face. He appeared even younger than she remembered, untouched by the harshness of reality, exuding the vigor of youth. Determined, Eriri resolved to protect Shinnosuke's youthful spirit. Young Shinnosuke, I have matters to attend to in the student council. I am the vice president, you know. I will prepare your lunch for tomorrow. I must take my leave. Suwa Aoi felt a wave of satisfaction upon seeing Shinnosuke. The student council indeed had numerous affairs to deal with. She had just enrolled and immediately assumed the role of vice president, leveraging the influence of the Suwa family. The current president of the student council was Kagaya Shinomiya, and the Shuchian Academy had been developed through investments from the Shinomiya family, but the merger of several schools had been facilitated by the Suwa family. Kagaya was a child born out of wedlock, while Aoi was the sole heir of the Suwa family, thus their statuses were not equivalent. Seeing Nohara Shinnosuke stirred Aoi's excitement. He was no longer the little potato she once knew, but a tall and handsome young man, precisely her type. The memory of their brief embrace, feeling the contours of his muscular arm, made Aoi's cheeks flush with warmth. She resolved to achieve something significant in this school, gain her father's approval, and successfully win over Shinnosuke, ensuring he would join the Suwa family. Farewell, young Shinnosuke. As she turned to depart, Aoi felt that something was amiss. Had she forgotten something? No matter, nothing could hinder her burgeoning relationship with Shinnosuke. Was this the power of confidence that comes from being the main consort? Eriri, who had been overlooked by Aoi, felt a rush of exhilaration. Her formidable rival had finally left. She had an opportunity to make her move. How should she capture Shinnosuke's heart? Surely, he did not recognize her yet? How vexing. Shinnosuke preferred voluptuous, older women. Remembering her own modest figure, Airi felt a pang of despair. But that was simply the way her genetics had played out, her mother being the same. Aoi's departure did not surprise Shinnosuke and Kazama Tru. She had mentioned being busy with student council matters, and with the school year just beginning, it was entirely reasonable for her to be occupied. "Excuse me, senior. Is there something you need?" Kazama inquired, noticing Airi standing nearby in a daze, unable to discern the situation. "Huh." Airi snapped back to reality, her words tumbling out in confusion as she instinctively considered fleeing. She should have been better prepared for this. What if Shinnosuke disliked her? Unlike Aoi, who had boldly embraced him, that would be too outrageous. "Airi, it's been a while." Upon hearing the familiar call, Airi froze momentarily. The single tear she had shed cascaded into a flood. Shinnosuke remembered her. This meant he possessed memories from the other world as well. No one else called her Airi aside from him. Until today, she had been lost in uncertainty. Was this world's Nohara Shinnosuke truly the same as the one from another realm? Deep down, she understood that in different worlds, there existed two distinct individuals. This world's Nohara Shinnosuke was not her master. Yet, Airi could not suppress her yearning to see him, an overwhelming desire to reconnect with him. His scent, his voice, intertwined with memories spanning over a decade, were indelibly etched within her being. Upon hearing that familiar call, Airi suddenly realized that she was not the only one who had received memories from another world. Shinnosuke had them too, and he recognized her instantly. Was this the bond shared between her and her master? Meanwhile, Anya Runa, who had not found Airi in her class, had been searching for her and eventually made her way to the faculty office. Breathless from running, she brightened upon spotting Airi. "Airi, join my..." Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in shock as she witnessed Airi leap into the arms of a man not far away. How can my youth be entirely in TR? Upon hearing Shinnosuke call her Airi, she completely lost her composure and flung herself into his embrace. Inhaling his familiar scent, she felt a transcendence of spirit. In another world, she had yearned countless times to hold Shinnosuke, yet never could. Now, she was finally able to embrace him openly, relishing the warmth of his presence. Airi's sudden lunge left everyone stunned. Whether it was Kazama beside Shinnosuke or Yukino a short distance away, they were taken aback by the sight of this ethereally beautiful girl, with tears cascading down her cheeks, throwing herself into Shinnosuke's arms. Just moments ago, Suwa Aoi and the young lady of the Sawamura clan had both shown their affections for this man named Nohara Shinnosuke. Yukino Shida was acutely aware that both the Sawamura and Suwa families were formidable entities in comparison to her own. What secrets did Nohara Shinnosuke possess, rendering these two young ladies utterly captivated by him? Chapter 19. Under the Snow. 9. What are you? What are you doing? Akihito suddenly came to his senses and recognized Shinojo. That man had stolen the beret. That faded beret was meant to be his. The heroine should have belonged to him as well. Witnessing Airi leap into Shinojo's embrace shattered Akihito's worldview. Wasn't Airi a staunch supporter of childhood friends? Moreover, Airi was a quintessential tsundere. It was inconceivable that she would suddenly take a liking to someone else. In Akihito's mind, even if he were not with Airi, she could not be with anyone else. If the ordinary Kata Megumi was the protagonist of his life, then Airi was the more colorful supporting character. In a dating simulation game, even supporting characters should belong to the male lead. Even if she did not choose the male lead, she should remain chaste for him. It was merely a different storyline. Perhaps in another world, he and Airi would indeed be together. While Akihito was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Airi's tear-streaked face. Could it be? Was Airi being threatened? Akihito felt he had uncovered the truth. It was highly likely that Shinojo had discovered Airi's identity as an artist, using the persona of Shirakawa Airi to coerce her into being his girlfriend, which was why Airi was crying in his arms. Resolving to rescue Airi, Akihito decided he would be her savior. As for how to save her, he did not dwell on the details. Even if it meant exposing her identity as an artist and subjecting her to the scorn of her peers, he could not allow her to fall into the hands of that despicable man. Release Airi. Airi, do not be deceived by him. One misstep leads to another. Though Akihito had never delved into any adult-themed works, he understood that in the depraved narratives Airi illustrated, the NTR plotlines often commenced in such a manner. If Airi did not turn back in time, according to the story, she could become nothing more than an object. The sudden appearance of Akihito brought everyone back to reality. and Irie, desperately inhaling Shinojo's scent, realized that they were at school, and her embrace could lead to complications. Releasing Shinojo, she turned to Akihito, her expression shifting from surprise to disdain. Childhood friends? How absurd. In another world, Irie had ample time to contemplate her own matters, including the so-called childhood friend, Akihito. Was he not merely a troublesome person, indifferent to others' feelings? She had done nothing wrong back then. She was just a child. What could she have done? In fact, it was Akihito who was the source of the trouble. He showed no consideration for others' feelings, a person who was selfish and self-absorbed. All for the sake of his ludicrous pride. What do you mean I was deceived? Akihito, do you need something from me? Akihito? The formality in her address caught him off guard. She must have been coerced, fearing her identity would be unveiled, which was why she spoke this way. Irie was protecting him. No, he could not allow her to become ensnared any further. Ahead lay an abyss. Akihito's imagination ran wild, envisioning a grand drama. Irie, did he discover your identity and use it to threaten you? Do not fear. Even if your identity is exposed, it is not the end of the world. You must not fall for his schemes. Irie furrowed her brow, aware that Akihito had likely concocted a scenario where she was being coerced by Shinojo. What nonsense. If Shinojo wanted to do something, would he really need to threaten her? Akihito, I do not know what you are talking about. I have known Shinojo for many years. We simply haven't seen each other in a long time. This has nothing to do with you, does it? Irie's emotionless tone made Akihito realize that he might have misjudged the situation. Irie did not seem to be the same Irie he once knew. Yet, he stubbornly clung to the belief that she was being coerced. If he abandoned that notion, how could he explain this? Irie, I know you are being threatened. Do not be afraid. We can ask Aunt Sayuri for help. Even if your identity is exposed, it will be fine. In Akihito's mind, even if Irie's identity were revealed, it mattered little. Had he not always been open about being a geek? Why hide it now? As for whether Irie could face the scrutiny of others or how it might affect the Zoomura family, those considerations did not occupy his thoughts. Do you two students know? Irie's hidden identity is. Be quiet. Just as Akihito was about to reveal Irie's identity as an artist, Shinojo interrupted. Irie was the daughter of the Zoomura family. If Shirakawa Irie's identity were exposed, it would lead to significant complications. Akihito's actions were disgraceful, speaking without heeding others' explanations, believing his perspective to be the ultimate truth. Such a character might evoke mild embarrassment in novels or comics, but in reality, Akihito's behavior was utterly detestable. Akihito had not anticipated that Shinojo would interject, and the intensity of Shinojo's presence was akin to a drawn sword, rendering him speechless. Kazama and this Yukinoshita classmate, I have matters to discuss with Irie. Could you please excuse us? Very well, then see you tomorrow. Kazama trusted his close friend, having recognized Irie as the girl they had helped in the Harukabu defense team, and was on good terms with Shinojo. Yukino, standing behind, also did not believe that Irie was being coerced by Shinojo. As a fellow girl, she saw no signs of coercion in Irie. After a moment's hesitation, Yukino nodded lightly, choosing to depart without further comment. Though she was curious about Shinojo, Yukino's aloof and proud nature kept her from entangling herself in such emotional turmoil. That Shinojo could captivate the daughters of both the Sue and Zoomura families spoke to his prowess as a romantic, and Yukino had no desire to be ensnared herself. Ding. System task initiated. A new task has been issued. Please take note. Task name. Yukinoshita Nyan task description. Yukino has always concealed her fondness for cats. Please coax her into willingly meowing before you. Task reward. 51 shares of Yukinoshita real estate. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Shinojo paused, feeling that this task was even more challenging than the previous two. Chapter 20. This moment belongs to Irie's resounding victory. From any perspective, Shinosuke could never allow Akihiro to reveal Irie's true identity in front of an audience. Let us head to the rooftop and clarify things. The Shuchian Academy's teaching building was vast, and the rooftop was accessible to the public, albeit equipped with safety nets to prevent anyone from taking drastic measures. Shinosuke led the way, and without hesitation, Irie followed closely behind. Akihiro was utterly unprepared for the turn of events. With just a single remark from Shinosuke, he was rendered mute, feeling both humiliated and enraged. Observing Irie steadfastly trailing Shinosuke, Akihiro could only take a deep breath and follow suit. At this juncture, He could only deceive himself into believing that Iri had been misled by this man. Trailing behind Shinnosuke, inhaling a familiar scent, Iri became lost in a daze. Over the past few days, she had noticed a significant enhancement in her sense of smell. The fragrance emanating from Shinnosuke was incredibly appealing, a scent imbued with pheromones. The ability to perceive such a scent indicated that her body had unwittingly fallen for him at first sight. In comparison to another world, the aroma surrounding Shinnosuke lacked the scent of tobacco and exuded a refreshing essence characteristic of youth. Suddenly, Iri seemed to be struck by a thought and couldn't help but giggle. Shinnosuke possessed memories from another world. Their relationship was akin to that of a master and pet, rendering her efforts to woo him unnecessary. She could just leap straight to the conclusion. What a joke! Who would dare label her a defeated hound now? What was that? Ajioatome. With Shinnosuke's memories from another world, it was clear they would not end up together. This was indeed her grand triumph. The faculty office was located on the 3rd floor, not far from the rooftop, as classes had yet to officially commence. Most students had already left, save for a few student council members. The rooftop was deserted, providing a clear view of students trickling out of the school below. Alas! A shrill voice shattered the tranquility. Iri, there are only the 3 of us now. Do not worry. With me here, he cannot harm you. Even if he threatens you with the identity of Iri, do not yield. Akihiro's heart raced, desperate to convey his feelings. Please, my childhood friend, my game artist. Do not let me down. However, the moment Akihiro locked eyes with Iri, he sensed something was amiss. Her gaze held no affection, akin to that of a stranger. In that instant, when Akihiro recklessly attempted to expose her identity, Iri felt no remnants of their past connection. Akihiro, I have known Shinnosuke for quite some time. It has merely been a long while since we last met. He has not coerced me, nor do I comprehend the special identity you speak of. If there is nothing further, please do not disturb us. We have matters to discuss. Iri's composed and decisive response left Akihiro speechless, his mouth agape. The chill of her indifference sent shivers down his spine, and he harbored a dreadful premonition. He might lose Iri forever, though he had never truly possessed her. Akihiro grasped the meaning behind Iri's eyes. Should he persist in his pursuit, she might sever all ties with him. Well then, carry on with your conversation. I shall take my leave. He chuckled awkwardly and turned away, yet internally he screamed, Am I really just walking away? Shouldn't I confront that despicable man? He has taken my leading lady and is now trying to steal my childhood friend. Yet, what could he possibly do? He was merely an otaku. Shinnosuke was his superior in every way. His own cowardice filled him with self-loathing as he exited the rooftop, even shutting the door behind him. Once the door was closed, Akihiro realized he could not leave just yet. He had yet to successfully invite Iri to join his club. He had exited the rooftop so obediently. Planning to sincerely ask her later, surely she would not refuse him, especially since she owed him. As these thoughts spiraled through his mind, he stealthily leaned against the door, eavesdropping. He even concocted a rationale, claiming it was for Iri's safety. Pressing his ear against the door, he strained to hear her voice. What was Iri saying? She was quite a distance from the rooftop door, and Akihiro had to exert considerable effort to catch snippets of their conversation. Why did her tone seem so playful? How could this proud girl possibly act so coyly toward a man? Was he dreaming? Straining to listen more intently, he finally discerned her words. Master, I miss you. I miss you. I miss you. Akihiro was left in utter disbelief. Who has transformed my childhood friend into this? Unbeknownst to him, Iri had already succumbed to a darker side. Akihiro felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, with only one thought racing through his mind. Run. Flee this place. On the rooftop, after Akihiro's departure, Iri could no longer restrain herself and leaped into Shinnosuke's embrace. In that moment, they were alone, and upon discovering Shinnosuke's memories from another world, Iri affectionately referred to him as master. In his presence, she was no longer the flawless eldest daughter of the Zekimura family, but simply a girl yearning for love and companionship. Little pair, it's been a while. I've missed you too. The bond they shared in another world was genuine, and knowing Shinnosuke possessed memories of it made it impossible for him to harbor any disdain for Iri, who had been by his side for over a decade. Yet, the notion of a beloved pet transforming into a beautiful young woman to repay him was still too surreal. Was his fortune in romance truly this remarkable? Just call me Shinnosuke. Referring to me as master feels odd. Only when it's just the two of us will I call you that. Iri remained her proud self. Yet in the presence of Shinnosuke, she could not maintain that facade any longer. After all, having lived as a pet for more than a decade, enjoying his care and companionship, how could she continue to act aloof? Now, she could embrace the moments spent alone with Shinnosuke without reservation. Iri understood that Shinnosuke was gentle and attentive, albeit not entirely candid. If both of them were not forthcoming, how could they ever come together? Automatically, she reached out to gently stroke Iri's hair, a familiar sensation washing over him, though the circumstances that had bestowed such memories upon them remained unclear. One thing was certain: he would never allow himself to be separated from his beloved once more. Iri gazed intently at Shinnosuke, earnestly articulating her feelings. Chapter 21. The inspiring burst of Kasumigakaka Shiya. The sincere gaze of Iri Shiraise, filled with emotions, rendered Shin'Ikaru unable to refuse. The memories shared between the two in another world, spanning over a decade, were undeniably genuine. Even if Iri had transformed from a Yorkshire Terrier into a beautiful girl, the essence of their feelings remained unchanged. Just as Iri mustered the courage to confess her feelings to Shinru, the rooftop door was suddenly pushed open. A girl in a school uniform with black stockings entered the rooftop, her surprise evident as she beheld the two. Kasumigakaka Shiya was a frequent visitor to the rooftop, often bringing her own lunch due to her somewhat aloof nature in class. Upon transferring to a new school, her first act was to explore the rooftop environment. Little did she expect to find Iri Shiraise, a beautiful girl from the same grade, being embraced by a tall and athletic boy, clearly someone who engaged in regular physical activity. Despite Iri's tear-filled eyes and slightly reddened cheeks, her expression revealed an overwhelming happiness, a deep affection for the boy's embrace. At that moment, Shiya felt an artistic spark ignite within her, her desire to create reaching its zenith. She had longed to write a romance light novel, originally intending to use herself as the prototype for a fictional male lead, channeling her yearnings and aspirations for love into her work. However, due to various reasons, she had never begun. Now, it seemed she had found her muse. Was this not the perfect material before her? Startled by the noise behind her, Iri quickly released Shin'Ikaru. Turning to see Shiya, she sighed in relief upon realizing she was not a teacher. Both at Subu High and Shuchian Academy, the school rules were quite strict. Being discovered embracing on the rooftop on the first day would certainly lead to complications. Although she recognized Kasumigakaka Shiya, a well-known beauty at school, they were not familiar with one another. "Isn't that Shiraise-san? Is this your boyfriend?" Iri initially thought Shiya would tactfully leave, but to her surprise, Shiya greeted her. Were they close? Had they ever even spoken? Haha, not really. Iri glanced at Shin'Ikaru, wondering if she was indeed his girlfriend. While she yearned for a romantic relationship with him, in this world, they had only just met. "By the way, Shin'Ikaru, could I have your line? My mother wants to invite you to our home for dinner this weekend, to thank you for your help back in elementary school." Hearing Iri's invitation, Shiya's interest piqued further. They were not lovers, but shared a past. The current embrace was merely a reunion. Was this not the ideal scenario for a romantic light novel? "All right, shall we chat online later? I need to visit the Kendo Club. I've arranged to meet the president, and keeping them waiting wouldn't be courteous." Shiya's lack of subtlety made it clear that their previous conversation could not continue, and her intense gaze made Shin'Ikaru somewhat uncomfortable. While Shiya possessed an admirable figure, which was to Shin'Ikaru's liking, she exuded an aura of cunning, sharp-tongued charm that he found less appealing compared to a gentler disposition. Besides, he had indeed made plans to meet Aoyama Rakshin later. As for Iri's mention of her mother inviting him for dinner, Shin'Ikaru felt no apprehension. What about parents? Please, Shin'Ikaru Nohara would never be intimidated by that. Then let us return and chat. With Shin'Ikaru added on her line, Iri felt a surge of joy. This was her first step, placing her ahead of the voluptuous Su Ai. "Shiraise-san, the others have left. Stop grinning like that." Huh. Iri finally realized there was still someone else on the rooftop. That oblivious black-stocking girl. If it weren't for her, perhaps she could have confessed her feelings to Shin'Ikaru. "Kasumigakaka-san, do you need something?" Iri's smile was forced, her intent clear. They were not close, so if she had no business here, she should leave promptly. Shiya seemed oblivious to Iri's demeanor and did not respond. "Do you have feelings for that boy? Do you wish to pursue a romance with him?" "What? How? How could that be?" In front of others, Iri maintained her tsundere facade, unable to express her true feelings. Observing Iri's flustered expression, Shiya experienced a revelation. Perhaps tsundere was indeed an endearing trait. "Shiraise-san, let us exchange line too. I'm quite intrigued by your relationship. It's reminiscent of a light novel-esque protagonists. May I assist you as your love advisor? Protagonist of a light novel? The entwined fates of her and Shinnosuke mirrored the narratives found in anime and light novels, did they not? In this life, Iri Shiraise was the heroine. That detestable Sue AI would surely witness her blossoming romance with Shin Ikaru if given the chance. As Iri displayed a lovesick smile, her cheeks tinged with crimson. It seemed she had already begun to indulge in her fantasies. That beautiful, poised mixed-race girl was secretly such a love-struck, proud figure. The contrast ignited a creative explosion within Shia. So what do you think, Shiraise-san? Ah, yes. Let us add each other online. But can you truly give me love advice? Iri remained somewhat skeptical. She had never heard of this icy beauty from Toyanoki possessing any romantic experiences. Of course. Do I not appear as if I have never experienced love? Shia puffed her chest with pride, though in truth, she had no romantic encounters to speak of. Upon seeing Shia's curvaceous figure, even Iri found it difficult to suppress her admiration. How infuriating that even in her artworks, she had never depicted such an exaggeratedly alluring form. If only she could possess such a physique, surely it would captivate Shin Ikaru. Perhaps due to her encounter with Shin Ikaru, Iri dismissed her doubts. With someone as well endowed and experienced in romance as Shia assisting her, her chances would surely increase. After all, her rival was the daughter of the Sue family, an exceptionally formidable opponent. Iri recognized that without the memories of another world, she would stand no chance against Sue AI. The two were not even in the same league. Iri had witnessed the multi-layered tactics employed by Sue AI during her time with Shin Ikaru. Yet, Iri also possessed her own advantages. As a doujinshi artist, she understood far more than the pampered daughter of the Sue family ever could. Chapter 22. The Incarnation of a Bulldozer. Only to fall to the chopper cannon, Korea successfully added Arari Spencer Sawamura to her line contacts. I must take my leave now. I need to inform my mother that Shinsuke will be joining us for dinner in a few days. Preparations must be made. Arari was brimming with excitement at having connected with Shinsuke, considering it a splendid beginning. Today, she also needed to return home to finalize her unfinished commission. With a wave, she dashed from the rooftop, leaving Cannon standing there alone. At that moment, inspiration surged within her, and the urge to create reached its zenith. Upon her return, she would undoubtedly inquire about Arari's story with Shinsuke. After bidding farewell to the two, Shinsuke exited the rooftop, only to suddenly realize he was lost. Where was the Kendo Club? He was entirely unaware. Wandering through the campus, Shinsuke felt a sense of disorientation. The merger of three schools had expanded the already vast campus even further. Of course, the amalgamation of these institutions did not simply involve consolidating all the students into one location. The campuses of both SBU High and Toyanoki were preserved, with only a select number of students transferred to the expanded Shuchian Academy. In the Kendo Club, Ryuzen Moroki watched with concern as Siko Tokisaki, the daughter of the Tokisaki family, exhibited dissatisfaction with their club's prowess. However, this was beyond their control, despite Shuchian's renown. Very few of the prominent sons and daughters attending were truly dedicated to the practice of Kendo. Most were merely enrolled at prestigious dojos, seeking to study Kendo for self-cultivation rather than rigorous training. Ryuzen Senpai, what about that exceptionally talented member you mentioned? Siko, uninterested in the Kendo Club, had only joined to maintain a semblance of affiliation and to represent Shuchian in various competitions. Yet, Ryuzen had just claimed that a Kendo prodigy was set to join their ranks, a talent that would surely astonish her. A prodigy? Siko had encountered many so-called geniuses, but none had proven to be her match. Unfortunately, as a woman, her highest possible Kendo rank was only 6th Dan, precluding her from competing in the ancient Kendo trials and rankings. Nobuhara should be arriving soon. I confirmed with him yesterday. Ryuzen wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Aware of the pressure Siko exerted once, she grasped a wooden sword. If they could recruit her into the Kendo Club, Shuchian's reputation would undoubtedly soar. As Shinsuke wandered aimlessly, he was suddenly interrupted. Shinsuke. Shizune Hiratsuka emerged from her office, spotting the bewildered Nobuhara Shinsuke. Anger welled within her upon seeing this insufferable boy, who had dared to flirt with her, his teacher. The most troubling part was that she had found herself somewhat intrigued after their last encounter. Shinsuke turned, confused, and met Shizune's gaze. Oh, it's Shizune. What do you need? Do you happen to know where the Kendo Club is? Bang! In an instant, Shizune delivered a playful punch to Shinsuke's forehead. The impact reminded him of his mother, Mia Nobuhara, and surprisingly, he did not evade it. Darn it. Is this observation hockey? Don't be so melodramatic, and remember to call me Hiratsuka-sensei from now on. Why are you loitering around school instead of heading home? You're not trying to flirt with upperclassmen, are you? Shizen suspected that if Shinsuke truly intended to pursue someone, he might bulldoze through the entire school, only to meet an unfortunate end. Of course not. I've already stated that I prefer mature, beautiful, and gentle older sisters, like you, Shizen. I have no interest in my classmates. Like me? Mature, beautiful, and gentle? Shizen's heart skipped a beat, caught off guard by Shinsuke's earnest declarations. His confidence made it clear he meant every word, genuinely believing her to embody those traits. While Shizen might not align with the notion of gentleness, her beauty and maturity were undeniable, and deep down, she recognized her own softness. Stop it. From now on, call me Hiratsuka-sensei. Now, follow me. I will guide you to the Kendo Club. Shizen averted her gaze from Shinsuke, forcing herself to regain composure and assume the authority befitting a teacher. Shizen, you're not harboring any thoughts about me, are you? Teacher-student relationships are strictly prohibited, you know. Hiratsuka was taken aback, her carefully composed facade crumbling. Had Shinsuke just implied she was interested in him? The audacity of this boy to remind her of such rules. Who approached whom first, anyway? Shizen felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand him for his insolence. You don't need to remind me. Another playful punch landed on Shinsuke's head, providing her with a measure of relief. Quickly, follow me. I will take you to the Kendo Club. Seizing Shinsuke, she tossed him in front of the Kendo Club's entrance before fleeing without looking back. Is this really the Kendo Club? It doesn't look all that impressive. Shinsuke murmured as he pushed open the door, entering the activity room. Inside, he witnessed the Kendo members who had been bested by Siko sprawled on the ground. And Ryuzen was barely holding it together. To retain Siko's interest and facilitate an introduction to Shinsuke, he had proposed a sparring session between her and the club's members. Little did he expect that Siko would be so remarkably skilled, growing increasingly exhilarated with each strike. The members, including several fourth dan practitioners, were no match for her, with 5 already defeated under her onslaught. The situation had escalated. If Siko could not find satisfaction in this encounter, it would prove difficult to resolve the matter amicably. Just as Ryuzen prepared to intervene himself, salvation appeared in the form of Nobuhara Shinsuke, whose entrance brought tears of relief to Ryuzen's eyes. Shinsuke-kun, you are my savior. Siko, he has arrived. He will surely fulfill your desires. Siko turned to gaze at Shinsuke, her expression that of a lone wolf, hungry, frenzied, and desperate to unleash her pent-up energy through the thrill of the hunt. Chapter 23. The Inner Tyranny of Yamado Nadeshiko, the Doku Island family. A renowned Kendo lineage in the neon-lit realm of Japan has made a name for itself, even extending its dojo beyond borders. Under the guidance of her parents, Siko Doku Island has not only excelled in Kendo, but has also emerged as a humble, gentle woman, embodying the spirit of Yamado Nadeshiko. However, every coin has 2 sides. Beneath her serene exterior lies a terrifying propensity for violence, coupled with a latent desire for bloodshed. Each training session and sparring match accumulates her inner turmoil. Struggling to suppress her impulses, Siko believes that her dark side renders her unworthy of love and incapable of loving others. This is the final time, just one more indulgence. Let me witness the true strength of so-called genius. Upon seeing the entrance of Shinnosuke Nohara, Siko chooses to engage with him in combat. Planning to return home later to calm her tumultuous emotions, Rokuzen Ayama approaches Shinnosuke, offering him a wooden sword with both hands. Could I trouble you to spar with the young lady from the Doku Island family? Her lineage is quite illustrious in the art of Kendo. He whispers carefully in Shinnosuke's ear. If she joins us for the Yurioka flag competition, we might secure victories in both the men's and women's categories. Shinnosuke accepts the wooden sword, his gaze shifting to Siko. With her tall, voluptuous figure and flowing purple hair, her beautiful face betrays a hint of bloodlust. As a naturally gifted swordsman, Shinnosuke perceives her struggle immediately. Has she channeled her suppressed emotions and inner demons into her Kendo practice? Though he is unfamiliar with the nuances of Siko's situation, her demeanor suggests a deeper narrative. Currently honing his self-styled Kendo at the Musashi Dojo, Shinnosuke steps forward, wooden sword in hand, amidst the watchful eyes of his peers. Do you wish to wear protective gear, Shinnosuke? One of them inquires. He shakes his head, disliking the encumbrance of such equipment. Siko Doku Island, heir to the Doku Island swordsmanship, she introduces herself. Self-styled Kendo? Does such a school exist? Yet, as Shinnosuke grips his wooden sword with a serious expression, Seiko's excitement intensifies. This is undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Merely standing before her exudes an undeniable pressure. Let us begin. Show me the breadth of your so-called genius. With that, Seiko plunges into the fray, her focus narrowing solely on Shinnosuke. She perceives no evidence of years spent mastering kendo in him, and the Musashi Dojo is known for its rigorous training, specifically the Kaioshin Maitoka style. In the kendo community, many regard the Kaioshin Maitoka style as merely ornamental. As Seiko readies herself, she notices that Shinnosuke holds his sword casually, showing no intent to attack. In response, she opts to strike first, launching a fierce attack towards him. Though her moves appear fierce, Shinnosuke sees them as mere expressions of her suppressed desires, devoid of technique. Seiko yearns to unleash her pent-up aggression, yet hesitates, continually battling her inner brutality, easily deflecting her aggressive strike. Shinnosuke exerts just enough force to press her wooden sword down before her. Is this your kendo? The clash of their swords momentarily obscures half of Shinnosuke's face, where Seiko can only discern tranquility. Yet, that serene composure fuels her anger further. With a swift motion, Seiko disengages and attacks anew, this time employing the family's ancestral sword techniques. However, regardless of the elegance of her technique, Shinnosuke effortlessly counters her every move. The sensation of being utterly overpowered is disheartening for Seiko, yet unbeknownst to her, the tyranny within her heart begins to dissipate. Though Shinnosuke claims to practice self-styled kendo, such a style does not genuinely exist. His initial training under Musashi no Kintai only covered the fundamentals of the art. Presently, his prowess stems from innate talent and the passive abilities of a born swordsman. The so-called self-styled kendo is merely a quest for a personal style, a journey of self-discovery through the art. Shinnosuke, you are remarkable, a gentle voice exclaims, drawing Ayama's attention, her fists clenched in excitement. She resembles a spirited character from a shonen manga. Is someone speaking to me? Ayama turns to find a girl had appeared beside her without notice. How did I fail to notice? What happened to my vigilance as a practitioner of kendo? The unexpected girl is Kei Kato, who, on her way home, had followed Shinnosuke to the kendo club, drawn by an inexplicable impulse. At this moment, Shinnosuke shifts from defense to offense. His swordplay appears unstructured. Yet each strike proves challenging for Seiko to counter. She realizes that he is not exerting his full strength, or perhaps he is simply not taking the bout seriously. This boy, without a doubt, surpasses even her father in skill. Their exchange continues for over 10 minutes, Seiko's complexion flushed, sweat glistening on her brow, her breath quickening. With a resounding thud, she finally falters, losing grip on her wooden sword as it flies from her grasp. I concede. Defeated by her peer, Seiko feels an unexpected lightness. Her inner turmoil dissolves. The oppressive father-daughter dynamic, the unattainable dream of kendo mastery, and the violent urges born from conflict have all been released. Shinnosuke Nohara. Gazing at the young man before her, Seiko experiences a liberation unlike any she has known before. This is the outcome of Shinnosuke's deliberate invitation for her to unburden herself, without excessive suppression. Will you join the kendo club? Of course. I intend to participate in this year's Yurioku flag. Stepping closer to Shinnosuke, she extends her hand. I look forward to your guidance. Without retrieving the fallen wooden sword, Seiko's every movement radiates gentleness, as if enveloping those around her in a warm breeze. Shinnosuke, utterly captivated by her grace, shakes her hand, a playful smile gracing his face, revealing none of the composure typically expected of a kendo master. Shinnosuke, your charm with the ladies is astonishing. Haha, no need for such flattery, Kei. Have I been overlooked? Did you notice me all along? A twinge of jealousy flickers within Kei as she realizes Shinnosuke had been aware of her presence all along. Chapter 24. Surely, you do not harbor feelings for Shinno, wishing to usurp him, do you? At this moment, the most exhilarated was Akiyama Rokushin. With the formidable Shinno and the fierce Poison Island Seiko on his side, what was there to fear about achieving greatness? The most pivotal aspect was that he belonged to the Musashi Dojo, and with Shinno as his ally, the dojo was destined for ascendance. He could almost taste the success, savoring the idea of sharing in the glory. Now that the Kendo Club had begun to secure some accolades in the high school competitions, his tenure as president would certainly appear far more illustrious. He could already envision a smooth-sailing future, and tears of joy nearly welled in his squinting eyes. Senior, I shall take my leave now. I have other commitments this weekend and may not be able to visit the dojo. Please convey my regards to the master. Having promised Irie to visit her home, Shino preferred to forego practice at the dojo. Very well, no problem at all. Akiyama nodded repeatedly. With Shino's prowess, it seemed pointless to train at the dojo for now. Say, Kato, would you like to head home together? Why was it that Shino, who was clearly her junior, addressed her so casually? Moreover, he showed no awkwardness regarding her previous statement. His level of confidence was indeed remarkable, leaving Kato with an overwhelming sense of pressure, despite her growing fondness for him. Sure. Nevertheless, Kato agreed, for she was gentle and not one to refuse others' requests. Poison Island Siko hesitated, choosing not to engage Shino in conversation. Instead, she turned to retrieve her wooden sword, intending to call her father to inquire about the particular style of the self-styled flowing kendo. Since Shino was joining the kendo club, they would have ample time to interact in the future. As Shino and Kato stepped out of the kendo club, the school grounds were nearly deserted. Shino, do you have a passion for kendo? Do you aspire to become a kendo practitioner in the future? In Japan, the social standing and income of kendo practitioners were significantly elevated. However, the entrance barrier was also steep due to the existence of ancient kendo styles, rendering the profession perilous. Let us not dwell on the future just yet. I haven't quite made up my mind. Was Shino always so carefree? Kato's tone bore a hint of envy. Haha. Life is meant to be lived freely. Being bound by rules and constraints won't bring happiness. While his sentiment rang true, how many could genuinely live as freely as he described? Kato resonated with Shino's perspective, but lacked the confidence to live as he did. She considered herself a mere shadow, yearning for the day when a boy would notice her unremarkable existence, sparking a simple romance that would lead to an ordinary life. As they strolled through the campus, the school was now nearly empty. The spring breeze caressed the cherry blossoms, reminiscent of their first encounter. By the way, has Aki been giving you trouble? She and Aki had once been classmates, but following the merger with Hashizuki Academy, they had been separated into different classes. Kato was aware that Aki could be quite troublesome, and Shino evidently preferred to avoid conflict. Should a confrontation arise, it was likely that Shino would retaliate, potentially landing himself in hot water. Hashizuki Academy maintained a strict code of conduct, where fighting was absolutely forbidden. Upon hearing Kato's inquiry, Shino recalled the earlier incident on the rooftop. He realized that Aki had been eavesdropping at the entrance and likely overheard Irie calling him master, prompting her to flee in disbelief. Though avoidance felt humiliating, it proved effective, at least for Aki, when faced with something intolerable. Choosing to bury her head in the sand seemed the wisest course of action. It was reasonable to assume she would refrain from seeking him out. She wouldn't dare confront me. That's a relief. Kato nodded, not probing any further into the matter. Exiting the school, Kato's home was not far from the academy, sharing the same direction as Shino's apartment. After escorting Kato home, Shino returned to his own residence. Though their acquaintance was brief, their interaction felt as natural as that of long-standing friends. Kato possessed a gentle nature, almost excessively so, and was entirely incapable of refusing requests. Upon reflection, Kato's character was indeed captivating, kind, understanding, and devoid of excessive material desires, making her easily content. Pursuing her would be a low-risk endeavor, alleviating concerns about infidelity post-conquest. Her demeanor brought a sense of reassurance compared to those more strikingly distinct heroines. Yet, what did this have to do with Shino? At least, not at present. The first day of school was destined to be tumultuous. Within the Shikigami estate, Shikigami Kaguya was venting her frustrations to Hayasaka AI. How infuriating. That woman from the Suwa family dares to look down on me. The vice president role is merely temporary. I shall soon seize the position of student council president. Surrendering is out of the question. Hayasaka AI regarded Kaguya with a worried expression, uncertain of how to respond. Currently, the head of the Shikigami family, Shikigami Yenin, was in declining health. While the Shikigami family seemed formidable, it was, in reality, a precarious facade, liable to crumble at any moment. Conversely, the Suu family's business spanned the globe, and Suu AI was its sole heiress. In essence, the fates of Kaguya and AI were starkly contrasted. Kaguya was a caged bird, while AI was a lark poised to soar into the sky. Hayasaka, please investigate this detestable woman and uncover any weaknesses she may have. Understood. With a sigh, Hayasaka nodded. Like Kaguya, she too was bound, unable to fully relish her life. Chained by invisible bonds, their lives resembled that of prisoners. When would they attain freedom? At the same time, within the Zavamura estate, Irie was contemplating what attire to wear over the weekend while responding to messages from Kasumiga Kakashiwa. Why was Kasumiga Kaka so inquisitive? She relentlessly prodded about Airi's relationship with Shino. Were it not for Kasumi Gakaka's seemingly vibrant persona, which might offer useful insights, Airi would prefer to ignore her. Kasumi, does this mean you have a romantic rival? On the other end, Kasumi Gakaka was visibly excited, her legs trembling with anticipation. Such a narrative was thrilling, not just to readers, but to her as well. Yes, but Kasumi Gakaka, do you truly have any romantic experience? You seem just like me, having never been in a relationship. Airi reiterated her doubts, sensing that Kasumi Gakaka's intentions were not entirely pure and that she sought more than just to provide love advice. You wouldn't happen to harbor feelings for Shino, would you? Seeking to steal him away from me. In the eyes of a loyal pup, the master is undoubtedly perfect. To Airi, Shino was the most flawless existence in the world. Kasumi Gakaka's unusual behavior could very well indicate her burgeoning affection for Shino. Kasumi Gakaka? Chapter 25. The sympathy of the defeated Kasumi Shiko. Kasumi Shiyu gazed at the message sent by Airi, unable to suppress a puzzled response. Are all girls in love insane? How could she possibly harbor feelings for that underclassman, Nohara? Kasumi Shiko, rest assured, I hold absolutely no interest in Nohara. I merely wish to learn about your romantic experiences to provide you with assistance. Kasumi Shiko, did you not mention having a rival? Has she already entered into a relationship with Nohara? Kasumi Shiyu deftly shifted the topic, causing Airi to recognize that something was amiss. While Kasumi Shiyu's figure was somewhat provocative, appealing to Shinnosuke, they should be entirely unacquainted. Despite their limited interaction, Airi sensed that this woman was quite cunning and far from gentle. Not at all the type that Shinnosuke would find appealing. Airi, of course, Shinnosuke is not in a relationship. He merely has a childhood friend. At this moment, Airi was no longer a staunch advocate of childhood friendships. Was it not merely a connection from kindergarten? Kasumi Shiko, childhood friends? Generally speaking, aren't they all considered losers? Airi, indeed, childhood friends are all losers. However, Shinnosuke's childhood friend possesses a rather unique status. She is an extraordinary young lady. Airi never anticipated that she would one day wholeheartedly agree with the notion that childhood friends are indeed losers. Kasumi Shiko, isn't Sawamura also a young lady? Airi, it's different. The other party is the sole heiress of the Su family. Kasumi Shiko, could it be that Su Ai? She delivered a speech as the representative of new students during the opening ceremony, leaving a lasting impression on everyone with her brilliance. Airi, precisely, that detestable woman. Utterly lacking in merit aside from her figure, Kasumi Shiyu was completely taken aback to discover that Su Ai harbored feelings for Shinnosuke. What exactly was so special about this man? However, upon seeing Airi's message and recalling her meager physique, she couldn't help but chuckle disdainfully. Kasumi Shiko, Sawamura, you still have ample room for development. Fear not, I shall devote myself to assisting you. Airi furrowed her brow at the message from Kasumi Shiyu. What does it mean to have ample development space? That insufferable, thick-thighed woman. Her figure is undeniably alluring. Airi, this weekend, I have invited Shinnosuke over to my home. How can I seize this opportunity to advance our relationship? After a moment's hesitation, Airi decided to inquire with Kasumi Shiyu, hoping she might possess some insight, as she certainly appeared to lead a fulfilling life. So soon to be a guest at her house. Wouldn't that mean meeting the parents? And would he be visiting Airi's room? Kasumi Shiko, to resolve this matter, I must boldly inquire, to what stage has your relationship with Nohara progressed? Upon reading this question from Kasumi Shiyu, Airi began to contemplate. Just how far had she and Shinnosuke advanced? Although today marked a reunion after a long separation, she had immediately embraced Shinnosuke upon their meeting. Additionally, considering the memories from another world, it would not be an exaggeration to say they shared a profoundly intimate relationship. Kasumi Shiyu also pondered, recalling that upon reaching the rooftop, she had witnessed the two embracing. From the way they held each other, it would not be unreasonable to label them as lovers, would it? If they could embrace in such a manner, why not be considered lovers? Could it be that Nohara was merely a cad who toyed with women's affections? Whether it was Sawamura or that heiress from the Su family, both seemed to be manipulated by Nohara, a superlative rogue who specialized in targeting young ladies. How could such a man possibly become her protagonist? Airi, our bond is one that must last a lifetime. No matter what, I shall never abandon Shinnosuke. Though she did not respond directly, Airi's determination was unmistakably conveyed. Kasumi Shiko, may I be invited to the gathering this weekend? I wish to observe Nohara's sentiments towards you so that I may devise a plan to assist you both. Airi, my relationship with Shinnosuke is not something you should question. However, if you wish to attend the gathering, it would not be unwelcome. After some contemplation, Airi realized that inviting Kasumi Shiyu could help keep her mother occupied, allowing her to spend more time alone with Shinnosuke. Moreover, she felt a positive connection with Kasumi Shiyu, sensing that they could potentially become friends. While Airi maintained a commendable image at school, in reality, she lacked a single confidant. She was a seemingly glamorous facade concealing a heart filled with trivialities. Despite harboring some doubts about Kasumi Shiyu's capabilities in providing romantic counsel, having someone to assist her was certainly beneficial. If nothing else, forming a friendship would be advantageous. Airi sensed that even though Kasumi Shiyu presented herself as vibrant and engaging, her sharp tongue and cunning nature, akin to that of a tsundere, had become somewhat outdated, firmly affixed with the label of a loser. The two should possess plenty to discuss. Kasumi Shiko, it is settled then. I shall be there on the weekend as promised. Meanwhile, on the other side, fleeing from the rooftop, Aki Ryun stumbled home, his mind muddled. According to his initial plan, he should have gone to work. However, today, Aki Ryun found himself devoid of any motivation to do so. Why? How did things come to this? In Aki Ryun's mind, Airi was meant to be his heroine, a character available for conquest within the game of life. Aki Ryun's selfishness and self-centeredness were evident in his thoughts. Airi calling Shinnosuke master struck him like a thunderbolt. Aki Ryun was a rather rigid individual. Although a recluse, he had never encountered any adult-themed content. Yet now, his worldview lay in shambles, utterly unable to comprehend why Airi would refer to Shinnosuke in such a manner. Or perhaps, Aki Ryun dared not confront the implications behind it. The mere thought of what Airi might have experienced with Shinnosuke shattered him internally, rendering him incapable of bearing it. Lying on his bed, Aki Ryun came to a realization. Airi had already succumbed. What of Kata Megumi, the heroine who stirred his heart? Would she too fall into the clutches of Shinnosuke? In Aki Ryun's mind, Shinnosuke had morphed into the blonde-haired antagonist from those NTR stories. A terrifying figure wielding the power of hypnosis, capable of reducing those who fell into his grasp to utter submission. Airi had already fallen. He must protect Kata Megumi, ensuring she would not meet the same fate as Airi. Aki Ryun forced himself to regain his composure, resolved to safeguard Kata Megumi while devising a plan to rescue Airi from that insufferable man. Chapter 26. Mrs. Nagahara's lack of candor. Upon arriving at the base of the apartment, Shinnosuke encountered a familiar figure hesitating at the entrance. Yukino Shida. Yukino had not anticipated that her first day of independent living would plunge her into a significant crisis. Was it possible that this apartment allowed pets? Why was there a dog sitting in front of the elevator, gazing at her intently? Yukino Shida. Yukino was unequivocally a cat person, her childhood experiences having instilled in her an inexplicable fear of dogs. Even though the small, snow-white dog before her appeared fluffy and adorable, she remained paralyzed by fear. Yukino Shida. Hina? What an impolite address. Clenching her fists, Yukino Shida. Yukino was about to unleash her Aikido skills when she caught sight of Shinnosuke, causing her to pause. How could Nagahara be here? Taking a couple of steps forward, she scooped up the little dog and pressed the elevator button. Ding! The elevator doors creaked open, and Shinnosuke stepped inside, casting a glance at Yukino Shida. Yukino. Hina, aren't you coming up? I am Yukino Shida. Yukino. Perhaps I misremembered, Shinnosuke replied, scratching his head sheepishly, though no compliments had been directed at him. Stiff, so stiff. Noticing the little dog in Shinnosuke's arms, Yukino Shida. Yukino hesitated before stepping into the elevator, maintaining a respectful distance of 2 steps from him. For reasons unknown, Shinnosuke's abrasive demeanor reminded her of her sister. What floor? 5th floor. Still fuming over the moniker Hina, she pondered whether she truly appeared that plain. Even if she were, what of it? She was still undeniably charming. Shinnosuke nodded, surprised to discover that they resided on the same floor. Soon, he realized they were not merely on the same floor, but directly opposite each other as neighbors. Yukino Shida. Yukino remained wary of Shinnosuke, feeling a wave of relief only when he opened the door to his adjacent room. This man was her neighbor? She sensed a hint of danger. Quickly entering her own room, Yukino Shida. Yukino felt a modicum of safety. The man named Nagahara was rather intimidating. She could find no vulnerabilities in him. Only those familiar with Shinnosuke knew that the 2 things he feared most were hyper-realistic role play and green peppers. Apart from these, he had no weaknesses. Once inside her room, Yukino Shida. Yukino sighed. Having excelled academically throughout her life, She now felt utterly ordinary at this school. Since elementary school, she had consistently ranked first in her class, but here, achieving that status seemed insurmountably difficult. Even a genius like Yukino felt utterly hopeless. Surely her sister could not compete either? The elite from various families and fields across the Neon realm gathered here, each possessing astonishing talents. How could she possibly prove her worth? Meanwhile, Shinnosuke returned to his room with the little dog, setting her down. Their earlier encounter had sparked a mission in his mind, to persuade Yukino to willingly meow before him. The task appeared daunting, yet upon reflection, it did not seem entirely insurmountable. The woman who had left first during his initial meeting with Shizuku was likely Yukino's sister, a formidable and cunning individual. From Yukino's demeanor, it was evident that her parents were exceptionally strict. She was a charming girl, paradoxical and aloof, yet undeniably genuine. Did Yukino hold 51% of her family's real estate shares? One could only wonder about the sum involved. After a moment's thought, Shinnosuke resolved to temporarily shelve the task. He had far too many pressing matters at hand, and his aversion to busyness dissuaded him from complicating his life further. This weekend, he was to visit Inari and then practice kendo at the Musashi Dojo. According to Musashina Kintaro, his junior at the dojo was a practitioner who emphasized practical combat. A distinguished swordsman with a license to transmit all techniques, and arguably the strongest in the current Myoshin Akihito style. Shinnosuke planned to spar with him to assess his own kendo skills. The tasks involving Inari and Shizuku seemed more manageable than coaxing Yukino to meow, which appeared excessively ambitious. After feeding the little dog, he prepared a simple dinner for himself. Living alone meant he was finally free from the abominable green peppers. Although Misa knew well that Shinnosuke detested green peppers, she often included them in his bento, claiming it was for his health. In truth, it was merely a manifestation of parental control over their child. Shinnosuke was quite adept in the kitchen. He possessed a high aptitude for various tasks and could master new skills quickly. Back at the Nagahara household in Casacape, Mrs. Nagahara suddenly sneezed while preparing dinner, her thoughts straying to Shinnosuke. Surely, that little rascal was speaking ill of her behind her back. She wondered how he was faring on his own. Was he eating well? Was his room a mess? No, she must find a time to check on him. Left to his own devices, he would surely let himself go. Mrs. Nagahara, too, was not entirely candid, a trait shared with Shinnosuke. In truth, she simply missed her son. This was his first venture into independent living, having always been under her care. The realization of her little potato's adulthood and autonomy was a jarring transition for her, one she found difficult to accept. Being in a state of menopause only heightened her sensitivity. With a newfound resolve, she planned to stage a surprise visit to see how her son was managing his unruly life. If his living conditions were indeed disheveled, she would ensure he understood her authority. Chapter 27. Little Sayuri discovers something amiss. Lily gazed at her phone, unable to resist sending a message to Shinnosuke. Shinchan, a friend of mine wants to join our gathering this weekend. Is that all right? Just as Shinnosuke, holding a bottle of chilled cola, was engaged in casual chit-chat with Kato K, he noticed the message from Lily. Sure, should I invite a few others from the Casacave Defense Club as well? Lily paused, realizing that it wasn't only Shinnosuke who had helped her in the past, he had other friends too. The reason she had invited Shinnosuke to her home was to express her gratitude for his assistance during their elementary school days. If she were to invite only Shinnosuke, it would indeed seem rather impolite. Oh no, what about my precious time alone with him? That sounds great. Could you kindly extend the invitation to them as well? In her flustered state, Lily accidentally addressed Shinnosuke with the term master, a title she cherished, as if they were engaged in some peculiar role-play. Yet, the bond between them remained genuinely innocent. It was all Kagaya's fault. If it weren't for that hefty woman, she would have enjoyed a moment of solitude with Shinnosuke. If something were to transpire between them, it would be entirely natural, wouldn't it? Now, with his friends also coming, she had to maintain a good image. But being a lady was exhausting. Lily, how is your drawing coming along? The deadline is approaching, and procrastination is not an option. Just as Lily was lost in her worries, Sawamura Sayuri entered the room. I finished it and sent it over. Lily waved her hand. She had completed her draft and was now far less prone to delay. Finished already? Are you truly my daughter? Sayuri was astounded, having not expected Lily to complete her work. The sight of an on-time Lily was quite unfamiliar. Upon glancing up, she noticed the painting on the easel, a grown-up Shinnosuke cradling a Yorkshire Terrier. Did you create this? Your skills have certainly improved. Ing Lily's artwork surpassed her usual standards. Although she possessed a natural talent for painting, she had often struggled with a tendency towards overly ornate styles, which rendered her work somewhat soulless. If she truly had talent, why not debut as a painter instead of remaining a doujinshi artist? In the realm of art, talent is paramount. Ing Lily's gift exceeded that of most, yet it fell short of qualifying her as a true artist. However, in this piece, Sayuri saw a glimmer of hope. If Ing Lily could maintain this level of quality, she might very well become a renowned artist in the future. By the way, Ing Lily, is the man in this painting the one who helped you, your classmate Nohara? Yes, that's him. Ing Lily felt a jolt of surprise, realizing her mother had noticed the painting. Mom, could you help me frame this piece? Sayuri was taken aback by Ing Lily's candidness. Was this still the same prideful Ing Lily? Did she truly harbor no feelings for this boy named Nohara Shinnosuke? Sayuri could not fathom that. When it came to her affection for Shinnosuke, Ing Lily had cast aside all her pride and become remarkably forthright. After all, in Ing Lily's eyes, Shinnosuke was her guardian, and being near him brought her immense comfort. Of course, this painting is of a caliber suitable for an auction. I will arrange for it to be framed. Also, for the gathering this weekend, I've invited some other friends, including Shinnosuke's friends, as they were the ones who helped me back then. Could you please prepare some additional snacks? Ing Lily feared that Sayuri might uncover her secret. If her mother found out she referred to Shinnosuke as master, it would surely frighten her to death. Our Ing Lily has truly grown up, making friends on her own. Are they boys or girls? I thought you'd be a recluse forever. Sayuri feigned wiping away non-existent tears, but her astonishment was genuine. Ing Lily had actually made friends on her own? I would never be a recluse. The friend is a girl from my former school, and we share a close bond. Ing Lily's hair stood on end in frustration at Sayuri's teasing. How could she possibly not make friends? All right, leave it to me. I will take care of everything. Sayuri nodded, eyeing Ing Lily with a hint of suspicion. Her instincts told her that Ing Lily's relationship with this boy named Shinnosuke was anything but simple. Yet Ing Lily was behaving quite normally, devoid of any trace of her usual pride. This struck Sayuri as peculiar. Meanwhile, upon receiving Ing Lily's message, Shinnosuke glanced again at the yawning Shiro. He wondered whether Shiro would mind the addition of a little dog in their midst, just as they had parted ways. The Kasakabe Defense Club was set to reunite once more. Would they have the time? Kazumatsu Toru, diligently preparing for his studies in hopes of making a remarkable debut at Shuji Academy and reaching the pinnacle of success, was interrupted by the ringing of his phone. Wasn't I on silent mode? He picked up the phone to find it was Shinnosuke calling, prompting a sigh of resignation. When had he added Shinnosuke to his special contacts, allowing his phone to ring even in silence? Hello, Shinnosuke, what's up? I'm in the middle of studying. As expected, pride doesn't vanish. It merely shifts its form. In the absence of the epic pride of Ing Lily, another contradictory character remained by Shinnosuke's side. Hey, Sho, do you have time this weekend? This weekend? I've got cram school. I need to catch up on a lot of subjects. Before Kazumatsu could finish, Shinnosuke interrupted him. Do you remember the girl from today? Her name is Sawamura Ing Lily. She received our help back in elementary school and wants to invite us over to thank us. Can you also check if Aoi Nene and Masato are available? Shinnosuke's words reminded Kazumatsu of the girl who had embraced Shinnosuke earlier. This fellow's romantic prospects were rather exaggerated, weren't they? Why do you always ask me for help? And why do you assume I will definitely go? This is a rare opportunity to reunite the Kasakabe Defense Club. Are you not excited? Well, that's true, but... All right, studying can wait. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. Fine, I got it. I'll help you reach out to them. I'll message you online shortly. Chapter 28. The innately malevolent potato goblin. On the first day of the new semester at Zaizuyuan, numerous fresh faces emerged. The amalgamation of several schools rendered the notions of mixed and pure academies obsolete. Those fortunate enough to join this new institution possessed, to varying degrees, considerable talents. Talent is not a privilege exclusive to those born into affluent families. While a privileged upbringing and quality education may establish a baseline, it is talent that determines the pinnacle of one's potential. However, transcendent gifts are not bestowed upon everyone. In the luxury vehicle of the Shirkong family, Shirkong Kagaya maintained a frosty demeanor as she scrutinized the information in her hands, incredulously inquiring of Isaka AI. Are you saying that Suwa Otome AI has taken a liking to a commoner? If the documents were accurate, it indeed appeared so, as she had even returned to the country for a man named Nohara Shinnosuke. Suwa Otome AI's affection for Nohara Shinnosuke was hardly a secret, given the Shirkong family's capabilities. Such information was easily discernible. When Isaka first learned of this, she too was astounded that the heiress of the Suwa Otome family, the future successor, would harbor feelings for an ordinary individual. Did the Suwa Otome family not care? Upon realizing this, a profound sorrow welled within Isaka's heart. When would her own family's heiress seize control of her destiny, akin to her? After disembarking, en route to the student council, Shirkan Kagaya suddenly announced, "I have made up my mind. I shall ensnare Nohara Shinnosuke's affections, making Suwa Otome AI aware that her allure pales in comparison to mine." Ah, the emergence of an inexplicable competitive spirit. In the realm of light novels and manga, this marks the commencement of an inevitable rivalry. Isaka AI, perplexed, pondered. Despite being the daughter of the Shirkan family, Kagaya's standing at home was less than favorable, with her relationship with her father being rather tenuous. Kagaya was also hopelessly naive when it came to romance, entirely ignorant of physiological matters. How could she possibly triumph over Suwa Otome AI? What's wrong? Is it that my charm is insufficient? Kagaya never adorned herself with ostentation. Her long black hair and crimson eyes, coupled with her aloof demeanor and regal aura, naturally invited contempt and manipulation from those around her. Much like the moonlit Kagayaheim, she embodied both cruelty and a longing for tenderness. Of course not. Yet he is merely a commoner. Is he truly worth such efforts? I shall not engage with him intimately. I only wish for him to be utterly infatuated with me. Kagaya brimmed with confidence, envisioning Shinnosuke as her fervent admirer while picturing Suwa Otome AI's indignation. Perhaps this was not simply Kagaya's competitive spirit, but rather a struggle against the injustices of fate. While Suwa Otome AI received familial acknowledgement, Kagaya felt akin to a cold, traditional dull, uncomprehended, and unappreciated. Oh dear, how unfortunate, my fellow student. You are not my type. Kagaya's words were abruptly interrupted by a male voice emanating from a nearby tree. When did he arrive? Isaka AI was startled, drenched in cold sweat, realizing someone was nearby. As Kagaya's devoted maid, she was responsible for her safety. How had someone approached so stealthily? Was it an ambush? The speaker was none other than Nohara Shinnosuke, who, having grown weary on his first day at school, had climbed a tree, pretending to be a cicada, reveling in the tranquility. Unintentionally, he overheard Kagaya's declaration of intent to captivate him. Regrettably, upon glancing at Kagaya's figure, which paled in comparison to the likes of Eri and Yukino Shida, he found her lacking in appeal. Nohara Shinnosuke? Isaka AI gazed at the man perched in an odd position atop the tree, utterly baffled by how he maintained such a stance, especially with two cicadas chirping beside him. Was he some sort of Spider-Man? Upon hearing Isaka's voice, Kagaya turned to face Shinnosuke, realizing he had overheard her entire proclamation, her face flushing with embarrassment. Shinnosuke effortlessly leapt down from the tree. Indeed, I am Nohara Shinnosuke. However, my dear classmate, you are certainly not my type. I must attend class now. Farewell. With that, Shinnosuke disregarded the bewildered duo and ambled away, muttering, "How troublesome it is to be so popular." "Did you just hear everything I said?" Kagaya exclaimed. Her face suffused with mortification. Yes, Isaka confirmed. "Do you have any connections to an assassination organization? Could you arrange for me to make contact?" With no one around to overhear their candid conversation, Kagaya was at the brink of explosion in her embarrassment. "Miss, I do not know of any such organizations, and besides, we are all classmates. Surely, we needn't resort to such measures?" Isaka could not help but retort, still mystified as to how Shinnosuke had come to be here, and how he had managed to climb the tree. A ninja, perhaps? Indeed, to have caught the eye of Suwa Otome AI, this Nohara Shinnosuke was not an ordinary individual. I must make him fall for me. Taking a deep breath to quell her indignation, she resolved anew. Thus began the solitary romantic cerebral warfare of Shirkan Kagaya on the first day of the new semester at Zayazuyuan. Isaka AI opened her mouth, sensing that her mistress was beginning to exude an aura of defeat. "Shinnosuke, you nearly arrived late again. Just minutes before class begins." Kazama admonished as Shinnosuke sauntered into the classroom, narrowly making it before the bell rang. "Kazama, are you my mother?" "I am not late," Shinnosuke retorted. "How dare you?" Kazama felt a twinge of embarrassment, sensing the gazes of those around him shift. "By the way, I've made arrangements with Masao and the others for the weekend." "Everyone is available," Shinnosuke nodded, ready to respond when the fiery Hiratsuka Shizuka burst into the classroom, casting an irritated glare at Shinnosuke. "Born malevolent potato goblin. I shall reform you through the power of love to prevent a grim fate. Today marked the commencement of formal studies, and she urged everyone to embrace their youth wholeheartedly. Zayazuyuan offered a plethora of extracurricular activities, and she encouraged all students to discover their respective clubs. After delivering a brief address, Hiratsuka commenced her lesson. As the Japanese language teacher and class life advisor, she was diligent and responsible, with commendable teaching skills. Most students at Zayazuyuan were exemplary, attentively engaged in class, except for Shinnosuke, who was lost in reverie. At that moment, Shinnosuke felt detached from the lesson, lacking any interest in the Japanese language class. Having climbed a tree after a long absence, he sought to build his endurance, arriving at school too early, and had merely sought to pass the time. Unbeknownst to him, he had overheard Kagaya's declaration. Recently, he sensed an overwhelming prevalence of A-grade individuals in his vicinity. Why was it that everyone seemed so lacking in endowment? Chapter 29, A Battleground? The Bento Battle. The morning swiftly passed. Although Shinnosuke's academic performance was rather mediocre, it was neither due to a lack of intelligence nor a deficiency in his aptitude for learning. On the contrary, should he choose to study and invest the requisite time, his grades would undoubtedly soar. However, Shinnosuke had little interest in squandering his time on academics. He preferred to engage in trivial pursuits, indulging in the frivolities of youth. After all, he was Nohara Shinnosuke, blessed with good fortune. And he believed that even with a capricious approach to life, he would surely enjoy a blissful existence. Shall we share a bento? My mother prepared this for me. Are you boasting, Mama's boy Kazama? The term Mama's boy held a particularly stinging effect on Kazama Toru. Lies may not wound, but the truth cuts deep. Kazama Toru was indeed a quintessential Mama's boy. How infuriating. Kazama had 2 bentos nestled within his backpack. Knowing Shinnosuke as he did, Toru was certain that even if Shinnosuke lived on his own, he would not bother preparing a bento. Thus he had requested his mother to prepare one for Shinnosuke as well. Yet, the audacious Shinnosuke had the gall to label him a mama's boy. If you don't apologize, I shall not share my bento with you. I am not a mama's boy. I simply lack the time to prepare my own bento. Kazama's defense felt feeble. Shinnosuke nodded, having forgotten all about the bento after a night spent engrossed in anime. Noticing Shinnosuke's silence on the matter, Kazama huffed in a haughty manner. You certainly did not prepare a bento, did you? I suppose I must. I can't let you go hungry, can I? The cafeteria food is certainly lacking in nutrition. I might as well begrudgingly share my bento. However, before Kazama could finish, a sudden voice interrupted. Young Master Shin. A melodious voice, as sweet as a lark, wafted into their classroom as Sua Otomo entered, accompanied by a bodyguard clad in sunglasses, bearing 2 ostentatious bentos. I have come to invite you to lunch. This moment had been long anticipated by AI, who had exerted considerable effort to gain her family's approval, granting her the freedom to choose her own path in life. Kazama suddenly recalled that AI had indeed mentioned preparing a bento for Shinnosuke the previous day. How could he have forgotten? His bento could never compare to one crafted by the Otomo family chef. Should he even consider bringing it out? Ah, AI, you finally arrived. I am famished. Apologies for keeping you waiting, young Master Shin. Shall we dine in the student council activity room? The student council room was lavish, spacious, and sufficiently tranquil, a perfect venue for lunch. The classmates around them were awestruck. This was the vice president of the student council, the daughter of the Otomo family. Even the prime minister's son would surely treat her with utmost respect. Who exactly was this Nohara student? Darn it, I arrived too late. Inori Inari's competitive spirit ignited as she clutched 2 pink bento boxes, shocked to see AI with Shinnosuke. This little thief. Little Inari, what brings you here? Did you wish to join us for lunch? Shinnosuke, noticing Inori's presence, recognized her desire to dine with him. With the long recess at Shuchian Academy, he could not simply disregard her. Of course. Who do you think I am? I have no fear of potential rivalries. AI turned to regard Inori, only to register that Shinnosuke had addressed her as Little Inari. This indicated a certain closeness. However, AI scanned Inori's figure with disdainful amusement. It was natural for someone to harbor feelings for Shinnosuke, but to think that Inori, with such a laughable physique, could compete with her? How naive. Dreadful. Inori sensed AI's unabashed mockery, feeling insulted. Yet, she refrained from acting impulsively. This time, she chose to conceal her intentions. Engaging in a conflict with AI would be foolish. The secret bond she shared with Shinnosuke already placed her above AI. Yes, I wish to have lunch with Shinnosuke. Clutching her bento boxes, Inori approached Shinnosuke, presenting an innocent facade while cautiously glancing at AI. Determined, Inori vowed never to play the role of the defeated again. Bowing her head was but a temporary measure. She would surely be the one to emerge victorious in the end. Then let us go have lunch together. Come on, Kazama. Kazama nodded in agreement, picking up his backpack. As the four exited the classroom, an animated discussion erupted within, and the school forum was likely buzzing with the news. Hey, Kato, are you joining us too? Upon stepping outside, Shinnosuke noticed Kato K standing quietly at the classroom door, also holding 2 bentos. Is it all right? Kato's heart leapt at not being overlooked by Shinnosuke. Yet seeing AI and Inori beside him made her hesitate. Both AI and Inori were esteemed young ladies, radiating an aura of brilliance. In contrast, she felt like an unremarkable shadow. Nonetheless, it was the first time Shinnosuke had acknowledged her. After a brief moment of uncertainty, Kato steeled herself. What did it matter if she stood before the daughters of the Otome and Sawamura families? Kato K would never be outdone by anyone. Clutching her 2 bentos, she stepped forward, offering a gentle smile to AI and Inori. AI regarded this seemingly inconspicuous girl with a serious expression, sensing that Kato was not to be underestimated and could potentially become her rival. Young Master Shin is quite popular, isn't he? AI declared, wrapping her arm around Shinnosuke's. Claiming her territory. Haha. After all, my nickname is the Kimura Takuya of Kasakabe. It's only natural to be well-liked, right? When did you acquire that nickname? Kazama, standing beside Shinnosuke, was astonished by this development. When had Shinnosuke garnered such a title? Truly, it is just like Shin, a fool, who had appeared beside Kazama. Observed Shinnosuke laughing heartily without a care in the world. Ah, you are here too, Aho. Let us go have lunch together. Effortlessly diffusing the brewing rivalry. Even while surrounded by 3 lovely girls, all bearing bento boxes, Shinnosuke maintained his composure and nonchalance. Who else could achieve such tranquility? Could I join you? Baku Daiko's timely interjection added to the unfolding drama. Chapter 30. How infuriating. I arrived first. After returning home yesterday, Siko Tokido called her father to inquire about the Musashi Dojo and the so-called self-styled swordsmanship. However, according to her father, there was no such thing as self-styled swordsmanship. Instead, due to an injury, the Musashi Dojo's Musashi arts had reached a point where it could no longer wield a sword, and it was highly likely that it would soon become a second-rate dojo. Siko chose not to mention Shino's situation to her father, as she had her own plans. As soon as the noon class ended, she sought out Shino to share a meal and express her gratitude for his assistance the previous day. The dilemma that had been plaguing her was effortlessly resolved by Shino. With regular sword practice alongside him, she could alleviate the burgeoning violent urges that tormented her mind. She could live like an ordinary person, free from the fear of transforming into a monster. Another formidable rival. The eldest daughter of the Tokido family. Aoisuwa tightened her embrace around Shino, feeling a pang of jealousy. Hadn't she only been studying abroad for a few years? How had so many beautiful girls suddenly appeared around Shino? Aoi, is there enough space in the student council? Of course, please follow me. Aoisuwa released Shino, her confidence as the main consort shining through. Who claimed invincibility? Who dared to say they were undefeated? Only I, Aoisuwa. For uniquely styled beautiful girls each possessed their own charm, with even their hair colors differing. Kazama and Hideo trailed the group from a distance, wary of being caught in this silent skirmish. This guy, Shino, is truly over the top, Kazama Toru observed, unable to contain his sarcasm as he watched Shino, unfazed, surrounded by lovely girls. Yet, beneath his words lay a subtle bitterness. How infuriating. He was clearly the first to arrive, having prepared 2 bento boxes for lunch. One for Shino. He now seemed unlikely to have a chance to enjoy it. That rascal was simply too enviable. The surnames Suwa, Sawamura, and Tokido were all prominent in Neon, and even if he strived to gain admission to the University of Tokyo and secure a good job, what would it matter? Shino could effortlessly choose any one of them and live a blissful life. After all, he was little Shino. Such a scenario was only natural. Hideo felt unfazed. This was simply Shino's style. He would never disparage Shino and was perhaps the one who understood him best. Even if Shino wished to indulge in childish games, Hideo would gladly join him in his folly. Their personalities may differ, yet they shared a tacit friendship. Kazama and Shino, on the other hand, resembled playful adversaries, with the proud Kazama always easily outmaneuvered by Shino. After a morning of classes, the teacher Shizun Hiratsuka found herself more fatigued than her students. Just as she placed the teaching materials in her office and prepared to grab a casual lunch at the staff cafeteria, she encountered Shino and his entourage. On Shino's right stood Aoi Soa, and on his left was Irie Sawamura, followed closely by Siko Tokido and a girl Shizen couldn't quite place. Though she too was a beauty, Kazama and Hideo lingered far behind, overlooked by Shizune. That rascal. Just as I suspected, he has accumulated such a plethora of beautiful companions. Wasn't he supposed to prefer mature, sensual, and gentle women? Irie certainly didn't fit those descriptors. Aoi and Siko had appealing figures, yet they weren't particularly mature. If this trend continued, Shino would inevitably find himself in a bind, or perhaps he audaciously aspired to establish a harem at Shuchian. Did he not fear the trouble that their families might bring? Shino, remember to come to my office after school. It was ill-timed to confront him now. She'd have him visit her after school, where she could devise a plan to educate him. Just then, Yukino Shida approached her, expressing a desire to form a club. Perhaps Yukino could assist in correcting Shino's poor character. Given Yukino's cool demeanor, she likely wouldn't fall for Shino's charms. And she certainly didn't embody his preferred type, neither gentle nor mature, and her physique was rather flat. All right, Shizen. Seeing Shino agree, Shizen turned away, preferring to avoid the irritation of watching him surrounded by beautiful girls, feeling as if something that belonged to her had been taken away, leaving her with an inexplicable frustration. Aoi glanced at Shizune but felt little concern. Despite the throng of beautiful girls surrounding Shino, she remained confident. It was only natural for a man she had admired since childhood to be adored by so many. In the student council activity room, Kagaya Shinomiya pondered her strategy, contemplating how to make Nohara Shino fall deeply in love with her. Due to the alterations in the world line and the school's merger, the relationship between Isaku Hayasaka and Kagaya had not been concealed. Though she still dressed like a trendy girl at school, she was often seen alongside Kagaya, leading others to recognize that their bond was anything but simple. Ai-chan, I must rely on you for this matter. Please gather more useful information for me. What does Kagaya wish to investigate? Hayasaka inquired, leaning in with interest. This is a secret plan. It's the key to defeating that woman, Aoi saw. Kagaya's expression was enigmatic, her confidence palpable, reminiscent of Aoi's arrival at Futaba Kindergarten. Having become the vice president shortly after starting school, Aoi had made a formidable impression on Kagaya after her farewell with Shino, thus igniting Kagaya's intense rivalry with her. Kagaya, do you truly wish to oppose that formidable woman? Hayasaka placed a hand on her ample chest, feigning fear. From any angle, Aoi, the soon-to-be heir of the Suwa family, was indeed a challenging adversary. Kagaya's only advantage lay in the fact that they were all still students. She was the president of the student council and Aoi senior. Beyond that, Kagaya seemed to lack any edge over Aoi. Even in terms of family background, the Suwa family eclipsed the Shinomiya family. Aoi's father was not bedridden like Kagaya's, but was in his prime, just over 40. The Suwa family's enterprises spanned the globe, encompassing finance, real estate, mining, and various high-tech companies. Aoi had already been designated as the sole heir of the Suwa family, unlike Kagaya, who had several brothers, meaning the inheritance was far from hers. Chapter 31. The Four Imperials Are Not Worthy of Fear. Observing Shikigami Kagaya, Fujiwara Chika couldn't help but shake her head. She had an inkling that Shikigami Kagaya was no match for Suwa Otome. Before Suwa Otome, Shikigami Kagaya appeared as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Kagaya-chan, let us dine first. My bento today is quite sumptuous. In times of uncertainty, one should first indulge in a meal. And today's bento was filled with Fujiwara Chika's favorites. Casting a glance at Fujiwara Chika's ample bosom, Shikigami Kagaya wondered if all of Fujiwara Chika's nourishment had been redirected there, leaving her own physique utterly lacking. Since middle school, her own development had shown no sign of improvement. Was there still room for growth? Just then, Suwa Otome pushed open the door to the activity room, followed by a stream of people, instantly filling the once spacious area with a lively atmosphere. Is this truly the office of the student council? How lavish it is. Aside from Suwa Otome, the others were astonished upon their first entry. The activity room resembled the study of European nobility, opulent and graceful. The plush carpet beneath their feet exuded an air of extravagance, and the dark-hued solid wood furnishings added a weighty elegance, creating a palpable pressure for first-time visitors. Shikigami Kagaya was taken aback. How could Suwa Otome bring a throng of commoners to this sacred place, the student council office? And she had even invited Nohara Shinnosuke. The daughters of the Sawamura and Tokidoki families had also joined the fray. Were they already forming cliques upon their recent induction to the student council? Suwa Otome, what is your intention in bringing so many people here? To have lunch, of course. The Suu family holds a significant stake in Shuchian Academy. Is it a problem for me to share a meal with my friends? Suu Otome brushed off Shikigami Kagaya's inquiry with ease. Nearby, Shinnosuke had already settled into a seat, appearing completely at ease, as though this were his own home. Everyone, please find a place to sit. It's all good. Iri paid no mind to the surrounding tension, stepping forward to join Shinnosuke. Shinnosuke, I've brought you a bento prepared by my mother, just for you. The plan to bring a bento for Shinnosuke was proposed by Kasumiga Kakashiyu, a common yet effective strategy to foster closeness between two individuals. Ideally, the bento would be lovingly homemade rather than a mere token of gratitude. However, Iri, being somewhat of a recluse, struggled even with instant noodles, making it difficult for her to prepare a heartwarming bento. She had to enlist Sayaka's assistance. Noticing Iri's intention to sneak away, Suu Otome disregarded Shikigami Kagaya entirely. The Suu family was orchestrating a plan that, if successful, would elevate them to a status far beyond any conglomerate in Japan. This plan was crucial for Suu Otome to sway her father and the elders of her family. Shinnosuke, I've prepared a bento for you as well. This bento box is a new product from the Suu family. Suu Otome waved her hand, and her attendant Maeda approached, placing 2 bento boxes on the table. Kuroiwa had become the head of security for the Suu family, and given Suu Otome's age, her bodyguard had transitioned to the diligent Maeda. Kaduke remained silent, quietly placing her bento for Shinnosuke on the table. 3 bentos, 3 young women's affections. Choosing one would inevitably mean disappointing the others. How would Shinnosuke decide? At that moment, all eyes in the activity room were fixed on Shinnosuke, eager to witness his choice. Since Shinnosuke's arrival, Hayasaka AI had scrutinized him several times, unable to discern any remarkable traits in this man. He was indeed taller than the average Japanese high school student, and signs of physical training were evident. Although he had studied kendo and boxing, he had yet to achieve any accolades in national competitions, suggesting his talents were rather ordinary. It was perplexing that such an unremarkable individual, appearing somewhat lazy and indifferent, could captivate the hearts of the daughters of the Suu, Sawamura, and Tokidoki families, who seemed to care for him deeply. What charm did he possess? Shikigami Kagaya observed Shinnosuke, who appeared to be on the precipice of a love triangle, contemplating her own strategy. Fujiwara Chika, too, was discreetly observing the man named Shinnosuke, sensing that he was anything but simple. Kazama, did you also prepare a bento for me? Shinnosuke inquired, breaking the norms of conversation, turning to Kazama, knowing well that he had mentioned bentos earlier, indicating he must have prepared one as well. But Kazama was not one to openly admit such sentiments. Kazama's mother, Kazama Miniko, had always been kind to Shinnosuke. He would not take for granted the goodwill of friends and elders. Kazama was caught off guard. At this moment, Shinnosuke still thought of him, which left him both touched and somewhat guilty. He had prepared to enjoy Shinnosuke's misfortune. Having one beautiful girl's affection was fortunate, but being pursued by 3 was a different matter entirely. It was a disaster waiting to happen. From his bag, Kazama retrieved 2 bentos, placing one on the table, albeit with the awareness that his offering was distant from the other 3. In that case, let us hold a bento tasting. I shall be the judge to determine which bento is the most delectable. Shinnosuke gathered the 4 bentos, unveiling their lids one by one. Did they think a mere selection of bentos could ensnare him in a love triangle? Shinnosuke's exceptional physical constitution and metabolism far surpassed the norm, allowing him to consume an astonishing amount of food, although he had refrained from indulging thus far. While the average Japanese person had a modest appetite and bentos typically featured lighter flavors, finishing 4 bentos alone, though a challenge, was not insurmountable for him. Choose one. I shall take them all. However, if there were any more, it could prove problematic. Fortunately, Tokidoki Siko had not prepared a bento for him. Let us start with Kazama-s, he declared. I shall begin. As Shinnosuke retrieved his utensils, everyone else opened their bentos, though their attention remained fixated on him. Fujiwara Chika observed Shinnosuke's effortless navigation through the potential love triangle, nodding in approval. Was he using his male friend as a shield? A clever tactic. Little did Fujiwara Chika realize that Shinnosuke had not overthought the situation, nor did he perceive himself to be in a love triangle. He simply wished to honor the sentiments of everyone present. Chapter 32. Where is the battlefield? I wish to witness a river of blood. Watching Shinnosuke savor the bento prepared by his mother, Kazama felt a surge of anticipation. Kazama Miniko was warm and affectionate towards Shinnosuke, perhaps recognizing the genuine friendship between him and Kazama, while also believing that Shinazuke's cheerful and quirky nature could bring more joy to her son. The bento was exquisite, evidently crafted with great care. Miniko was well aware of Shinazuke's preferences, ensuring that no bell peppers marred the meal. Among the girls preparing the bento, only Kato Megumi seemed unaware of Shinazuke's tastes. Suwa Otome Ai and Iri were both acutely aware of what Shinazuke enjoyed. Well, mini sausages, tempura, and hamburger meat. Kazama, today's menu is rather extravagant. Are you perhaps riding on my coattails? Kazama, displeased with Shinazuke's comment about taking advantage of him, popped a mini sausage into his mouth. What did he mean by riding on his coattails? It was the first day of school. What was wrong with a little indulgence in the bento prepared by his mother? Next, Shinazuke quickly took a few bites and turned his gaze to the other 3 bentos. I'll start with Iri's. As he reached for his own bento, Iri couldn't help but chuckle softly and cast a sly glance at Suwa Otome Ai. You never expected this, did you? Iri have made my move. Once Shinazuke and I are together, you will witness for yourself our bond. Perhaps due to memories from a previous life. Suwa Otome Ai held a degree of disdain for Iri, who often clung to Shinazuke, relishing in showing her scenes of adult nature. At that time, Iri had been a mere puppy, unable to do anything, embodying the essence of a defeated dog. Yet, Suwa Otome Ai paid no heed to Iri's provocative gaze. After all, it was just a bento. What could it possibly signify? Iri's smug demeanor only highlighted the fact that she and Shinazuke had no real connection. The bento prepared by Sayaka was evidently more lavish, featuring seafood paired with fruits, all composed of costly ingredients. This bento was more sumptuous, though it lacked the heartfelt touch that Kazama-s had. Shinazuke sampled it, offering his opinion. Well, it can't be helped. It was made by the maid at home. But I'll make sure to learn. Soon, Shinazuke would be able to enjoy bentos crafted by my own hands. Iri felt indifferent, while she had indeed requested Sayaka's assistance. It wasn't Sayaka who had prepared it herself, but rather the family maid, which made the absence of sentiment quite understandable. It was merely a job after all. There's no need for such trouble. I will prepare my own bentos from now on. Shinazuke preferred not to consume multiple bentos daily. Preparing his own would be more straightforward. Humph, Master Shin, do try my bento. Suwa Otome Ai pushed her bento box forward. This is a heartfelt bento I made myself, filled with my affection for you. Iri stared at Suwa Otome Ai in shock. Could such words be spoken so directly? She had intended to say something herself, but her tsundere nature and desire to conceal her feelings led her to endure in silence. Who knew Suwa Otome Ai would come out swinging? Kagayashino, watching from the sidelines, was equally astonished. Could such words be spoken so openly? She never expected Suwa Otome Ai to be so brazen, not only in appearance, but also in her lack of shame. Did she not fear retribution from her family for speaking to a commoner like that? From a young age, she had been strictly guided by her family's expectations, maintaining a flawless image as a young lady in front of outsiders. Utterly perplexed by Suwa Otome Ai's unabashed expression of affection, and it was still warm. A significant reason Shinazuke had not prepared his own bento was that, regardless of taste, a cold bento lacked the desired texture and flavor. Suwa Otome Ai's bento was double-layered, with the crucial detail being that every dish was served hot. Of course, this was a new feature from the Suwa family, equipped with an automatic warming function. Suwa Otome Ai elegantly opened her bento, lifting a lobster tail to her lips. Zamura-kun, won't you eat a bit more? Eating too little can lead to malnutrition and hinder your growth. I'm not malnourished, and it won't affect my growth. It's just that our family develops slowly. Iri retorted without hesitation, momentarily forgetting Suwa Otome Ai's status as a young lady from a prestigious family. Suwa Otome Ai, unfazed, observed the furious Iri with a hint of intrigue. This girl, Iri, was indeed somewhat charming, reminiscent of a little puppy. Keeping her close would surely be entertaining. The double-layered bento featured a variety of seafood and delicacies on the top layer, while the bottom layer contained grilled eel rice, making it an undeniably luxurious meal. Moreover, this bento was crafted by Suwa Otome Ai herself. Having prepared bentos for Shinazuke since kindergarten, she had long anticipated this day. Although Shinazuke sampled others' bentos, the happiness that illuminated his face as he enjoyed the one she had prepared filled her with satisfaction. In that moment of bliss, only Suwa Otome Ai was aware of her own contentment. Next came Megumi's turn. Upon hearing Shinazuke mention her, Kato Megumi couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Her bento was far more modest compared to those of Irie and Suwa Otomei, lacking the extravagant ingredients. 2 small rice balls, perfectly paired with fatty beef and vegetables, exuded a sense of comfort. This meal appeared reassuring and tasted delightful. After sampling all the bentos, Shinnosuke nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the girls. Even a 5-year-old could sense the affection embedded within these bentos. How could Shinnosuke not perceive it? They're all delicious. I'll finish them all. While he was not surprised that Kazama, Irie, and Suwa Otomei would prepare bentos for him, he had not expected Megumi to do so as well. Perhaps it was a gesture of gratitude for finding that beret. Had it fallen into Aki's hands, it might have caused considerable trouble. Kato Megumi had a premonition that if that beret had ended up in Aki's possession, her life would undoubtedly change drastically, and happiness would become an elusive concept for her. Hayasaka AI, utterly shocked, exclaimed, "Is that it? Where's the battlefield? I want to see a river of blood. How can it end like this?" Suwa Otomei, Irie, and Shinnosuke were merely reuniting after a long separation. While Kato Megumi was expressing her gratitude, her feelings remained unconfirmed. The so-called battlefield had never truly existed from the very beginning. Chapter 33. Everything is under the control of Suwa Otomei, even for Shinnosuke. Consuming 4 bento boxes alone was quite a challenge, primarily due to the overwhelming portion of the double-layered bento prepared by Suwa Otomei. This classmate is remarkable, managing to finish 4 bento boxes by himself. Should we consider entering a competitive eating contest at the ramen shop next time? After watching a live eating broadcast, Chika Fujiwara could no longer contain her curiosity and approached Shinnosuke, sensing that this boy brought by Suwa Otomei was undoubtedly intriguing. On second thought, I'm not really interested. Shinnosuke reclined on the luxurious sofa, feeling as though he might burst if he consumed even a morsel more. He was simply too full. Young Master Shin remains so unpretentious, Suwa Otomei observed, feeling a wave of reassurance wash over her. It was abundantly clear that she harbored feelings for Shinnosuke. Initially, she was drawn to him because he exhibited no interest in children, making it difficult for her to easily capture his attention. As their interactions progressed, Suwa Otomei gradually realized that Shinnosuke was unlike anyone she had ever encountered. He was not the type to be easily enchanted by her charm, nor was he one of those haughty scions from affluent families. There was a unique allure about Shinnosuke that allowed Suwa Otomei to appreciate all of his virtues. Over time, her admiration and competitive spirit transformed into a genuine affection for his extraordinary soul. After completing kindergarten, Suwa Otomei pursued her studies abroad. And now that she had reached adulthood, her sole reason for returning to Japan was Shinnosuke. She was well aware of the experiences he had endured over the years, even including the recent investigation conducted by the Sawamura family into his background. AI knew everything, while Lily believed she had managed to sneak away unnoticed. In reality, everything was under Suwa Otomei's meticulous control. Lily was astonished that Shinnosuke had finished all 4 bento boxes. Is he really not going to fall ill? She pondered, deciding not to prepare bento for him the following day. Healthy relationships should not become burdensome. Observing Shinnosuke lounging on the sofa, both Lily and Kei Katsuragi resolved to refrain from bringing him bento, leaving that task to Suwa Otomei. Siko B, who had been silently observing, stepped forward and approached Shinnosuke, offering a smile to Suwa Otomei seated beside him. "Shinnosuke, may I ask you for a favor?" "What is it?" he replied, his expression slightly pained as he acknowledged he had indeed overindulged. "Might you be willing to teach me kendo? I assure you, I will pay you the highest tuition." Ever since their practice session the previous day, Siko had felt rejuvenated. The burdens of her melancholy had vanished, leaving her with an exhilarating sense of comfort akin to a lonely housewife finally encountering her robust young man. "No need for that. Aren't you also a member of the kendo club? We can practice together. Let us forego the tuition," Shinnosuke replied weakly, rubbing his stomach. For him, training with Siko was merely a trivial task, and it felt excessive to accept payment. Mr. Shinnosuke truly has a flair for the dramatic. After a brief hesitation, Siko made her decision. "I understand, Shinnosuke. I shall rely on you from now on." "Well then, I must take my leave." Tidying up the bento boxes, she offered a gentle smile to Shinnosuke before nodding at the others and departing from the student council room. "I shall also head back. I need to prepare for my afternoon classes," Kei Katsuragi said, rising gracefully and tucking her hair behind her ear as she gathered her 2 bento boxes. "Farewell, Shinnosuke." "Goodbye, Kei." With Siko and Kei's departure, Lily settled on Shinnosuke's left, while Suwa Otome AI took her place on his right. Observing him, Lily appeared eager to assist. In another world, Shinnosuke would often rub her stomach. Now, witnessing him overstuffed, she yearned to help him. How frustrating. Why must we be here? Why can't it just be the two of us alone? When will I finally get to spend time with Shinnosuke privately? Maeda, please fetch some digestion medicine. Suwa Otome AI sighed, slightly exasperated with Shinnosuke's stubbornness. Young Master Shin, you could have simply spoken up if you couldn't finish. No one would blame you. Without responding, Shinnosuke inhaled deeply and sat up. By the way, AI, how have you fared during your years abroad? Are you expressing concern for me, young Master Shin? My life has been quite pleasant, though I felt a bit lonely without you. Even while seated, Suwa Otome AI exuded an air of grace and elegance. Her every gesture was poised, yet when conversing with Shinnosuke, a faint blush graced her cheeks, betraying her inner turmoil. How infuriating. Must you two be so flirtatious in this sacred student council room? The interaction between Shinnosuke and Suwa Otome AI was overwhelmingly impactful for Kaguya Shinomiya, who had begun to view AI as a rival. As she aspired to win Shinnosuke's affection, a growing sense of defeat enveloped her, making her increasingly irrational and indifferent to the interests of the Shinomiya family. What does it matter if I converse with young Master Shin? Is it any of your concern? Or is it indicative of the Shinomiya family's upbringing? Upon hearing Suwa Otome AI mention the Shinomiya family, Kaguya regained her composure. Isn't the upbringing of the Suwa Otome family even more concerning? How shamelessly flattering a man in public. Kaguya's words were like water off a duck's back to Suwa Otome AI. Siko B and Kei Katsuragi might be formidable opponents. Budding Lily posed little threat. Kaguya's sense of defeat was far more pronounced than Lily's, which she regarded with indifference. As for the Shinomiya family, their decline was imminent. Once Kaguya's grandfather passed away, the once mighty clan would crumble in an instant. Kaguya's siblings, Kaguya Hikari, Kaguya Sarayu, and Kaguya Onryu, were nothing more than useless debris. Even if the plan were to falter, the Suwa Otome family possessed numerous strategies to counter the Shinomiya clan. The current Shinomiya family was surrounded by wolves, all waiting for the opportune moment to pounce and devour what remained of the once great lineage. Maeda soon returned with the medicine, and upon taking it, Shinnosuke felt revitalized. Ahahaha. Just as I expected of myself. I managed to consume 4 bento boxes in one sitting. Now invigorated, Shinnosuke stood up, realizing he could have digested the meal without the medicine. Well then, the lunch break is nearly over. Let us head back. Certainly, young Master Shin. After classes today, I have piano lessons and cannot accompany you home, but do remember to think of AI. Chapter 34, Defeated Dogs Victory? A few individuals departed from the student council's activity room, making their way towards their respective classrooms. Kazama and Shinizuke, who shared a class, bid farewell to Irie and Su Aoi before proceeding to their classroom. Shinizuke, if you can't finish it, don't force yourself. Kazama exclaimed. Who else could be your childhood friend but me? Kazama Tetsu. We must not squander everyone's goodwill. Quit boasting. You're not secretly trying to establish a harem, are you? Kazama voiced his suspicions upon seeing Shinizuke surrounded by beautiful girls, feeling an envious ire. He lamented that if it were him, he could never achieve what Shinizuke had. Especially not devouring 4 bento boxes in one go. Huh. Kazama, what are you talking about? A harem? Shinizuke pondered for a moment, admitting he had no such intention. Don't play dumb, or you might find yourself in trouble. Kazama retorted. I am a master of kendo. A mere kitchen knife poses no threat to me. As Kazama recalled Shinizuke's extraordinary luck and fearsome romantic prospects, he suddenly deemed his concerns unnecessary. Fine, I won't bother with you. Huh. Kazama, how cruel. Are you really going to abandon me? Stop spouting such nonsensical remarks. Kazama grumbled, irritated once more by Shinizuke's antics. Next time, I'll definitely not ask my mother to prepare bento for this guy. Meanwhile, the student council's activity room fell into a brief silence after the others left. Shikigami Kaguya felt somewhat disheartened. Su Aoi's presence had exerted considerable pressure on her. It was the first time Kaguya felt utterly overwhelmed by someone of her own age. She found no aspect in which she could surpass Aoi, whether in family background or physique. Beside her, Hayasaka AI was equally at a loss on how to console her lady. Why, she wondered, was there such a disparity between her and Suaoi? I find this Nohara fellow quite intriguing. Perhaps we could become friends. Fujiwara Chika interjected, bringing Kaguya back to reality. and forcing her to regain her composure. Adopting her usual dignified demeanor. I will prevail. Back in the classroom, Irie sighed, lamenting how the heartwarming bento battle had devolved into something else entirely. How did it go? Did Nohara enjoy your heartfelt bento? Kasumi ga Kakashi asked. He did eat it, but I won't prepare bento for Shinnosuke again. Irie's heart ached at the thought of him consuming 4 bento boxes that day. It's all that wicked Su Aoi's fault for making such an extravagant 2-tiered bento. Kazama and Kata Megumi, oblivious to the brewing rivalry, were inadvertently overlooked by Irie. Why? Kasumi ga Kaka asked, shocked upon learning that Shinnosuke had been surrounded by 4 beautiful girls and had consumed 4 bento boxes. What a sensational plot twist. If only I could incorporate this into my light novel, it would surely shine, she mused, realizing that such absurdity might even seem implausible within the confines of a light novel. Initially inclined towards writing a pure love story, Kasumi ga Kaka found herself straying further down a less virtuous path. Given the multitude of rivals, Irie, you must seize the opportunity this weekend. It would be best to solidify your relationship quickly. Though Kasumi ga Kaka was also a defeated dog, she was a carnivorous one, keenly aware of the necessity to act decisively. Weekend? Solidify our relationship? The mere thought of these words sent a shockwave through Irie, awakening her prideful, obstinate spirit, compelling her to instinctively retreat. Do you wish to continue like this, only to regret it at Nohara and Su Aoi's wedding? Don't speak such terrifying words. Moreover, she is the daughter of the Su family. They would never approve of her relationship with Shinnosuke. So what? Are you planning to wait until everything has transpired before picking up the pieces? Irie's face paled as she read Kasumi ga Kaka's message, feeling utterly drained. Such a scenario was simply inconceivable. I understand now. Please, Kasumi ga Kaka, create an opportunity for me and Shinnosuke this weekend. Rest assured, I shall make it happen. Defeated dogs victory? The afternoon classes were equally tedious. Perhaps from overindulging at lunch, Shinnosuke felt drowsy and unwittingly dozed off, only to awaken to the sound of the final bell. The teachers at Shuchian Academy were rather lenient. If one's grades were dismal, one might be advised to withdraw. The school was filled with prodigies and offspring of influential families. When a student was caught sleeping or not paying attention, the teachers often pretended not to notice. In the faculty office, Hiratsuka Shizuka was reviewing Yukino Shida Yukino's club application. The servant club? Are you certain you wish to name it that? It resembles a jack-of-all-trades organization. Why choose a name that might lead to misunderstandings? Yukino Shida nodded, fully aware of the ambiguous implications of the name, but for her, it represented one of the few choices in life where she could indulge a bit. Creating a club isn't an issue, but a one-person club simply won't do. If you accept one of my requests, I can make an exception and help you establish this club. While such a club might be acceptable at Sobu High, Shuchian was a different matter altogether. The academy provided substantial support to clubs, each receiving a generous allocation of funds. What request? This is the first request of the servant club, Yukino Shida said, sitting up straight and looking earnestly at Hiratsuka. Help me correct the awkward personality of a certain individual named Nohara Shinnosuke. At that moment, the office door was knocked on, and a voice they both recognized echoed through the room. Hey, Shizuka, why did you summon me to your office after school? Do you have something on your mind? The door swung open, revealing none other than Nohara Shinnosuke, who raised an eyebrow at Hiratsuka. You rascal. Hiratsuka could no longer contain herself. Springing up to stand beside Shinnosuke and delivering a solid punch to his head. One wasn't enough, so she quickly added another. Reflect on your behavior. Hiratsuka pointed at Shinnosuke, who crouched on the ground, 2 large lumps forming on his head. This guy's despicable personality needs correction, otherwise, I fear he might end up in police custody. That is my request. Yukino Shida nodded in agreement. Indeed, Shinnosuke's character was quite troublesome. Yet, she couldn't help but notice the flush on Hiratsuka's face. Chapter 35. The destruction of the Hiratsuka Shizuka by light speed. Although it was a commission from Hiratsuka-sensei and the first task from the service club, I still declined. Being in the same club as this fellow, I was genuinely concerned about the potential compromise of a young girl's purity. Isn't that rather direct? Though this individual has a notoriously unpleasant demeanor, he is merely a cowardly rogue at heart. All talk and no action. There's no need for such worry. Upon hearing Yukino Shida's words, Hiratsuka Shizuka couldn't help but pinch her forehead. These 2 troublesome children were indeed exasperating. Really? Yukino Shida. Yukino regarded Hiratsuka with suspicion. Then why did you blush just now, teacher? Could it be that you were struck true by Nohara's words? The Hiratsuka Shizuka was metaphorically sunk by light speed. Exactly. Little Shizuka, could it be that I hit the nail on the head? Nohara, having regained his vitality at some point, stood beside Yukino Shida, eyes closed and nodding gravely. Only you lack the standing to make such remarks. Wasn't it you who first approached me? After delivering a playful punch to Nohara, Shizuka took a deep breath to compose herself. So, how about accepting this commission? If you do, I can assist you in establishing this club. Hiratsuka-sensei, are you threatening me? Aren't you genuinely concerned about me being alone with this guy? Yukino Shida's gaze towards Nohara was laced with disdain, and her impression of him was far from favorable. A kendo prodigy, inexplicably popular among girls, his unpleasant temperament likely stemmed from his sister's influence. Yukino Shida harbored no fondness for Nohara's unruly nature. Having been constrained by rules throughout her life, she found his carefree demeanor quite irksome, much like a caged bird envying the larks soaring freely in the sky. Disgust? Envy? She couldn't quite articulate her feelings. Now that you've resolved to extend a helping hand to those in need, do you not perceive that he requires assistance? Or do you believe yourself incapable of providing it? Hiratsuka-sensei, your provocation is rather clumsy, yet I shall accept this commission. I will correct his character. Upon hearing her being challenged, Yukino Shida inhaled deeply and chose to take on the task. Who is the one in need of help? Could you introduce me? It's you. Both Hiratsuka and Yukino Shida exclaimed in unison, turning to Nohara with a shout. All right, leave this fellow to me. I will also rely on Hiratsuka-sensei for the club matters. Hiratsuka nodded with satisfaction. Nohara, you are to join the club that Yukino Shida is establishing and participate in club activities after school every day, understood? But I also wish to join the kendo club. I have little time to spare. In Japan, school dismisses quite early in the afternoon, and Nohara was reluctant to waste his time on meaningless club activities. Even the kendo club did not entice him much. Oh, is that truly your sentiment? Hiratsuka's smile bore an ominous edge as she revealed her iron fist once more. It's not impossible, but what kind of club is little Yukino establishing? Nohara, we are not yet familiar enough to address each other by our first names, are we? The moniker Little Yukino reminded Yukino Shida of Nohara's reference to her as Yukino Shida, Hirano, a grave affront. The club I am forming is called the Service Club, and from today onward, you are a member. You need not worry about the kendo club. The Service Club will not demand too much of your time. Upon hearing the name of the Service Club, Nohara's expression shifted, 2 parts astonishment, 7 parts delight, and 1 part anticipation. So, am I serving others, or are others serving me? Humph, Nohara, my club is not so sordid. Extending a helping hand to those in difficulty is the essence of our activities. In the Japanese context, service denotes selfless assistance without expectation of reward, and coupled with Yukino Shida's earnest intent, the name Service Club was indeed fitting. What? Isn't that akin to the duties of the Haruai Defense Corps? Nohara sighed in disappointment, prompting Hiratsuka to clench her fists once more. Do you truly wish to be catered to so ardently? I can introduce you to the members of the Haruai Defense Corps if you wish. Nohara, since I have agreed to assist Hiratsuka-sensei in correcting your character, once the school approves the club activity room, you are to come after school for club activities. Yukino Shida appeared indifferent towards the Haruai Defense Corps, often baffled by Nohara's nonsensical references, and had no desire to fully comprehend them. Hiratsuka nodded in satisfaction, sensing that Yukino Shida's disposition was in stark contrast to Nohara's, believing the two would certainly spark an intriguing dynamic. Hiratsuka seemed to regard Yukino Shida as a universal tool. Yet within her heart, she was uncertain whether she sought to change Nohara's character or to adjust Yukino Shida's own awkwardness. All right, I will assist with the club matters. Yukino, you may take your leave for now. I have something to discuss with him. Understood. If you find yourself in any danger, remember to call for help. And Nohara, I must remind you, teacher-student relationships are taboo. Do not say such things. Had she noticed my earlier blush? Before Hiratsuka could defend herself, Yukino Shida had already turned to leave. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, Hiratsuka turned her attention to Nohara. Are you planning to join the kendo club and pursue it further? From your records, it seems you are more adept in boxing and swimming. If you wish to place in competitions and graduate smoothly, I would recommend you join the swimming club instead. Nohara's practice of kendo had been a childhood endeavor. Although he had participated in one kendo competition, it held little value as a reference. Boxing, though thrilling, lacked recognition in Asia, and with no relevant events in Japan, excelling in boxing would not secure him a university recommendation. Swimming, however, offered a different prospect. Should Nohara achieve commendable results, he might even pursue a career as a professional athlete. Of course, this was merely Hiratsuka's preliminary plan for Nohara's future. She truly did not know him well enough, particularly unaware of his potential in kendo. Chapter 36. Please, Nohara Shinnosuke. We are merely seeking shelter from the rain. I possess little interest in swimming, and my fondness for boxing has waned as well. Furthermore, I have already made a promise to my teacher to participate in the upcoming Yulon Cup and to achieve a commendable ranking. Teacher? Who is your teacher? It is Musashi no Kintaro from the Musashi Dojo. He is my mentor in kendo. The Musashi Dojo, you say? Since you have made your decision, I encourage you to put forth your utmost effort. Hiratsuka Shizuka is a competent instructor, which is quite rare in this nation of neon lights. After all, this is a land where the underdog often rises against their superiors, and teachers seldom assume such responsibility for their students. As for that club under Yukino Shida, I hope you will participate earnestly. Consider it a favor to me, if you will. That child, Yukino Shida, has no friends and possesses a rather peculiar disposition. I worry she may encounter unsavory individuals at this school, potentially causing trouble for herself and her family. Since this is a request from Shizuka, I shall assist her. Well then, it is getting late. Let us return. Upon hearing Shinnosuke's agreement, Hiratsuka Shizuka waved her hand dismissively, ushering him away. Farewell, Shizuka. Let us have coffee together again sometime. Coffee? That boy truly has no sense of timing. Recalling the day they shared coffee, where Shinnosuke's conversation had left her elated, Hiratsuka Shizuka felt a pang of embarrassment. Upon regaining her composure, she noticed Shinnosuke had already departed. Tomorrow, she would educate that boy. For now, she would contact Haruno for a drink. The summer weather is notoriously unpredictable. Before she realized it, a torrential rain had begun to cascade from the sky. What to do? I have no umbrella. Gazing at the curtain of rain before her, Yukino Shida Yukino felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. The downpour seemed to intensify. And without an umbrella, how would she return home? Living alone, the driver her family had arranged was not nearby and would take an hour or two to arrive. Surely, her mother would be displeased upon learning of this predicament. Should she call her sister to pick her up? Perhaps not. The rain might ease soon. The sudden onset of rain clouded Yukino Shida's thoughts, prompting her to reflect on her current situation. Her arrival at Shuchien Academy had been a blow to the confidence she had nurtured for so long. In the entrance examination, she had not even placed within the top 50, a significant setback for someone who had always been at the top of her class. Was she truly that exceptional? Establishing the servant club had been a long-held aspiration of hers. Yet her childhood experiences left her perplexed by a singular question. Why do the weak ostracize those who are more capable? Is it envy? Or is it a manifestation of humanity's baser instincts? Yukino Shida speculated that such individuals, lacking the knowledge to improve themselves, could not help but feel jealousy towards those who excelled. Hence, her indoor shoes had gone missing on numerous occasions. In light of this, she resolved to create a club that would guide these individuals in finding ways to enhance themselves, embodying the adage, teaching one to fish rather than merely providing fish. This way, exclusion and bullying would cease to exist. Alas, this was merely Yukino Shida's wishful thinking. Like her name suggests, Yukino Shida Yukino is akin to snow concealed beneath a layer of frost, pure, cold, unique, and beautiful. Only by breaking through the hard exterior can one glimpse her tender essence. She endeavored to free herself from the constraints of this icy shell, unaware that this seemingly impenetrable layer also served as her protection, shielding her from the harsh glare of the sun. What a coincidence, Yukino. Nohara-kun, please call me Yukino Shida. We are not yet close enough to use first names. There was no need to turn around. The voice made it clear that the bothersome Nohara had arrived. Having accepted Hiratsuka's request, she intended to find a way to rectify Shinnosuke's awkward demeanor. Unaware that she herself was the one in need of change and salvation in Hiratsuka's eyes. Yukino, do not be so distant. We are neighbors. And it is only fitting we return home together. In such heavy rain, you cannot possibly go back alone, can you? Shinnosuke's backpack contained an array of peculiar items, filled with everything but books, and a compact umbrella was among the essentials. However, this umbrella seemed rather small, and Yukino Shida realized that sharing it with Shinnosuke would undoubtedly create an intimate situation. Perhaps it would be best to wait for the rain to subside. This rain arrived rather abruptly. Why did you not bring an umbrella, Yukino? Is it not more peculiar that you carry an umbrella at all times? Surely, your backpack cannot be devoid of books. Yukino Shida saw through Nohara Shinnosuke instantly. It was evident he was not academically inclined, and his grades must reflect that. Such words from Yukino are rather hurtful, are they not? Why must you be so frigid? Please, Nohara Shinnosuke, we are merely seeking shelter from the rain. Once it ceases, our paths shall diverge once more. Our relationship exists solely as club president and member, so there is no need for excessive conversation or pretense of familiarity. Do you understand? Nohara-kun. Regrettably, after uttering those words, Yukino Shida felt a wave of remorse. Would her remarks dishearten Shinnosuke? After all, she had promised Hiratsuka to help change his character. Yet she found herself unable to temper her own demeanor. In that moment, Yukino Shida resembled a hedgehog. Anyone daring to approach would be instinctively pricked by her sharp words. Reflecting on this, Yukino Shida discreetly glanced back and observed Nohara Shinnosuke squatting in the corner, drawing circles in the dirt with a twig. How disheartening. It is not as if he had just faced rejection in a confession. With such heavy rain, there would hardly be time to reach the supermarket. She had intended to enjoy sukiyaki today. On a cool, rainy day, savoring steaming hot sukiyaki would be delightful, would it not, Yukino? Upon hearing Shinnosuke's words, Yukino Shida understood why Hiratsuka could not restrain herself. This boy was undeniably infuriating. At that moment, she felt an urge to apply Aikido on Shinnosuke. With a sigh, she recognized that, although the cause of her anxiety had dissipated, an unexpected comfort emanated from Shinnosuke. By the way, Yukino Shida-san, do you like cats? Huh. Yukino Shida was bewildered by the abrupt shift in topic and wondered when she had unwittingly revealed such a detail. Chapter 37. This man is truly terrifying. From the expression on Yukino Shida-Yukino's face, it is evident that she is the complete antithesis of myself, a devoted cat person. Shinnosuke does not share the same fondness for cats. The stark differences in their temperaments make them rather untamable, no matter how much one invests in them. They seldom regard you as their master or family. This observation is not limited to felines. Many humans exhibit similar traits. In contrast, dogs are unwaveringly loyal, even to a fault. At this moment, Shinnosuke wishes to convey to Yukino Shida, Yukino, please, Yukino Shida, we are merely seeking shelter from the rain. Surely, you cannot believe I have ulterior motives towards you? I am simply fulfilling a task assigned by the system. This does not concern you, does it? How about sharing a meal of sukiyaki tonight? Eating sukiyaki alone lacks the essence of joy. Yukino Shida, Yukino fell silent. Her sharp tongue could not wound Shinnosuke. It was evident that he was a man more formidable than her sister. For some unknown reason, Yukino Shida, Yukino suddenly found herself intrigued. What sort of sparks would fly if Yukino Shida Ayano were to meet Shinnosuke? By the way, little Yukino, you are not an only child, are you? I too have a delightful younger sister. A younger sister? Indeed, a character as challenging as Ayano. What is your perspective on sisters? Upon the mention of sisters, Yukino Shida, Yukino's interest was piqued. She was eager to learn how this man, who bore a striking resemblance to Yukino Shida Ayano, perceived his own sister. A younger sister? Shinnosuke recalled his little Aoi. Nohara Himawari was also a child not entirely honest, a trait that seemed to run in the Nohara family. Aoi enjoyed playing pranks and occasionally laid traps for Shinnosuke, yet deep down, she held a fondness for her elder brother. She adored handsome boys, sparkly objects, and jewels. Growing up to be quite cheerful and mature, inheriting her mother Missy's assertive nature and a hint of vanity. Nevertheless, she was a good child and an important family member to Shinnosuke. Although she could be disobedient at times, more often than not, she was endearing. Being a brother who could care for her was indeed a stroke of luck. If Aoi were present, Shinnosuke would certainly refrain from expressing such thoughts. Is that so? The answer diverged from Yukino Shida's expectations. The relationship between the Yukino Shida sisters was similarly lacking in candor. But the love Yukino Shida Ayano held for Yukino Shida Yukino was by no means lesser than Shinnosuke's affection for Aoi. However, due to the unique circumstances surrounding the Yukino Shida family, the sisters had borne considerable pressure from a young age, leading them to make different choices in the face of adversity, resulting in a somewhat distorted sibling dynamic. Does little Yukino have an elder sister? How is your relationship with her? Yukino Shida Yukino fell silent, unwilling to delve deeper into this topic. The rain seemed to have lessened significantly. It should cease shortly, which brought her some relief. Being alone with Shinnosuke was quite taxing for her. She had promised Hiratsuka-sensei to assist in correcting his awkward demeanor, yet found herself unable to engage in normal conversation with him. Could she truly alter this slightly distorted reality? Was she still considered a commendable individual? Shall we dine on sukiyaki together later? After a moment of contemplation, Yukino Shida Yukino made a decision. She desired to understand Shinnosuke more profoundly, to discern what kind of person he was, and thus devise a plan to change him. All of this was for Hiratsuka Shizuka's commission, to rectify Shinnosuke's awkward behavior and prevent him from landing in prison for harassing women. Of course, Yukino also concurred with Shinnosuke's sentiments. On this cool rainy day, the prospect of enjoying sukiyaki was indeed a delightful thought. Will you treat me? How infuriating. Can't you be a bit more honest? After resolving to share a sukiyaki dinner, the rain soon ceased, and the two made their way towards the apartment. Since it was Yukino Shida Yukino's treat today, the lack of discounted groceries at the supermarket was of little concern. Little Yukino, is it truly all right to purchase so many expensive ingredients? You are rather extravagant, aren't you? Shouldn't it be generous instead? Where on earth did you learn such peculiar phrases? The ingredients for sukiyaki are not particularly complex, yet the price variations can be vast, especially for beef. The discounted beef that the Nohara family often consumed was of mediocre quality, while Yukino Shida Yukino opted for high-quality wagyu today, which would certainly strain Shinnosuke as pocket money. If we are to eat, we might as well procure the best ingredients. Yukino Shida Yukino was adept at cooking, yet since living alone, she seldom prepared meals. This seemed to stem from a form of self-punishment, as she felt unworthy of indulging in lavish dishes alone. Even her daily bento was rather plain. Was she investigating what kind of person Shinnosuke was, or did Yukino Shida Yukino simply crave sukiyaki herself? Upon returning to the apartment with the ingredients, Yukino Shida Yukino suddenly confronted a serious dilemma. Nohara's family owned a dog, and she found herself utterly incapable of interacting with canines. Despite the dog's cuteness, fear gripped her. However, the thought of inviting Nohara Shinnosuke to her apartment for sukiyaki ignited an unspoken sense of crisis within her. There exists a significant difference between dining at a classmate's home and inviting a classmate to one's own. All right, since little Yukino has procured the ingredients, I shall take charge of the meal preparation. Let us exchange line. I will message you once it is ready. By the time Yukino Shida Yukino processed this, they had already exchanged line contacts. Shinnosuke closed the door behind him, returning home to prepare the sukiyaki. Yukino Shida Yukino settled onto her sofa, yet felt as though she were perched on needles. Why had she agreed to share a sukiyaki meal with Shinnosuke? Was it the warmth in his smile when he spoke of his sister that had swayed her? She instinctively believed that someone who cherished their sister could not possibly be malevolent. Yet, this very Shinnosuke had captivated the hearts of both the Suo and Sawamura families. The Yukino Shida family bore no comparison to these two illustrious clans. The Nohara family and the Sawamura family were colossal entities in contrast to the Yukino Shida family. Although Yukino Shida Yukino remained perplexed by Shinnosuke's allure, it did not diminish her trepidation about the impending solitude with him over dinner. In her bewilderment over Shinnosuke's charm, she overlooked the fact that she had inadvertently agreed to dine on sukiyaki with him. This man is truly terrifying. Chapter 38. How can I make her meow willingly? What has become of today's youth? Each individual seems like a troublesome little rascal. After 2 glasses of wine, Hiraizumi Shizuka could no longer contain herself and began to rant fervently about Yukino Shida Yukino, though her primary target of criticism remained the incorrigible Shinnosuke. Shizuka harbored a love-hate relationship with Shinnosuke, her foremost concern being his propensity to attract numerous young ladies. The girls at Shuchian Academy are predominantly daughters of affluent families, and she was aware that Shinnosuke hailed from a rather ordinary background. Should anything go awry, it could lead to considerable complications. Shizuka, it is quite normal for teachers to encounter a few problematic children. However, I trust you do not mean to include Yukino among them, do you? Yukino Shida Ayano remarked, displaying little interest in the wine swirling gently within her elegant glass, contrasting sharply with the boisterous demeanor of Hiraizumi Shizuka. The men in the izakaya cast occasional glances in her direction. Your sister is less forthright than you, Ayano. It is rather unkind of you to treat her that way. Her somewhat awkward personality is largely a consequence of your behavior, is it not? Shizuka, well acquainted with Ayano, noted that this charming beauty adeptly maintained relationships with everyone but her own sister, often resorting to teasing her with a harsh attitude, which had contributed to Yukino's current disposition. In essence, the unique circumstances surrounding the Yukino Shida family had fostered this intricate familial relationship. A somewhat weak father who entered the Yukino Shida household, a domineering mother steering the family, an exceptionally talented yet insincere elder sister, and a younger sister who experienced a sense of confusion in her formative years. The family, caught in a state of stagnation, lacked the forthrightness to express their innermost feelings. Do not worry. I have discovered a rather intriguing boy who will undoubtedly bring about a change in Yukino. Oh, Ayano's interest was piqued. She was acutely aware of her own lack of candor, yet the sight of her adorable sister inevitably tempted her to tease. After all, her efforts were primarily for Yukino's sake. As long as she excelled and could inherit the Yukino Shida family name, Yukino would have the freedom to enjoy her life and choose her own partner in future. However, urging Yukino to voice such sentiments was akin to asking her to take a leap into the abyss. The conflicting desire to see Yukino mature while simultaneously wishing for her perpetual innocence was a paradox few could comprehend. Do tell me about him. As well as the matter concerning Yukino. I heard she has established a club? Shizuka recounted the escapades of Shinnosuke and the Servitude Club, particularly lamenting the unreliability of this troublesome rascal. Ayano merely nodded, her interest in the man named Shinnosuke growing, albeit slightly. Her current thoughts centered on returning Shizuka home, and then seeking out Yukino to replenish her sisterly energy, while checking on how Yukino was faring in her solitude. Upon returning to her apartment, Yukino felt a sense of restlessness, regretting her agreement to join Shinnosuke for sukiyaki. Yet, the desire to eat and observe Shinnosuke's behavior lingered within her. To Yukino, Shinnosuke's facade of maturity was merely a guise, concealing some deep-seated emotion. Much like herself, her own icy demeanor masked an inner softness. Alas, Yukino was mistaken. Shinnosuke bore no pretense. He was simply genuine in his demeanor. The sudden vibration of her phone startled her, prompting her to hastily check the screen. Fat and chubby Zuiman. We're almost ready. Hurry over, Yukino. Again, it was Yukino. Why couldn't Shinnosuke remember her name? However, she dismissed it, considering it an improvement over Hiraizumi. Stepping outside, she approached Shinnosuke's door, inhaled deeply, and knocked. After a brief wait, the door swung open, revealing not Shinnosuke but the very dog she had encountered previously. A rope was tied to the doorknob, and the other end was clutched in the dog's mouth. Yukino's eyes widened as she met the dog's gaze, her body tensing up. She harbored a fear of dogs, even small ones like this. Fortunately, the polite pup relinquished the rope, nodded at her, and trotted away. This dog was remarkably intelligent. Seeing it retreat to its doghouse with no intention of aggression, Yukino exhaled in relief. Yukino, you've arrived. I'm still chopping vegetables. It will be ready shortly. All right, Yukino replied, surveying the room. Though they were neighbors, her apartment was twice the size of Shinnosuke's, with far superior decor. His room was not entirely tidy, slightly disorganized, but not filthy, exuding a sense of warmth that starkly contrasted with her own meticulously organized, yet somewhat cold space. On the modest dining table, an electric hot pot was set up, surrounded by various ingredients, while Shinnosuke busied himself in the adjacent kitchen, slicing vegetables and meat. The enticing aroma of rice wafted through the air, and 2 small bowls containing sterilized eggs were placed nearby. The delightful scent of the cooking food eased Yukino's tension. Perhaps Shinnosuke was more reliable than she had anticipated? Just a little longer, and it will be ready. He placed the chopped vegetables and beef into the pot, and, upon switching it on, took a seat with eager anticipation. Yukino pulled up a chair, sitting primly as she too gazed at the electric hot pot with expectation. Observing Yukino, Shinnosuke contemplated his findings. Yukino was a fervent cat lover, a devoted feline enthusiast, and her relationship with her family was rather strained, particularly with her sister, leading to a somewhat awkward dynamic. How could he make Yukino meow willingly before him? Given her temperament, it was certainly no simple task. Shinnosuke, your unwavering gaze is rather disconcerting. Are you finally unable to restrain your desires and intend to make a move? Rest assured, I have practiced Aikido for quite some time. I only have an affinity for tall, gentle older sisters. You, Yukino, have much room for improvement. Improve? How does one achieve that? Can effort truly bring about change? It was infuriating. She wished for nothing more than to deliver a punch without a second thought. If only she were Hiraizumi Shizuka. Chapter 39, My Life is Ruined. The bubbling sound of the hot pot shattered the silence between the two individuals. Well then, let us dine, said Shinno. A hearty meal is essential for proper growth. He lifted the lid of the hot pot, releasing the fragrant aroma of beef and vegetables, imbued with the delicate scent of soy sauce unique to sukiyaki, inducing an irresistible urge to eat. Yukino Shida. Yukino's gaze was also drawn to the simmering hot pot. After a torrential summer downpour, indulging in a warm pot of sukiyaki was indeed a rare delight. Although Shino could be infuriating, his skill in handling the ingredients suggested a commendable talent for cooking, which was rather uncommon among boys. "I'm digging in," Shino exclaimed, eagerly picking up a piece of beef. Thanks to Yukino, he was able to savor such exquisite beef. It was utterly delicious. He placed the selected beef into a small bowl, dipped it in some egg mixture, then laid it atop a mound of rice before savoring it, washing it down with a sip of cola that elicited a satisfying burp. Witnessing Shino's enjoyment made Yukino feel a twinge of hunger herself. Though her movements remained poised and refined as she selected her vegetables, the flavor was indeed delightful, even surpassing the sukiyaki she had relished at upscale restaurants. Quite a peculiar phenomenon. After escorting the inebriated Hiratsuka Shizuka home, Yukino Shida Yui hailed a taxi, heading towards her sister's apartment. She wondered how Yukino managed living alone, having had a few drinks herself. She hoped she could comfortably stay over. It would be even better if she could find an opportunity to embrace Yukino and share a slumber. Filled with anticipation, Yukino Shida Yui arrived at the apartment and knocked on the door. No response? Has Yukino not returned home? After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved a spare key from her wallet, which she had secretly prepared for emergencies after learning that Yukino rented this place. She never expected it would be needed so soon. Quietly unlocking the door, she was met with an eerie stillness. Yukino was indeed not home. The rain had begun to pour again as she arrived, and the sky had darkened significantly. Where could Yukino be? Earlier that day, Shino had devoured 4 bento boxes. Despite the premium quality of the beef, he hadn't consumed much, leaving most of the sukiyaki in Yukino's belly. Though appearing frail, she had a surprisingly robust appetite. Suddenly, Yukino's phone rang. Checking the screen, she saw her sister Yui was calling, and a surge of panic washed over her. It felt akin to being caught in an illicit affair. "Hey, can you be quiet for a moment? My sister is calling," she requested, glancing at Shino, who nodded in understanding. "Hello, Yukino. What are you up to?" Yui inquired. "I'm home, reading," Yukino replied. Yui's heart skipped a beat. When did Yukino start telling lies? Had she become wayward after just a few days of living independently? "I just had a few drinks with Shizuka, and it's raining outside. May I come by to rest?" Yui's tone was assertive, more of an announcement than a question. The authority in her voice reminded Yukino of their mother, causing her to pause before reluctantly agreeing. "All right, sister, come on over." After all, it was just next door. She could wait for Yui to arrive. "Great, wait for me." Yukino. Upon hanging up, Yui sighed in relief. Perhaps Yukino had simply gone out to the convenience store. After all, how could Yukino stray from her path? The earlier fright had nearly alarmed her, as she feared her sister had been lured away by some nefarious man. This was a perfect opportunity to surprise Yukino. "I'm sorry, Shino. My sister is coming over to find me, so I must leave. I must ask you to tidy up," Yukino said apologetically, realizing it was rather impolite to depart so abruptly. "It's quite all right. Thank you for treating us today. The beef was delightful," Shino replied, brushing off her concerns. Paying no mind to the peculiar way he phrased his words, Yukino stood, offered a slight bow of apology, and made her way to the door, opening it. As she swung the door wide, she was met with the sight of her apartment door ajar, and there stood her sister, Yukino Shida Yui, gazing at her in shock. "My life is ruined." Yukino felt an overwhelming loss of strength. She never anticipated her sister would catch her dining alone with a boy. Yui, who had just exhaled in relief, could never have imagined her sister would emerge from the neighbor's apartment. As Yukino opened the door, the aroma of sukiyaki wafted through, mingling with the subtle scent of rice. From behind Yukino, a figure could be seen seated at the dining table, seemingly enjoying a meal. This meant her dear sister had been dining at the neighbor's abode. What had been mere speculation had now manifested into reality, and Yui felt a dark cloud of foreboding descend upon her. Had she known, she would never have allowed Yukino to live alone. Just a few days had passed, and now Yukino was dining with a boy? "Yukino, are you not going to introduce us?" Yui stepped out of the room and approached Yukino, glancing into Shino's room. Upon confirming that only one boy occupied the space, her smile turned sinister. "Hello, I'm Yukino's sister, Yukino Shida Yui." She squeezed past Yukino and approached Shino, who was still holding a pair of chopsticks with beef. Yukino stiffly turned her head. Having just received her sister's call, she felt a sense of guilt wash over her. What was this situation? Sharing a meal alone with a male classmate at his home, it hardly seemed like the behavior of a demure lady. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yukino realized this was a rare opportunity, a chance to tease her sister. She had merely shared a meal with Shino. Nothing untoward had occurred, so why should she feel guilty? In contrast, the sight of her sister in a flustered state brought a sense of secret satisfaction to Yukino, who often found herself at the receiving end of Yui's teasing. You're Yukino's sister? I'm Shino, a classmate of Yukino's. Would you care to join us for sukiyaki? The beef is truly exceptional tonight. Shino's warmth was palpable, disregarding Yui's character, as he found her appearance and stature quite appealing. Moreover, Shino recognized that to coax Yukino into willingly purring like a cat for him, her sister Yui would play a pivotal role. Yukino. This was a term of endearment that belonged solely to her. Yet, it was Yukino's subsequent actions that would prove to be the final straw for Yui. With newfound composure, Yukino approached the dining table, gracefully taking a seat. Sister, you haven't eaten yet, have you? It's quite cold outside. Come and enjoy some sukiyaki. Chapter 40. Are both of us sisters so intriguing? Sitting face to face at the dining table, Yukino and Shinnosuke had an array of unwashed dishes before them. Yukino's sister, Ayano, noticed a small dog yawning in the corner of the room. What a striking sense of newlywed intimacy this was. Where had her adorable and innocent sister gone? This scene left Ayano utterly stunned. Coupled with her recent imaginings, she found it impossible to think calmly. Do you eat rice, Ayano? Please, eat. Shinnosuke said as he stood up to prepare rice and sterilized eggs. A wave of helplessness washed over Ayano. Would you like some tea? Yukino asked, observing Ayano's expression, which secretly delighted her. She began to understand why her sister often enjoyed teasing her. This time, in their sisterly clash, victory was hers. For the first time, Yukino had bested her sister in a direct confrontation, and her spirits soared as she spotted some black tea in the nearby cupboard. Without waiting for Ayano's response, she began brewing tea, moving about the room with an air of familiarity. Ayano's mind began racing. Shinnosuke, wasn't he the boy mentioned by Shizuka? Had they started dating? When did this happen? No, school had just begun. They couldn't have known each other for long. Today must have been mere coincidence. From their earlier conversation, it was evident that this boy, Shinnosuke, had a rather affable disposition. Something must have transpired between them for them to share dinner together. One point of concern was the fact that he referred to her sister as little Yukino, and she didn't seem to mind at all. After regaining her composure, Ayano recognized the problem. Little Yukino was certainly trying to provoke her. If that were the case, why not play along? Soon, Yukino returned with a pot of black tea, and Shinnosuke had prepared the rice and sterilized eggs, adding the remaining ingredients to the electric hot pot before covering it. Although Ayano realized the misunderstanding, witnessing their seamless cooperation still made her heart ache. Yukino had truly grown up. She dared to tease her sister now. Little Yukino, aren't you going to explain your relationship with him? Ayano asked, her demeanor far from composed. She ignored the teacup Yukino handed her and the dishes Shinnosuke had placed nearby. Just as you see, Shinnosuke and I share this kind of relationship, Yukino replied, marking the first time she had referred to him by name rather than as Yahaba-kun. Oh, if that is the case, mother should be informed. When do you plan to introduce Shinnosuke to her? Ayano's words made Yukino freeze once more, panic seizing her. What if their mother found out she had begun dating so soon after school commenced? The truth was, she wasn't even dating Shinnosuke. They had only just met. In an instant, Ayano regained the upper hand. Seeing Yukino tense up allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Her sister was still the same adorable sibling, unchanged, not secretly dating anyone. However, if little Yukino were to plead for her assistance, she might consider helping them conceal this supposed romance. I'm merely classmates with little Yukino. Truthfully, I'm more intrigued by Ayano, Shinnosuke interjected, shattering the tension between the sisters. Humph, sister, we're not dating. We merely shared dinner, Yukino retorted. Ayano raised an eyebrow, her interest piqued by this bold young man. Is that so? Does Shinnosuke wish to pursue me, or is he intrigued by both of us sisters? If a typical high school student had heard Ayano say this, they would surely be flustered. Yet, Shinnosuke remained unfazed. In fact, Ayano detected a hint of disdain on his face. He dared to look down on her, and Yukino? I prefer the type that is both alluring and gentle. While you possess a captivating figure and beauty, Ayano, I fail to see the connection with gentleness. Unrelated to gentleness? The truth struck like a dagger. Ayano's gentleness was merely a facade, and she was not truly a gentle person. This was the first time she encountered someone so candid, leaving her at a loss for words. Pfft, Yukino couldn't contain herself and burst into laughter. It was the first time Shinnosuke witnessed Yukino smile, and her laughter made her far more beautiful than her usual stoic demeanor. All right, sister, let us eat quickly. On such a chilly day. If you don't eat something after drinking, your stomach will feel uncomfortable, Yukino remarked, leaving Ayano momentarily stunned. Was this truly her sister? How had she become so obedient? Unbeknownst to Yukino, with Shinnosuke's presence, the atmosphere felt much less tense. Reflecting on her relationship with Ayano, it no longer seemed so fraught with conflict. Perhaps it was the delicious sukiyaki that eased Ayano's tension. How long had it been since they had enjoyed a meal together like this? Before long, Ayano and Shinnosuke were engrossed in conversation, their rapport growing richer, exuding a sense of having met too late. Who would have thought you understood so well, Ayano? The beef must be consumed in one bite for true satisfaction, Shinnosuke exclaimed, and Ayano agreed. The aroma of the beef combined with that of the rice is simply delightful. As a social butterfly, it was effortless for Ayano to engage with Shinnosuke. This was her reluctant choice after several subtle confrontations with him. She found herself at a loss in their exchanges. Yukino felt elated as she watched her sister falter in front of someone her own age for the first time. However, all good things must come to an end. Both Shinnosuke and Yukino had reached their fill, while Ayano continued to savor every bite, finishing the remaining sukiyaki. Once they finished eating, Yukino volunteered to help clear the table, and Ayano seized the opportunity to steer the conversation. I heard from Shizuka that you and little Yukino are in the same club. You'll have to take care of her from now on. I'm the one who intends to help her overcome her awkwardness. Do you truly not realize that those girls are all young ladies? Yukino's voice echoed from the kitchen, filled with discontent. Young ladies? Ayano questioned, puzzled by Yukino's remarks. Yukino, adept at both cooking and household chores, soon had everything tidied up. All right, sister, let us not disturb Shinnosuke any longer. We should head home, Yukino suggested, glancing at the darkening sky outside. She realized it was quite late, and staying at Shinnosuke's home felt inappropriate. Chapter 41. Shouldn't it be me enjoying the pillow on your lap? It is quite awkward for the two sisters, who clearly care for each other yet are reluctant to express their true feelings, fearing that the other might discern their emotions. Although Shinno is not entirely forthright, he is considerate towards those he holds dear. Lying in bed, he sighed, feeling that he had indulged a bit too much today. On the other side, back in Yukino's apartment, the atmosphere between the sisters had turned tense once more. To her surprise, Yukino had made friends shortly after the new school year began. She had assumed Yukino would remain friendless as before, and even asked Shizuku for assistance. Yukino Shida Yoshino wore a look of relief, teasing Yukino playfully. You reek of alcohol. Hurry up and wash up. I have class tomorrow. How frustrating. Yukino has taken after that little rascal from the Nohara family and has become unresponsive. After a hearty meal, the effects of the alcohol weighed heavily on Yoshino, who was indeed exhausted from wearing a mask every day, leaving her mentally and physically drained. After a quick freshening up, she collapsed onto Yukino's bed and fell asleep. Yukino, having finished her own routine, found herself somewhat resigned to the situation, realizing she would have to sleep alongside her sister. With Yukino's assistance, Yoshino settled comfortably, a sly smile creeping onto her face, indicating that her ruse of feigning sleep was effective regardless of gender. The following morning, Shinno arrived at school just in time. Hey, Shinno, can't you come a bit earlier? Kazama remarked, seeing Shinno's languid demeanor. The weekend is almost here. Have you confirmed plans with Kawamura? Nene and Masao are coming from quite a distance. Yes, it's all set for Saturday morning, and I've already shared the location in the group chat. Inari had confirmed with Shinno multiple times, also informing him that Kasumigakaka Shiya would be joining the gathering. Shinno felt indifferent, while Shiya possessed an attractive figure. Her temperament was clearly not gentle. However, her dynamic with Inari seemed complementary. Sharp-tongued and tsundere, they were likely to become good friends. At noon, Suu AI arrived with lunch. This time, AI had prepared a noticeably smaller bento, as Inari and Kata K were absent, likely feeling sorry for them after Shinno devoured 4 servings in one sitting. How's it, young Master Shinno? Isn't this lounge splendid? AI, as always, meant what she said. Anything that could be resolved with money was not a problem for the Sua family. To avoid disturbances during Shinno's mealtime, she had arranged for a room at school to be vacated and redecorated as their private lunch space. In this room, we can do anything without interruptions. Even Shinno found it hard to resist AI's blatant hints. The memories from another world informed him that this young lady was quite the carnivore. even possessing a hint of a Yandere disposition. After all, they hailed from two different realms. In that world, AI returned to Neon only after graduating from university, making the occurrences from that realm of little reference value. What is AI planning? The familiar direct approach made AI smile slightly. What do you think, young Master Shinno? It's been quite a while since we last met. This was no longer a mere romantic TT. Were it Kagaya Shino, she likely wouldn't grasp a word. They had ventured beyond childish topics. Moreover, I've noticed a few troublesome cats around you, young Master Shinno. As she spoke, AI sat beside him, locking eyes. But you needn't worry, young master. I haven't insisted you sever ties with them. Knowing Shinno well, AI understood that such actions would only create discomfort for him, achieving the opposite of her intentions. Her plans were on the verge of fruition, as long as Shinno could pass the test. What did it matter if a few cats lingered around? Take that girl from the Kawamura family, for instance, a tsundere golden-haired pup. Would make for an excellent pet for the two of them. The fiercely antagonistic daughter of the Shikigami family could, after their downfall, be bought as their exclusive maid, which would surely be entertaining. As for the unobtrusive girl, she could be sent to Kuroiwa for training, undoubtedly becoming a competent bodyguard or housekeeper. The ultimate victor would undeniably be her, Su AI. Let us eat first. Today's bento remained lavish and flavorful. AI, did you prepare this bento yourself? Of course. Young Master Shinno. I've been making the bentos myself just before bed these past few nights. AI gazed at Shinno expectantly. How is it? Tastes good, doesn't it? It's delicious and quite reassuring. But AI, won't it affect you if you prepare bentos every day? Receiving praise from Shinno made AI beam with joy, cupping her face in delight. I've been quite busy lately. Apart from lunchtime, I hardly have any time to spend with you, young master. If I cannot prepare bentos, I will inform you in advance. Young Master Shinno remains as considerate as ever, yet not quite forthright. How can she encourage him to confess his feelings? The Suu family was currently devising a plan, with AI as the main orchestrator, leaving her with numerous tasks to attend to. Hardly any time to be with Shinno aside from this brief lunch. It's still early. Shall we take a nap? Watching Shinno enjoy the bento she made, AI felt immense satisfaction as she gazed at him tenderly. Love can unknowingly transform a person, and AI was gradually evolving into the type Shinno preferred, gentle and considerate. As for allure and beauty, those were innate qualities. After tidying up the bento box, Maeda quietly exited the room. Young Master Shinno, with so much to attend to lately, may I indulge in your lap for a moment? Typically, it should be he who enjoyed such a privilege. However, upon witnessing AI's eager gaze, Shinno nodded in acquiescence. The sofa was large and plush. AI rested her head on Shinno's thigh, reclining comfortably. Even through their uniforms, he could feel the silky strands of her hair and the warmth radiating from her. It had been quite some time since they last met since kindergarten. Yet their bond had only deepened, becoming more genuine. Not long after, AI's breathing became steady, indicating she had fallen asleep. Shinno, uncertain whether she was feigning slumber, gently began to comb her hair. In her dreams, AI smiled faintly, nuzzling closer to Shinno's embrace. Chapter 42. Could you perform again? Time spent in happiness always seems ephemeral. The midday respite swiftly came to an end. The sound of a knock from Maeda roused the two slumbering individuals. Xiao AI lay on Shin Nosuke's legs, while Shin Nosuke, resting against the sofa, had also succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, their eyes naturally met, and the girl's face flushed with a hue that outshone 1,000 unspoken words. The bashful Shin Nosuke, too, felt the warmth rise to his cheeks. The innocent allure of the half-awake girl was almost too potent to bear. Noticing Shin Nosuke turn away, unable to conceal his own rosy complexion, Xiao AI nodded in satisfaction. It was entirely normal to be disinterested in kindergarten girls, but to lack interest in an 18-year-old was quite another matter. Suwa Otome AI held a commendable confidence in her physique. All right, young Shin, it's time for class, she announced. Rising, she felt a flicker of concern. Having napped on Shin Nosuke's legs for over an hour, she anticipated some discomfort. Yet, he remained perfectly still, as if fearing to disturb her, which struck her as remarkably considerate. When in the presence of someone one admires, one often engages in fanciful daydreams, a form of self-strategy. Stretching, Shin Nosuke felt no discomfort, his physical condition far surpassing the average. He merely relished the gentle, fragrant softness of Suwa Otome AI, who appeared to rest so comfortably. True to form, young Shin was remarkably fit. Witnessing Shin Nosuke rise as though nothing had occurred, Suwa Otome Ai found her cheeks warming once more, her imagination running wild. This sentiment resonated with her, as she believed she might share a common understanding with illustrator Iri. The afternoon classes dragged on with their usual tedium, fortunately. After a brief nap, Shinnosuke managed to stay awake throughout. "Shin, I'm off," Kazama said, waving goodbye as he departed immediately after class. For him, studying at Shuchian was a considerable burden, especially with a visit to the Sawamura household looming over the weekend, leaving him with scant time for supplementary classes. Recently, he had been attending evening classes that stretched late into the night. Though the educational system in Neon promotes joy in learning, the pursuit of a reputable university necessitates extra tutoring, a reality Kazama had grown accustomed to since childhood. Just as Shinnosuke prepared to leave, he noticed Yukino standing at the classroom door, seemingly awaiting someone. "Nohara, the club activity room has been approved. Starting today, we shall commence our club activities," she stated, turning away without a hint of nostalgia, as if entirely oblivious to their dinner of sukiyaki the previous day. In school, Yukino consistently maintained this demeanor. It served as her protective facade. Despite her mother's insistence on forging friendships at Shuchian to expand connections for the family's future, this expectation weighed heavily on Yukino. The mere fact that she could communicate normally with Shinnosuke was already a significant breakthrough. Shinnosuke harbored a keen interest in the stakes held by the Yukinoshita family, believing that accomplishing this task would provide him with a temporary financial reprieve. Throughout his life, he had rarely worried about money, his luck allowing him to attain nearly everything he desired. Now that he had reached adulthood and was living independently, relying solely on the allowance provided by Hiroshi felt somewhat inadequate. Shuchian boasted numerous club activity rooms. Each newly established club received a funding allocation for basic renovations. Should a club demonstrate success, the student council would allocate additional resources. Clubs like the Kendo Club, despite lacking notable achievements, received substantial funding due to Kendo's prominence in Neon. The Servant Club, which Yukino founded through the back door thanks to Hiratsuka Shizuka, required her to recruit 3 additional members within a month to avoid forced dissolution. This information had been relayed to Yukino when Hiratsuka handed her the key. The prospect of finding 3 new members left Yukino in a state of distress. In her mind, the Servant Club did not necessitate such a large membership. It appeared that this formidable task would fall to Shinnosuke. "Little Yukino, what precisely is our club's mission?" "To accept commissions to assist others, providing profound support that empowers them to resolve their own issues," she replied. "Don't you think you might be a tad arrogant?" he inquired. "Not at all. There are inherent disparities among individuals. Many circumstances are predestined from birth and unchangeable. Take me, for instance. My excessive cuteness has led to relentless exclusion since elementary school, with my indoor shoes hidden countless times. This was not solely perpetrated by boys. Teachers, girls, and even stray dogs participated." Observing Yukino's expressionless recounting of these experiences, Shinnosuke paused before he could contain his laughter, clutching his stomach as he erupted with mirth. "Ha ha ha, little Yukino, could you perform that again? The part about being excessively cute." Yukino was evidently taken aback by Shinnosuke's reaction, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and irritation, reaching the tips of her ears. However, Shinnosuke began to understand why Yukino harbored such an aversion to dogs and had taken up Aikido. If someone were to pilfer her indoor shoes now, she would undoubtedly employ Aikido to execute a decisive throw. Acquiring the ability to protect oneself does not equate to arrogance. Rather, it reflects a kind-hearted nature and a pure spirit that drives one to extend help to others. Rest assured, little Yukino, I am not mocking you. Logically speaking, does your sister share a similar experience? When she was your age, did she endure comparable treatment? Shinnosuke's words prompted Yukino to fall silent, her intention to confront him dissipating as she returned to her seat. Surely, her sister had not faced similar trials. Hence, her sister could not comprehend her struggles. All her life, Yukino had sought to follow in her sister's footsteps, striving to surpass her, rather than merely wishing to outshine her sister. It was more about reconciling with her own past, the self that had once been marginalized. Yet, those bygone days were now behind them. It was time to focus on fulfilling their commission. What tasks await us? Shinnosuke deftly shifted the conversation, his enthusiasm palpable. The first official task of the Servant Club is to correct your character, Yukino stated flatly. Isn't this about correcting little Yukino's character? Hiratsuka Shizuka and Yukino Shida Yano had both entrusted Shinnosuke with the responsibility of rectifying Yukino's demeanor. Was it your sister or Hiratsuka-sensei? Yukino quickly surmised, fully aware that it could only be one of those two. She firmly believed there was nothing about her that required correction. In her eyes, Yukino was unequivocally correct. Chapter 43. So, you took away his childhood sweetheart? Before Shinnosuke and Yukino could reach a consensus on whose character needed correction, there was a sudden knock at the door. Upon hearing the sound, Yukino's eyes lit up. Is it here? The first genuine request. Regarding the matter of correcting Shinnosuke, Yukino found herself at a loss, having no means to address him, while often being subtly educated by him instead. Come in. As the classroom door swung open, a familiar figure stepped inside, prompting Shinnosuke to furrow his brow. It was Aki Ryun. Upon seeing Shinnosuke, Aki's face turned pale, as troubling memories assaulted his mind. In recent days, Aki had been retreating into his shell, haunted by the complexities of Shinnosuke's relationship with Irie, and the haunting echo of the word master that he had overheard, becoming a shadow over his life. Aki realized that Irie had definitively moved on from him. The harsh realities of life led Aki to embrace the world of anime and manga, resolving to create his own Gal game. However, he recognized that embarking on this journey alone would be futile. He required the talents of others to realize his dream. He was utterly ignorant of character design, writing, music, and programming. Nevertheless, Aki sought to establish a club within the student council, but his request was promptly denied. The council deemed him unqualified to produce a game, insisting he present a viable proposal and recruit 5 members before he could form a club. Aki contemplated resorting to his usual tactics of moral persuasion, intending to prostrate himself before Shikimiya Kagaya in the student council meeting. However, he forgot that this was Shuchian Academy, not Toinazaki, and was met with a harsh rebuke from Kagaya, nearly being dealt with by Hayasaka AI, before being introduced to the service club by Hiratsuka Shizuka. As a teacher, Hiratsuka was quite competent, taking even a hopeless case like Aki seriously. Standing before Shinnosuke, Aki felt paralyzed, wanting to struggle but lacking the courage. Excuse me, is there something you need? Yukino asked, puzzled by Aki's demeanor upon entering. Was there some conflict between him and Shinnosuke? Hiratsuka-sensei referred me here, saying you could assist me. Aki forced himself to calm down. Failing to create a worthy visual novel would render his life meaningless. Even with Shinnosuke beside him, he felt compelled to seek Yukino's help. If it's a request, please take a seat and share the details. Shinnosuke, regardless of their personal conflict, was urged to resolve it privately, as Yukino insisted that the club focused solely on requests. Yukino's gaze held a plea. The service club's activities were a vital part of her convictions. Addressing Shinnosuke as he did, she hoped he would refrain from making unreasonable demands. Shinnosuke nodded, casting a glance at Aki, remaining silent. My request is for the service club to help me create my own visual novel. Before arriving, Hiratsuka had informed Aki about the club's nature, encouraging him to seek Yukino's assistance for any requests he had. A visual novel? That's somewhat outside my area of expertise, Yukino admitted, though she recognized it as part of otaku culture. Could you elaborate further? Once the opportunity arose, Aki transformed, passionately articulating his ideas, which, while impressive, could lead to complications for others. Yukino, ever diligent with requests, absorbed Aki's lengthy exposition and began to grasp the essence of his ambition. So Aki-kun, you wish to base a game on a fortuitous encounter, targeting otaku yearning for romance, correct? Aki conveniently omitted Shinnosuke from the narrative, casting him as merely the one who picked up the beret. That's about right. But a visual novel isn't solely for those seeking romance. It can bring happiness to many. This was a request neither overly simple nor excessively complicated, marking a promising start. In that case, do you have a well-structured plan? What about the selection of personnel and funding for the project? Yukino's inquiry struck at Aki's vulnerabilities. He had no coherent plan, nor any funds. The notion of starting a club or seeking help from the service club was merely a means to take advantage of their resources. This is my proposal, he stammered. As for the necessary team members, I am still in the process of gathering them, and funding is also being arranged. Initially intending to include Irie, Aki reconsidered upon glancing at Shinnosuke and abandoned the thought. Upon receiving Aki's proposal, Yukino merely glanced at it before frowning. What was labeled a proposal was more aptly described as scrap paper, devoid of any real planning, containing merely 200 words of unrelated content. Who did he think he was fooling? She tossed the so-called proposal onto the table. Aki-kun, this is the service club, not a wish-granting machine. I have no idea how to assist you with this proposal that resembles toilet paper. If you genuinely wish to create a game, you need to present a competent proposal first. Based on this document, the service club cannot accept your request. Aki's face darkened at the comparison of his proposal to toilet paper. I understand. I will prepare a proper proposal. However, Aki soon regained his enthusiasm, clutching his proposal and fervently assuring Yukino. Regrettably, Yukino remained unmoved by his seemingly passionate demeanor, frowning as she nodded, saying nothing more. Stealing a glance at Shinnosuke, Aki departed the service club with his proposal in hand. Now, may I ask what conflict exists between you two? Once Aki had left, Yukino turned her attention to Shinnosuke. It's not exactly a conflict, he replied. He and Irie were once friends, but his personality caused her much trouble, leading to their estrangement. So, you took away his childhood sweetheart? Yukino regarded Shinnosuke with a look of disdain, finding it rather trivial for a girl to harbor such grievances. Irie was his pet. How could one even use the word take? Chapter 44. If only there weren't so many girls around, little pair is not his possession. How can one describe it as snatching? Shinnosuke did not conceal his disdain for Aki Runa in the slightest. Moreover, from his demeanor, it is evident that although this fellow appears spirited, he lacks any concrete plans and does not wish to contribute anything of substance. Indeed, his proposal bears no distinction from used toilet paper. Yukino wholeheartedly agreed with Shinnosuke's sentiments. In her view, if Aki Runa truly aspired to create a game, he ought to prepare a well-thought-out proposal. Creating a game is not a trivial endeavor. The philosophy of the service club is to teach one to fish rather than merely providing fish. Rather than acting as a wish machine, it is improbable that Aki Runa would approach the service club with a request to help him develop a game, and Yukino would genuinely assist him. A proposal that lacks substance seems to disregard the fact that game development is an exceedingly time-consuming and costly endeavor. Even in creating a relatively simple gal game, such considerations cannot be overlooked. By the way, how did you come to know that young lady from the Sawamura family? Are you two in a romantic relationship? Yukino suddenly recalled the scene from that day when Irie cried and rushed into Shinnosuke's embrace. For some inexplicable reason, it left her with a slight sense of discomfort. Why is she so concerned about my feelings? Could it be? Stop your fanciful thoughts. I am merely showing concern as the club president for my member. It is my duty as the head of the service club. Yukino promptly interrupted Shinnosuke, though her explanation seemed somewhat feeble. We have known each other since elementary school and have even experienced a few other things together, but as for romance, that is certainly not the case. Shinnosuke, too, was at a loss for how to articulate his relationship with little pair. Their connection was rather complex, not suitable for outsiders to comprehend. If he were to reveal to Yukino that Irie privately referred to him as master, what expression would she wear? Shinnosuke found himself curiously anticipating this. It aligned perfectly with his mischievous inclinations. Upon hearing that Shinnosuke was not romantically involved with Irie, Yukino let out a sigh of relief, unaware that she had begun to care about him more than she realized. Are you planning to practice kendo at the dojo this weekend? Following her mother's wishes, Yukino was also studying at the Musashi Dojo. The Kyushin Mitokuryu Kendo, which has been passed down to the present day, no longer emphasizes practical combat, yet its pursuit of form makes it an excellent choice for self-cultivation, with each move imbued with aesthetic beauty. Though it may be dismissed by other schools as mere ornamentation, Kyushin Mitokuryu is undeniably profitable. The lack of emphasis on practical combat signifies fewer dangers while allowing for personal growth and the cultivation of character, which is why many prominent figures and esteemed families send their children to study at Kyushin Mitokuryu. Is little Yukino also practicing kendo at the dojo? However, this weekend, I am to visit little pair's home, so going to the dojo will have to wait until next week. Upon hearing that Shinnosuke was going to Irie's house, Yukino immediately furrowed her brow, yet she said nothing further, merely nodded and resumed her reading. The time for club activities quickly came to an end. Shinnosuke stood up, stretching lazily, and turned to Yukino to inquire, "Shall we walk home together?" Yukino realized that as neighbors, it seemed quite natural for them to return home together, and she had no reason to decline. Nodding in agreement, she placed her book into her bag, and the two exited the activity room. However, Yukino maintained a half-step behind him, keeping a certain distance. "Yahara-kun, may I ask you for a favor?" After exiting the school gate and passing by a convenience store, Yukino seemed to recall something and suddenly spoke up. What is it? If it's troublesome, I can't agree to it. Yahira-kun, you must really enjoy eating Crocodile Mountain chocolate biscuits, right? Yukino remembered seeing several boxes of biscuits from the Crocodile Mountain brand in Shinnosuke's kitchen cabinet. If you agree to help me with this, I will ask my family to buy you a box of limited edition biscuits. What do you say? Please, Lady Yukino Shida, command me. Shinnosuke's expression transformed, looking at Yukino as if she were a savior. Yukino nodded, feeling satisfied with Shinnosuke's attitude. According to the student council's requirements, every club, including the president, must have at least 5 members. All I need from Yahara-kun is to find 3 additional members for the service club. Is it really that simple? Limited edition biscuits. Shinnosuke was already imagining a leisurely weekend, passing the time with delightful biscuits. Yes, all it requires is for Yahara-kun to help find 3 willing members to join the service club. Just as they returned to the apartment, Yukino declined Shinnosuke's invitation for dinner, retreating to her room, feeling a touch of melancholy. Despite everything going smoothly since her arrival at Shuchian Academy, why did she feel somewhat uneasy? Ghost girl, where has Yahara-kun been today? I didn't see you in class or in the kendo club. Chubby Zuman, I joined a new club. It's quite interesting. Shouldn't you consider joining too, Kohai? Ghost girl, a new club? Chubby Zuman, yes, it's the service club. Ghost girl, Kato K confirmed that the message from Shinnosuke indeed mentioned the service club. And even someone as unremarkable as Kato K felt a twinge of conflict within her expression. What does Yahara-kun mean by this? Is he mocking her? Chubby Zuman, it's a club similar to a jack of all trades. Our goal is to help others overcome their difficulties. So, it's this kind of service. Realizing her misunderstanding, Kato K felt somewhat bashful. Ghost girl, if that's the case, I am somewhat interested. I wonder if the service club would accept my request? Chubby Zuman, what request does Kohai have? Yukino can be quite strict. Yukino Shida Yukino? Once again, Yahara-kun is in a club with a beautiful girl. Ghost girl, Yahara-kun must have noticed, right? My presence is quite faint, akin to a background character in a game or manga, often overlooked. Therefore, I would like to request the service club to help me resolve this issue. Chubby Zuman, is your presence truly so faint? You are quite beautiful, after all. Come after school tomorrow. Yukino will surely accept your request. Ghost girl, thank you, Yahara-kun. As for joining the service club, I will consider it. After replying to the message, the girl tossed her phone aside and buried her head in her plush toy, Pan, to conceal her flushed cheeks. Am I truly beautiful? Kato K certainly understood that. By general standards, she could not be deemed unattractive. Yet, she had always been overlooked by everyone. Even her parents frequently forgot to prepare her dinner. The sudden intrusion of Shinnosuke into her life, who had never ignored her since they met. And now his compliment made Kato K experience the troubles of being a girl for the very first time. If only there weren't so many girls around. Chapter 45. Since I have chosen NTR, I shall embrace it wholeheartedly. On yet another morning, the campus of Zaizuan was adorned with fluttering cherry blossoms, heralding the vibrant season of new beginnings, which coincides with the cherry blossom bloom around April each year. This time of year is indeed special, as the blossoms are at their most resplendent. Zinzanisuke arrived at school early, eager to find 3 individuals to join the club for a limited edition of delectable cookies. While Kat Megumi had already agreed, 2 more members were still needed. Kazama and Hideo? He wondered if they would be available. Zaioi certainly lacked the time to join this club. What about Eruri and Kariya Shiyu? Surely, they would consent. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the addition of these 3 would alter the essence of the club. Since I have chosen NTR, I shall embrace it wholeheartedly. He pondered how Akihiro would react when he next presented his revised proposal to the club and found Kat Megumi, Eruri, and Kariya Shiyu all present. Shinshin, today is the day of the class president election, and you must remember to cast your vote for me. As soon as he settled into his seat, Kazama approached, visibly anxious. For him, the prospect of becoming class president was of utmost importance. Kazama had always led a life of order and predictability. As Zinzanisuke described it, a life meticulously planned and followed. Was that not a form of happiness? Kazama's mother's concern and encouragement could make Yukino Shida Yukino envious. Do not worry, Kazama. The position of class president is undoubtedly yours. If not, I shall resort to bribing Shizuku with my charm to secure your victory. Bang! Hiratsuka Shizuku's iron fist descended upon him, causing Zinzanisuke to cradle his head on the desk. Hiratsuka had grown adept at reprimanding this young man. What do you mean by bribing her with charm? Such nonsense. The class president must be chosen by the votes of all classmates. Clearing her throat to mask her own excitement, Hiratsuka stepped forward to the podium. All right, everyone should have heard by now. Today we will elect the class officers. And of course, it will be done anonymously. The role of class president is often thankless, and few competitors vie for it. Kazama's only rival was a fellow named Hayama Hayato, known for his amiable demeanor and prowess in soccer. This affable character was quite popular, and he had several friends who would undoubtedly support him. Under Hiratsuka's guidance, the voting commenced swiftly. Kazama felt his heart race. His determination to be elected was fueled not only by his mother's expectations, but also by his own aspirations. To become class president, to live the life of a social butterfly, to find a charming girlfriend. Thus, he could ascend to the pinnacle of life. If he were successful today, he would reward himself with an adorable magical girl figurine. Zinzanisuke, however, was not overly concerned for Kazama's fate. From his observations, Hayama and his clique, including Miura Yumiko, were not particularly well liked in the class, and many harbored negative sentiments toward them. Yukino often pondered why individuals felt hostility toward those who excelled beyond them. The answer was simple: jealousy. It was not that these individuals lacked the desire to improve themselves. Rather, it was far easier to ostracize an accomplished person than to elevate oneself. As names were written down and handed to Hiratsuka for tallying, the final results soon emerged. The newly elected class president is Kazama Tru. We hope you will contribute greatly to our class. Yay! Kazama, upon hearing his name, triumphantly raised his fist. Kazama, you really became class president. You must take good care of me from now on. How about we celebrate by buying a magical girl figurine today? Hey, wait, why should we buy a figurine to celebrate? I don't even like magical girls. Kazama's Sundara retort made his classmates realize he might have a fondness for magical girl figures. All right, I understand. Let us go shopping to celebrate, he conceded. But wait, I have a club activity today. You'll have to celebrate without me. Zinzanisuke recalled that Kat Megumi was due to visit the servant club to present a request, leaving no time for shopping. Accompanying Kazama would only disrupt his quest for the figurine. After all, what is the big deal about becoming class president? It's not that significant, is it? By the way, Kazama, would you like to join the servant club? It's quite similar to the Haruai Brigade. Similar to the Haruai Brigade? Kazama was intrigued, but quickly shook his head. I'm sorry, Zinzanisuke, but I have to attend cram school. I don't have the time. As anticipated, Kazama had no time for the servant club activities. The election concluded swiftly. Although Hayama did not become class president, he was elected as the sports representative. He seemed indifferent about losing the presidential bid, though his companion Miura Yumiko cast wary glances at Kazama and Zinzanisuke. Such is the nature of society. People naturally form cliques and, in turn, exclude others. It was entirely reasonable that Yukino's personality would struggle to be accepted within these groups. During lunch, Zaioi was preoccupied with something, so Maeda brought her bento to her. Zinzanisuke decided to inquire about Adeo during this time. Sorry, Zinzanisuke, I've joined the Strange Stones Club. We'll be searching for various stones after school. The Strange Stones Club? It appears Zaizuyuan is indeed a haven for talent, with Adeo finding like-minded individuals. That is wonderful. No worries, I'll just ask someone else. Hey, Xiaoli, do you have time after school? Have you joined any clubs? Upon receiving Zinzanisuke's message while chatting with Kariya Shiyu, Ari's excitement surged. Zinzanisuke messaged me. Xiaoli replied, I initially planned to join the art club, but I haven't finalized my plans yet. Are you inviting me to participate in a club activity? Indeed, it's the servant club. Shall we meet to discuss? Sure. As she contemplated the somewhat ambiguous name of the club, Ari's imagination ran wild. Chapter 46. The absolutely forbidden mature themes in light novels. What? Did Nohara send you a message? Upon seeing the blissful expression on Ari's face, Kasumiga Kakashiwa instantly deduced that it must have been Shinnosuke who contacted her. For only he could elicit such a reaction from Ari. After several days of investigation, Shiwa had garnered a rough understanding of the relationship between Ari and Shinnosuke, and she had even begun to pen her own light novel. The dynamic between Shinnosuke and Ari had inspired her immensely, leading her to realize that a narrative solely focused on pure love would ultimately be unsustainable. After all, lacking any romantic experience herself, her imaginative portrayals of love would inevitably falter. Consequently, Shiwa resolved to create a female protagonist based on herself, while casting Ari as the archetype of a defeated heroine. She envisioned incorporating the character of the illustrious Suwa Otome AI into the unfolding narrative, certain that such a work would garner considerable popularity, enriched by abundant conflicts. However, this left her with only one viable male lead, Nohara Shinnosuke. Yet, Shiwa found herself entirely unfamiliar with him. She yearned to glean information from Eriri. But the way Eriri described Shinnosuke made him seem like a superhuman, an impeccable being. Even in the realm of light novels, Shiwa hesitated to craft such an unrealistic male protagonist. Unbeknownst to her, to a puppy, its owner embodies boundless capabilities akin to a superhero. In Eriri's eyes, Shinnosuke was indeed flawless. Indeed, Shinnosuke had messaged me, inviting me to join a club. Oh? Shiwa's interest was piqued. This was a splendid opportunity, as it would enable them to partake in club activities together daily, ensuring ample time for private interactions. However, Eriri suddenly flushed, seemingly recalling something. The name of the club, Servitude Club, was far too suggestive. Who is she? Kashiwagi Eriri. A seasoned artist in the realm of adult manga, skilled in 108 obscure mature poses and servitude techniques. There is nothing Shinnosuke could conceive that Eriri could not accomplish. However, the club's name is indeed Servitude Club. Shiwa pondered, such mature themes should never feature in light novels. She harbored a deep disdain for those exploitative narratives. Yet reality diverged from fiction. How could such a club be brazenly established in school? How could such a club exist? The student council. Shiwa was about to criticize the student council's approval process when she suddenly recalled that Shinnosuke's childhood friend was the vice president of the student council, making it a simple matter to grant him access. But was this not an overt attempt to establish a harem under the guise of a club? It seemed excessively outrageous. After all, Shinnosuke was at a vigorous age, and it was only natural for him to seek companionship. Yet, Eriri, this surely cannot be right. Do not utter such peculiar notions here. Shiwa had long sensed that Eriri's mind was filled with frivolous thoughts, implying a mutual attraction between her and Shinnosuke. Well, Shinnosuke wishes to meet with me to discuss the club. Would you like to join? Absolutely. Regardless of her motivations, Shiwa could not bear to watch Eriri plunge into the abyss. And she too was curious about how the two would progress. Though she felt somewhat superfluous, Eriri politely inquired, only to be surprised by Shiwa's affirmative response. How frustrating. Could she not have a moment alone with Shinnosuke? She was genuinely intrigued by the activities of the Servitude Club, filled with anticipation. The young girl soon arrived at the rooftop, where she encountered the boy she had longed for. However, Shiwa's presence beside Eriri felt rather intrusive. Eriri, upon seeing her, Shinnosuke waved, prompting Eriri to instinctively abandon Shiwa and race to his side. Shinnosuke naturally ruffled Eriri's hair, and she closed her eyes in bliss. To Shiwa's eyes, this moment appeared decidedly odd. They did not resemble childhood friends nor a couple. It was simply perplexing. Eriri, would you like to join the Servitude Club? What sort of club is that? Eriri looked up at Shinnosuke, her eyes brimming with anticipation. At last, the moment for Eriri to showcase her talents had arrived. Years of diligent drawing had led to this instant. What of Suwa Otomei? Could she possibly rival Eriri? It's a club dedicated to helping others with their difficulties. A sort of jack of all trades, much like the old Harake's defense squad. As for serving the master, leave Shinnosuke's matters to me. Eriri began to fantasize about what attire she should don to enhance her modest figure, only to realize something felt amiss. A club aimed at aiding others. Akin to the Harake's defense squad? Eriri, it seems the activities of the Servitude Club differ from your expectations. Shiwa's voice from behind made Eriri stiffen, feeling somewhat embarrassed. So it wasn't he that kind of servitude? Well, Eriri, do you wish to join the Servitude Club? Absolutely. Of course, I want to join. Though it was not quite what she had envisioned, the prospect of more time spent alone with Shinnosuke was too appealing for Eriri to decline. Nohara-kun, may I join your club? Shiwa expressed her interest in this versatile club, believing it could inspire her further. It also afforded her the perfect opportunity to observe her intended male protagonist, Nohara Shinnosuke. Of course, we were just in need of one more member. Are there others besides Shinnosuke? Indeed, the club president is Yukinoshita Yukino, and the other member is Katamegumi. Yukinoshita Yukino? I've never heard that name before, but judging by its elegance, she must be a beauty. Katamegumi. Oh, I recall she prepared a homemade bento for Shinnosuke last time. So, the club is filled with beauties? We initially invited Kazama and Aho, but they were both unavailable. If you decide to join, how about attending the club's activities after school today? You can also fill out the membership application. Shinnosuke displayed unprecedented enthusiasm for the club's limited edition cookies. Absolutely, we'll be there after school. Cough, cough. After speaking, Arari cleared her throat twice, casting a glance at Shiwa. That insufferable, oblivious woman. Why couldn't she take the hint and leave, allowing her some private time with Shinnosuke? Chapter 47. Shino must accept correction regrettably. Kasumigakaka Shiyu did not genuinely aspire to be a romantic advisor for Iri. She merely sought inspiration, a pure pleasure seeker at heart. Pretending not to notice Iri's gaze, Kasumigakaka insisted on lingering, eager to observe the interaction between Iri and Shino. Her curiosity regarding their relationship was insatiable. She could not fathom what had transpired between them to render their bond so peculiar. Their reunion felt as if they had been together for decades. When Shino reached out, Iri instinctively leaned in for a gentle pat on the head. Surely, such mutual understanding was rare, even among couples. Moreover, when Iri conversed with her, every word echoed her unwavering trust in Shino, evident from her earlier anticipation. Iri was desperate for something to transpire between them. Kasumigakaka, however, found her inquiries met with silence. Despite her subtle probing, Iri refused to divulge any details regarding her past with Shino. Kasumigakaka, did you not mention you had other matters to attend to? Please, do hurry back, Iri said, realizing that Kasumigakaka lacked the slightest hint of discretion, compelling her to be more direct. Oh, is that so? Very well then. I shall not intrude upon you two any longer. She could no longer feign ignorance. Continuing in this manner would surely vex Iri, and she could not afford to lose her muse. With a resigned sigh, Kasumigakaka turned to depart the rooftop. Is appearance truly of such significance? Iri fumed as she noticed Shino's gaze drawn inexplicably to Kasumigakaka's alluring figure, promptly biting down on his arm in irritation, her small fangs eliciting a slight wince from him. The last time you nipped me was when we first met, was it not? To bring up such sentimental matters now is rather unfair, was it not? Iri released her hold and wrapped her arms around Shino's. In another world, during their initial encounter, Iri, resembling a Yorkshire Terrier, had been wary after wandering alone for days. When Shino attempted to feed her, she had bitten him fiercely. I hardly exerted any force, Iri insisted, though she had secretly licked him afterward. You are truly unique. Little pair, you ought to possess more confidence in yourself. With over a decade of memories shared with her, Iri indeed held a special place in Shino's heart. Shall I braid your hair this weekend? Yorkshire Terriers are renowned for their silk-like coats, requiring meticulous care. Iri's fur was predominantly platinum with hints of soft blue-gray, once groomed. Several small braids would look exquisite, captivating even the noble Suotome after her bath. Yes, I am quite looking forward to it. Now, Iri still possessed that silken golden hair. The thought of Shino washing and styling it was nothing short of enchanting. All right, we should head back. Class is approaching. Originally, they had planned to meet after lunch, and now the afternoon session was nearly upon them. Iri nodded, reluctantly releasing Shino's arm, her anticipation for the weekend gathering growing. Upon returning to class, Shino sent a message to Yukino. Chubby Zeman. Little Yukino, I have found the remaining 3 members. They will come to the service club after school today to fill out their applications. They will also bring a new request. Pamp and Cat, they? All girls. Chubby Zeman. Indeed. Is there a problem? Pamp and Cat. None. With a curt reply, Yukino tucked her phone away. She increasingly believed that Shino needed correction. Why provoke so many girls? Hiratsuka's concerns were justified. If this continued, Shino would inevitably face trouble. She could not allow this to persist. Was she motivated by a desire to assist Shino, or was it her displeasure at his invitation extended to 3 girls? Yukino did not ponder this question deeply. Before she knew it, school was dismissed. When Shino arrived at the service club, Yukino was already seated, engrossed in a book. The serene girl amidst the fluttering cherry blossoms outside was nothing short of breathtaking. Alas, it felt rather mundane, lacking in dynamism. Was it perhaps her attire that contributed to this? Nohara, your gaze is rather blatant. Even I find it uncomfortable. If you persist, I might have to report you. Sensing Shino's impolite scrutiny, Yukino set her book down, casting an annoyed glance in his direction. How rude of him to fixate on a young lady's chest. Such thoughts could not possibly be virtuous. Yukino understood well that while she was undeniably charming, she lacked in terms of physical attributes. Why was it that her mother possessed a figure comparable to hers? Yet her sister, Yoshino, was so abundantly endowed? Nohara, it is quite impolite to stare so openly at others. A voice interjected, and Yukino suddenly realized a girl stood behind Shino. one she had instinctively overlooked. Koizumi, this is the service club's president, Yukino Shida. Little Yukino, this is Kei Kato. She has a request for the service club and intends to join us. Kato and Yukino exchanged glances, both beautiful maidens discreetly comparing themselves to one another. Yukino shone brighter, her aloof aura drawing attention effortlessly. Kato appeared rather ordinary, lacking in overt allure, yet upon closer examination, one could discern her beauty. No striking feature stood out, nor were there any apparent flaws. Furthermore, Kata's physique was commendable, surpassing Yukino's in proportion. How vexing, yet another defeat. Ahem, Kato, what is your request? Before Kato could respond, Irie and Kasumigakaka arrived. Shino, we are here. Irie was thrilled to be in the same club as Shino, bursting through the door to find him alongside Yukino and Kato. Upon spotting Kasumigakaka, even Yukino felt a twinge of jealousy. Kasumigakaka's figure was undeniably alluring, leaving Yukino perplexed as to why such disparities existed among individuals. As for Irie, she and Yukino seemed evenly matched, providing Yukino with a sliver of solace, as if she had found an ally in her gaze upon Irie. Chapter 48. A commission from Kei Kato. The group exchanged brief introductions and became acquainted with one another's names. Thus, all three were second-year upperclasswomen. Due to shifts in the world line, job opportunities in Japan had dwindled significantly, leading to an extension of children's time in kindergarten by 3 years. Consequently, by the time they entered high school, everyone was already 18. This rather absurd delay in allowing graduates to enter the job market, while somewhat ludicrous, did afford children a few additional years of joyous childhood. Was Nuho truly not speaking falsely? Did he genuinely prefer those older than himself? It seemed indeed that this was the case. Inori, reminded by Yukino, realized that she was 1 year older than Nuho, making her his upperclasswoman. However, this distinction seemed insignificant. Regardless of her age, Nuho remained the master in her heart. Perhaps it was his mature demeanor that contributed to this perception. Yet Nuho undeniably held the status of their junior. Kei Kato scrutinized Nuho, reminiscing about their daily exchanges over line. This man was no ordinary individual, no matter her approach. He managed to effortlessly counter her advances. In contrast, she often found herself flustered by his remarks. Kaguya Shibuya remained silent, choosing to observe. The sight of Yukino Shida, an enchanting beauty, left her envious of Yukino's elegance, while Yukino, in turn, envied Kaguya's figure. Both were strikingly beautiful girls with long black hair. Yet their attributes diverged in different directions. Did all three upperclasswomen wish to join the service club? In Yukino's original assumption, she believed Nuho would invite those two male friends to join, yet he had instead extended an invitation to 3 beautiful upperclasswomen. However, the service club required 5 members to avoid dissolution, and with Yukino lacking friends, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet, she felt a strange sensation. It seemed that what was initially a problem-solving endeavor was morphing into a peculiar harem club. Was Nuho truly enjoying life too much? Seeing the 3 nod in agreement, Yukino produced the prepared membership applications. Let us fill these out first. I will present them to teacher Hiratsuka later. After observing the 3 beautiful girls complete their applications, Yukino nodded, acknowledging them as official members of the service club. As the club had just been established, there were no formal requests yet, but according to Nohara, it appeared that Kato had a commission she wished for the service club to assist with. Collecting the 3 applications, Yukino conveniently disregarded Aki's commission, believing he would not be earnest in crafting a proposal. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under the collective gaze, Kei Kato cast a covert glance at Nuho and steeled herself. Indeed, I have a commission that I hope the president can assist me with. Inori and Kaguya, both radiant beauties, had garnered attention at Toyanoki before. With Yukino, who was also a rare beauty, aiding them, surely she would no longer be perceived as ordinary. Please, go ahead. Yukino straightened her posture, while Inori and Kaguya looked on with eager anticipation, surprised to encounter a request so soon after joining the club. Since childhood, I have been troubled by one thing. For some reason, my presence seems to be significantly less than that of an average person, often leading to my being overlooked. Kei Kato's expression reflected her distress, yet her tone remained remarkably composed. Whether it be teachers, classmates, friends, or even family, they unconsciously disregard my existence. For instance, I might be locked inside the classroom during cleaning, my mother might forget to prepare my dinner, or I might be forgotten despite having plans with friends. Thus, I wish to commission the service club to help me enhance my presence and become more noticeable. Yukino's expression turned grave. The inaugural commission for the service club was unexpectedly challenging. Very well, we shall accept this commission and endeavor to assist you. Since we are all members of the service club, shall we tackle this matter together? Yukino glanced at Inori and Kagaya. Moreover, I would like to emphasize the club's mission. It is better to teach someone to fish than to simply give them fish. The key is not merely to solve the problem, but to empower the seeker with the ability to resolve issues themselves. Inori appeared to be in awe, finding Yukino remarkably impressive, while Kagaya wished to voice a retort but held back. After all, she was there to gather material, not to instigate conflict. Arguing with Yukino would certainly hinder her ability to continue her research. All right, let us exercise our imaginations and see if we can devise a way to help Kato-san enhance her presence. Nuzho pondered aloud. Is Kato's presence truly that weak? I fail to perceive it. She is undeniably a beautiful girl. Nuzho, Kato-san's presence is indeed quite faint. I didn't even remember her name during our last lunch together. Inori responded, somewhat incredulous. Kato was undeniably beautiful, yet her presence was indeed lacking. How could Nuzho not have noticed? It may be that Nohara's observational skills are sharper than most, Yukino stated, revealing the truth. She was aware that Nuzho possessed remarkable talent in kendo. Yukino's own skill level was somewhere between the first and second dan, merely at an introductory level. However, this did not prevent her from recognizing Nuzho's astounding aptitude in the art. In this regard, Inori wholeheartedly agreed. In another world, Nuzho's athletic abilities were extraordinary. He could easily pursue a career as a professional athlete, yet he chose to work in a small company. There were times when Inori felt compelled to voice her thoughts, but was left barking in frustration. Kato-san, rest assured, we will certainly devise a method to assist you. First, we must ascertain the extent of your perceived lack of presence. Is it a constant low level, or has it gradually diminished to its current state? It has always been this way, although my presence isn't so dramatically lacking. My friends are still at Toenoki. I am the only one assigned to Shuchian. Kato's character is that of an ordinary bystander. Her normalcy leads to occasional oversight, yet she is not entirely neglected. At Toenoki, Kei indeed had a few good friends. However, as she mentioned, there were instances when she would be forgotten during outings to the mall. Chapter 49. The most familiar stranger? I think I understand. Yukino nodded, gaining a preliminary understanding of Kato's situation. Kato, does such a life prove to be inconvenient? Arari could hardly fathom what it felt like to have a low presence. As the sole daughter of the Sawamura family, she had always been the center of attention from birth, and her mixed heritage only heightened her allure, making her the focus wherever she went. She even pondered if being a little more ordinary might afford her the freedom to be herself, without the constant need to masquerade as a refined lady for the sake of her family's reputation. However, after hearing Kato's experiences, Arari realized that having an exceedingly low presence was not necessarily a blessing. It's not that it's inconvenient. It's just occasionally bothersome, Kato replied. What then? Motivated her desire for change? Was it the influence of a boy she cared about? The atmosphere in the service club shifted as the lively Tsukishiro spoke up. Arari recalled that Kato had prepared a bento for Shinnosuke, one crafted with her own hands, which had earned her praise for her thoughtfulness. It was rare for a girl to prepare a bento for a boy without a reason. Yukino scrutinized Kato with a piercing gaze before casting a disapproving look at Shinnosuke. Even a girl like her is a target? Kato's initiative to change indicated that her progress in capturing Shinnosuke's attention was already quite advanced. Shinnosuke, what a formidable man. Yukino resolved once more that she would not fall prey to his charms and would correct his character. But who among Kato and Yukino was further along in their pursuit? Perhaps only they themselves could discern the truth. It's not so much about being pursued. Rather, I wish to transform myself. If this continues, how will I find a job in the future? Marriage and raising children may become difficult as well, Kato confessed, casting a troubled glance at Shinnosuke. It was only natural for an 18-year-old girl to feel distressed over the fact that no other boy had ever noticed her. Upon hearing Kato's words, Arari felt a twinge of sympathy. Was it true that only Shinnosuke acknowledged her? If so, it was no wonder that Kato was so invested in him. Tsukishiro wore an intriguing expression. This club was indeed fascinating. The other three beautiful girls, aside from herself, were excessively attentive to Shinnosuke. What was it about him that captivated them so? Could love truly blind one so? It appeared that her narrative ideas had been too conservative. Reality often surpassed the wildest tales of light novels. Upon returning home, she would need to overhaul her story's plot. for she was confident that it wouldn't be long before she completed the first volume. For a creator, the greatest fear is a lack of inspiration. Although Tsukishiro had long contemplated writing light novels, she had hesitated to commence due to a dearth of creative sparks. While Tsukishiro was confident in her writing skills, mere eloquence without the ability to craft a compelling narrative was insufficient. She yearned to write a pure love story, but having never experienced romance herself, how many volumes could she possibly conjure from her imagination? Likely only 2 or 3 before facing an abrupt cancellation. However, the situation had shifted. As long as she remained in the service club, she would be brimming with inspiration. For the sake of her work, she was determined to stay in the club, avoiding any entanglements that might disrupt her creative flow. "Do not worry, we will certainly assist you," Yukino exclaimed with excitement in her heart. Now, this was a genuine request. The idea of correcting Shinnosuke's character or aiding Akihiro in his game development felt utterly unreliable, especially as they had all been recommended by Shizuku. Did she truly view Yukino as a wish-granting machine? Kato's request held far greater significance, presenting both challenges and a sense of accomplishment. Kato's request was not something that could be resolved quickly. Perhaps they should first engage in normal club activities while observing and brainstorming solutions. Yukino formed some preliminary hypotheses regarding Kato's situation, suspecting that her overly gentle and unremarkable demeanor had further diminished her already low presence. Yet, altering a person's character was no simple task. Yukino needed to observe closely to devise a more effective approach. "It's all right, I'm not particularly anxious," Kato said with a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned. "Kato, you are exceedingly gentle," Eri remarked, envious of Kato's serene composure. Having never been able to conceal her feelings, she wondered if she could be as untroubled as Kato, free from the anxieties of unrequited love. Yukino, may I ask what our club activities entail in the absence of requests? Do we currently have any other commissions?" In the absence of requests, members could freely organize their time. Since the club had just been established, aside from Kato's request, they had not yet accepted any others. Yukino hesitated briefly before concealing Shizuku's suggestion to correct Shinnosuke's character, viewing it as a somewhat private matter, a secret between herself and Shinnosuke. After all, it was evident that both Eri and Kato harbored feelings for Shinnosuke, and they were still getting acquainted. Having finally gathered 5 members, Yukino wished to avoid any complications for the club. At least for the moment, these 3 upperclassmen seemed quite agreeable. However, Yukino soon found herself regretting that decision. Once free activities commenced, Tsukishiro took out a book to read, while Kato began browsing her phone. Without hesitation, Eri gravitated towards Shinnosuke, causing Yukino to wince at the sight. What was the matter with this young lady from the Sawamura family? It appeared she was nearly glued to Shinnosuke. The two seemed rather too intimate. And Yukino also noticed the peculiar dynamic between Shinnosuke and Eri. They appeared familiar with one another, yet their interactions bore an air of distance. They were certainly not a couple. Lacking experience with relationships or understanding of the intricacies of romantic dynamics, Yukino struggled to find the right words to describe their connection. The most familiar stranger? Could it be that Shinnosuke and Eri had once dated and subsequently parted ways? Yukino resolved to inquire more about their relationship when she returned home today, demanding that Shinnosuke be honest about their connection. Chapter 50 in the previous life. Little Pear was powerless. In this life, Pear bravely charges forward for love. Ahem. Just as Pear naturally intended to embrace Shinno, seeking solace in his arms. The adjacent Yukino suddenly coughed twice. Startled, Pear withdrew her hands, realizing that others were present. Their intimate proximity seemed inappropriate. Once again, her inherent insecurities surged, leaving her feeling inexplicably anxious and apprehensive. However, a moment of clarity struck her. What was she afraid of? They were not rivals like the formidable Suuotome. And even if they were, what did it matter? Suuotome was not currently with Shinno, and even if she were, so what? In her past life, Little Pear was helpless, but in this life, Pear charges forward for love. Is Yukino Shida-senpai unwell? Pear keenly sensed that both Katamegumi and Yukino seemed to be unexpected rivals, yet in her heart, her sole competitor was Suuotome. Sawamura. This is a club, not an inappropriate venue. Please be mindful of your conduct, Yukino remarked, casting a stern look at Shinno. Why couldn't he just refuse? So casually engaging with a beautiful girl. Was he some oblivious protagonist from a light novel? Just as Pear was about to retort, she quickly recognized her folly. Responding with overt emotion would only betray her defeatist tendencies. She, Ing Pear, must be the one who laughs last. She needed to maintain her composure. My apologies. I haven't seen Shino in quite some time, and I got a bit carried away. Upon witnessing Ing Pear swiftly revert to her poised persona, Yukino nodded in satisfaction. After all, she was the daughter of the Zoomura family, well aware of decorum and propriety. For a moment, the Servitude Club fell into an awkward silence. Yukino was unsure of what to say, Kasumigakaka Shitoji observed quietly, and Kata Megumi simply remained reticent. Meanwhile, Shino pondered what to do next. He anticipated an earlier end to club activities today, granting him ample time afterward to unwind. Studying at school was exhausting, and he longed for a moment of tranquility. At this juncture, his adeptness at changing outfits in an instant would prove useful. Shino possessed numerous cosplay costumes, some crafted by Mia, others bought on sale at Sato Kokunichi, and a few whimsical creations he had fashioned himself. Today, should he cosplay as a chameleon or a frog? Little Bai seemed quite fond of playing near the riverbank by the apartment. Perhaps he could explore that area. All right, that concludes today as club activities. Let's exchange line contacts. I will add you all to the group. Kata-san's request has also been entrusted to everyone. Though Yukino was not particularly skilled at socializing. Upon accepting her role as club president, she took her responsibilities seriously, albeit with a certain stiffness in her interactions. Ultimately, Yukino was someone without friends, lacking the know-how to cultivate natural relationships. How is it going, Yukino? How are the club activities progressing? Just as everyone was exchanging line contacts, Hiratsuka Shizuka abruptly entered. Hiratsuka-sensei. Knocking before entering is basic etiquette, isn't it? Yukino could not help but comment on the brazenly intrusive Hiratsuka. No wonder she remained single. Such a demeanor was far from endearing in Japan. Let us not dwell on trivialities. Who are these individuals? Hiratsuka was taken aback by the lively atmosphere of the Servitude Club. She had initially thought it would be challenging to gather 5 members and had come to offer assistance. To her surprise, the club was bustling, and aside from Shino, all were beautiful girls. Perfect timing, Hiratsuka-sensei. This is Zoomura Ing Pear, Kata Megumi, and Kasumigakaka Shitoji. Here are their membership applications. They are now members of the Servitude Club. Hiratsuka, astonished, accepted the trio's applications. All 3 were second-year students, while Hiratsuka was responsible for first-year newcomers. Thus, she was not well acquainted with them. That's great. I had thought Yukino would struggle to find the remaining 3 members and that I might need to assist you. Hiratsuka-sensei, isn't that a bit presumptuous? Yukino felt a twinge of guilt. She truly struggled to recruit additional members, and without Shino, she would have been at a loss for finding 3 more. In that case, I have no worries. I didn't expect you to make so many friends so quickly, Yukino. Hiratsuka regarded Shino with approval, recognizing his competence. It seemed that pairing him with Yukino indeed produced a distinct chemistry. After that night of drinking with Ayano, where she had been thoroughly critiqued for her approach, she resolved to invite Ayano out again for a drink, eager to prove her instincts were not misguided. Hiratsuka-sensei, your concerns are entirely unwarranted. The definition of friends is inherently ambiguous. Apart from Shino, the 3 beautiful girls cast subtle glances at Yukino. Their president, did she truly have no friends? Yet, her frosty demeanor and appearance certainly suggested a lack of companionship. Yukino, are we not friends? Shino feigned a dramatic collapse onto the floor, his face a mask of despair. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Of course, we are friends. Witnessing Shino's disheartened expression, Yukino's icy facade melted in an instant. Indeed, he was one of her very few friends, if not her only true companion. Really? At Yukino's affirmation, Shino sprang to his feet. What about those limited edition cookies? Yukino, are you really only motivated by cookies? Return my heartfelt sentiments. Hiratsuka-sensei, may I ask you for a favor? Rest assured, leave it to me. Hiratsuka understood perfectly, delivering a playful jab to Shino. How peculiar. Despite her not exerting much force, his response was exceedingly exaggerated, yet he recovered almost immediately. How strange indeed. Chapter 51. My apologies, master, but you have only yourself to blame. As Shinosuke was struck on the head by a seemingly forceful punch from Shizuka Hiratsuka, Eri froze for a moment before rushing over. Master, are you all right? She nearly called him master again, but at that moment, she could think of nothing else. With a fierce glare directed at Hiratsuka, she bared her little fangs. Why did you hit Shinosuke? Behold, the loyal guardian, Eri has arrived. Under Eri's questioning gaze, Hiratsuka felt a twinge of guilt. She couldn't possibly confess that she was taken by Shinnosuke's bold approach, only to realize later that he was her student, leaving her in an inner turmoil, wanting to vent her frustrations on the little rascal. Moreover, the sensation of his head was too delightful. It was only natural that she struck it. "That's right, Shizuka. Why did you hit me? And why does your punch feel so much like my mother's? Is it because you're both obeisant?" Obeisant? At that moment, Shinnosuke had truly poked the tiger's den. Upon being called obeisant, Hiratsuka's expression quickly crumbled, and she began to emanate a dark aura, her murderous intent almost palpable. This time, even Eri instinctively stood up, giving Hiratsuka some space. "My apologies, master, but you have only yourself to blame. Rest assured, even if you are bedridden, I shall care for you for a lifetime." In Hiratsuka, Shinnosuke saw the shadow of Mia, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he inadvertently spoke his mind. Thankfully, he did not reveal everything. Had he suggested that Hiratsuka would end up like Mia, with a large behind and flat chest, he surely wouldn't survive the day serving in the club. Hiratsuka launched a flurry of punches, but this time, Shinnosuke nimbly dodged her strikes. No, Shizuka. I was wrong. You're not obeisant. If you could forgive me, I would be willing to take you out on a date." After a fleeting moment of infatuation, embarrassment surged. "Who would want to go on a date with you? Help me, Yukino." Watching the spectacle, Yukino Shida shook her head, acknowledging that calling Hiratsuka obeisant was indeed excessive, and she was also quite irked. She had already admitted that Shinnosuke was her friend, yet he still thought only of specialty cookies? Was she not more appealing than mere cookies? Ultimately, Shinnosuke could not escape Hiratsuka's iron fist, and he obediently allowed her to vent her frustration, resulting in yet another bump on his head. "All right, I shall accept your application to join the club, but I need you all to help correct this little rascal's character. He is simply insufferable." After stating this, Hiratsuka stormed out of the serving club, tightly clutching the application. "Eri, you were too ruthless just now. It couldn't be helped. Hiratsuka-sensei is terrifying." Looking at Shinnosuke, Eri felt the urge to bite him again, remarking that calling an unmarried woman of a certain age obeisant was indeed harsh. Perhaps it was better to wait a few years before making such remarks. "I will ask my sister to prepare the specialty cookies. Let us conclude today's club activities." Casting a disdainful glance at Shinnosuke, Yukino exited the serving club. Eri was reminded that she should prepare specialty cookies for her master over the weekend. "The driver should be arriving soon. I must take my leave." Glancing at the time, she noted her driver would arrive shortly. Seeing that Shinnosuke had recovered and the bump on his head had vanished, she felt relieved to bid him farewell. "See you tomorrow." Kasumigakaka Shiyu also stood to take her leave. With Eri gone, she had no reason to linger. "Shinobu, would you like to return home together?" "My apologies, but I must go to my sister's house today. It's not on the way." Shinnosuke nodded, realizing he would have to return home alone. His pocket money had dwindled due to recent indulgences, and he needed to think of a way to get Yukino's attention. Alternatively, he could complete Hiratsuka's task. The tin stake in the Buchikawa library should be quite substantial. But why was Hiratsuka unable to find a boyfriend, persistently failing in her blind dates? What impeded her romantic fortunes? Shinnosuke examined the task description, but found no clear clues. From his interactions with Hiratsuka, he could surmise that her personality and habits were only minor factors. The greater issue was her unfortunate luck. Or perhaps it was simply her character design, an outspoken woman with a hint of violent tendencies. It would indeed be surprising if she were to find a boyfriend easily. Nonetheless, the system had assigned him this task, implying there might be deeper issues at play that required thorough investigation. Eri's task could likely be resolved over the weekend. Her troubles were the simplest among them. Musashi Dojo. Akiyama Rokuzen had just finished the Kendo Club's activities when he hurried to the dojo. "Sensei, Shinnosuke said he might not have time this weekend and will come next week for training." "That's all right. Next week will suffice." Musashi Aiken nodded. His junior could not make it this week. In the meantime, he could contact other Kendo masters to observe Shinnosuke's skill level in a test match. With such a prodigy as a successor, he would surely announce to the world that Musashi Dojo would not decline due to his injury. Rather, it would rise to prominence thanks to Shinnosuke's arrival. "Rokuzen, what are your thoughts on Shinnosuke?" Shinnosuke is a once-in-a-century, no, a once-in-a-millennium Kendo genius. He will undoubtedly lead our dojo to glory. Akiyama Rokuzen understood Musashi Aiken better than anyone. The situation at Shuchian's Kendo Club was akin to that of Musashi Dojo, renowned but lacking in true strength. The arrival of Shinnosuke and Seiko Toku would soon change that status. As the Kendo Club president, would he be displeased, fearing his spotlight stolen? Nonsense. To be eclipsed by a great talent was a supreme honor. All he had to do was cheer for Shinnosuke and Seiko Toku, and they would win the championship. Was he not fortunate? Likewise, for Musashi Dojo, as long as they nurtured Shinnosuke well, they would rise alongside his growth, becoming a first-rate dojo. What could be better than that? Akiyama Rokuzan and Musashi Aiken exchanged glances, as if they could already envision the bright future of Musashi Dojo. Chapter 52. Is this fellow truly a ninja? AI-chan, do you have any recent intelligence? Still on the way to the student council, Kagaya Shinomiya cautiously glanced at the trees above, ensuring that Shinnosuke Nohara was not hiding there before she spoke. Nohara Shinnosuke has joined a club called the Servitude Department. Servitude Department? How could such a vulgar club exist in Shuchian Academy? Who approved it? With a complete lack of understanding regarding matters of intimacy, and believing that a mere kiss could lead to pregnancy, Kagaya was stunned to learn of such a club's existence at Shuchian, a revelation that shattered her worldview. It was a proposal put forth by Shizuka Hiratsuka, and AI Suoido approved it. Shizuka Hiratsuka? She is the young lady of the Hiratsuka family. Although she hails from a Yakuza lineage, she is an exemplary teacher, specially appointed by the Suoido family to teach at Shuchian. AI Hayasaka, equally vigilant, surveyed the surrounding trees and continued, "This servitude department is akin to a jack-of-all-trades club that helps solve various problems, established by Yukinoshita Yukino, whose father is a councilman in Chiba Prefecture, granting the Yukinoshita family some influence in the area. So it's merely a jack-of-all-trades club? How childish." Kagaya scoffed, finding it absurd that Shinnosuke would join such a group, indicating that this commoner was rather immature. I wonder what makes him so special that AI Suoido is infatuated with him. When she eventually captivates Shinnosuke, her expression will surely be delightful. Moreover, I discovered that when Nohara Shinnosuke introduced himself, he expressed his criteria for a partner. At this, AI Hayasaka cast a sympathetic glance at Kagaya, momentarily lingering on her rather ordinary chest. Kagaya remained oblivious to AI's gaze, exuding confidence as if she were certain that Shinnosuke would undoubtedly favor her type. Oh, do tell. Is it that he likes black-haired beauties with red eyes, reminiscent of a swan? No, not at all. He stated he prefers mature women with a curvaceous figure and a gentle demeanor. Kagaya fell silent, realizing she seemed entirely detached from those descriptions. Humph. So what? With just a little effort, Nohara Shinnosuke will surely fall for me. Not quite. Kagaya-san is indeed not my type, you know. Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from the nearby bushes. Kagaya stiffly turned around to see Shinnosuke, clad in a frog costume. Leaping from the bushes, 2 frogs perched on his head. "Hello there, Kagaya-san and Maid-san. Would you like to join me in mimicking frogs?" When? Was this deliberate? Just to see me make a fool of myself? This time, Kagaya couldn't hold back. Shinnosuke had overheard her private conversation with AI. "I've been here all along, Kagaya-san. You might as well give up. You are simply not my type." Gently placing the 2 small frogs back into the bushes, Shinnosuke emerged from the foliage, now clad in the Shuchian uniform. As Kagaya and AI stared, dumbfounded, Shinnosuke hummed a little tune he had created and walked away. Even after taking a different path, why did I still encounter Shinnosuke? Is this fellow truly a ninja? What about the assassin I asked you to contact last time? Young lady, do not speak so recklessly. With the Suoido family involved, we cannot take action against him. AI Hayasaka, feeling a bit frazzled, began to suspect that Nohara Shinnosuke might indeed be a ninja. She had observed him closely just moments ago. How had she failed to notice? Forget it. It seems I must adjust my strategy. The foolish commoner is likely just putting on a brave front. He must have left out of sheer embarrassment. Having deceived herself, Kagaya's spirits lifted considerably. Beside her, AI chose silence, wondering what sort of person could possibly date such an elusive young lady. They proceeded in silence until they arrived at the student council meeting room. AI Suoido was already seated, diligently reviewing documents. Upon noticing Kagaya and AI entering, she offered a faint smile. To Kagaya, AI's smile felt more like mockery, especially after having been overheard by Nohara Shinnosuke during her secret investigation, making the situation even more humiliating. AI Suoido found amusement in Kagaya's expression, imagining how delightful it would be when the Shinomiya family faced adversity, and the Suoido family acquired them, compelling Kagaya to serve as a maid for her and Shinnosuke. What would Kagaya's expression be then? Just the thought brought her joy. Alternatively, If Kaguya willingly became a maid, perhaps she could save her family? How would Kaguya choose? AI's wicked amusement sent a chill down Kaguya's spine, as if something ominous were about to unfold. Shinnosuke, why are you so late again? Did you oversleep once more? Kazama suspected that Shinnosuke's habitual tardiness was due to oversleeping, recalling how he had always missed the kindergarten bus. I was out exercising. Morning is the perfect time for it. Kazama, would you like to join me? Perhaps not. I lack the energy for that. Kazama shook his head vigorously, well aware of Shinnosuke's extraordinary stamina. Joining him for morning exercises would be sheer torture. By the way, Shinnosuke, remember to bring a gift when you visit Sawamura-san's house. Kazama suddenly recalled he ought to remind Shinnosuke to take a gift when visiting Arari's home. The three of them could prepare a collective gift. But Shinnosuke and Arari seemed to share a close bond. Regardless of their relationship, a gift was a necessity for a first visit. That unreliable fellow might just forget about it. Don't worry, Kazama. I've already prepared it. That's good to hear. As class was about to commence, Kazama reminded Shinnosuke before returning to his seat. Shinnosuke planned to purchase a fruit gift box after school today to bring to Arari's house tomorrow. Japanese fruits are quite expensive. And it was precisely because he had already intended to buy a gift for Arari that Shinnosuke was concerned about his limited pocket money. The first period was still Hiratsuka's Japanese literature class. When the bell rang, she arrived fashionably late, her eyes slightly swollen and dark circles evident, indicating she had likely indulged the night before. Upon entering the classroom, she shot Shinnosuke a routine glare. He had called her obese in the previous day, which had deeply affected her, leading to a late-night venting session with Yono. Chapter 53. Encountering the one you most wish to protect at the most helpless age. Yukino. Did you indulge in alcohol again yesterday? It is never good to engage in such habits. After being dragged out by Shizuka Hiratsuka for drinks the previous night, Yukino arrived at class in a rather poor state. With the school schedule having been delayed, Yukino is still a university student and has yet to officially enter the workforce. However, the less demanding university courses afford her some time, and she has begun to take on responsibilities within the Yukino Shida family, indicating that Mrs. Yukino Shida is grooming her as a successor. It's nothing, Nanako. I didn't drink much. It was Shizuka who was drinking heavily, complaining about Shinnosuke the entire time. Yukino reassured her friend. Having interacted with Shinnosuke, Yukino is well aware of the troublesome nature of the boy. Even she finds him difficult to handle. Is it right or wrong to let Yukino interact with him? Yukino has a premonition that prolonged exposure to Shinnosuke will significantly alter little Yukino's personality, making her much more cheerful. But at what cost? Yukino harbors an unsettling feeling. Will her precious little sister, whom she has painstakingly raised, follow that insufferable brat? Nanako Uehara gazed at Yukino with concern. As roommates, they share a strong bond, and Yukino is known for her tendency to overexert herself, which worries the gentle Nanako. Don't fret, I have it under control. It's just that Shizuka has encountered a particularly troublesome student, and I worry for her too. Nanako and Yukino, along with Torin Kanda, were high school classmates. During their senior year, Shizuka had just started working as their teacher. Is there a student more troublesome than you for Shizuka? It's a boy named Shinnosuke Nohara, who is quite a handful. I can't shake the feeling that letting him be around my sister could lead to complications. Nohara. Shinnosuke? Nanako appeared lost in thought, as though she had heard that name somewhere before, yet could not quite place it. Oh, he's that insufferable little brat who pretends to be mature and lives next to my sister. As Nanako repeated the name in her mind, it seemed to resonate with a significant importance that eluded her memory. Meanwhile, Shinnosuke, who was dozing in class, was startled awake by the system's voice. Task: longing across time and space. Task description: despite never having met, merely hearing your name has made her aware of the issue. Her affection for you has transcended the barriers of time and space. Is meeting the one you wish to protect most during your most helpless years the greatest regret in life? This time, you possess the strength and capability to protect. Find her. Perhaps she is searching for you as well. Task reward: sweet memories. Did he encounter the one he most wishes to protect during his most vulnerable years? Shinnosuke recalled memories from another world, where his despondency largely stemmed from the age gap between him and Nanako Uehara. When I was born, you had not yet arrived. Now that you are here, I have grown old. I resent your late arrival, while you despise mine. The disparity in their ages was significant, leading Nanako to choose to study abroad, severing their connection. The emergence of a system task suggests that, following the correction of the world line, Nanako did not vanish, but rather appeared at a more opportune time. Taking a deep breath to quell his excitement, he realized that aimless searching bore no fruit. Shinnosuke did not wish to enlist AI's help. As the system task indicated, he was no longer that immature child still in kindergarten. At 18, Shinnosuke had matured into a reliable adult. He yearned to protect all that he cherished and everyone around him. With the first week of classes concluded, the students of Shuchian Academy were about to embrace their first weekend. After purchasing a fruit gift box from the supermarket, Shinnosuke sighed, reflecting on how quickly his allowance seemed to vanish. Upon returning to his apartment, he encountered the ever-timely Shiro. What a coincidence, Shiro, are you returning home as well? Shiro wore an exasperated expression, as it had no choice but to wait for Shinnosuke to return home. It could not open the apartment's security door. After embracing Shiro and arriving home, just as Shinnosuke prepared to unlock the door across the hall swung open. Yukino Shida peered out, her gaze scanning Shinnosuke with a scrutinizing look akin to that reserved for rubbish. However, her words brought warmth to his heart. Nohara, the cookies I promised you are ready. I'll be right there. Not forgetting Yukino's fear of dogs, he placed Shiro back inside the apartment, stowed away his backpack and the fruit gift box, and stepped out again. To his surprise, he found Yukino had left her door ajar, and he entered her room. Yukino, why is your apartment so spacious? It has more rooms than mine. Because the rent is 3 times higher than yours. Yukino sat on the sofa, appraising Shinnosuke from head to toe. Why was her first friend this unreliable fellow? Yet, since meeting Shinnosuke, she had to concede that she felt considerably happier. About that. Shinnosuke stammered, appearing somewhat bashful. Isn't it just cookies? They're over there. Following Yukino's, Shinnosuke laid eyes on an entire box of cookies. That's so many. Yukino, you are amazing. I will never forget your kindness. Well, talking about forever is a bit premature. Shinnosuke, oblivious to Yukino's comment, approached the glittering box filled with limited edition cookies, his gaze fixated. Then I'll open it. Go ahead. They were bought for you. Watching Shinnosuke eagerly unbox the cookies, Yukino wore a sly smile, reveling in the success of her little scheme. You thought I was less important than cookies. As he swiftly tore open the box, Shinnosuke beheld the delectable limited edition cookies he had longed for. Why is the packaging green? Is it matcha flavor? How odd. Lifting a tub of cookies and inspecting the packaging, Shinnosuke suddenly froze, his expression one of utter shock, as if his soul had left his body. How can there be green pepper-flavored cookies? This is the food of demons. Yukino Shida is a demon. Chapter 54, The Supreme Limited Edition, Super Giant Cookies. Shinsuke gazed at the box of cookies before him, his pupils losing focus. How could such a delectable cookie exist? It was utterly terrifying. Nohara, why not try the limited flavor of cookies? Are they not to your liking? A whisper from behind, the devilish Yukino, sent a shiver down Shinsuke's spine. Combining delicious cookies with green peppers. Hinano, you are truly a devil. He tossed the box of cookies back into the container, feeling sullied even by holding one of the green pepper-flavored chocolate cookies. Oh, really? Am I a devil? Yukino, unfazed by being referred to as Hinano, turned and produced a bucket of super giant cookies, 10 times the size of ordinary ones. This is... Shinsuke's eyes sparkled, instantly revitalized. The Supreme Limited Edition. Super giant cookies. Little Yukino. Shinsuke rushed to her side, giving her a shoulder rub. Is this prepared for me? All right, here you go. This is for you. As Shinsuke leaned in closer, the impact of such proximity was too much for Yukino, who promptly tossed the super giant cookie to him. Grasping the super giant cookie as if it were a treasure, Shinsuke reveled in the realization that it was indeed the Supreme Limited Edition. It encompassed all the limited flavors from past years. Even the packaging was a precious collectible for cookie enthusiasts. Little Yukino, you are too generous. It's generosity, not largesse. Well, since I have the cookies, let us hurry back, and remember to dispose of that box of trash for me. Yukino cast a disdainful glance at the box of green pepper cookies, evidently a child who detested them as well. Then I shall accept it. Shinsuke first placed the super giant cookie in his room and stored it in the cupboard, then swiftly discarded the box of green pepper cookies into the non-recyclable trash bin downstairs, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Such things should not exist in this world. Back in his room, Shinsuke, gazing at the super giant cookie, did not rush. Such delicacy should be savored at a more opportune moment. The following morning, Shinsuke unusually rose early. Not only was it the first weekend, but it was also the day he had arranged to visit Irie's home. A glance at Line revealed that the other members of the Casa Cave Defense Force were already prepared, having risen early to gather before heading to Irie's villa. The agreed meeting point was Detective Hill, as Irie's home was quite close, making it convenient for everyone to arrive promptly. Detective Hill was still beautiful that day, with cherry blossoms dancing in the gentle spring breeze, lifting one's spirits. However, it seemed that the hidden NPC, Kato Megumi, only refreshed automatically the first time, as Shinnosuke did not encounter the charming, aloof girl this time. Shinnosuke, you actually arrived so early. Kazama arrived slightly later than Shinnosuke, surprised to see him admiring the cherry blossoms. What was up with him today? Why wasn't he sleeping in? Kazama, you came too. Yeah, I just got here. Spotting the fruit gift box in Shinnosuke's hands, Kazama felt relieved. Shinnosuke was quite reliable this time. Yet, he couldn't fathom why Shinnosuke was so concerned about Irie. As Shinnosuke's close friend, Kazama was well aware of Shinnosuke's preferences. Irie was not his type at all. This is a snack gift box we prepared. We all pooled our money for it. Kazama showed Shinnosuke the luxurious gift box, likely arranged by his mother. Before long, Nene and Masaneo also arrived. Hello. I didn't expect to see you all so soon. Masaneo exclaimed joyfully, waving as he approached. How's everyone settling into school? Nene had also dressed up today, wearing a pink long dress that radiated energy. Pretty good, but the competition at Shuchian is fierce. I even had to drop my cram school to come today. Thinking of his grades, Kazama sighed. The pressure was immense, as if he were facing a genius. Even with such competition, our Katanda became class president, right? Haha. It's not that impressive. Kazama's spirits lifted at the mention of the class president. You even bought a magical girl figure to celebrate, right? Yeah, I bought two. Kazama realized he had let a secret slip. I'm here. The arrival of Hideo saved him from further embarrassment. Ahem, since everyone is here, let us set off. Mom, how does this dress look? Upon seeing Irie wearing a sexy black dress, Sayaka couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her eye. Irie was, after all, a beautiful girl, and the dress suited her well, though it did not quite fit her figure. The style might be a bit off for you. Irie. Sayaka retrieved a more youthful and cute dress from the wardrobe. This style should suit you better, right? Irie frowned at the dress in Sayaka's hands. She was well aware of what suited her, but Shinnosuke didn't prefer that style. She distinctly remembered in another world, Suu Otome wore a dress similar to this one. Captivating Shinnosuke completely, why did it not yield the same effect for her? Is there a boy that Irie cares about coming today? Sayaka casually mentioned, curious to see Irie's reaction, and was taken aback to see her usually proud daughter nodding shyly. Can you help me choose a pretty outfit, Mom? Taken aback, Sayaka sighed. Her daughter had grown up. Why did it feel like she had suddenly aged so much? All right, let me pick something for you. Irie. You don't need to feel too disheartened. Even if your figure isn't perfect, you are still quite adorable. Thank you so much. Irie wanted to appear sexy too. Sayaka selected a Lolita-style dress for Irie. Being of mixed heritage, Irie possessed fair skin and long hair like golden silk, while her upper body was unremarkable. Her waist-to-hip ratio was commendable, not entirely resembling a child's physique. Our Irie looks just like a princess. She will surely captivate that boy. Posing in front of the mirror, Irie was pleased with the dress, feeling like a soft, fragrant cake. I wonder if Shinnosuke will like it. Chapter 55. What are you blushing about, Riceball Head? Lily, could you please tell your mother which boy it is? Lily had long recognized her own heart. No matter what, she would always be together with Shin Nohara. Even the interference of Suu Otanashi AI could not deter her. Unbeknownst to Lily, who only considered Suu Otanashi AI as her sole formidable rival, a new and formidable contender, Nohara, was entering the fray. Is it Shin Nohara? The Nohara Shin? It seems Lily has truly matured, as she now understands the importance of choosing a robust man, something that Mrs. Sayuri only realized after having children. However, to make the usually proud Lily become so candid, this boy named Nohara Shin is indeed remarkable. Childhood friends cannot compete with fate. When a girl encounters someone she genuinely adores, even the most aloof will reveal her true feelings. Mrs. Sayuri is unaware that the catalyst for Lily's transformation is not what she thinks. How would her expression change if she knew the truth? Does Shin understand Lily's feelings? Does he comprehend his own? Lily nodded. Of course, Shin understood, for their bond had withstood the test of time. Upon witnessing Lily's nod, Sayuri's expression became somewhat complex. Although she often teased Lily, the thought of her daughter possibly falling in love stirred a whirlwind of emotions. Who would have thought our Lily would reach such a day? It's truly touching. Don't look like you're certain you'll never get married. All right, the chef has prepared lunch. And afternoon tea is ready. Is that boy staying over in Lily's room tonight? Should I make myself scarce? Of course not. He's going home tonight. Lily blushed as she pushed Sayuri out of the room. I still need to touch up my makeup. Mom, please step outside. How frustrating. With her mother saying that. How could she possibly let Shin stay over? Moreover, Lily was acutely aware of Shin's character. Being too hasty would be futile. She had to strategize gradually. Pushed out of the room, Sayuri recalled Lily's painting. It seemed this time, Lily was genuinely smitten, having met someone she truly liked. After touching up her makeup. For Lily, it was merely an embellishment. Upon exiting the room, her demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Zoomura family. She understood the etiquette befitting her status. Today, she would meet Shin's friends, so she naturally aimed to present a gracious and composed front, ensuring a favorable impression on them. This is the place. Shin and his companions had arrived at the Zoomura residence, and upon gazing at the European-style villa before them, they were taken aback. It appeared yet another extraordinary young lady resided here. Nini glanced at Shin, puzzled about what charm this boy possessed that captivated so many young ladies. She couldn't quite grasp it. What a luxurious house. It resembles a castle from a European film. Masaru, observing the villa, couldn't help but express his admiration. Feeling a bit anxious about potentially embarrassing himself in such a prestigious family, Shin approached and rang the doorbell. As the chime echoed, Lily hurriedly opened the door. Shin, you all have arrived. Seeing Lily, adorned like a princess, left everyone in awe, with only Shin and Adai remaining composed. Hey, Xiaoli, we're here. Please come in. Following Lily, they entered the living room, where a maid promptly served refreshments. Sayuri, seated on the sofa, warmly greeted them. Hello, everyone. I should have invited you over sooner. Thank you all for your support regarding Lily. Auntie, we are all friends. It was our duty to help. Here is a gift we prepared. Please accept it. Kazama presented a box of pastries, casting a discreet glance at Shin, without needing a reminder. Shin also produced a fruit gift box. Auntie, this is the fruit I prepared. Please accept it. For Lily's sake, Shin remarkably refrained from his usual antics, wanting to leave a good impression on her mother. After all, he felt a twinge of guilt for having silently claimed her as his cherished companion for over a decade. Ha ha, when visiting, there's no need for gifts. Sayuri accepted the two presents, genuinely pleased, especially with the unique gift from Nohara Shin, which delighted her. Her perception of Shin became increasingly favorable. Lily's parents cherished the otaku culture and had always adhered to the philosophy that their daughter's happiness was paramount. Thus, there would be no Clich D scenarios or trials for Shin. After all, apart from having a slightly ordinary family background, Shin possessed no significant flaws. Moreover, given Lily's character, having found someone with whom she could be sincere was a blessing in itself for Sayuri. All right, I shall not intrude upon your youthful gathering. If you need anything, just have the maid inform me. With that, Sayuri picked up the two gift boxes and left the living room, encouraging Lily with a glance, hoping her daughter would muster the courage. With the elder's departure, everyone felt a wave of relief. Thank you all for your help. Without you, I might have had to transfer schools. After Sayuri's exit, Lily expressed her gratitude once more to the members of the Harukabuk Defense Unit. Not at all. Masaru scratched his head, feeling bashful. He was unaware of the relationship between Shin and Lily, and Kazama had not disclosed their close bond. Gazing at Lily, who radiated an air of a princess, Masaru felt his heart race. Nini cast a sympathetic glance at Masaru. What are you blushing about, riceball head? Can't you see this young lady has been gazing at Shin? She looks as if she might leap into his arms. Just then, the doorbell rang again. It must be another friend of mine. Please wait a moment. Lily elegantly rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, indeed, it was Kasumigakaka Shiyu. Today, Shiyu appeared somewhat disheveled. Despite her makeup, the deep dark circles under her eyes were hard to conceal. Sorry, I stayed up a bit late last night, Shiyu admitted sheepishly, explaining that she had been struck by inspiration and inadvertently written until the early hours. Chapter 56, The Demon Created by Kazama Strikes Again. All right, come in quickly. And don't forget what we agreed upon. Rest assured, I won't forget. Kasumi no Oka Shiyu yawned, gazing at the blonde girl before her, feeling somewhat amazed. After her meticulous preparations, Iri appeared quite lovely, though perhaps a tad too innocent, lacking the allure of maturity and sensuality. This is my friend, Kasumi no Oka Shiyu, a second-year student at Shuchian Academy. Hello, everyone. Shiyu surveyed the living room, capturing the attention of all present. Even Masanori, with his trademark rice ball hairstyle, found himself drawn in by her presence. Today, Shiyu had not made any special effort to dress up. She wore her school uniform complemented by black stockings. Yet she exuded an undeniable charm. Is cuteness truly insignificant in the face of sensuality? Hello, senior. Masanori, who had just been captivated by Iri, swiftly redirected his attention to Shiyu. It seemed not only Shinnosuke, but most men were inclined towards mature, sensual, and gentle types. Once Iri and Shiyu took their seats, the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Although Iri now appeared as a poised and elegant young lady, it was merely a facade. Inside, she remained the same defeated otaku who only knew how to draw manga. The initial plan had been for her to spend time alone with Shinnosuke. Yet Shiyu and several other members of the Harukabu Defense Force had also arrived, and the unfamiliarity among them left Iri uncertain about how to break the ice. Hey Iri, how much does your maid earn each month? Huh, I don't really know. Shinnosuke's sudden question caught Iri off guard. She had no concept of money. Drawing manga provided her with a decent income, but she rarely had expenses and had no awareness of her household's finances. Iri, you're quite enviable. If I had a maid at home, it would certainly ease my mom's burden, right? In truth, since Shinnosuke and Aoi grew up, Missy had already experienced a significant reduction in her workload. Should I tell my mom to arrange a maid for your household? No. If that were to happen, it would definitely cause family conflicts. Shinnosuke imagined the chaos that would ensue if multiple maids were to appear in their home. Envisioning the furious expression of Hiroshi Nohara and the ire of Missy, which left him feeling apprehensive. That's true. Having several maids at home would indeed be problematic. Kazama nodded in agreement, acknowledging the potential for family discord. With Shinnosuke's question, the conversation began to flow naturally. The members of the Harukabu Defense Force were all quite amiable, and Iri quickly became familiar with everyone. Unexpectedly, Nini and Iri found themselves getting along well, perhaps because Iri, unlike other young ladies, lacked an air of superiority, or perhaps due to their shared adversary, Aoi. At least for now, Nini held a favorable impression of Iri. Shiyu maintained her aloof demeanor, preferring to observe quietly. Masanori mustered the courage to find a topic to discuss with Shiyu. It was difficult, as her alluring figure posed a significant distraction for a boy who had just turned 18. The moment Shiyu shot him a glance, Masanori instantly lost all his courage. Never mind. Clearly, they were not on the same level. Kazama wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, realizing that engaging with this senior might be a daunting task. Perhaps it was better to remain silent. The presence of a magical girl was more than enough. Ahem, I wonder if Senpai Sawamura has any plans for this afternoon? Today, they had agreed to have lunch at Iri's house, see what she had planned for the afternoon, and then return home in the evening. However, Nini evidently had different ideas. I have no particular plans for the afternoon. Does Akira have any recommendations? What plans could Iri possibly have? Shinnosuke had mentioned helping her with her hair, which Iri was quite looking forward to. In her mind, the afternoon was meant for her alone with Shinnosuke. She was unsure if Shiyu could be relied upon to assist. Iri felt a nagging sense of strangeness about Shiyu. Despite their amicable interactions, something about her seemed off. By the way, Nini, I noticed you brought a box. What's inside? Kazama was also curious. Initially, he thought it was a gift Nini had prepared for Iri, but she hadn't opened it or offered it to her, leaving Kazama puzzled. Kazama, since you asked. Upon seeing Nini's smile, Kazama suddenly had a dreadful premonition. Since we have no other plans this afternoon, why don't we play a super realistic version of House that I've modified? Nohara Shinnosuke. Masanori. A fool. Kazama. And so it began. The demon that Kazama had created struck once more. Nini opened her box, revealing costumes and scripts within. This script has been polished to perfection. Now that we're all gathered, let us relive our childhood memories. This afternoon, I have something to discuss with Iri, so I'll trouble Shiyu Senpai to take my place. Shinnosuke immediately thought of an excuse to escape, and Iri turned to Shiyu. After all, they had agreed that Shiyu would create an opportunity for Iri and Shinnosuke to be alone. Though uncertain about what a super realistic house game entailed, Shiyu instinctively sensed a hint of danger. Yet, looking into Iri's hopeful eyes and recalling her promise, she felt it would be rather unkind to refuse. I will take Nohara's place. Let them have some time alone. No problem. Modifying the script won't take long. Nini waved her hand dismissively, unconcerned about Shinnosuke's departure. After all, He had always been uncooperative. His absence was just fine. Replacing him with this senior, who had never participated in a super realistic house game, was sure to yield unexpected surprises. Chapter 57. Is life really this bitter? It's better to be a little dog. As she held the script that Nini had thrust into her hands, Kasumigakaka Shiyu felt a flicker of interest. She could consider herself a creator, having frequently penned scripts for school clubs back in her days at Funabashi High. With a reputation as the top student in humanities, she was known as the literary girl of the school. Just last night, she had been immersed in writing her light novel until the early hours, nearing the completion of the first volume. However, upon glancing at the script, a sudden headache assailed her. She could hardly believe her eyes. It was so bizarre that she had to look again, still incredulous. How could such words be written? Even in the realm of realistic themes, this was an exaggeration. It resembled a horrifying hellscape dominated by endless family melodrama. After just a few glances, Shiyu felt as though her mind was being tainted. Although the storyline lacked any meaningful inspiration, it would likely resonate with the bored housewives. Yet, for men, the overwhelming combination of domestic trivialities and melodramatic plotlines could be devastating. If Nini were to pursue a career as a screenwriter for family dramas, she might achieve instant fame. Is this not a form of sourcing material? For boys, hyper-realistic role-playing in familial scenarios undoubtedly feels like hell, yet for girls, it seems somewhat more palatable. Meanwhile, Kazama Masanobu and Hideo had donned masks of anguish. Who would have thought that even as adults, they would be relentlessly pursued by such hyper-realistic role-playing? Noticing Nini's deceptively cheerful demeanor, the trio realized there was no escape. That pesky Shin, running off to be alone with girls while leaving them to endure Nini's role-playing. Kazama glared at Nini, wishing to flee but realizing he could not. It was all Shin's fault. Why could he not simply visit without dragging them into this? Nini had clearly anticipated that they could not leave early, preparing the script well in advance. Perhaps she had waited for this moment all these years. Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. What horrors could be hidden in this meticulously crafted script? Inui Riri, curious, leaned closer to Shiyu and glanced at the script. What on earth is this? Is role-playing really this realistic nowadays? Riri had been well protected by her parents, untouched by the darker sides of society. Had she not met Akihirin, her life would have been devoid of any struggles. The familial conflicts depicted in the script hit Riri hard. Is life truly this bitter? It would be better to be a little dog. Clearing her throat, she prompted. Lunch is almost ready. Is there anything anyone wants to eat? I can have the maid prepare it in advance. Never mind. Let Shiyu entertain Shin's friends for a while. Senior Sawamura observed that they were all ready. All right. I'll check on the lunch preparations. Riri nodded and rose, her heart fluttering at the thought of spending time alone with Shin. Look, isn't my script impressive? Rather than impressive, it was terrifying. Masanobu felt as though life itself was shrouded in darkness. He longed to escape, but could not. Upon receiving a sharp glare from Nini, he immediately straightened up. No, the script is indeed remarkable. Then you shall play the role of the second male lead. What? This second male lead has a miserable fate. After glancing at the trials faced by the second male lead, being fired from his job, deceived by women, and drowning in debt, ultimately never finding redemption, Masanobu felt a surge of dread. His only purpose seemed to be lamenting to the protagonist about his tragic existence. Some were engrossed in the script, while others gazed into mirrors. Masanobu had no desire to portray such a character. What, do you have objections? Don't you think it would be strange for you to play the lead role? Nini pressed. Or perhaps you'd prefer to portray this gossipy aunt. I think it would suit you quite well. Feeling the intense threat emanating from Nini, Masanobu assessed their respective strengths and realized he was no match for her. Rumor had it that Nini had already replaced her bunny doll several times. I suppose I'll take the second male lead by the way, Masanobu. I heard that Xiao AI has returned to Japan and is studying at Shuziyuan. Perhaps next time we can ask her to help prepare props for an enhanced version of hyper-realistic role-playing. Xiao AI is back in Japan. Upon hearing this, Masanobu's eyes sparkled. Kazama shook his head at Masanobu's reaction. Even as adults, he still harbored fantasies about Xiao AI. As Shin and Masanobu's close friend, Kazama felt it necessary to offer a reminder. Masanobu, don't get ahead of yourself. Xiao AI came back for Shin, and just a few days ago, we shared a bento together. Instantly, Masanobu's demeanor darkened. However, they were now adults, no longer children. Certain truths must be confronted. During Xiao AI's time studying abroad, many foreign classmates attempted to approach her, but she rejected them without hesitation. Those who persisted were dealt with by the Suwa Otome family. There must be a certain distance maintained between adults. Still, after such a long time apart, he felt a pang of nostalgia. After all, they were friends, right? Indeed. We are all friends. Shin nodded in agreement, fully aware of Xiao Ai's feelings for him, as she had changed significantly because of him. Yet, Shin was still uncertain about how to navigate these feelings. Both Riri and Xiao Ai held great importance in his life. Although he had not encountered Nanako in this world, she existed in the realm of Riri. The age gap between them had become an insurmountable chasm. Nanako never married and ultimately chose to go abroad, vanishing from Shin's life. How old was Nanako in this world? Could he protect her without harming those around him? Shin, who had never been concerned about money or power, now found himself yearning for both. Perhaps he had always been fortunate, but he did not wish to leave the course of his life to chance. At that moment, Riri returned, blissfully unaware of Xiao Ai's situation. Otherwise, the adorable Riri would surely show her teeth in discontent. Chapter 58. Who did I impress, and who impressed me? Thank you for your patience. Lunch is now ready. Let us dine. Indeed, it is time for lunch. Yet apart from Shino and Kasumiga Kakashiwa, the remaining trio moved with somewhat heavy steps. Is this the fateful meal? Even the most exquisite dishes may taste bland under such circumstances. Unsure of everyone's preferences, a variety of dishes were prepared. To maintain an aura of decorum in this moment, Irie utilized all her charm. Well, however, upon entering the dining room, everyone was astounded by the lavish spread laid before them. The table was overflowing with an array of dishes, featuring both Japanese and French cuisine. Although Irie's father was of Sakura descent, it is widely acknowledged that the culinary offerings of Sakura are rather somber, with the finest establishments primarily serving French cuisine. The sumptuous lunch alleviated their trepidation regarding the hyper-realistic role-playing game, and Kazama and Misato exchanged glances, having reached a mutual decision. Even if it meant death, they would indulge to their heart's content. Let us commence. Perhaps fearing to make Irie's friends uncomfortable, Sayaka chose not to join. Shino, try this. Irie, seated beside Shino, began to serve him. In the past, it was Shino who fed her. Now, she could finally return the favor. Shino had a fondness for the snacks beloved by children. But as he matured, he learned to appreciate various substantial dishes as well. The culinary skills of Irie's family chef were exceptional, and the authenticity of the French cuisine allowed everyone to momentarily forget their worries, even Nini momentarily setting aside concerns regarding the script. Have you all finished? Follow me. I've prepared some refreshments in the lounge on the second floor. Let us take a break and ponder the afternoon's activities. I have an assortment of card games available. No need. We are content with the hyper-realistic role-playing game. Nini, with a mischievous grin, decisively determined the afternoon's entertainment. Since their separation into different schools, Nini had not been without new friends and classmates to play hyper-realistic role-playing games with. However, playing with others could never replicate the unique experience shared with the members of the Cascade Defense Squad. Was this the bond they shared? Regrettably, today, Shino was obligated to accompany that young lady, and, in light of Irie providing the venue, Shino had to be sacrificed. Such a splendid location and delectable refreshments were indeed a rarity. The second-floor lounge was spacious and adjoined to the adjacent study, with carpets of the highest quality adorning the floor. To play hyper-realistic role-playing games in such a splendid setting was truly a delight. Many thanks to Kazama. Without him, this hyper-realistic role-playing game would not have been possible. Is that so? Then I am indeed to blame. Kazama sighed, pondering the consequences of his own actions. After a brief moment of sitting, Irie grew increasingly impatient. Shino, could you come with me for a moment? I have something to discuss. Shino nodded and stood, casting an awkward glance at Kazama and Misato. I'll leave it to you. With that, he turned and swiftly exited the room. If forced to choose between hyper-realistic role-playing games and bell peppers, Shino would undoubtedly prefer the former. Ahem, since everyone is prepared, let us assign roles. Nini revealed a devilish smile and produced the prepared script. As Shino stepped out of the room, Irie seized his hand, leading him briskly to her room. Irie's room was also on the second floor, not far from the lounge. Unbeknownst to her, Sayaka observed discreetly through the surveillance, astonished that her daughter would audaciously take Shino to her room. Was this truly Irie? No wonder she had not permitted Shino to stay over at her house. Had she intended to act so boldly? Should she perhaps deliver some items that might be necessary at this moment? Yet, would she truly go that far? If she did, what then? Irie's unexpected assertiveness left Sayaka somewhat disoriented, spiraling into a whirlwind of thoughts. Irie's room bore a faint fragrance, a characteristic of a young girl's sanctuary. Yet it was somewhat disheveled, reminiscent of Shinnosuke's own space. Scattered across the floor and bed were hand-drawn sketches, with a drawing tablet resting beside the computer desk adjacent to the bed. Though seemingly chaotic, it was a result of Irie's hurried tidying up, as all her notebooks had been concealed. "Master, look at this." Irie's urgency stemmed not merely from her eagerness for Shinno to style her hair, but also from her desire to showcase her art. Sayaka had framed the piece Irie had created, now adorning the wall of her room. "This is the gift I prepared for you. What do you think?" Before Shinno stood a painting depicting a familiar, yet foreign image of himself, cradling a small Irie in his arms. In this realm, it was a cherished memory unique to them, a secret shared between the two regarding their experiences in another world. Irie clung to Shinno's arm, leaning against him. "This time, I do not wish to depart alone, master." Irie felt fortunate to encounter Shinno once more, able to express these sentiments directly. The small Irie could not articulate her feelings, yet Shinno had remained by her side until her last breath. Now, Irie could finally voice her thoughts, no longer merely a small dog. Emotions and reality are often intertwined. Heavy yet beautiful, unforgettable yet fleeting. After all, they had shared more than a decade together, and Irie understood that to be with Shinno forever, patience was essential. "Master, please braid my hair." Irie settled at the vanity as Shinno began to style her hair. The wooden comb glided effortlessly through her tresses, encountering no resistance. Her hair was impeccably maintained, free of tangles or splits, and Irie reveled in the sensation, reminiscent of her carefree days as a child, devoid of any worries. "Master, how about I have that painting delivered to your home tomorrow?" "Sure, I'm currently living alone, just me and Shiro." "Shiro?" "Yes, my pet dog, who is over 10 years old." Irie was taken aback. Shinno had owned another dog? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable, as when they met in the alternate world, Shinno was already working. What an odd feeling this was, Shinno having other pets. Who did I impress, and who impressed me? Chapter 59. Xiao Bai. "Are you sure it's not me taking care of both of you?" After a brief moment of hesitation, Ying Lily posed her most crucial question. Is Xiao Bai a boy or a girl? Xiao Bai is undoubtedly a boy. Should Xiao Li meet Xiao Bai? Well, upon hearing that Xiao Bai is a boy, Ying Lily finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Xiao Bai had been a girl, Ying Lily would have had to question whether this Xiao Bai was perhaps a beautiful girl like herself. If anything, she would be the outsider, right? However, she had spent more time with Shinno than with Xiao Bai. Reflecting on Xiao Bai's age, Ying Lily sighed, as someone who had experienced the passage of time. She understood all too well the feeling of helplessness that accompanies aging. Dogs age far too quickly, losing their former vitality and no longer able to accompany their owners as they once did. Ying Lily resolved that in this life, she would take good care of Xiao Bai alongside Shinno. "Xiao Bai, are you sure it's not me taking care of both of you?" In another world, the meticulous care that Shinno provided to Xiao Li was largely due to Xiao Bai's remarkable understanding. After Xiao Bai's passing, Shinno realized many moments where he could have done better. Humans often come to cherish what they have only after it is lost. Meanwhile, in the living room, the trio, who initially held a favorable impression of Kasumiga Kakashiya, despaired upon discovering that this woman was a demon, rivaling Nini in her sharp tongue. Though she had an exquisite figure and a serene appearance, why was she so acerbic? For the three young men, Shia embodied the ideal fantasy of a young woman. Yet her biting remarks were far too harsh. Upon picking up the script, Shia quickly fell into character, adeptly altering the plot at the most opportune moments, making it all the more melodramatic. "Kazama Toru, why can't you focus on your role? You are supposed to be the driven leading man, yet you appear so despondent." Kazama's face fell. This senior was far too domineering, even more intimidating than Nini. At that moment, Kazama could understand Shinno better when he expressed his fondness for older women. He certainly needed to include the word gentle, as it seemed to hold great significance. Although Shia played the lead female role, her revisions transformed the originally gentle character into a cold, sharp-tongued, and ruthless woman. Kazama not only received no benefits from this, but also faced relentless criticism from both Nini and Kasumiga Kakashiya. Nini exchanged a knowing glance with Shia, surprised by how well this senior understood her. Who would have thought she would encounter such a kindred spirit today? "Hey, Kazama, you're really putting in the effort." The rice ball-headed character had originally been dissatisfied with his role, but he soon realized that Kazama's leading man was no better. "Hey, When are you going to pay back our loan? Adai portrayed a gang leader. Although his runny nose was a bit of a downer, he still exuded a commanding presence when serious. This was not Shino's first experience styling a girl's hair into braids. The first person to enjoy Shino's service was Xiao Kuei, as the two siblings had lived together for many years. Despite his reluctance to admit it verbally, his affection for Xiao Kuei was evident in his actions. Whenever Meiya and Hiroshi were busy, it was Shino who took care of Xiao Kuei, and their sibling bond was much stronger than it appeared. Soon, Shino had styled Lily's hair into two lovely braids, which paired beautifully with her Lolita dress, making her look even more like a princess. Alas, not all princesses are adorned in cute attire. Lily resembled a fragrant, soft cake. Yet her overly extravagant appearance diminished any urge to indulge in her sweetness, at least for Shino at that moment. Master, do I look pretty? Very beautiful. Shino's assessment was candid. From any angle, Lily was undeniably a stunning beauty, albeit a beauty with a tinge of regret, for she could only be that, a beauty. Pleased by her master's compliment, Lily instinctively wished to wag her tail, only to realize she no longer possessed such a feature. Would it please Shino if she acted like she did? Lily seemed to recall some scenarios from her fantasies. Ouch. Noticing Lily's expression, Shino gently tapped her forehead. What are you thinking about now? In another world, when she was a little dog, she often wore that same expression, leaving him curious about her thoughts. Rubbing her forehead from the interruption, Lily was still quite happy. When she was Xiao Li, she could only fantasize, but now that she had regained her identity as a beautiful girl, those fantasies could become reality. All right, Lily. Shall we go see how they are doing? Okay. Lily did not refuse. After spending some time alone with Shino, she felt completely content. This seemed to be a trait of the defeated, easily satisfied. Lily had her own plans. With over a decade of memories, she was already a step ahead. Taking the initiative was far less effective than providing subtle care and warmth. The somewhat reserved Shino would surely remember everyone's kindness in his heart. Just wait, Suwa Otomei. Seeing the two exit the room, the covertly observing Xiaobai immediately turned her attention. Just moments ago, she had been captivated by the hyper-realistic role-playing, which, for a married woman, carried a weighty ethical complexity. Upon closer inspection, Xiaobai noticed the two braids adorning Lily's hair, realizing they could not have been styled by her own hands. It was clear that Shino had a keen understanding. No wonder he could manage Lily so well. Xiaobai's satisfaction with Shino grew as she observed him helping Lily with her braids in her room. How impressive was that? Upon entering the living room, Nini and Kasumigakaka Shia seemed to have fully immersed themselves in their roles, relentlessly directing the exhausted trio with the script. Ahem, it's getting late. Everyone should prepare to head back. Observing the trio's state, Shino couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He hadn't anticipated that Nini and Shia would have such a rapport. It was best to leave early. But it's still early. It's only just past 3. We should at least play until 6. Nini shot him a glare. After finally enjoying themselves so thoroughly and discovering a kindred spirit in Kasumigakaka Shia, how could they leave so soon? Chapter 60. What were you and Nohara-san just doing in the room? Thankfully, Eruri was not particularly interested in such melodramatic family ethics. Well, Shinnosuke has something to attend to, so I will have the driver take him home. Is everyone staying here? Upon hearing Eruri's words, Nene and Kazuha put down their scripts. It would be rather impolite to linger here if their host was departing. Finally, salvation. Masakatsu and Kazama could finally breathe a sigh of relief. If this continued, they would have been utterly drained, not of energy, but of their faith in life. It seems we must wait for another time, Sakurada-senpai. I eagerly anticipate your next script. Kazuha-senpai. Rest assured, I will treat it with utmost care. Kazuha gazed at Sakurada Nene, and their eyes sparked with a connection known as camaraderie. Do rein it in. Why are you two so fired up? There won't be a next time for this. Observing their fervor, Kazama couldn't help but scoff. Had it not been for Shinnosuke, he would have never endured this long. All right, my apologies. Let us invite everyone again next time. Eruri, of course, was reluctant to see Shinnosuke leave, yet he clearly disliked this overly realistic play acting. Little Riri, you don't need to see me off. I can return by myself. I'll bring that painting over to you tomorrow. All right. After sending everyone out of her villa, Eruri finally exhaled. They had all departed, and she could finally relax. Maintaining the facade of a young lady was exhausting. Wait, why haven't you left? Eruri noticed Kazuha hadn't departed, but was seated on the sofa, sipping tea. Aren't you going to tell me what you and Nohara-san were just doing in the room? Shinnosuke, why do you have a bag? Stepping outside and taking a deep breath of fresh air, Kazama felt rejuvenated. He glanced at Nene beside him and was unnerved by her expression of lingering desire. It was fortunate she hadn't come to Shizuken, otherwise. Oh right, I almost forgot. Reminded by Kazama, Shinnosuke suddenly remembered. Kazama, this is for you. Kazama looked at the item Shinnosuke handed over, his eyes widening in disbelief. This is the limited edition album of The Incredible Witch Mary. I'll cast a spell on you. How on earth did you acquire this limited edition album? I heard it wasn't even available for public sale. Kazama took the album, his face brimming with excitement. However, upon noticing the strange looks from Nene and Masakatsu, he quickly composed himself. Ahem, I'm not particularly fond of it. I also forgot. I think I won it in a supermarket lottery once. If you don't want it, since it was a gift from Shinnosuke, I suppose I'll reluctantly accept it. Seeing Shinnosuke reclaim the album, Kazama disregarded everything else and hugged the album tightly. This is for you, Aho. A star-shaped stone. Aho accepted the stone, looking as though he had struck gold. Observing that both Kazama and Aho had received gifts, Masakatsu felt a surge of anticipation. This comic is for Masakatsu. Wow. It's the limited edition collection of the Marine X King's Summit War. Although the subsequent storyline was lackluster, this segment is a classic among classics. Thank you all for accompanying me to little Riri's home today. Noticing Shinnosuke beginning to express gratitude, Nene looked astonished. What about me? Isn't there a gift for me? I worked hard today too. Nene's comment left the others speechless. All the toil today was undoubtedly due to her, wasn't it? Well, I didn't prepare a gift for Nene today. What? Nene clenched her fists. However, little Riri gave me this to pass on to you. This lipstick brand. Is it truly for me? How embarrassing. Before she could finish her sentence, she snatched the lipstick from Shinnosuke's hand. After distributing the gifts, Shinnosuke sighed in relief. This time, Kazama, Aho, and Masakatsu had contributed immensely. Nene and Kazuha appeared to click well, making the overly realistic roleplay even more daunting than before. Well, let us call it a day. I need to hurry home to study. Glancing at the time, Kazama realized it was still early and planned to review his studies at home. Let us gather again next time. Kazuha-senpai has invited me to visit Shizuken. We can engage in the overly realistic roleplay then. Nene felt content. After partaking in the overly realistic roleplay and receiving this lipstick, her joy was boundless. Kazama and Shinnosuke exchanged glances. Although no words were spoken, it felt as if they conveyed everything. Kazama, Shinnosuke, you will ask Kouai, right? Shinnosuke, don't worry. I'll ensure Kouai places Nene on the blacklist of Shizuken. Thus concluded the brief reunion of the Kashigaya defense team. Just after departing from Arari's residence, Shinnosuke heard the system notification indicating the completion of his task. Arari's troubles had been resolved, and the system informed him he could claim his reward at any time. Although Shinnosuke had become a swordmaster, he had never possessed a sword of his own, not even a wooden or bamboo sword. Now, with a fine sword in hand, he longed to return home to assess its feel. Upon arriving home via train, Shinnosuke claimed his task reward, feeling a sudden weight in his hand as a beautifully sheathed katana appeared. The sheath and hilt were black, glimmering subtly in the light, reminiscent of snowflakes in winter. Upon unveiling the blade, he noticed the characters "blow snow" inscribed on the hilt. This katana measured approximately 110 centimeters in length, classified as shorter among katana. Even more so than the commonly seen tachi with a gentler curve. Though slightly smaller than typical samurai swords, it bore substantial weight, with the blade shimmering in light akin to the sheath. Holding it, he was astonished by its perfect balance. Shinnosuke's aptitude for swordsmanship far surpassed that of any sword master in Japan's history, yet he had never acknowledged his talent. Now, he felt a surge of anticipation for the upcoming match against Musashi's apprentice next week. Perhaps there would be delightful surprises awaiting him. Chapter 61. Come over and greet your Uncle Shinnosuke. On the final day of the weekend, Shinnosuke rose early, eager to explore the vicinity of the apartment and discover any delightful spots. Accompanied by Shiro, he ventured to the riverbank nearby. The water shimmered with clarity, and he lamented not having brought his fishing rod along. Numerous anglers populated the banks, and Shinnosuke harbored a genuine interest in the art of fishing. With his luck, he often managed to catch rare species, much to the envy of those around him. Suddenly, he was momentarily blinded by the gleam of a bald head under the sun. The radiance seemed oddly familiar. How's the fishing today? He inquired. I wouldn't know. I just arrived, the bald man sighed. revealing his frustration after 2 hours without a bite. His voice struck a chord of familiarity. Upon turning, he recognized Shinnosuke, momentarily taken aback before realizing the resemblance. That unmistakable bushy brow. Coach Shinnosuke. Oh, it's you. Shinnosuke exclaimed, recognizing the bald man as his former pupil who had once learned the dog paddle from him. Clad in casual attire, the tattoos on his back were concealed, rendering him unrecognizable at first glance. It's been ages, Coach Shinnosuke. You've grown so much. They had indeed not seen each other in over a decade. Despite aging, the man appeared only slightly older than Shinnosuke, perhaps 4 or 5 years. Long time no see. Shinnosuke nodded, feeling quite pleased. Can you catch any fish like this? To be honest, I'm a novice too. Are you skilled at fishing, Coach Shinnosuke? This was a blatant falsehood. His fishing experience far exceeded Shinnosuke's age. However, fishing relied more on luck than technique. Resources were paramount, and his inability to catch fish was merely a stroke of bad fortune. I suppose I have some skill, he replied modestly. Then I must rely on you, Coach Shinnosuke. If I return home without any fish, my wife will surely not let me off easily. Shinnosuke took the rod from the bald man's hands, and to his astonishment, as he cast the hook, a large fish immediately bit. The fish fought fiercely in the water, and he had to carefully manage the tension on the line to reel it in. Soon, a robust carp lay belly up, and the bald man hurriedly grabbed the net to scoop it out. Coach Shinnosuke, today, I can finally hold my head high when I return home. The sight of the carp nearly brought tears to the bald man's eyes. Who could comprehend the hardships of a middle-aged man? Failing to bring home the catch was bad enough. Returning empty-handed from fishing would invite his wife's disdainful gaze. But this is merely the beginning. Shinnosuke had just warmed up. The true battle was yet to commence. Clearly, luck played a role in fishing, and as a man blessed with fortune, Shinnosuke's prowess was exceptional. Not only was the bald man astonished by Shinnosuke's continuous catches, but other anglers along the riverbank were drawn to the spectacle as well. It seemed that the day's misfortune was not limited to the bald man alone. Having not fished in a while, my skills have become somewhat rusty. After reeling in over 10 large fish, Shinnosuke finally relaxed, only to notice that he had been surrounded by a group of enthusiastic men. Their gazes fixed upon him with fervor. Cough, cough, how about we share these fish? He proposed. The fish caught by fellow anglers count as mine too. No one goes home empty-handed today. Gazing at the remaining 2 fish in the net, the bald man beamed with joy, turning to Shinnosuke with an invitation. Coach Shinnosuke, please do join us for lunch at my home. Very well, I shall come for lunch. Do prepare well. Rest assured, Coach Shinnosuke. The bald man was utterly captivated by Shinnosuke's fishing skills. Whether in dog paddling or fishing, Coach Shinnosuke was undoubtedly a master. By the way, Coach Shinnosuke, you might not know my name. I am Hiratsuka Ryuko. He felt an affinity for Shinnosuke that made him consider forming a brotherly bond or even adopting him as a son. However, should he dare to pursue such a notion, he would surely face a stern warning from the Suetami family. For students, weekends are a rare respite, a sentiment that equally applies to teachers. The academic environment at Shuji Academy is commendable, with ample resources and a relaxed atmosphere for educators. Hiratsuka Seiji had completed his weekend duties, yet a multitude of concerns still plagued this seasoned female teacher. For instance, her family was once again urging her to consider arranged marriages. Hiratsuka Seiji found it perplexing why her every attempt at matchmaking resulted in failure. Surely, her temperament wasn't that dreadful, nor was her lifestyle excessively intimidating. Although she wasn't particularly interested in romance and harbored reservations about blind dates, each encounter ended in rejection, with suitors blocking all forms of communication. Even she found it peculiar, as if some mysterious force thwarted her chances at romance. Never mind, I shall return home and see my parents, she resolved, having not visited in quite some time. After downing 2 drinks before bed, she awoke nearing noon, reluctant to cook and eager to check on her family. Her mother had arranged every blind date, while her father held no objections. As the eldest daughter of the Hiratsuka family, her ability to pursue a teaching career stemmed from her father's indulgence. Upon departing her apartment and driving her red sports car, Hiratsuka Seiji's spirits lifted considerably. A strikingly beautiful woman, she resorted to speeding to alleviate her frustrations. Her demeanor might not exude gentleness, yet her sense of responsibility and concern for her students showcased a delightful contrast. Upon arriving home and parking her car, 2 suited men wearing sunglasses approached to open the door for her. Miss, welcome back. Hiratsuka Seiji nodded, clearly accustomed to this treatment. Are Mom and Dad home? Yes. And there is a guest. A guest? She pondered, curious about who could be visiting at this hour. As she entered the living room, Hiratsuka Ryuko spotted his daughter, and his already cheerful demeanor brightened further. Xiao Jing, you're just in time. Come over and greet your Uncle Shinnosuke. Hiratsuka Seiji. Chapter 62. The greatest sorrow of middle-aged men is their inability to act. Hiratsuka Shizuku fancied herself to possess a vivid imagination. Yet the scene unfolding before her was one she could never have envisioned, even in her wildest dreams. The Hiratsuka residence was a traditional Japanese abode, a family home passed down through generations. Seishin sat at the head of the table, a teacup in hand, his demeanor grave. Her parents, seated beside him, engaged in jovial conversation, a sight that filled Shizuku with astonishment. She had never witnessed her father so jubilant. Even her typically stern mother was stifling laughter behind her hand. "Ah, Shizuku, you've arrived," her mother said. "What brings you here?" How could one articulate such a convoluted array of emotions? Shizuku denied any inclination towards younger men. Yet the day Seishin had unexpectedly appeared to confide in her had stirred something within her. However, now, with Seishin suddenly in her home, sharing laughter with her parents, Shizuku felt utterly discombobulated. How should I even converse with my uncle Seishin? He is my coach. I have been learning from him since he was 5. Whether it be swimming or fishing, he is an unparalleled master. Upon hearing Shizuku refer to Seishin as a kid, Hiratsuka Ryo, her father, felt a surge of displeasure. That kid is my student. How could I possibly address him as uncle? Wait, Seishin is your student? Shizuku's mother exclaimed, her disappointment palpable. She had thought Seishin was merely a few years younger than Shizuku, and had entertained the notion that they might be well suited for one another. With her daughter's carefree nature, she believed she needed a man who could truly take charge. What? No way. Shizuku and Ryo gasped in unison, astonished at the implications. How could I ever be compatible with that boy? No. Shizuku must not hinder Coach Seishin, Shizuku declared, turning incredulously towards her father. Are you serious? Me, Hiratsuka Shizuku. A hindrance to him? Ryo shook his head vigorously. What is wrong with being younger? Youth brings vitality. Unlike certain individuals who flaunt their status as the head of a club or a company director, yet, the lament of a portly middle-aged man, perhaps, was the silent hints from his wife before bed. Yet, as age crept in, one truly feels the limitations of strength. If it weren't for a sense of helplessness, who would leave their beautiful wife at home to seek solace in hot springs and fishing? Casting a reproachful glance at Ryo, Shizuku's mother turned her attention to Seishin, her demeanor softening considerably. Seishin, I didn't realize you were Shizuku's student. You must be just 18, then? Indeed, I am now a handsome young adult. Seishin replied with a hint of pride. Shizuku's mother discreetly appraised Seishin, noting his robust physique, toned muscles, and sparkling eyes. As a married woman, she found herself quite pleased with Seishin, a sentiment she suspected she shared with her friend Sayuri. Alas, Seishin was her daughter's student, and until he graduated, a relationship was implausible. By the time Seishin completed his studies, Shizuku would be on the cusp of spinsterhood. As for Ryo's just about brotherhood or adopting Seishin as a son, that was an impossibility. It would only complicate familial hierarchies. Indeed, quite dashing, Shizuku's mother mused. But what prompted your sudden return home, dear Shizuku? I missed you all. Is this not my home? Am I not free to return whenever I wish? With Seishin present and her mother's prior remarks lingering, Shizuku felt an unusual disquiet. She could hardly fathom that Seishin had appeared in her home, and that her mother had suggested they would be well suited for each other. It seemed utterly preposterous. As a teacher, the weight of responsibility bore heavily upon Shizuku, igniting a profound sense of guilt. Engaging in a romantic liaison with a student was unequivocally forbidden, yet the mere thought of it was exhilarating. What was happening? The guilt and embarrassment rendered her unable to meet Seishin's gaze. He was infuriatingly charming, and how had he ended up in her home? She recalled her father mentioning that they had known each other since Seishin was 5. If only she had met him sooner, she would have given him a proper lesson. Correcting his character, Shizuku took a seat, casting a displeased glance at Seishin. He, in turn, observed her and her father, sensing the crux of the matter. Ryo appeared overly concerned about his daughter, especially when the topic of matchmaking arose. His resistance was palpable. Perhaps her teacher's string of failed matches was not solely due to her own disposition, but also heavily influenced by her father's interference. Shizuku, did you come home because another blind date ended in failure? I did not attend any blind dates this week. The other party stood me up. And please, call me Hiratsuka-sensei, not Shizuku. Seishin's casual address of her name in front of her parents embarrassed Shizuka greatly, prompting her to roll up her sleeve, ready to deliver a playful punch. Ouch! Before she could strike, her mother had already tapped her on the head, suggesting that Shizuku's fierce approach was a family trait. Otherwise, how could she possibly breach Seishin's defenses? You must be gentler with boys. Haven T, I told you countless times. In her mother's presence, Shizuku could only glare at Seishin, vowing to teach him a lesson when they returned to school. All right, Shizuku, join me in preparing dinner. What? Me? Prepare dinner? Shizuku's jaw dropped in disbelief at her mother's request. Observing her daughter's reaction, Shizuku's mother felt a mix of exasperation and concern. If Shizuka harbored feelings for someone, even if she wasn't the most domestically inclined, she ought to at least feign some semblance of domesticity. Was this concept truly beyond her understanding? What had gone awry with her daughter? Chapter 63. Is this the law of tsundere conservation? Hiratsuka Shizuka was pulled into the kitchen by Hiratsuka Yuki, leaving only Shinnosuke and Hiratsuka Ryuko in the living room. I apologize for the embarrassment, Coach Shinnosuke. I have raised Shizuka like a boy since childhood, and her temperament indeed has some issues. Though Hiratsuka Ryuko spoke with a hint of regret, his face radiated pride, clearly feeling a deep sense of accomplishment in having Hiratsuka Shizuka as his daughter. Despite her struggles in the matchmaking market, Shizuka was undeniably an excellent teacher, diligent, and committed. At times, her strong personality could come off as domineering, but her intentions were always noble, genuinely considering her students' welfare. For rebellious teenagers, encountering such a teacher might only be appreciated years later, realizing her thoughtful guidance. Hiratsuka Shizuka had truly blossomed into a competent adult, and Hiratsuka Ryuko felt immense pride in his daughter. Shizuka is remarkable in many ways, though perhaps lacking a touch of tenderness. What use is tenderness if it only invites bullying from those rascals? As the eldest, Hiratsuka Ryuko spoke with an authoritative tone, his voice filled with affection for Shizuka. Uncle Hiratsuka, you seem overly protective of Shizuka. Are you perhaps against her dating? Given that Hiratsuka Ryuko appeared older than Hiroshi, Shinnosuke felt compelled to address him as uncle. You've caught me. In truth, I have no desire for Shizuka to marry. The mere thought of her living with a man is something I find hard to accept. Who would have thought that this tattooed, scarred bald man was a devoted father? Nevertheless, Shinnosuke understood Hiratsuka Ryuko's perspective. Raising a daughter only to have some unknown boy whisk her away was indeed infuriating. Yet, he couldn't fathom why love should hinder someone from pursuing their happiness. Each person is free, and love should embody freedom, not serve as chains, but rather as wings to help one soar. Especially a father's love for his daughter should never become a constraint. Is it you, Uncle Hiratsuka, who has been sabotaging Shizuka's matchmaking? To Hiratsuka Ryuko, this seemed quite straightforward. After each of Shizuka's dates, he would send his underlings to intimidate the suitors, ensuring they were frightened away. This was also due to Yuki's wishes that Shizuka's future should not intertwine with gang-related matters, as she had only introduced highly educated individuals. Once scared by Hiratsuka Ryuko's men, who would dare approach Shizuka? Upon hearing Shinnosuke's inquiry, Hiratsuka Ryuko fell silent. Indeed, he was responsible. Dear, is what Shinnosuke said true? As Yuki approached to inquire about Shinnosuke's preferences, she inadvertently overheard their conversation. Her expression turned perilous as she approached Hiratsuka Ryuko, questioning him with deliberate precision. Despite being the leader of hundreds, Hiratsuka Ryuko trembled under Yuki's glare, revealing that Shizuka's strong personality was not solely due to her father's indulgence, but also significantly influenced by her mother. My apologies, Shinnosuke, I need to discuss something with him. With a slight apologetic smile, Yuki firmly seized Hiratsuka Ryuko by the ear and led him out of the living room. Witnessing this, Shinnosuke was further convinced of his criteria for a partner. He must find a wife who embodies gentleness. Wait, where are my parents? Remaining in the kitchen, Shizuka noticed her mother was yet to return, and upon entering the living room, she found only Shinnosuke. You little rascal, you've fallen into my trap. Remembering her humiliation from earlier, Shizuka prepared to confront Shinnosuke, infuriated that he had dared call her Shizuka in front of her parents, especially since her mother had suggested they were well-suited. However, when Shizuka punched Shinnosuke, she found her attack unexpectedly thwarted as he caught her wrist. What? I never imagined Shinnosuke could block my punch. Were the previous encounters merely him being lenient? Shizuka, you must realize that this behavior won't attract any boys. Shizuka withdrew her hand, her cheeks aflame, lowering her gaze. I don't need your unsolicited advice. Just tell me what you want to eat. I'll figure something out. Is this the law of tsundere conservation? For every tsundere that diminishes, two more emerge. With the departure of the legendary tsundere, Shizuka transformed from a fierce, single woman into a flustered, contradictory figure. Who would be the next tsundere? Kazama Toru or Yukino Shida Yukino? It was a challenging guess. I'm indifferent, but Shizuka, you should check on your parents. I'm concerned that Uncle Hiratsuka may be in danger. What? What happened? When Shizuka located her parents' bedroom, she witnessed Yuki dragging a bruised Hiratsuka Ryuko from the room. Yuki had just discovered that her daughter's repeated failures in dating were due to Hiratsuka Ryuko's interference. Did he truly wish for Shizuka to remain single for life? Would he leave her lonely and forsaken when they grew old? After giving Hiratsuka Ryuko a thorough reprimand and ensuring he would no longer meddle in Shizuka's matchmaking, Yuki finally released him. However, this incident only heightened her appreciation for Shinnosuke. Such a thoughtful young man was a rarity in these times. Moreover, she noted that her daughter had developed feelings for him. But with their age difference and the student-teacher dynamic, a relationship seemed fraught with challenges. Perhaps I should refrain from intervening in my daughter's affairs. She must pursue her own happiness. Emerging from the room, Hiratsuka Ryuko appeared dejected, feeling utterly humiliated. He knew he had erred and dared not argue with his wife. Coach Shinnosuke, ensure you find a gentle wife in the future. Shinnosuke nodded, realizing they shared similar sentiments. Yet, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Had he not married a woman with a hint of violence herself? Did gentle women gradually become fiercer post-marriage? Shinnosuke was reminded of Mia. It had been a while since he had seen his parents and little Koi. He found himself missing them dearly. Chapter 64. The collapse of Persona occurred rather swiftly. Hiratsuka Yuki prepared a traditional Japanese feast, featuring wasabi shrimp salad, salmon sashimi, okra and tofu miso soup, and vegetable seafood tempura. Hiratsuka Yuki's culinary skills were commendable, as her dishes certainly surpassed the aesthetic appeal of those created by Meiya. Here you go. I'm not sure if this suits your palate, but please make do with it. Hiratsuka Shizuku emerged from the kitchen, presenting a slightly overcooked, faintly burnt sanma, Pacific sori, before Shinnosuke. This was the pinnacle of Hiratsuka Shizuku's culinary abilities. Even under Yuki's guidance, the fish had suffered a bit too much heat. Hiratsuka Ryuko's eyes widened. The dish prepared by Shizuku. He was eager to sample it, for this was presumably the first time she had cooked, excluding instant noodles, of course. However, after receiving a sharp glare from Hiratsuka Yuki, Ryuko dared not utter a word, the recent reprimand still fresh in his mind. Shizuku tossed the sama toward Shinnosuke and took her seat, her eyes furtively glancing in his direction. Shinnosuke felt a twinge of exasperation. Shizuku's persona had unraveled far too quickly, evoking a strong sense of deja vu akin to a character from a story. If she had revealed this side of herself earlier during their blind dates, perhaps the outcomes would not have been so dismal. Women like Hiratsuka Shizuku, who outwardly project strength, often harbor an innate desire to be conquered, but require a sufficiently formidable man to emerge, one who is outstanding in his own right, be it through a successful career, notable achievements in a particular field, or possessing commendable physical strength. Shizuku believed that Shinnosuke's unexpected flirtation had merely stirred her emotions, but the effortless way he had deflected her punch had utterly dismantled her psychological defenses. Having been raised as a boy by Ryuko, she had always been the dominant sister. Yet before Shinnosuke, she found herself devoid of the ability to resist. This indicated that he had always granted her face in their previous encounters. However, the unique nature of their relationship prevented Shizuku from confronting her true feelings, leading her to adopt a tsundere facade. The flavors were quite delightful, albeit a tad too salty and slightly charred. Under Shizuku's scrutinizing gaze, Shinnosuke sincerely tasted the sanma and offered a candid assessment. Having something to eat is already a blessing, he remarked, wincing slightly. Upon hearing Shinnosuke's critique of the sanma, Shizuku felt a surge of anger rising within her, only to be silenced by a gentle pinch from Hiratsuka Yuki, compelling her to obediently close her mouth. Aside from the sanma, the other dishes were quite delectable, and Shinnosuke found himself enjoying the meal thoroughly. Ultimately, he finished the sanma, which significantly improved Shizuku's mood. All right, Shizuku, I need you to escort Shinnosuke home later, Yuki instructed, delegating the task to Shizuku. Make haste, I need to discuss a few matters with your father. With that, Hiratsuka Yuki ushered them out, evidently intent on giving Ryuko a thorough lecture. As Shizuku accompanied Shinnosuke to the vehicle, she found herself too timid to meet his gaze. Where do you live? Upon hearing Shinazuke's address, Shizuku felt a sense of familiarity. Isn't that the address of the Yukino residence? Her expression sharpened, turning dangerously inquisitive as she regarded Shinazuke. I live next to Yukino. Neighbors? I can't shake the feeling that Yukino might pose a risk, she replied, her tone laced with caution. I hope I don't find out about any of your intentions toward her. Shizuku, how many times must I reiterate? I am fond of sensual, beautiful, and most importantly, gentle mature women. Do you think Yukino fits that description? Yukino is indeed a bit flat. Shizuku hastily shook her head. Don't change the topic. Perhaps everything you said is just a fade. A fade. Why would it be a fade? Shinazuke queried, puzzled. He suddenly felt that Shizuku bore a striking resemblance to Matsuzaka Yumi, who, despite her decent appearance and figure, had an irritable temperament. However, Matsuzaka Yumi was now known as Gyuden Yumi, having married Gyuden Takuro several years prior. He wondered how they were faring the last time he met Takuro. He seemed to be working quite hard. Taking Shizuku as an example, if her demeanor could soften just a bit, she would undoubtedly be my ideal type. On the way home, Shizuku remained silent, her foot pressing down on the accelerator as she drove at breakneck speed. Upon reaching the apartment, she uttered a parting remark before hastily fleeing. You wretched brat, just you wait. Shinazuke shook his head in exasperation as he walked toward the building. Shiro, what are you doing here? Come home with me. If Shiro could speak, he would certainly have some sharp words for Shinazuke, reminding him that it was he who had walked away with that bald uncle, leaving Shiro behind on the riverbank. Upon returning home, Shinazuke received a message from Irie. Irie, is the master home? How about I bring my drawings to visit you? Fat Dowdu. Sure, come over, I have time. Irie, wait for me. I'll be there soon. Setting down his phone, Irie felt a surge of excitement. She was finally going to Shinazuke's home. After the departure of the members of the Spring Day Defense Force the previous day, Irie had a brief conversation with Kasumiga Kakashiyu. The situation unfolded as follows. Irie, there's something I need to tell you, Shiyu said with a serious expression, gazing intently at Irie. It was time to reveal that she had been using them as material for her light novel. The first volume was nearing completion, and once submitted, it would be impossible to keep this a secret from Irie. What? Shiyu suddenly seems so serious. It's a bit unsettling. Is it because you have no experience in romance? I've already guessed it. You must be single from birth, right? Shiyu was taken aback, astonished that her secret had been completely unraveled. Don't worry, Shiyu. Even if you lack romantic experience, I will still be your friend. No, that's not it. I'm writing a light novel, based on your relationship with Shinazuke, which is why I felt it necessary to inform you. Based on my relationship with Shinazuke? Irie's eyes sparkled with excitement, as she realized she had a wealth of material at her disposal. If she could capture it all in writing, it would surely sell tremendously well. Unfortunately, her relationship with Shinazuke was a secret between the two of them, and it could not be transformed into a novel or comic. As long as their names were not mentioned, it would suffice. Irie instinctively assumed that Shiyu's writing was a pure romance. Yet she could not have fathomed that Shiyu's novel was anything but. From the very beginning, it was a tale of stock trading. And the protagonist was not based on Irie, but rather on Shiyu herself. Irie was merely a tsundere loser. Chapter 65, Strange, Indeed Peculiar. Miss. It appears that a number of shares have suddenly appeared under the name of Young Master Shino. Oh. Suwa Otome AI set aside the planning document in her hands and regarded Maeda with keen interest. Bushichuan Library, a second-tier library that has shown considerable promise. Here is the relevant information. Upon receiving the documents, Suwa Otome AI swiftly perused the details regarding Bushichuan Library. It was an utterly ordinary establishment, lacking any distinguishing features. Although its growth was commendable, the management's short-sightedness rendered it merely a survivor under the dominance of the three major libraries. Is that all? She flipped through the pages, noting that only the library's information was present, devoid of any share transfer agreements or financial transactions. Indeed, there was no trace of how these shares came to be associated with young Master Shino. It was as if they had materialized out of thin air, with all records expunged. Hearing Maeda's remarks, Suwa Otome AI's curiosity was finally piqued. Let's investigate further. The families capable of such maneuvering are few. Perhaps that sneaky cat has taken an interest in young Master Shino again. As for this library, we shall acquire it for our amusement. Understood. Maeda nodded, recognizing that for the Suwa Otome family, acquiring a library was a trivial matter. Once secured, the corresponding dividends for young Master Shino's shares would be distributed monthly, given that his allowance was rather modest. While Suao Otome AI was intrigued by the identity of the individual responsible for transferring these shares to Shinno, she saw this as an opportunity to provide him with a little more financial freedom. Directly giving young Master Shinno pocket money would likely be met with refusal. After all, he possessed little material desire and would not easily accept charity. They were not romantically involved, and although she wished to support him, she would wait until he officially joined the Suao Otome family. Before Bushi Chuan Library could react, the Suao Otome family had swiftly acquired 90 of its shares through various channels, promptly overhauling the management and altering the company's development strategy, alongside injecting capital into the library. While such a blunt approach would not elevate Bushi Chuan Library to rival the three major libraries, at least the editors and authors would find their circumstances improved with the influx of funds. Suao Otome AI couldn't help but wonder what young Master Shinno was up to. She sensed an inexplicable feeling of crisis looming. She sighed, questioning why she felt this way. Was there something beyond her control? Yet, even if there were, so what? Young Master Shinno was undoubtedly hers. Yukino Shida Yukino discovered today that the apartment she resided in was whimsically named Elbow Pain Apartment. What a juvenile name. It was, in fact, a rather upscale establishment. After practicing kendo at the Musashi Dojo all morning, Yukino trudged home, feeling fatigued. It was only upon arriving at Shuchian that she became acutely aware of the chasm between herself and true geniuses, leading her to confront her own inadequacies. There were countless individuals more exceptional than she. Why had they not faced the same ostracism? Could it truly be her fault? No, it couldn't be. People were inherently different, with disparate experiences yielding varied outcomes. Yukino yearned to uncover her own truth. As she walked, lost in melancholic thoughts, she suddenly noticed something scurry past her. Glancing down, she saw Shinno's pet dog, Shiro. The little dog was carrying a basket and wearing a small backpack, with a piece of paper and several bills nestled within the basket. What on earth was this little dog up to? Yukino pondered. The last time she visited the Nohara residence, it was this very dog that helped open the door. It seemed almost unnaturally intelligent. Recalling her fear of dogs, Yukino resolved to stealthily follow Shiro to discover the purpose of this peculiar canine's errand. Soon, she was taken aback. This little dog was running errands for Nohara Shinno, buying groceries. What kind of laziness prompts one to teach their pet such skills? Yukino felt a mix of confusion. Was it the dog that was extraordinarily clever, or was it Shinno who was excessively slothful? Moreover, hadn't the Nohara family only recently moved in? How could Shiro be so familiar with the shopkeepers along the commercial street? Strange, indeed peculiar. Alway, I'm going to check on your brother. Would you like to join me? On the final day of the weekend, Hiroshi was still working overtime. After completing her household chores, Mia felt increasingly restless and could no longer contain herself. Sure, I have nothing to do anyway. Alway, do you think Shinno's room will be a complete mess? I knew he shouldn't be living alone. Don't worry, Mom. Shiro will help clean up, so there's no need for concern. Nohara Himawari felt a sense of exasperation. Her mother was overly worried about her brother. At 18, Shinno hardly needed such scrutiny. Shiro is getting older too. Your brother is always such a handful. It must be impossible for him. Ultimately, Nohara Mia could not resist the urge and decided to drive Aoi to Shinno's apartment to see if her son could manage living independently. If Shinno truly had made a mess, with dirty laundry strewn everywhere. Mia clenched her fists but quickly relaxed them. Well, I'll just help him tidy up. After all, I am his mother. Following Shiro, Yukino observed as the little dog procured an impressive array of vegetables and meat. Much of it was gifted by the shopkeepers, appreciative of Shiro's assistance in attracting customers. As the basket and backpack emptied of bills and coins, they brimmed with ingredients. When Shiro spotted Yukino, he even greeted her. Was this truly a dog? A superpowered pup? A genetically modified experiment? Accompanying Shiro into the elevator, Yukino pressed the floor button, and her fear began to dissipate. In her mind, Shiro was no ordinary dog. She even felt an urge to pet him, his fur resembling cotton candy. Surely it would feel delightful. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a somewhat familiar voice. Was that Aoi Sawamura? Master! Master! I'm here. Please open the door. Yukino and Shiro stepped out of the elevator, puzzled, to find Aoi excitedly knocking on Shinno's door while holding a painting. Wait, did Aoi just call him master? Strange, indeed peculiar. Aoi turned at the sound, her expression stiffening. Please. Not someone I know. Yukino. Yukino Shida-san. Chapter 66. Why don't you take me to play? How could Yukino Shida, the club president, suddenly appear here? The current situation represents the greatest crisis that Eriri has ever faced in her life. She had been eagerly anticipating a private moment with her master at the Shinonome residence, where surely something significant would unfold between the two of them. It was precisely this expectation that led her to involuntarily call out to her master when she knocked on the door. In the apartment, 2 elevators were available, and Eriri had not anticipated that Yukino Shida Yukino would arrive shortly after her, accompanied by Shiro. She had just overheard Eriri's perilous remarks. Zawamura-senpai, Yukino Shida Yukino was not an innocent when it came to matters of the heart, unlike Shikama Kagaya. On the contrary, her breadth of knowledge extended into various obscure fields. To her astonishment, the relationship between Zawamura Eriri and Shinonome was such. A wave of bitterness washed over Yukino as she realized the extent of Shinonome's private escapades. Eriri, you're here. Eriri stood frozen, at a loss for how to explain herself, her mind a blank canvas. Just then, Shinonome opened the door. Yukino and Shiro are here too. Come in quickly. He stepped forward, taking the basket from Shiro's mouth and the small bag from her back. Eriri, still clutching her painting, entered the room, her mind still in a haze. Yukino hesitated momentarily before following Eriri into Shinanome's room. After all, she had been entrusted by Hiratsuka-sensei, and she could not simply stand by as Shinonome ventured into the abyss. What if it was merely a one-sided request from Eriri? Perhaps Shinonome had no interest in such matters? However, Yukino Shida could not convince herself. For an 18-year-old male, how could anyone refuse a request from a mixed-blood beauty? If it were merely a simple romance, that would be one thing. But why must it be so extravagant? A profound sense of bitterness pervaded her heart, a feeling reminiscent of being ostracized by classmates in her youth. Why was everyone else having so much fun without including her? Yukino Shida, that was actually a misunderstanding. Once inside, Eriri's mind began to function again, and she sought to explain. It was a punishment for a bet I made with Shinonome yesterday. I was quite reluctant. Eriri's explanation felt weak and unconvincing, and Yukino Shida did not believe her. I see. Nevertheless, Yukino Shida felt a sense of relief in her understanding. Shinonome's private life should not be so chaotic, and there must be another reason behind the incident. As long as it wasn't a secret rendezvous at McDonald's behind her back, she could accept it. By the way, Yukino Shida, how did you end up here? Yukino is my neighbor. I just asked Shiro to run an errand, so she must have run into me. Shinonome placed the groceries he had bought for Shiro into the kitchen and stepped out to find Eriri and Yukino cautiously probing one another. Neighbor? Eriri exhaled in relief, thankful that Yukino had not snuck over while she was absent. How enviable. If only she were also Shinonome's neighbor. Eriri could not help but indulge in her fantasies. If only she were Shinonome's neighbor. What could Zawamura-senpai want with Nohara? Yukino Shida turned to Eriri. Launching her own inquiry, she sensed that the relationship between Shinonome and Eriri was anything but ordinary. In the past, while curious, Yukino Shida would not have paid such close attention. However, after acknowledging Shinonome as her friend on that fateful day, she found herself increasingly concerned about him. She desperately sought to uncover the nature of the bond between Eriri and Shinonome, which allowed them such intimacy, especially when Eriri referred to him as master. I came to deliver this painting to Shinonome. Only then did Eriri remember that today she was to present this artwork to him and also check on Shiro. Having been startled by Yukino Shida, she now turned her gaze to Shiro. Shiro had also heard Eriri address Shinonome as master and felt a peculiar sensation, one she had never experienced before. She could not quite articulate this feeling. After all, she was not a young pup anymore, and having run errands for Shinonome while assisting shop owners and attracting customers had left her somewhat fatigued. Now she lay resting. Having been a small dog for over a decade, Eriri observed Shiro and recognized her condition. Though aging, Shiro still appeared healthy and, given her current state, seemed likely to live at least until 20, truly an astonishing longevity. Both Yukino and Shiro were captivated by the painting Eriri held. With Yukino's artistic appreciation, she could discern the artwork's high caliber, rivaling that of renowned oil painters available in the market. It was undoubtedly worthy of an art gallery. Most notably, the figure depicted was unmistakably Shinonome, albeit more mature and weathered, representing a grown-up version of him. The Yorkshire Terrier in his arms seemed oddly familiar, particularly the expression in its eyes. This painting undoubtedly encapsulated the creator's emotions, rendering it so vividly lifelike. Shiro gazed at the painting, surprised. Had Shinonome acquired another small dog? How was she not informed? Moreover, this dog was exceptionally beautiful, almost reminiscent of the girl before her. Even Shiro, astute as she was, could not fathom the story behind the painting. I truly adore this painting. Thank you, Eriri. Shinonome solemnly accepted the artwork, a testament to their shared memories, intending to hang it on the wall of his bedroom when time permitted. You must be Shiro, right? I'm Eriri. As Shinonome carried the painting to the room, Eriri approached Shiro, extending her hand. Shiro found it odd how this girl seemed so apprehensive, as if she had done something to offend her. Nevertheless, Shiro extended her paw, and they shook hands. Then, without warning, Eriri scooped Shiro up into her arms. So adorable. Was this how Shinonome felt when he held me? Yukino Shida watched Eriri naturally embrace Shiro with envy in her eyes. She too yearned to hold the fluffy, cotton candy-like Shiro. Though a staunch cat person, Shiro's intelligence made her reconsider her apprehensions about dogs. Chapter 67. Meeting the Parents. How unexpected. Missy's driving skills were not particularly refined. Without Hiroshi to assist her, she drove at a leisurely pace. After a quick lunch with Himawari, they set off, but it was nearly late afternoon and they had yet to arrive. Mom, if we continue at this rate, will we even make it back tonight? Are we going to have to stay at Big Brother's place? I have school tomorrow. Safety first. Don't worry, we're almost there. Being teased by her daughter, Missy felt somewhat helpless. However, the car was newly acquired, and any bumps or scratches would incur considerable expense. Himawari, do you think Shinchan misses us? Huh. Himawari was incredulous. Shinchan, miss them? Mom, are you serious? Would Big Brother really miss us? He probably prefers living alone, right? And is it really okay for us to just show up like this without telling Big Brother? Himawari was skeptical. They might just stumble upon Shinchan and AI-chan enjoying a private moment. As a staunch supporter of the Shin-AI pairing, Himawari knew that AI had been charming Shinchan's family since childhood. Over the years, even after AI went abroad, she consistently sent gifts to the Nohara household during holidays and prepared presents for Himawari. Who wouldn't adore such a future sister-in-law? Now that her brother and AI-chan were attending the same school, and he was living alone, Himawari believed that her brother had already been won over by AI-chan's tactics. What's wrong with it? I'm his mother. Isn't it my prerogative to check if he can manage living alone? Perhaps because Shinchan had been such a handful as a child, Missy still saw him as an incapable little rascal who needed her to worry about his every need. In reality, Shinchan's apparent laziness stemmed not from his inability to handle things himself, but from his awareness that his mother would take care of everything and indulge him unconditionally. Now living alone in his apartment, Shinchan was taking excellent care of himself, with Shiro's assistance, of course. All right, we're here. This should be the place. After navigating a crossroads, they finally arrived at Shinchan's apartment. Let's go. I brought some groceries. Let's have dinner at your brother's place tonight. As the founder of Lazy Cuisine, Missy excelled at sukiyaki and hot pot, dishes that relied more on ingredients than culinary skill. As she unloaded the groceries, Missy began to fantasize. Shinchan must be craving my cooking. He might even be so moved that he'll rush into my arms. Inside Shinchan's apartment, Yukino sat primly, engrossed in her phone. Eri, hugging Shiro, kept glancing at Yukino, inwardly complaining about the meddlesome club president. When will she leave? Unbeknownst to Eri, Yukino shared her sentiment. Wanting to see when she would depart, determined not to allow Eri to be alone with Shinchan. Yukino suspected that Eri's innocent facade was a mere disguise, concealing a carnivorous nature. Shinchan had intended to savor the last night of his weekend, but with Yukino and Eri present, seemingly intent on staying for dinner, he found himself in a quandary. Why does the weekend feel more exhausting than usual? Are you two staying for dinner? If you insist. Of course. To Shinchan's dismay, Yukino and Eri accepted without hesitation. Blast. I don't feel like cooking today. I was planning on surviving on snacks and instant noodles. Should I ask Shiro to cook? Seeing Shinchan glance at Shiro, Yukino immediately understood. Is this guy really thinking of making Shiro cook dinner? I'll prepare the meal today. Don't trouble Shiro. I'll help too. Eri, though not a cook, didn't want to be left out. Just then, a knock echoed through the apartment. Is it another beautiful classmate or stocking-clad senior coming to see you? Yukino remarked with a disdainful glare, unable to suppress her annoyance. Your popularity is outrageous. I'll get the door. Eri hurried to answer it, wondering if it might be Suotomei. Shinchan, Himawari and I have come to see you. As the door swung open, Missy stepped inside, only to freeze upon seeing the blonde, mixed-race beauty who had answered the door. Had she knocked on the wrong apartment? Himawari was equally surprised. It's not AI-chan. Mom, what are you doing here? Shinchan asked, taken aback by their sudden appearance. Mom, is this meeting the parents? It's too sudden. Hey, Auntie, hello? Eri stammered, her face flushed with nervousness. Hello? Hearing Shinchan's voice, Missy realized she had the right apartment, but she was curious about the relationship between Shinchan and the mixed-race beauty. Missy didn't believe Eri was Shinchan's girlfriend. She knew her son too well. While Eri was adorable, her figure was a drawback, not Shinchan's preference. Auntie, hello? Yukino rose from the sofa, never expecting Shinchan's mother to visit. The girl beside her must be Shinchan's younger sister. Although less flustered than Eri, Yukino was tense, unsure of what she was worried about, but she was eager to present her best self to Shinchan's mother and sister. Hello? Shinchan, won't you introduce us? This is Eri. Shinchan pondered how to describe his relationship with Eri to Missy. Could he say, this beauty is your son's pet? This is Yukino, the president of our club. Eri and I are both members. Eri came to deliver a drawing, and Yukino lives across the hall. We're neighbors. I see. Missy cast a disapproving glance at Shinchan. Here I was, worrying about you. But it turns out you have two beauties keeping you company. She surveyed the apartment. Although somewhat messy, it was within acceptable limits. Not the garbage-strewn, unwashed clothes disaster she had imagined. It barely passed muster. But with this many people, the ingredients she had brought might not be enough. Chapter 68. AAAAD. Since entering the room, Xiao Kuei had remained silent, discreetly observing Yukino Shida and Iri. Soon, she reached a conclusion. AAAAD. These two beautiful maidens appeared formidable, but posed no real threat to her elder sister, Xiao Ai. Although Shino explained a few details, Maya still found it peculiar that these two girls were present in the apartment rented by her son. Even she, despite her simplicity, could see that both maidens harbored a clear affection for Shino. It was amusing that she had worried about him living in disarray like his sister, Mingya, only to find him in the company of two lovely girls. Since that is the case, shall we all enjoy hot pot together? I happen to have brought some ingredients. Though they might be a bit scarce, I can go buy more, Maya suggested. No need, Auntie, Yukino interjected, startling Maya, who feared Yukino did not wish to join them. I have some ingredients over there. I can fetch them. After their previous meal of sukiyaki together, Yukino had prepared numerous ingredients in her refrigerator for future occasions. Perhaps one day, Shino would invite her to dine again. She was pleasantly surprised to find her preparations proving useful so soon. Oh, Maya wiped a bead of cold sweat from her brow. How could this seemingly aloof girl be so warm-hearted? You are Iri, right? Yes. Iri responded, her nerves palpable. There's no need to be so anxious. Are you in the same club as Shino at school? Has he caused you much trouble? Not at all. Shino is incredibly kind and considerate, Iri exclaimed, though Maya noted a hint of naivety in her demeanor. Indeed, I am a very considerate gentleman, Shino chimed in, nodding, which made Maya's fist itch with frustration. Then, Iri, what club did you join at school? Maya inquired, intrigued by Shino's life at Shuchian Academy. What club could he have possibly joined? The swimming club? The boxing club? Or perhaps another athletic group? Maya knew that Shino had to engage in some sport to maintain his enrollment at Shuchian. Yet, she felt no concern for him. He possessed remarkable athletic prowess. If he truly applied himself, his academic performance could be exceptional. It was just that he was far too lethargic, a trait whose origin she pondered. I joined the Kendo Club and the Servant Club. The Kendo Club, huh? He certainly has practiced Kendo. He must have some talent, Maya mused. But the Servant Club? What could that entail? In an instant, her imagination conjured numerous risku scenarios. Indeed, Yukino is the president of the Servant Club, and both Iri and I are members. Shino added, fanning the flames of Maya's bewilderment. Auntie, don't overthink it. The Servant Club is a group dedicated to assisting others with their troubles. With no inappropriate activities involved, Yukino clarified just as she returned, having overheard their discussion. Oh, I see, Maya sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't that type of club, she certainly did not wish to become a grandmother prematurely. All right, you all continue your conversation. I will prepare dinner, she announced. I'll help, Yukino offered eagerly. So will I? Iri chimed in, both rushing to assist Mei-yo in the kitchen. Xiao Kuei approached Shino. Brother, does Xiao Ai know about this? Are you not worried about her finding out you're alone with two beautiful girls? What does that have to do with Xiao Ai? Shino replied, unperturbed by the thought of Xiao Ai's potential wrath, but rather concerned for Iri and Yukino's safety. Brother, are you genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance? If it weren't for you, Would Xiao Ai have returned to Japan? I only acknowledge Xiao Ai as my sister-in-law, Xiao Kuei asserted. A hint of guilt creeping in as Shino's words struck home. Was she not supposed to be delighted by her sister-in-law's gifts? Yet, Xiao Kuei was happy to visit him with their mother. After all, didn't Tishi miss him? Not at all. Brother is a nuisance. We are here because we were worried your life was a mess. Xiao Kuei was clearly missing him. Not at all. She protested. Preparing hot pot required minimal effort. Simply tidying up the ingredients sufficed. Even Irie could manage to chop some vegetables. Maya marveled at the premium Wagyu beef that Yukino had brought, wondering if these two were indeed daughters of affluent families. Their appearances and demeanor certainly suggested they were not ordinary girls. How enviable for Shino. Having been cared for so well since childhood, he was surrounded by so many wealthy heiresses enamored with him. It was a life to be envied, even causing Maya to feel a twinge of irritation, despite how comfortably she regarded him. He was, after all, still a troublesome boy. All right, the hot pot is ready. With the ingredients Maya had brought combined with those from Yukino, there was more than enough for the 5 of them. Come and eat. Maya's hot pot was indeed impressive. Her seasoning was impeccable. Although some of the ingredients were on sale, they were still quite flavorful. Yukino's offerings consisted entirely of premium ingredients. However, once immersed in the hot pot for too long, the distinctions became negligible. During the meal, Maya quickly engaged in conversation with Irie and Yukino, learning about their family situations. The mixed-race beauty was the daughter of a diplomat, while the cold, dark-haired girl hailed from a real estate family. They both certainly fit the mold of young ladies. Yet, compared to Xiao Ai, they fell short, much to Maya's lack of surprise. After dinner, everyone sat together, enjoying a pleasant atmosphere. The conversation naturally drifted to the painting Irie had created of Shino. Irie's depiction of Shino was remarkably lifelike, capturing his essence as he grew, leaving Maya in awe and momentarily entranced. Flattered by the praise, Irie felt elated, although it was not the intimate time she had envisioned with Shino. Meeting his mother and sister and fostering a harmonious relationship felt like a significant step ahead of Aoi Ai. What Irie did not realize was that Xiao Ai had already accomplished similar feats during her kindergarten days, and with far greater finesse. Xiao Kuei, unperturbed by her advances, contemplated whether to inform Xiao Ai of these developments. After all, Xiao Ai referred to Maya not as auntie, but as mother. Chapter 69, a topic that should not be touched. Who is the most obedient puppy? Come here for a hug. Perhaps it was due to the excessive praise from everyone that made her a bit too proud, or perhaps it was because, in another world, Shinizuke often called her over in such a manner. Upon hearing Shinizuke's sudden desire to bond with Shiro, Irie's mind went blank as she exclaimed without a second thought. Of course it's me. I'm coming. However, as Irie eagerly approached Shinizuke, the realization dawned upon her that something was amiss. Wait, how could she speak? At that moment, Irie snapped back to reality, understanding that she was no longer the little Irie, and that her household was no longer just her and Shinizuke. The tsundere aspect of her personality vanished, yet the characteristic of the airhead beauty remained unchanged. Perhaps it was due to being teased by Yui since childhood, combined with the pampering and care from Shinizuke for over a decade, that Irie's reactions were always a beat behind. For a moment, it felt as if time had come to a standstill in the room. Yukino's icy facade crumbled in an instant. I knew you were all playing some new game behind my back. Eating too much McDonald's has really made you think you're a puppy, purely immersing yourself in the X generation. Mika gaped, wondering if Shinizuke was truly engaging in such behavior privately. No. This girl named Irie didn't seem like that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding. Moreover, Shin Mika struggled to convince herself that Shinizuke was a good kid. But every thought of his past actions made it impossible for her to reconcile. Could it be that Shinizuke had truly embarked on a path of crime and harmed Irie? Look at what this foolish child has been reduced to. Kawaii remained silent, merely taking out her phone and incessantly messaging AI. AI, the family's in danger. Come back quickly. Irie, it's not good to make such jokes. Shinizuke sensed the murderous glares from Miku, Kawaii, and Yukino, wiping away a cold sweat. Ahem. Irie is actually a manga artist who enjoys making such jokes. I'm sorry, I just suddenly thought of a storyline and my mind didn't catch up. Irie's face flushed crimson. What to do? If it were overheard by others, it would be no big deal. But the fact that Shinizuke's mother had heard it was mortifying. Would she think of her as an improper girl? However, Shinizuke's explanation seemed rather plausible. After all, otaku culture was prevalent in Japan, and the general public often held a rather negative perception of those obsessed with it. Irie's oil painting reflected her exceptional artistic skills, making her role as a manga artist unsurprising. To think Irie was a manga artist? What type of manga does she draw? Romantic stories for young girls? Miku asked a question that Irie found impossible to answer. After all, she specialized in drawing works of a more risque nature. If she revealed the title of her work, it would not only result in social death, but the book itself would likely vanish. This was indeed a topic that should never be broached. Yes, romantic manga. Though it's not very well known. Irie stammered. You can't equate degradation with romance. Yukino still appeared perplexed. Though the explanation seemed reasonable, she sensed there was something amiss. The relationship between Irie and Shinnosuke was far from simple. Our driver has come to pick me up, and it's getting late, so I'll head back now. Irie took out her phone and noticed a message from Yui, asking if she was coming home tonight. If not, the driver would have to leave. Breathing a sigh of relief, she felt saved, and with a slight bow of apology, Irie prepared to make her escape. All right then, Irie, you can leave now. Shinnosuke suspected that Irie's intelligence might even be less than that of Shiro. How could she be so naive, speaking and acting without thinking? Yet the little Irie from the past was indeed like that. I'm sorry, Auntie Miku and Kawaii. If I stay any longer, the driver will have to leave. See you next time. Yukino Shida-senpai, see you tomorrow. With that, Irie fled the scene in a hurry. Meanwhile, Ai Suoido observed with interest as she held her phone. Reading Kawaii's messages, she realized that she had not pampered this sister in vain. In crucial moments, she still thought of her. Nevertheless, Irie was rather naive, wasn't she? Did she really believe that the matters between her and Shinnosuke were known only to the two of them? What the system had not informed Shinnosuke was that Ai Suoido, as the most significant NPC in that world aside from him and Irie, had also retained a fragment of memory during the system's integration of parallel universes. The memory of returning to Japan and dating Shinnosuke, only to part ways due to familial reasons, abruptly ceased. Upon their first encounter in the classroom, Ai recognized Irie as the Yorkshire Terrier raised by Shinnosuke. No wonder Irie always stole glances and displayed considerable hostility when she was with him. Ai deduced that both Shinnosuke and Irie shared a similar fragment of memory. However, Ai was not concerned, for that was a matter that transpired in another world. In this world, she was the sole heir of the Suoido family, with parents who had no intentions of interfering with her romantic life or arranging a marriage with another prominent family. Moreover, after gaining this additional fragment of memory, Ai immediately set her plans into motion. She aimed to seize control of the entire Suoido family and secure absolute authority within it. The plan was nearing fruition. Perhaps it was time to make this disobedient little puppy happy for a while. Ai glanced at the photograph on her desk. Ohara Nanako now, that was her formidable rival. In this world, Shinnosuke and Ohara Nanako were unfamiliar with each other, but after Shinnosuke acquired memories from another realm, Ohara Nanako became her primary adversary. The most critical factor was that in this world, Ohara Nanako was merely 4 years older than Shinnosuke, creating no significant age gap. The only consolation for Ai was that Ohara Nanako likely did not possess memories from another world. She and Shinnosuke remained strangers. It appeared that the plan needed to be accelerated. Just as Irie stepped out of Shinnosuke's apartment and settled into her family's luxury vehicle, she let out a sigh of relief and pulled out her phone, only to discover a new friend request notification. Why Ai Shinnosuke has requested to add you as a friend, with the message, long time no see, Irie. Irie, who are you? Why Ai Shinnosuke? I'm your mistress, right? Have you forgotten about me, Irie? But, how could this wicked woman possess memories from that world too? Irie felt as though the sky had fallen. Had she truly believed she was escaping when she was merely treading water? This woman was terrifying. She must have recognized her at their first meeting, yet she managed to feign ignorance all along. Why Ai Shinnosuke? What's wrong? Are you afraid to speak? Didn't you just visit young Master Shinnosuke today and see both Mother and Kawaii? Mother? Irie's ship was utterly sunk. Chapter 70. Do not become a cad who toys with girls' emotions. Dear Aunt, it's getting late, so I shall take my leave. After Lily departed, Yukino found herself at a loss regarding how to interact with Misa and Aoi. She too decided to bid farewell. Her thoughts consumed by the need to uncover the truth behind Lily and Shinnosuke's relationship. As Lily and Yukino exited, Misa rose, her expression darkening as she approached Shinnosuke. I was genuinely worried about you, but let me warn you, do not become a cad who toys with girls' emotions. Mother, that's impossible. Shinnosuke protested vehemently. asserting that he would never deceive a girl emotionally. He pledged to treat every relationship with utmost sincerity. Seeing that you seem to be doing well, I can rest easy. Misa glanced at the time, realizing that if they did not return soon, Aoi would be staying up too late. We must take our leave now. Goodbye, brother. Aoi cast a sympathetic glance at Shinnosuke, apologizing. I have accepted too much from Sister Ai. There is no turning back now. After escorting his mother and sister downstairs and watching them depart, Shinnosuke finally breathed a sigh of relief. The bustling weekend had come to an end, but he could not shake the feeling of exhaustion. Meanwhile, Lily was lost in thought as she gazed at her phone, suddenly realizing that she had no reason to be fearful or guilty. She was no longer the helpless little Lily, and Ai Suotome was not with Shinnosuke. What exactly was she afraid of? Indeed, I came to find my master today. So what? To her surprise, Lily discovered a newfound courage, piquing Ai Suotome's interest even further. Oi, did Lily greet my esteemed mother? Ai inquired playfully. Misa and is not your esteemed mother, Lily retorted. But I've called her that since I was 5, Ai replied, amused. Teasing Lily proved to be quite entertaining, invigorating Ai's somewhat fatigued spirit. After conversing for a while, Lily realized that Ai did not seem to be there to confront her. Indeed, Ai must have harbored some guilt, considering that in another world, it was she who left Shinnosuke while accompanying him until her last breath. With this thought, Lily felt emboldened. After all, what did it matter if Ai was the daughter of the Suotome family? She, Lily, would not be inferior to anyone. Unbeknownst to her, Ai was not guilty. Rather, she was composed and in complete control. Just as Shinnosuke arrived home and opened his computer, intending to indulge in a brief gaming session, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, he found a stranger on the line. Excuse me, is this Shinnosuke Nohara? It's me. Hello, I am Inko Machida, the new editor-in-chief of the Fushikawa Library. I am calling to discuss matters regarding shares. Machida was thrilled, having recently joined the library. She was astonished to learn that it had been acquired by the illustrious Suotome Consortium. During a brief encounter with the Suotome heiress, she was appointed editor-in-chief. Soon after, she was tasked with coordinating with Shinnosuke regarding share distribution, which would include monthly dividends. Although this arrangement seemed somewhat unorthodox, the company was theirs, and she was merely an employee. Please, go ahead. When he parted ways with Seiji Hiratsuka, the system had notified him that he had completed the task, and the shares had been transferred to his name. However, he was uncertain about how to utilize these shares, whether to sell or retain them. As he prepared to explore the intricacies of the Fushikawa Library, the call interrupted him. Since the company has been acquired by the Suotome family, you are now the sole major shareholder aside from them. According to corporate policy, we will deposit your monthly dividends into your designated account. Acquired by the Suotome family? Ai is quite considerate. But how did she know? Was every move he made under Ai's watchful gaze? All right, I have no issues on my end. Wonderful. This month's dividends will be deposited into your account in 3 days. Should you require anything else, Director Nohara, feel free to contact me. After ending the call, Shinnosuke felt little sensation regarding the matter. He had no deep understanding of money and possessed few material desires, finding contentment with little. His current need for some funds stemmed solely from a desire to alleviate various troubles and avoid worrying about trivial matters. After all, it was still early in the month, and he had purchased a fruit gift set for Lily as well as snacks. With the limited pocket money from Hiroshi, he knew he would run out before the end of the month. Although he could work for extra cash, Shinnosuke sensed that his weekends would be tight, leaving little time for a job. After all, weekends were meant for relaxation, daydreaming, watching the latest episodes of Dynamic Superman, and practicing kendo. Speaking of kendo, exceeding the 6th dan level, the Kendo Association provided a generous subsidy monthly. After participating in the Yalanki, he would also need to undertake a kendo rank examination. The following morning, the once quiet Shuchian Academy was bustling once again. Shinnosuke arrived exceptionally early, even earlier than Kazama. Shin, why are you here so early today? Kazama, who had been attending supplementary classes all day and appeared somewhat weary, was taken aback to see Shinnosuke dozing at his desk. By the way, we have a football activity in gym class today. Are you going to participate? Kazama, as class president, handled various matters. And today's gym class included a soccer match, though it was more of a casual activity than a true competition. Not really interested, Shin replied. Kazama nodded in understanding. He had expected Shinnosuke to be disinterested in such activities. The first period began with Hiratsuka's literature class, though today she dared not look at Shinnosuke, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful nap. Chapter 71. Master Shinno, Save Me. The long-awaited physical education class for the first-year students did not attract as much attention as some had anticipated. After all, this is Shuji Academy, where academic prowess reigns supreme, and various sports activities and clubs are not held in high regard. Those who study here are either from powerful families or exceptionally talented individuals from ordinary backgrounds, dedicating most of their time to their studies, much like Kazama. During his spare time, he primarily attends tutoring sessions. In an effort to transform this situation, a group of athletic specialists was recruited following the merger of several schools to address the shortcomings of Shuji Academy. After a brief warm-up led by the teacher, the physical education class turned into a free activity. Hey, shall we go watch the football match? For Kazama, physical education class is a rare respite, and as class president, he felt obliged to observe his classmates participating in the football competition. All right, Toe, since you insist. No's response seemed to imply that he was pleading. It's just watching them play football, after all. Toe, you should exercise occasionally, otherwise, your girlfriend might find you lacking. Huh. Kazama felt as if No had inadvertently broached a sensitive subject. Why would not exercising lead to disapproval from a girlfriend? Moreover, he didn't even have one. Enough chatter. Let us hurry. Upon arriving at the football field, they found two teams engaged in a casual match, the number of players sparse, hardly resembling a formal game. Isn't that Abeo? Kazama suddenly recognized a familiar figure, dark-skinned with yellow hair, wearing leopard print, none other than Abeo from the Rose class. Indeed, it was Kawamura Leopard. No confirmed his identity, astonished that this fellow had also come to Shuji Academy. However, Abeo appeared to be struggling against Hayama Hayato. How infuriating. If he were still in the Rose class, I could easily enlist a football master to teach him a lesson. Kawamura Leopard had been specifically recruited to Shuji Academy due to his exceptional sprinting abilities. Although he was fast, speed alone does not guarantee success in football. Facing Hayama, who had honed his skills from a young age, he fell short. Unwilling to admit defeat, Kawamura took a breather and suddenly spotted a familiar figure on the sidelines. That familiar thick brow. It's him. No Shin. The ultimate powerhouse who had triumphed over countless masters from the Rose class. Timeout. I need a timeout. Kawamura called out, rushing towards No. Master, save me. To his surprise, No had indeed ascended to the status of a master, surpassing many from the Rose class. What brings you here? Abeo? No, master. Join us. With you on our side, we can definitely teach them a lesson. Just him? A master? Nearby, Miura Yumiko, who frequently associated with Hayama, could not help but scoff at Kawamura's exclamation. It was evident to anyone that Miura harbored feelings for Hayama, yet he remained oblivious, treating everyone with equal kindness. Forget it. I'm not interested in playing football. No shook his head, lacking enthusiasm for such activities. If he were to play, he would undoubtedly overwhelm the others, leaving him with little sense of accomplishment. Kawamura, having lost to No countless times, had long since recognized his prowess. While No occasionally exhibited somewhat basic moves, he was undeniably an undefeated master. Kawamura was already contemplating the advantages of befriending No, who could assist him whenever needed. Really, I don't want to play football. How about we exchange ideas, No-kun? Hayama approached, taking a bottle of water from Miura. Kawamura was indeed a formidable opponent, possessing superior stamina. But his football skills were somewhat lacking, allowing Hayama to leverage his experience against him. Hayama was particularly intrigued by No, primarily because just days prior, Yukino had reached out to him, requesting he observe this classmate named No Shin. To garner Yukino's interest, this No must be exceptional. Indeed, Hayama harbored feelings for Yukino Shida, but regrettably, she showed no interest in him. I said I don't want to play football. No was resolute. He disliked being coerced. Although Kawamura's demeanor was sincere, having known each other for years, Hayama's overly gentle facade felt disingenuous to No, who abhorred insincerity. All right, Toe, let us go. Until next time, Master No. Kawamura did not take No's refusal to heart. After all, he was a classmate who often defied expectations. As No and Kazama departed, Miura felt a twinge of annoyance, perhaps believing No was being overly pretentious. However, their opinions were inconsequential to No. I didn't expect Abeo to arrive at Shuji. He remains the same, always calling for help in times of need. No nodded, pondering how many masters the Rose class possessed. By the way, No, when we have a break, let's visit the principal, as well as teachers Matsuba and Ishizaka. Though it's a pity that teacher Yui has married Mr. Korwashi, they reside abroad most of the time. Korwashi is the head of security for the Suwa family, and since much of their business is overseas, the couple spends the majority of their time abroad. Great. Let's plan to return together when we have time. Kazama, how about treating me to a juice? Honestly, you're impossible. Let us go. In the student council activity room, Shishino Kagaya observed Suwa AI, who was engrossed in paperwork from a distance, her eyes filled with turmoil. This past weekend, she had returned to her ancestral home in Kyoto, reuniting with her father, Shishino Ganyen, whom she had not seen in ages. Her father's health seemed to have deteriorated further. Her brothers were present, resembling wolves eagerly awaiting their father's demise. Kagaya had long since grown weary of such a family dynamic, yet she found herself powerless to resist, lacking both the capability to rebel and the authority to choose. However, this family gathering was unlike any other. Her father had given her a task. Do your utmost to cultivate a good relationship with the young lady of the Suwa family, AI. The Suwa family's business interests primarily lay abroad, and the sudden return of their sole heir to Japan had instilled a sense of unease among the local powers, uncertain of the family's intentions. After all, the pie was limited, and allocations had long been predetermined. Yet, with the Suwa family's global reach, no one wished to offend them. The best course of action was to foster a good relationship with the Suwa family. Chapter 72. Wealthy families also have their affectionate hearts, while humble houses have their callous souls. How should one cultivate a harmonious relationship with Su Otomei? This indeed poses a tremendous challenge for Shikigami Kagaya. Not only does she harbor no fondness for the esteemed heiress Su Otomei, but she also possesses very few friends, limited to Hayasaka AI and Fujiwara Chika. Since AI's arrival at Shuchian Academy, where she has assumed the role of vice president of the student council with an assertive demeanor, Kagaya's feelings towards her have leaned towards disdain. The root of Kagaya's aversion remains elusive, perhaps stemming from their similar statuses, yet starkly divergent fates. Su Otome AI is the sole heir of the Otome family, cherished to an overwhelming degree by her adoring parents. In her pursuit of attending school in Japan, the Otome family acquired a substantial stake in Shuchian Academy, facilitating mergers with numerous institutions solely to ensure AI's happiness. At school, AI enjoys a freedom to act and express herself without restraint, even developing a close rapport with a boy named Nohara Shinnosuke. In contrast, Kagaya finds herself overshadowed by three elder brothers, her claim to the Shikigami family legacy tenuous at best. Moreover, there lingers uncertainty regarding her status as the biological child of her father, Shikigami Jinan. Kagaya's mother, Shimizu Miyatake, once the star of the nightlife scene, captivated Jinan upon their meeting. However, her severe congenital heart condition compelled her to abandon her career and return home for recuperation. Upon her return, she was already with child, and this child was Kagaya. The Shikigami family harbored suspicions about Kagaya's paternity, speculating that she might be the offspring of an outsider. Yet, Jinan disregarded the counsel of those around him and chose to embrace Miyatake and the child she bore as his own. Tragically, Miyatake passed away after giving birth to Kagaya, succumbing to her heart ailment. Jinan's refusal to pursue a paternity test for Kagaya hints at his own doubts, and thus, Kagaya has been treated differently within the Shikigami household from a young age, often subjected to ridicule due to her mother's past. Jinan, a formidable figure, would stop at nothing in his quest to expand the family business empire, exhibiting a ruthless nature that belied his romantic inclinations. This man, who built a formidable commercial empire, found himself despondent after the death of Miyatake, leading to a rapid decline in his health. As a result, the Shikigami family faces impending collapse due to Jinan's demise. The wealthy possess their own lovesick souls, while the humble often bear the burden of cold-heartedness. Harbored by doubts about Kagaya's paternity, Jinan was at a loss on how to relate to her, ultimately entrusting her care to Shikigami Union. Although he deeply cared for Kagaya, he remained uncertain of how to approach her, plagued by fears that she might not be his biological daughter. This ambivalence has exacerbated Kagaya's plight within the family. Evolving into her current predicament, the family environment feels akin to a prison, stifling her spirit. Even Hayasaka, her most trusted maid, was sent by her brothers to keep an eye on her. In such a scenario, encountering Su Otomei, who stands in stark contrast to her own circumstances, could only foster Kagaya's resentment. Her desire to wrest Nohara from AI's side is a silent rebellion against her fate, perhaps her final struggle with her father, who has never been particularly communicative, suddenly urging her to befriend AI. Kaguya is determined to fulfill this task, from both personal and familial perspectives. Forging a friendship with AI would indeed be beneficial. Yet, as she gazes at AI from a distance, Kaguya is at a loss for words. Since assuming her role as vice president, AI has been engrossed in managing an array of documents and researching extensively, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Why does Kaguya keep staring at me? AI muses, sensing Kaguya's gaze but remaining indifferent to it. Though today, Kaguya's look feels somewhat unusual. Nothing, AI replies, stretching and rising. Having not seen Nohara all weekend, she is eager to replenish her energy. Maeda, where is Nohara? Maeda checks his phone and confirms Nohara's whereabouts. He is currently on the playground enjoying juice with Kazama. Let us go then. I'm feeling parched, AI says, setting off. Watching AI depart, Kaguya lets out a sigh. Miss, you need not push yourself so hard. Hayasaka is well aware of the expectations placed upon Kaguya by her family, but she understands that Kaguya's social skills are virtually non-existent. Forcing her into a friendship with AI may only yield adverse effects. Kaguya nods solemnly, pondering whether Nohara might serve as a viable point of entry. She has heard that Nohara recently joined the Kendo Club and a group called the Servants Club, which might hold unexpected potential. Indeed, fresh fruit juice is truly delightful, Nohara exclaims, savoring the juice he just retrieved from the freezer. However, Nohara, do you really believe that the finest fruits are used for juicing? Kazama, sipping barley tea, interjects. Typically, only inferior fruits are juiced, right? Kazama's theory causes Nohara to reconsider the taste of his drink. Nohara-kun, if you don't mind, would you like to try mine? A gentle voice interrupts. You? Nohara exclaims, surprised to see Saito Siko standing beside them, offering a cup. This is freshly squeezed watermelon juice. The quality is excellent, certainly not from defective fruit. Wow. Fresh watermelon juice. Nohara accepts the cup eagerly, taking a generous sip. How delicious. Kazama watches in astonishment, unsure of how to respond. Is Nohara really that fortunate? Just moments ago, he mentioned juice, and now someone brings him freshly squeezed fruit juice? How serendipitous. Chapter 73. Wealth truly allows for indulgence. Is it delicious? Siko Tokushima is an exceptionally gentle woman, embodying the ideal of a perfect wife and mother. Indeed, it is delightful. Siko perfectly aligns with Shinnosuke's aesthetic. Her demeanor being remarkably soft, perhaps only Nana can rival her gentleness. Shinnosuke, could you do me a favor? If you have time after school, would you practice kendo with me? Of course, let us head to the kendo club in the evening. Although Shinnosuke is a member of the service club, he is free to join the kendo club or return home early as he wishes. Thank you, Shinnosuke. Ever since their last kendo practice together, Siko's inner tumultuous desires had been quelled, yet after a few days, a restlessness began to stir within her again, prompting her to seek Shinnosuke's assistance. The sensation of practicing kendo with him had become somewhat addictive. What intrigued Siko even more was the strength of Shinnosuke's kendo prowess. While she was confident in her abilities, before Shinnosuke, she felt as helpless as a child in the presence of an adult. No matter how she struck, Shinnosuke effortlessly parried her attacks, countering with just the right amount of force. Their previous practice had made Siko feel as if she had markedly improved, which seemed quite exaggerated. By the way, Shinnosuke, I heard you were to undergo a test at the Musashi Dojo this weekend. The Musashi Kendo School has begun to create a buzz around Shinnosuke, with several renowned dojos receiving invitations. Is that so? Why didn't you tell me, Shinnosuke? Kazama To, standing nearby, was taken aback. How could Shinnosuke not share such news with him? It's not really a test. My masters simply wish to evaluate my kendo level, Shinnosuke replied, downplaying the event. The Musashi Kendo School merely invited his fellow disciples to assess his skills. Given Shinnosuke's talent, a formal test seemed unnecessary. Are you truly considering a career in kendo, Shinnosuke? Kazama knew well that renowned kendo practitioners could earn significant sums, yet the profession was perilous, and he did not wish for his friend to pursue such a path. Of course, I have a deep affection for kendo, and my talent is quite remarkable. It would be a shame not to develop it further. You're certainly full of yourself. I'm merely concerned for you, yet you boast about your talent. Kazama's frustration was palpable. Will you and Siko be visiting the dojo this weekend? Indeed. That is my intention, Siko nodded. Her visit today was primarily for two reasons: to practice kendo with Shinnosuke to alleviate her inner tension, and to participate in the kendo competition at the Musashi Dojo. Kazama hesitated, torn between attending the competition and his weekend tutoring sessions. However, how could he miss Shinnosuke's kendo competition? We can address the tutoring later. I must go? What if you get injured? You can't be without friends by your side. Young Master Shinnosuke. Edo-su, upon seeing Shinnosuke, felt quite pleased. Though Siko's presence was somewhat bothersome, it did not dampen her spirits. The eldest daughter of the Tokushima family, with her gentle and considerate nature, had been groomed into the perfect traditional Japanese wife. However, the Tokushima family only held some influence in the realm of kendo. Siko's father was abroad running a dojo, making them no different from ordinary families in the eyes of the Su family. With such a gentle disposition, perhaps you should consider becoming the steward of the Su family. To draw closer to young Master Shinnosuke, one must be prepared. Ah, Edo, you've arrived. Yes, I just finished my tasks and was about to take a break. Young Master Shinnosuke, this is juice made from the finest fruits from the Su family orchard. Maeto approached, handing Shinnosuke, Kazama, and Siko each a can of juice. The 400 milliliters juice cans even bore a chibi likeness of Edo. Kazama suspected that this juice was a special concoction from the Su family, procured specifically for Shinnosuke. If Edo could hear Kazama's thoughts, she would disclose that it wasn't tea merely for Shinnosuke. There was a complete production line dedicated to it, encompassing all the snacks Shinnosuke favored. Most importantly, the Su family was the largest shareholder in the Crocodile Mountain cookies, Shinnosuke's favorite. Indeed, wealth truly grants one the liberty to indulge. Siko had no objections to Edo's presence. Upon opening the can and tasting the juice, she was immediately astonished. Delicious. Edo nodded, pleasantly surprised by Siko's discerning palate, finding her much more agreeable than that troublesome Irie. Kazama took a sip as well, entranced by the flavor. How enviable, Shinnosuke. You truly are a fortunate fellow. Is it to your liking, young Master Shinnosuke? Indeed, the flavor is exquisite, a blend of fruit aromas that rivals freshly squeezed juice. Since you enjoy it, I shall arrange for some to be sent to you. And this, please do sample it as well. Edo produced a box of cookies from behind her and offered it to Shinnosuke. The green packaged cookies were unfamiliar to him. This is a summer limited edition Uji Kinmitsu flavored cookie that hasn't even hit the market yet. Edo, you truly are remarkable. As long as young Master Shinnosuke is pleased. That is all that matters. Edo's gentle, unobtrusive care was impossible for Shinnosuke to overlook. She had been striving to change for his sake, gradually evolving into the person he admired. Yet, Shinnosuke seemed not to require any alteration, for it was precisely his unique essence that Edo cherished. However, how could he remain indifferent to the unreserved affection the young lady displayed? No matter how formidable Nana might be, it seemed there was a hierarchy. After all, in this world, they were still mere strangers. When a seasoned hero encounters a newly emerged anomaly, who shall prevail? By the way, young Master Shinnosuke, I too shall participate in the kendo competition this weekend, for the Su family sponsors the Musashi Dojo. The Su family sponsors the Musashi Dojo? Shinnosuke felt as if his life had become intricately intertwined with the Su family. This was indeed Edo's strategy, employing the family's formidable wealth to permeate every aspect of Shinnosuke's life. Chapter 74. Struggling without money unexpectedly, Siko Tokushima and Ai Suoido found themselves quite compatible. Perhaps it was due to Siko's gentle demeanor, which made Ai feel no sense of threat. Well, physical education class has ended, and I must return to my lessons. The class concluded swiftly, and after bidding farewell to Shinnosuke, Ai and Siko departed. Kazama, why do you always look at me like that? Do you harbor any thoughts about me? Of course not. Kazama's gaze was filled with envy. Shinnosuke had always favored alluring, mature beauties, and to his astonishment, Ai had indeed blossomed into the type he admired, pursuing him all the way from abroad. Wasn't Siko, too, exceedingly gentle? Why was she so proactive with Shinnosuke? What charm did he possess? Kazama was perplexed. Perhaps he could converse with Yukino about it. Both were baffled by Shinnosuke's allure yet regarded him as their most important friend, reluctant to admit it openly. After school, Shinnosuke arrived at the kendo club. He had informed Yukino that he would practice kendo today and would not partake in the service club's activities. Yukino had no objections, understanding that Shinnosuke needed to achieve some results in competitions. From her observations, he rarely studied during class, often daydreaming or dozing off. If he didn't practice diligently, he might be advised to withdraw from the academy. But then again, with his close relationship with Ai, how could he possibly be dismissed? Upon entering the service club, Yukino suddenly felt her concerns for Shinnosuke were unnecessary. He managed to thrive by relying on others, which was quite infuriating. Yukino Shida-senpai, Eri was the second to arrive. Feeling somewhat guilty upon seeing Yukino. Zawamura-senpai, you made it. Yukino regarded Eri with a peculiar expression. On the surface, Zawamura appeared innocent. Yet Yukino sensed that she harbored secrets that contradicted her exterior. Her intuition proved correct. Eri's mind was indeed filled with less than pure thoughts. Kasumigakaka Shiwa and Kata Megumi soon joined. Though Shiwa seemed unwell, sporting dark circles under her eyes and looking somewhat dazed. Kasumigakaka-senpai, are you feeling all right? The sight of her caused concern among the other three. I'm fine. Just been staying up late writing my novel. I've finally completed the first volume. Would you like to be my first readers? Despite her fatigue, Shiwa was excited, satisfied with her revisions. Oh, Kasumigakaka-senpai has written a novel? Is it finally done? Let me see. Yukino's astonishment and Eri's eagerness did not affect Katu, who, while interested in Shiwa's work, was more concerned about Shinnosuke. So where's Shinnosuke? Is he not coming today? He's practicing kendo today and won't attend the club activities. Upon hearing this, Eri and Yukino suddenly felt a sense of defeat. Kata seemed to always express concern at the right moments, making them feel inadequate. We can look at Kasumigakaka-senpai's novel later. After a weekend, what are your thoughts on our first commission? The first commission was naturally Kata's desire to change herself and enhance her presence. Upon hearing Yukino mention this, Eri and Shiwa felt a twinge of guilt. They had completely forgotten about it. Over the weekend, I contemplated some methods. Yukino, merely by observing their expressions, understood they hadn't thought about it at all. However, she did not intend to press them. It was entirely normal for newcomers to the service club to lack a sense of belonging. And the task at hand was not easily solved. Presence itself was a challenging concept to define. Indeed, Kata's presence was notably less significant than others. I think Kata could make some changes, perhaps try growing her hair longer and choosing brighter colors for her outfits. Through these methods, we could test if her presence changes. Yukino's suggestion garnered Eri's agreement. I believe what Yukino Shida-senpai says holds merit. Attire is indeed a part of one's presence. Shiwa thought the club was fantastic. Pondering that Kata's character would likely be well received in a light novel, she then offered her suggestion, perhaps experimenting with more eye-catching makeup could be beneficial. Changing styles, huh? Kata nodded, considering it a worthy suggestion. While they were discussing, a sudden, urgent knock echoed from the classroom door, indicating the visitor was anxious. Come in. The person entering was Aki Tomoya, who, upon noticing Shinnosuke's absence, immediately brightened. Upon seeing Eri, Shiwa, and Katu, his joy intensified. Eri was the ideal artist in his eyes. Katu his designated heroine, and Shiwa a once-renowned literary girl. I've revised the proposal. Please accept my commission. It appeared that Eri and the others had also joined the service club or had some commission of their own. If only this club were his. He believed he could create the most perfect visual novel. This time, Aki's proposal was more serious, printed and several pages long. Yukino Shida, though lacking fondness for Aki, was responsible enough to accept his proposal. After a cursory glance, she shook her head. Aki, can this even be called a proposal? A proposal cannot merely consist of cobbled-together nonsense found online. Aki felt awkward as Yukino Shida pointed this out. You wouldn't want me to find the necessary personnel for game development, would you? Eri can be my artist. Call me Zawamura. And I never agreed to be your artist. Eri's gaze toward Aki now bore a significant amount of disdain. Please, Eri, I must create the most perfect game. Aki clasped his hands and bowed, employing his most adept method of emotional manipulation. What about payment? Making a game requires considerable effort. You can't expect me to work for free. Payment? How could he possibly have money? Eri's request for payment caught him off guard. Suddenly, Aki recalled the words he had overheard on the rooftop. Eri had called that despicable man Master. The events of that day haunted him, and Eri's current demeanor only reminded him of that nightmare. Chapter 75. His revenge ended before it began. Andri Ryun. My time is also quite precious. To be honest, even if you offered me a salary at market rate, I would still be reluctant to acquiesce to your request. The production of Gal games relies heavily on original artwork, which demands immense effort and time, resources I simply do not possess. Irie's words pierced through Ryun's heart like a sharp thorn, causing him profound pain. It hurt, far too much. Irie's current attitude toward him was akin to that of a stranger, or perhaps even worse. In the past, Ryun was not particularly invested in Irie. as he was confident that she cherished the notion of childhood friends. Moreover, Irie was a deeply introverted individual with minimal social interactions, rarely encountering other boys. Ryun was certain that Irie's quirky personality would remain unchanged, regardless of his proximity to her. Yet, he could never have anticipated the sudden emergence of Shinnosuke Nohara, who had completely won Irie over without his knowledge. When one is assured that a person or thing will never depart from their life, that entity's significance in their heart diminishes, leading to a lack of appreciation. It is only upon loss that one realizes the extent of their pain. Coupled with the cliff effect, Ryun's heart was on the verge of collapse. Regrettably, Ryun, the service club is unable to accept your commission. Yukino will not feel pity for Ryun simply because he appears to be in distress. Why? Wasn't it said by Hiratsuka-sensei that this club is meant to assist others in overcoming difficulties? Is my dream truly so insignificant? Upon hearing Yukino's repeated refusal of his request, Ryun could no longer contain himself. The four girls before him, aside from Yukino, were originally integral to his game development plans. Irie was the illustrator, Kasumigakaka Shitoge was responsible for the script, and Kata Megumi was the heroine. As for programming and BGM, Ryun had given them little thought. But how did things devolve into this? Kasumigakaka Shitoge curiously picked up the planning document that Yukino had slammed onto the table, glancing at it briefly before displaying a look of utter disdain. Her assessment was that it was inferior to toilet paper. While proclaiming dreams, the tangible output resembled something akin to such paper, a blatant insult to the very concept of dreams. Please, creating a game is genuinely my aspiration. That fateful encounter on Detective Hill, if only I could transform it into a game, it would undoubtedly become a groundbreaking product in the industry. Ryun took a deep breath and bowed deeply to the group. In another time, place, or world, perhaps this demeanor could sway others. However, in this reality, such an approach was evidently futile. There's something I've been meaning to address. The previously silent Kata Megumi finally spoke up. Anri-kun, you've been talking about chance encounters. But that day my hat was picked up by Shinnosuke. The story you wrote in your planning document has nothing to do with you, does it? Furthermore, your planning document lacks seriousness. You merely sketched the story and stated your desire to make a game, but aside from copying some content from the internet, what else have you written? The doubts voiced by Ryun's imagined heroine were a true blow to his ego. A weak, morally coercive otaku. Kasumigakaka Shitoge seized the moment to deliver a final strike, completely shattering Ryun's illusions. Alright, Anri-kun, it's best for you to leave. Your attitude makes it difficult for me to see the value in assisting you. Yukino issued an eviction order. The service club does not accept just any commission. This individual claims to wish to create a game, yet has repeatedly presented material of such poor quality, inciting Yukino's disgust. At that moment, a knock echoed through the service club's door. Come in. The door swung open to reveal Hayasaka AI, followed by Shikigami Kagaya, who entered the club with poise. Upon noticing Ryun, Kagaya's brow furrowed in clear disapproval. President Shikigami, could you please grant me another chance? If only I could establish a game club. I swear I would create the perfect visual novel. Upon seeing Shikigami Kagaya, Ryun felt as though he had grasped the final lifeline. He had previously approached the student council to establish his own club, but due to insufficient members and the abysmal quality of his planning document, Kagaya had merely glanced at it before dismissing him as someone attempting to exploit the school's club funding. Hayasaka. Yes, milady. Shikigami Kagaya had no intention of engaging in further dialogue with Ryun and turned to Hayasaka AI. If you continue to converse with him, you will be expelled immediately. Being expelled would be a mercy. Not sinking to the depths of Tokyo Bay would be a success. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the 6 beautiful girls in the room, even the shameless Ryun could no longer maintain his facade. With a pale face, he nodded and left in a daze. Stepping out of the service club, Ryun felt as if the world were spinning around him. His dreams lay shattered, and his reality was unraveling. How had it come to this? His youth, his game, his heroine. All of it was the fault of that Shinnosuke Nohara. He vowed that he would make him pay. Reflecting on how Shinnosuke had seized the beret before him on Detective Hill and the eavesdropped conversation on the rooftop, Ryun's eyes blazed with hatred. This situation had escalated to this point due to Shinnosuke. He would seek revenge. Unbeknownst to Ryun, as he uttered these words, Maeda happened to pass by. Adjusting his sunglasses to confirm he had not misheard, Maeda pulled out his phone and sent several messages. Ryun's quest for vengeance had ended before it even began. From that day onward, he was never seen again at Shuchian Academy. However, no one seemed to care. Within the service club, Yukino paid no mind to Ryun's departure, instead directing her attention towards Shikigami Kagaya and Hayasaka Ai. What brought the illustrious president of the Shikigami family to the service club? Chapter 76. I apologize, Shinnosuke. I cannot fulfill your expectations, Shinnosuke. Here are the bamboo and wooden swords prepared for you. Upon seeing Shinnosuke arrive at the kendo club, Ryozan Rokushin hurriedly approached him. The bamboo and wooden swords had been procured from the Musashi dojo and custom-made by a craftsman according to Shinnosuke's height and arm length. Ryozan's gaze toward Shinnosuke was filled with fervor. With his joining, the future of the kendo club appeared exceedingly bright. Not only Ryozan, but the other members of the kendo club also looked at Shinnosuke with excitement. The overall strength of the kendo club at Haiden Academy was not formidable, and with the upcoming Yuryu flag, it would be splendid to secure a prize in the team competition. Furthermore, the summer events included not only the Yuryu flag, but also the National High School Comprehensive Sports Championship, commonly referred to as the Inter-High. The baseball equivalent of the Inter-High is Koshien, while the national tournament depicted in Slam Dunk is also part of the Inter-High. Following the Yuryu flag, the national competition will feature teams selected from various prefectures. During the Yuryu flag, hundreds of teams engage in fierce battles. As long as one's strength is sufficient, one could single-handedly carry the team to victory. They were unable to counter Siko Tsuji, yet Shinnosuke could easily suppress her. Such prowess would naturally elevate them. After picking up the wooden and bamboo swords, Shinnosuke chose the heavier wooden sword. Although it was not as refined as his beloved blowing snow, it was certainly superior to the bamboo sword. Due to the high regard this world holds for kendo, most aspiring professional kendo practitioners quickly transition to wooden swords. While bamboo swords are safer and easier to handle, there is no requirement for high school competitions to use them, leading everyone to opt for wooden swords to ensure sufficient striking power. Moreover, in the Yuryu flag competitions, participants do not wear protective gear after the initial selection rounds. Shinnosuke swung the wooden sword a few times, feeling its weight, which, while slightly light, was adequate. Siko Tsuji arrived swiftly, making a beeline for Shinnosuke. She was eager to engage in a spar with him. Shinnosuke, let us go. Although they were merely practicing kendo, Shinnosuke felt an odd sensation, as if Siko viewed him as a particularly useful tool. It was understandable. After years of suppressing her desires, she had finally found a means of relief, and her expression towards Shinnosuke was undoubtedly peculiar. Let us begin. Shinnosuke promptly took his position on the mat. Under the intense scrutiny of the kendo club members, Siko unleashed a fierce assault. Her attacks were brutal, devoid of any discernible technique, relying solely on her innate talent and pent-up aggression. It must be noted that Siko possessed remarkable kendo talent. Without a sufficient level of skill, she would not have been able to harbor such violent and murderous desires. However, her talent paled in comparison to Shinnosuke's. As before, he effortlessly parried all her strikes. Yahara, be more serious. I want to gauge your true strength. With her inner desires unleashed, Siko became increasingly excited, eager to witness the full extent of Shinnosuke's abilities. Responding to her request, Shinnosuke focused slightly more, and Siko's wooden sword was nearly knocked from her grasp. The pressure was overwhelming, placing her far below his level. Yet, instead of feeling disheartened, Siko grew even more exhilarated. This was the sensation she craved. Completely conquered in strength and spirit, she found herself unable to resist. After sparring for a few minutes, Siko was left breathless and unable to continue. I'm sorry, Shinnosuke, but I couldn't meet your expectations. Her words carried a hint of danger, easily leading to misinterpretation. Nevertheless, she spoke the truth. Her capabilities simply could not satisfy him. It's all right, that was sufficient. Having warmed up, Shinnosuke turned to Ryozan Rokushin. Would you like to give it a try, senior? Me? Ryozan pointed at himself in disbelief. Really, me spar with Shinnosuke? Observing Siko's satisfied demeanor, Ryozan felt a surge of eagerness. Perhaps practicing with Shinnosuke would yield significant benefits for him as well. Let us go. However, Ryozan quickly recalled how the injury on his face had come to be. Unlike a beautiful maiden, he was aware that while Shinnosuke had reined in his strength considerably, he had not intentionally held back, which created immense pressure. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness against such a comprehensive onslaught, Ryozan could only endure for 2 minutes before conceding defeat. Junior, lying on the ground, Ryozan wore an expression of utter despair. The disparity in pressure from Shinnosuke was far greater than he had experienced during the earlier spar with Siko. This level of pressure was something Ryozan had never encountered from Musashi's practitioners. While Musashi's strength was rather average, Ryozan trained in the Kirushin Meiji style, which was not particularly adept in real combat. The flamboyant Kirushin Meiji style often appeared as mere theatrics to many, with only a select few capable of harmonizing practicality with artistry. Clearly, Ryozan was still far from achieving this balance. Senior, you must train diligently in the future. Your foundation is lacking stability. I understand now. I will surely train earnestly from now on. With a sense of resignation, Ryozan resolved to practice diligently, determined not to fall too far behind Shinnosuke. Yet, he remained oblivious to the vast chasm that separated him from Shinnosuke. Meanwhile, Siko had recovered sufficiently. After only 10 minutes of sparring with Shinnosuke last time, she was now eager for more. Let us continue, Shinnosuke. In less than 10 minutes, Siko, her face flushed, collapsed once more. She remained utterly outmatched. Despite pouring her all into the effort, she could not provide Shinnosuke with the challenge he sought, his breathing remaining steady throughout their exchanges. Though she was no match for him, Siko felt an overwhelming sense of joy. As the club activities came to an end, she realized that she could no longer imagine her life without Shinnosuke. Practicing kendo with him had left her somewhat dazed. Not only had her inner turmoil dissipated, but her understanding of kendo had also progressed by leaps and bounds. If her strength continued to grow, could she perhaps become the first female professional kendo practitioner? Chapter 77. Similar settings. Why are you a gal? What brings Senior Shikigami to the service club? As Yukino gazed upon Shikigami Kagaya, an unwelcome pressure welled within her. This young lady was the heiress of the Shikigami family, and the Yukino family was but an ant beside an elephant in comparison. Should the Shikigami family decide to act against the Yukino family, they could obliterate it without a second thought. After all, the Shikigami family was notorious for its ruthless and unrestrained expansion, garnering a rather poor reputation in society. As she surveyed the few beautiful girls before her, Kagaya felt a tinge of regret. Could they truly assist her? Her decision to join the service club was influenced by her desire to be near Shinoji, who was part of this group. However, today, Shinoji was absent, leaving only these women. Only Eruri and Kagaya regarded her with any admiration. The others were merely commoners. Yet, Kagaya had her own plans. I have a request, and I wonder if the service club could assist me. President Shikigami, please elaborate. Yukino expression remained unchanged, but internally she couldn't help but scoff. What could the heiress of the Shikigami family possibly need help with? Surely any trouble could be resolved with money. I wish to make more friends. It felt somewhat inappropriate to explicitly express her desire to befriend Saito Aoi, so Kagaya decided to issue a request to the service club, hoping to first cultivate friendships within the group. After all, if she could befriend Shinoji, it might facilitate a closer relationship with Aoi. Of course, Kagaya harbored ambitions of having Shinoji as her subordinate. Upon hearing Kagaya's words, Yukino paused, touched at the softest part of her heart. Did even the heiress of the Shikigami family lack friends? Not only Yukino but the other members of the service club also softened their gazes towards Kagaya. Eruri, Kagaya, and Kato K all shared a commonality. Each had few friends. It seemed that aside from Shinoji, the remaining lovely girls in the service club were somewhat isolated. The pressures of being an heiress weighed heavily upon her, and public opinion was rife with criticism. At that moment, Hayasaka AI interjected, drawing even more sympathy towards Kagaya from her peers. However, AI's statement also held truth within the upper echelons of Japanese society. The fact that Kagaya was not the biological daughter of Shikigami Gan was widely gossiped about. While it is often said that beauty is but skin deep, in Eruri's case, it was the opposite. Her unremarkable intellect was equally unimpressive. In a fit of enthusiasm, she leapt to her feet. President Shikigami, fear not. We shall all be your friends. Kato K and Shizuku no Kiri remained silent, the more rational of the two sensing the complexity of the situation. If Kagaya merely sought friendship, then surely, with her status as an heiress, she must have a plethora of admirers, even if genuine friendships were scarce. President Shikigami, we accept your request. However, the service club cannot directly provide you with friends. Fostering friendships will require your own effort. Yukino, who had once known the loneliness of having no friends prior to meeting Shinoji, understood this well. Kagaya nodded, satisfied with this outcome. May I inquire as to what prompted your desire to cultivate more friendships? while Yukino Shida comprehended why Kagaya might lack companions. She also recognized that for someone of Kagaya's stature to suddenly wish for friends must surely stem from a deeper reason. For individuals like them, friendships were not a necessity. They were a luxury. Yukino Shida's sudden query caught Kagaya off guard. Did the yearning for companionship truly require justification? Although Kagaya's motives were not entirely pure, her longing for friendship was genuine. Perhaps it is due to the recent pressures from home. The heiress has no one with whom to share her burdens. Hayasaka AI, ever the resourceful maid, adeptly clarified Kagaya's situation, aiding her in her moment of vulnerability. Arari, observing AI, felt an uncanny resemblance between them, albeit with significant differences. Both were mixed heritage beauties, sporting similar blonde hair and blue eyes. Generally, such a trope would suffice with just one character. Why introduce another? Particularly one with such a striking appearance? The most pressing concern was the apparent disparity in their physical attributes. Unbeknownst to Arari, although AI appeared voluptuous, it was merely an illusion. Her actual proportions were quite comparable to Arari's own. Yukino Shida found herself agreeing with AI's observation. Indeed, Kagaya must endure tremendous pressure as an heiress. Yukino Shida had heard whispers about Kagaya's lineage, understanding that her standing within the family was precarious, more akin to a caged canary. Though she presented a glamorous exterior, her future likely entailed a politically motivated marriage, rendering her a pawn in familial games. Suddenly, Yukino Shida conceived a brilliant idea. President Shikigami, since you wish to forge more friendships, why not begin by attempting to befriend Kato-san? Kato K's astonished response stemmed from her surprise at being mentioned, while Kagaya had only just acknowledged Kato's presence. Kato, eager to elevate her own visibility, saw an opportunity in befriending Kagaya. For Kagaya, forming a friendship with someone as unremarkable as Kato offered a novel experience. Conversely, Kato recognized that befriending the heiress could significantly enhance her own presence. Let us exchange contact information, Kato offered, seeking to share her line details with Kagaya. What is that? Kagaya inquired, puzzled by the application on Kato's phone. As Kagaya produced her antiquated flip phone, astonishment rippled through the group. Who still use such relics? Add me as a friend. I will assist you in resolving your phone situation, President. Hayasaka AI promptly took out her smartphone and added Kato as a contact. It was astonishing that Kagaya, an heiress, had yet to acquire a smartphone. It seemed the Shikigami family maintained a stringent grip on her life. If we are to procure a new phone, perhaps we could all go together this weekend as a club activity. With Kagaya now firmly integrated into the group, Kiri contemplated further observations for her light novel, conceiving a new club activity. Chapter 78. What I desire is pure love. Do you understand pure love? Purchasing a smartphone. Kagaya Shinomiya exhibited little interest, having never engaged with such devices throughout her life. Despite being a youth of remarkable beauty, she remained utterly oblivious to the world of electronics. Akin to an elder from a bygone era, this indirectly highlighted her lack of leisure activities, aside from traditional pursuits such as archery and tea ceremony. She had no particular interests. Would Shinnosuke Nohara partake in club activities? If he did, it could present an excellent opportunity. After a brief contemplation, AI Hayasaka nodded in agreement towards Kagaya. Milady, we can certainly adjust the weekend schedule. We have ample time to procure a new smartphone for you. This could serve as the first step towards forging friendships. Then I shall trouble you all for this, Kagaya replied with a slight bow, exhibiting utmost grace. I will take my leave for now. I shall discuss the weekend plans with Hayasaka. With that, Kagaya departed the servant club alongside AI. It seems the young lady from the Shinomiya family is quite burdened. She appears thoroughly exhausted, Eri Kashiwagi remarked, observing Kagaya's retreat. Among the noble women, Eri herself was undeniably a unique character. Her parents had indulged her excessively, leaving Eri devoid of any pressure, rendering her significantly more naive than the average girl. Lacking in guile. But are you not also a young lady? Do you not share such woes? The Kazuki family, too, enjoyed a harmonious existence. Yet they remained largely unaware of the intricacies of such affluent households. No, my parents are deeply in love and treat me well. They rarely impose any demands. Though my mother does enjoy teasing me, Eri replied. Seeing Eri's content expression, Yukino Shida felt a pang of bitterness. Such enviable familial bonds made her yearn for a similar relationship with her own parents. While she never doubted the love between them, the reality had tarnished their relationship. as her mother had become the very embodiment of what Yukino once detested for the sake of family. Nevertheless, it was still far better than Kagaya's situation. At least she had a sister who cared for her. Yukino Shida, your sudden desire to befriend Kagaya is rather daunting, isn't it? Kei Akato voiced her concern. Although she did not oppose the idea of befriending Kagaya, the weight of the Shinomiya family's background inevitably caused her some trepidation. It's merely friendship, even if it doesn't materialize. It matters not. I am curious if Akato-senpai's presence will shift once she becomes friends with Kagaya. If it cannot alter your presence, this endeavor seems quite arduous. I am fully aware of that. But how does one engage with such a noble lady? Actually, you need not worry. Just consider how Shinnosuke would approach it, Yukino suggested. When in doubt regarding interactions with these aristocrats, envision how Shinnosuke would handle the situation. It's a surefire strategy. Envision how Shinnosuke would behave. Akato pondered. Indeed, Shinnosuke's demeanor remained unchanged regardless of whom he faced, which was truly admirable. By the way, what of your novel? I am eager to read it. Upon mentioning Shinnosuke, Eri suddenly recalled that Yuta Kazuki had penned a light novel inspired by her relationship with him. She yearned to witness the sweet romance depicted between herself and Shinnosuke. How troublesome you are. Very well, I shall show you. Yuta presented her meticulously organized manuscript to Eri, having submitted the light novel to the editor at the Fushikawa Publishing House. Following its acquisition by a major corporation, the publisher had revamped its support for newcomers. Securing a position in the upcoming Newcomer Awards would yield not only a substantial monetary reward, but also comprehensive promotional exposure, an enticing prospect indeed. However, Yuta's expression bore an odd quality as she handed the manuscript to Eri. What tale does your light novel unfold? Yukino inquired, her interest piqued. Yet Eri had already seized the manuscript, leaving her to confront Yuta directly. Of course, it narrates the love story between Shinnosuke and me. Haha. Eri's enthusiastic response immediately captured Yukino and Akato's attention. What? A romance? The two girls leaned closer, fixated on the manuscript in Eri's grasp. Do not snatch it away. We can read it together. Unbeknownst to Eri, these two girls were her rivals, and she remained oblivious to the spark of conflict her words had ignited. Nearby, Yuta's eyes gleamed with excitement. Let them brawl. I wish to see bloodshed. To Yuta's dismay, however, the three beautiful maidens refrained from squabbling. Instead, they settled together to delve into the manuscript Eri held, captivated by the narrative. Eri's unease grew as she read. Indeed, a blonde girl with twin tails appeared in the story, yet she felt an inexplicable sense of defeat regarding the character. Yuta, you insufferable woman. Who is this character, Sayuka? With her alluring black stockings and stunning figure, this long-haired beauty bore an uncanny resemblance to Yuta herself. Eri's fury erupted. Why could she not triumph in the narrative? Wasn't it based on her and Shinnosuke's story? How could such a character manifest out of nowhere? Eri, do not be so hasty. The character named Rika is modeled after you, is she not? Eri's exasperation brought Yuta immense satisfaction. And this is merely the beginning of the story. More female characters will emerge as it progresses. For instance, a rather unassuming senior or a cool-faced neighbor with long black hair. Yukino? Akato. Wait. I demand pure love. Do you comprehend pure love? Eri remained unable to accept the notion that she could not achieve a resounding victory in the light novel. Furthermore, this male protagonist bears no resemblance to Shinnosuke whatsoever. Yuta, unfamiliar with Shinnosuke, had crafted a male lead whose presence was not particularly prominent, focusing instead on the delicate emotional transformations between the two female characters. Setting that aside, what do you think of the story? It's quite captivating. However, what do you mean by the cool-faced neighbor with long black hair? After perusing the manuscript, Yukino felt less concerned, recognizing that the male lead described bore no true connection to Shinnosuke. As long as the story is engaging, that is what matters. After all, light novels exist to delight their readers, do they not? As a gesture of goodwill, if there is a gathering during club activities this weekend, I shall treat everyone. What say you? Chapter 79. Eriri's fleeting fury. Eriri's ire was but a momentary blaze. Snow's words brought her back to reality, reminding her that this was merely a novel, divorced from the tangible world. From a creator's perspective, the introduction of numerous conflicts could indeed captivate a wider audience. However, Eriri yearned for the purity of a love story, leading her to voice her discontent. But wouldn't that transform it into a stock market narrative? An ambiguous heroine, a constant influx of new female characters, and suggestive undertones for cheap thrills. Is that the extent of the creator's vision? What distinguishes such a work from mere pulp? Yudaha found no offense in Eruri's comparison of her novel to disposable literature. But isn't the light novel genre often dismissed as such? Within Japan's literary circles, light novel authors were indeed looked down upon by their traditional counterparts, their social standing vastly inferior. Yet, the more successful light novels could generate substantial profits. And the barrier to entry was relatively low. I aspire to financial success and a wider readership. Only by establishing a reputation can I freely write what my heart desires. Wouldn't you agree? Yudaha's words gave Eruri pause. If this novel were to be published, I would be honored to have you as my illustrator. It was common knowledge that captivating illustrations could compensate for a less-than-perfect plot, capturing the hearts of the otaku demographic. And who possessed a keener understanding of the otaku aesthetic than Eruri Spencer Sawamura? Eruri was instantly moved. Oh really? Snow, standing nearby, was tempted to interject. Eruri, you're far too easily swayed, aren't you? No wonder you orbit Shinnosuke so closely. He must have done something to trigger your self-persuasion. Snow felt as though she had stumbled upon a profound truth. Soon, the club activities drew to a close, and the members bid each other farewell. On her way home, Snow was lost in thought. She hadn't anticipated that her time at Shuchian Academy would be so demanding. Is this the burden of adulthood? She also hadn't foreseen that the service club would be so vibrant, or that she would forge genuine friendships. Aside from Shinnosuke, she now considered the other members of the club her friends, a cause for celebration. Just then, Snow's phone rang, catching her off guard. Typically, only her family contacted her by phone. Her parents rarely called, and her sister, Haruno, usually paid her visits in person rather than calling. So who could it be? It was her father. Snow's father was a devoted husband, with her mother managing all of the household finances. Although he was a prefectural assemblyman, he owed his position to his father-in-law's support, his own talents being unremarkable. Little Snow, have you been thinking of me? Father, is there something you need? He adored his two daughters, but his duties as a prefectural assemblyman kept him occupied, and their upbringing was primarily managed by their mother. This had contributed to Snow's somewhat awkward personality. Could you and Haruno visit a temple to offer prayers? Prayers? Yes, I've heard of a temple that is particularly efficacious. So I'd like you and Haruno to try it out. Very well, I'll have my sister contact me. Although she found the notion of praying at a temple rather dubious. It was her father's request, and Snow agreed. Are you comfortable living alone? Is your academic life at Shuchian demanding? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Snow hung up, relieved. She struggled to navigate her relationships with her family. She searched for the temple her father had mentioned and was surprised by what she found. The internet was filled with glowing reviews, with almost everyone who had visited the temple praising its efficacy. Could such a temple truly exist? Snow was skeptical. If it were so effective, what need would there be for the service club? Everyone could simply visit the temple and make their wishes, couldn't they? Snow returned to her apartment and spotted her family's chauffeur and luxury car waiting below. Her sister, Haruno, was standing beside the car, waiting for her. Why are you returning alone? Where's your little boyfriend? Little boyfriend? Are you referring to Shinnosuke? That's none of your concern, is it? I am an adult, after all, and entitled to my own private life. Haruno's expression instantly soured at Snow's words. An adult? A private life? My little sister has become increasingly unendearing since growing up. Let's get in the car. It's getting late, and we need to take you back after visiting the temple. Snow nodded and joined Haruno in the back seat. Is there trouble at home? Haruno hesitated, surprised that Snow had noticed. The family business is facing some difficulties. That's hardly a reason to send us to a temple to pray, is it? Snow had keenly detected the weariness in her father's voice during their earlier conversation. Her sister's demeanor was also strained, revealing her inner turmoil. Prayers may not solve the problem, but grandfather insisted on our visit. In that case, let's get it over with as quickly as possible. The previous head of the Yukinoshita family had relinquished his position to the sister's father and retired. The fact that the family's current predicament had reached the grandfather's ears suggested that the challenges were more severe than initially imagined. Is there anything I can do to help? Just focus on your studies. Snow, who had only recently begun to grasp the hardships of adulthood, realized that she was still a child in her family's eyes. Not privy to the details of their troubles. Is this the temple? It seems quite lively. Soon, the car arrived at the newly established temple. Despite its modest size, it was bustling with activity. We've already made arrangements with the monks. We can proceed directly. The Yukinoshita family had prearranged the prayer ceremony, requiring only Snow and Haruno's presence. Unbeknownst to them, a large number of stray cats had gathered around the temple, becoming agitated upon their arrival. Among them, a particularly large black cat with a bifurcated tail stood out. Chapter 80. Before you stands the sword master of the age, Manga Nohara Shinnosuke. Following in her sister's footsteps, Yukino was led by a monk into the inner sanctum of the temple. The temple was modest in size, its layout somewhat compact, and the various decorations inside appeared rather new, starkly contrasting with her preconceived notions of a venerable temple. Yukino felt a twinge of skepticism. Was this temple truly blessed? Could it be a ruse? She pondered what could have transpired at home to unsettle her usually composed grandfather. Did aging render one so frail? Young ladies, please feel free to offer your prayers here, the monk instructed as he guided them to a small room behind the main hall. This chamber was significantly smaller, containing an oddly shaped statue of Buddha, shrouded in red cloth, obscuring its true form. Yukino sensed that this statue was considerably smaller than the typical one she had encountered, but she paid little heed, eager to depart from this peculiar temple. Following the monk's guidance, the sisters each lit 3 incense sticks. Upon receiving the red envelopes from Yukino Shida Yono, the 2 monks beamed with delight. Please accept these talismans. Ensure you keep them closed for at least a week. As long as you carry them, your wishes will surely come to fruition. Yono smiled non-committally as she accepted a talisman, passing one along to Yukino. It's rather late today. The dormitory is already locked. How about staying at your place tonight? Yukino shot a look of disdain at Yono, finding her suggestion akin to that of a cad. Yet, she refrained from declining, seizing the opportunity to inquire about the events at home later that night. As they exited the temple, Yukino felt an inexplicable urge to glance back. Turning around, she beheld a mesmerizing woman clad in a black kimono, standing still and staring intently at them. The woman's beauty was strikingly different from the other worshippers, yet when Yukino looked closely again, she had vanished. How strange. Yukino rubbed her eyes, but the woman remained elusive. Had she truly disappeared into thin air? The driver dropped the sisters off at their apartment before departing. I'm so tired. Little Yukino. I don't know why, but I feel utterly exhausted. Since returning from the temple, Yono felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, longing to lay down and sleep. You don't mind if I skip washing up tonight, do you? Yukino, barely managing to stand, felt equally lethargic. I'm a bit sleepy too. Perhaps we could rest for a while before freshening up? The sisters trudged to the bedroom, lacking the strength to remove their clothing, and collapsed into slumber. Yono, mustering her last ounce of energy, held Yukino close, drifting off into a blissful sleep. To express her gratitude to Shinnosuke for practicing swordsmanship with her, Seiko Tokishima invited him to dinner. Originally, Seiko intended to bring Shinnosuke to her home, but due to the special broadcast of the Gundam robot this evening, they settled for a bowl of ramen before he hurried back. As he jogged, eager to catch the show, a woman in a black kimono approached slowly. She was stunning, yet resembled a wilting rose, cold and fragile. She was indeed the cat spirit from the temple. According to legend, the cat spirit would consume humans, shape-shifting into their likeness to deceive others and sustain its own spiritual power through these acts. However, such transformations were fleeting, and this particular cat spirit had set its sights on the beautiful Yukino Shida sisters. Who should it devour first, sister or sibling? As it contemplated this, it could not resist licking its lips. Make way, make way. Just as it pondered its prey, an anxious voice called from behind. Upon turning, the cat spirit's eyes gleamed upon seeing Shinnosuke. What a perfect specimen. Merely gazing at him was tantalizing. To take a bite would be the pinnacle of feline indulgence. No, that would not suffice. It intended to keep this man as its pet. Good sir, why the rush? The cat's spirit feigned shyness, adopting an alluring demeanor, its enchanting visage radiating an otherworldly charm. Huh. Shinnosuke gazed quizzically at the cat spirit before pinching his nose. You smell terrible. Despite her beauty and figure, he felt no interest in her, even experiencing a hint of revulsion. He detected an unpleasant odor reminiscent of a filthy animal, which, had he not endured the trials of dealing with Koji's stinky socks, might have caused him to retch. Terrible? The cat's spirit bristled, indignant that he dared to insult her. This body had been painstakingly selected. If it weren't on the verge of decay, she would never part with it. With this form, she had deceived countless souls. How could this brat claim she smelled bad? It must be your imagination. Good sir, I've lost my wallet and keys. Could you assist me? Drawing upon its experience, the cat's spirit believed its form was undeniably beautiful. Surely, such a plea would ensnare the attention of any man. Repugnant. Wouldn't you report a lost item to the authorities instead? After gazing at you for a moment, I've lost interest in Gundam robots. While the woman was indeed lovely, the faint, unpleasant scent emanating from her made Shinnosuke utterly disdainful, and he had no desire to engage with someone so forward. With that, Shinnosuke turned on his heel and dashed towards his apartment, anxious not to miss the show. Watching him flee, the cat spirit's expression twisted into a snarl, revealing sharp teeth. You wretched brat. Just you wait. I shall capture you. Ignoring the still slumbering Yukino Shida sisters, the cat spirit followed the scent of Shinnosuke. Just as he flicked on the television, an urgent knocking resounded at the door, igniting Shinnosuke's irritation. Why could he not enjoy a moment of peace to watch his show? After adjusting the channel, the knocking ceased, and the door creaked open. Woof, woof. The small white dog curled beside Shinnosuke straightened, barking frantically at the door, as if sensing something dreadful. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, followed by a chilling laughter. Good sir, why won't you help me? The cat spirit seemed to revel in her confidence. Closing the door and advancing slowly into the room, savoring the thrill of cornering her prey. If you beg for mercy now, perhaps I shall spare your life. Curiously, the young man remained silent. Was he too frightened to speak? The cat's spirit found this odd. As it stepped further inside, it encountered a youth brandishing a short blade, the weapon drawn, glinting under the light. The boy's gaze was fierce, locked onto her, and this boy was none other than the contemporary swordmaster, Nohara Shinnosuke. Chapter 81. The Snowy Sisters, whining like kittens. This cat demon, a product of the convergence of multiple universes, may have escaped from a realm of eerie tales. Unbeknownst to it, it has crossed paths with the foremost exorcist of Harukabu. Little demon, concede gracefully. If you obey, I shall lavish my affection upon you. The cat demon approached Shinnosuke with a sinister grin, its expression growing increasingly menacing, revealing sharp fangs, a long tongue, and beastly eyes, leaving only a ravenous desire upon its once beautiful visage. Once I devour those two women, I can assume their forms. Do you prefer the elder sister or the younger one? I can fulfill your desires. Observing Shinnosuke brandishing a dagger, the cat demon scoffed disdainfully. Desist. The weapons of mortals cannot harm me. No sooner had it uttered these words than Shinnosuke struck down with his sword, aiming from a distance at the cat demon. Just as it was about to mock him, a sharp pain pierced its chest. One arm, along with its shoulder, was severed. Shinnosuke had long wished to test his strength, but lacked a suitable target. This fearsome creature appeared perfect for such an endeavor. Yet, why did it seem so feeble? Shinnosuke charged forward, aiming for the demon's neck. It attempted to evade, but could not escape, helplessly witnessing as Shinnosuke landed another blow upon it. Strangely, whether he severed its arm or struck its head, no blood flowed. The decayed, alluring form shattered into ashes, revealing a disheveled black cat. The black cat collapsed weakly upon the ground, as wide with terror as it gazed at the young man before it. Though a demon, this cat was not particularly powerful, possessing merely some beguiling illusions and a few mediocre spells. It could manage against ordinary humans, but if discovered by authorities, it would easily fall to firearms. Thus, it had concealed itself within the temple. This time, it had resorted to targeting the Yukino Shida sisters due to its impending demise. Two tails. Must I kill you both twice? The cat's tail had entirely split into two, recalling the legends of the cat demon, which suggested that each additional tail granted an extra life. Upon hearing Shinnosuke's words, the cat demon, feigning death on the ground, widened its eyes in shock. Discovered. I shall curse. Before it could finish, Shinnosuke struck it with two more blows, and with a piercing shriek, it was reduced to black smoke, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. The small white dog trailing at Shinnosuke's feet looked on in astonishment. Shinnosuke, you brute. Why were you so strong all along? You've put on quite a show for me. How foul. Xiaobai, could you assist in cleaning up? Shinnosuke grimaced at the pile of dust on the ground, feeling as though his precious snow had become sullied. Why is it always me? This cat demon claimed to have a lineage of monsters. Is that true? Xiaobai readily accepted this new narrative, for it had always been considerably more astute than other dogs. Yet, even if it were a demon, it felt unfair to be tasked with household chores. Nevertheless, upon hearing the cat demon's words, Xiaobai felt invigorated by this newfound identity. With a sigh, it retrieved a smaller broom from nearby and began to tidy up. Had Xiaobai known of Xiaolie's treatment, it would have surely bitten Shinnosuke. That demon spoke of a curse. Why do I not feel anything? Shinnosuke scratched his head, puzzled. With matters as they were, he decided to watch the Gundam robots instead. Unbeknownst to him, the curse cast by the cat demon was not directed at him, but rather at the Yuki no Shida sisters next door. The protective talismans they possessed contained the demon's hair and blood, inscribed with a curse that allowed it to activate just before its demise. How deeply I sleep. Yukino felt as though she had been slumbering for an eternity, stretching languidly. What time is it? Why hasn't the alarm sounded? As she attempted to rise and check her phone, she noticed something amiss. Why has the bed become so vast? Where is my sister? Instinctively, she called out for Yona. But what escaped her lips was a soft meow. What? Paws, fur, whiskers. Yukino Yuki no Shida, have transformed into a cat? Although she adored felines and was a devoted cat enthusiast, she had never envisioned herself becoming one. What a disaster! Have I become a cat? Will my family be heartbroken? Surely Shinnosuke will be saddened as well. Meow, Yukino. Another cat emerged from beneath the covers, gazing at Yukino in shock. Meow? Sister? What a catastrophe! The future of the Yuki no Shida family was ruined. Both daughters had transformed into cats. How could their mother's plan for an arranged marriage proceed now? Yukino had transformed into a white cat, while Yona became a black cat. The sisters exchanged silent glances, their minds momentarily paralyzed. Why have we suddenly become cats? Yukino turned to her sister, gripped by fear at the supernatural events unfolding. The thought of never reverting to human form filled her with dread. Could this be connected to the temple we visited today? Despite her own turmoil, Yona forced herself to remain composed as she gazed at her adorable sister, now a cat. Ha ha ha, you two must persevere. At that moment, a voice resonated in the hearts of both sisters simultaneously. If you two perish, I too shall be unable to resurrect. Who are you? Two, I am a passing cat demon. As long as you both obey. The voice faltered, sounding weak, and before it could convey its intentions, it suddenly grew more anguished. Wretched humans. Why has my soul been cleaved asunder? The voice gradually faded, until it vanished completely. It seemed the cat demon had only now realized that not only had its corporeal form been severed by Shinnosuke, but its very soul had been shattered by successive strikes, collapsing entirely in this moment. Although the cat demon was gone, its curse lingered. The Yuki no Shida sisters remained in their feline forms. The sole consolation was that a means to break the curse had emerged in their hearts. If someone could recognize their true identities and call their names, the curse would be lifted. Yet, should this person mistake their identities, they would be doomed to live the rest of their lives as cats, never to return to their human selves. Chapter 82. What a hardship for such a master. Where are the monsters? Yano could hardly believe that the two of them had been cursed by a Nikomata. It seemed they had perished. Upon discovering a solution to the curse, Yukino let out a sigh of relief. As long as they could revert to their human forms, all would be well. Though cats are undeniably adorable, who would wish to live their entire life as one? Not to mention the inconvenient mating seasons. Let us return home, Yukino. Our parents will surely recognize us. Are you certain? Can mother really identify both of us? As a devoted cat lover, Yukino had refrained from keeping a cat due to her mother's severe allergies to cat fur. When faced with a quandary, Yano instinctively thought of her own parents. However, being near the Yukino Shida family's villa, they would likely be discovered by security and promptly expelled, wouldn't they? What then shall we do? Seek out Shizuku? Nanako? Yano's circle of friends was rather limited. The only ones she could think of were Hiratsuka Shizuku and Nanako. Do you believe Hiratsuka-sensei possesses the intellect for this? In Yukino's mind, Hiratsuka Shizuku didn't seem particularly astute. Perhaps Shizuku is indeed unsuitable. Should we then seek Nanako? Your relationship with Nanako isn't that close, is it? Even if Nanako is kind-hearted, she might not recognize us as sisters. What shall we do then? It is still nighttime. If we do not attend school tomorrow, our mother will soon discover our absence and be frantic with worry. The thought of both herself and little Yukino vanishing sent Yano into a state of despair. The notion that her strict mother would be heartbroken over her disappearance stirred a flicker of vengeful delight within Yukino. Under the oppressive management of their parents, for a child like Yukino, the greatest form of retribution might just be to cause her parents unbearable sorrow through her disappearance. Let us find Shinojo. He lives next door. For reasons unknown, Yukino's first thought was not of her parents, but of Shinojo, that unreliable little rascal. Yano mewed in displeasure, expressing her dissatisfaction. He is my friend. He will surely recognize me. Though her words were firm, Yukino's tone was not entirely convincing. Could Shinojo truly identify her? Hearing her sister's comment, Yano fell silent. Shinojo lived right next door. He seemed to be their only option at present. Nanako resided in a university dorm, making it difficult to approach her. It might be wiser to attempt to find Shinojo first. Perhaps he could indeed recognize little Yukino. Once they decided to seek Shinojo, Yukino felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, starting to embrace the peculiar sensations of being a cat. With a gentle leap, she bounded off the bed. Don't run around recklessly. Yano was still adjusting to her feline form, stumbling awkwardly and lacking the grace that Yukino effortlessly exhibited. Sister, you were so clumsy. Yukino felt a surge of joy at finally surpassing Yano, leaping onto the bedroom table and lapping at the water in a cup. Exhibiting the cunning and elegance of a cat to perfection. I am merely adjusting. Yano protested stubbornly, nearly tripping over her own feet. She could not walk with the same grace as Yukino, her movements resembling those of a drunken sailor. Sister, what on earth has happened at home? At this moment, Yukino's inquiry could not be ignored by Yano. Perhaps the two sisters were destined to accompany each other for life as cats? As a devoted sister, Yano suddenly felt that if she could spend eternity with her younger sibling, living as cats might not be so terrible after all. The family business had encountered significant troubles. The head of the Shikigami family was growing increasingly frail, and all three sons were vying for the right of succession, striving to outshine one another. The real estate business was suffering, shares had been heavily diluted, and if this continued, Yukino Shida Realty could be absorbed and restructured by the Shikigami family, leading them to bankruptcy. The Shikigami family had no intent to target the Yukino Shida family. They merely wished to expand in Chiba, thereby suppressing the Yukino Shida family's prospects. Sighing, Yano recalled her wish made at the temple to resolve this issue. Little Yukino, what is your wish? It wouldn't be to become a cat, would it? Sister, please refrain from joking at such a time. Help me open the door. Yukino's true desire was to understand how Shinojo perceived her, whether he regarded her as a dear friend. Little did she know she would be testing Shinojo so soon. Would he recognize her? The apartment's security door required considerable strength to open. The cat sisters struggled for quite some time before finally managing to pry it ajar. Next came the task of knocking on Shinojo's door. After much effort, they produced some dull thuds. Is that little rascal really able to hear us? Surely we are not wasting our efforts? Yano found herself ill at ease in her feline form, feeling as though her bones might shatter from the impact of knocking. Even if Shinojo could not hear, Shiro could. Shiro? With a click, the door swung open, revealing Shiro on the other side. Are you here to see Shinojo? Upon seeing two cats at the door, their scents incredibly familiar, Shiro was taken aback. What strange occurrences were happening today? Could there be a new theatrical release on the horizon? The Yukino Shida sisters were no less astonished. It turned out they could not only understand each other, but also comprehend the language of dogs. Shiro, can you understand my words? Yukino meowed in disbelief. Logically, even if they could understand animal languages, the animals themselves should not possess such intelligence. Even the smartest of cats and dogs could only engage in simple exchanges, surely? You are the Yukino Shida lady from next door, aren't you? How did you become a cat? May we enter? We need Shinojo's assistance. Shiro nodded, stepping aside, allowing the Yukino Shida sisters to enter the abode. The master is still watching television. I just finished cleaning and happened to hear you knocking. Initially, I thought it was a misunderstanding, but I'm glad I checked. Cleaning? Is the world truly that chaotic now? Yano's eyes widened. Could this dog, like them, be cursed? A canine curse? What a burden for such a master. The last time Yukino had seen Shiro running errands for Shinojo, she felt that Shinojo was rather demanding. She never expected Shiro would also be tasked with cleaning. Strangely, Yukino, who had once feared dogs, now felt no trepidation toward Shiro in her cat form. Perhaps a free-spirited cat inherently looked down upon a loyal little dog? Chapter 83. Release my sister. Upon discovering that Shiro could comprehend their conversation, Yukino decided to forego searching for Shinozuke for the moment and instead consult Shiro to see if it could be of assistance. Shinozuke was currently engrossed in watching a special extended episode of the Gundam robots in the living room, which would not conclude for over half an hour. Let us head to the bedroom first. Following closely behind Shiro, the Yukino Shida sisters tiptoed into the living room, where they spotted Shinozuke comfortably seated. A giant limited edition cookie gifted by Yukino beside him. As he sipped juice and munched on the cookie, he appeared utterly content. What a little glutton. I can't believe that cookie was actually bought for him by Yukino. I thought she simply craved it and spent a fortune. Witnessing Shinozuke's relaxed demeanor, Ayano felt a surge of frustration. That Yukino immediately thought of Shinozuke in such a situation was ample proof that her sister was on the verge of being whisked away by this insufferable little brat. Upon entering Shinosuke's bedroom, Shiro turned towards the sisters, and upon realizing their yokai lineage, it seemed as though some peculiar switch had been flipped within Shiro, allowing it to act with greater composure. I've been quite curious. How did the two of you transform into kittens? It's the curse of the cat yokai. Yukino quickly recounted the events of the day to Shiro, articulating her plea. We would like your help in making Shinosuke recognize our true identities and assist us in returning to normal. Was it that cat yokai who did this? Shiro nodded, not particularly concerned about Shinosuke failing to recognize Yukino, as he had always been reliable in such matters. Ah, so it was that runaway cat yokai? I had assumed it had been slain by its master. I never imagined it had made its way to you too. Thankfully, it's already met its demise. Shinosuke killed that cat yokai? Yes. While I was watching television with my master today, that cat yokai suddenly intruded, and my master dispatched it with 2 swift strikes, erasing it from existence. I was merely cleaning up the mess it left behind. Shinosuke is surprisingly formidable. Ayano could hardly believe that this seemingly ordinary boy could vanquish such a fearsome creature. Shiro, do you possess any means to help us? To make Shinosuke recognize us? With Shiro as an ally, Yukino felt that their chances of success had significantly increased. I don't have any particularly great ideas. How about we simply go see Shinosuke and give it a try? It seemed they had no other option. Following Shiro, the trio made their way to the living room. Shinosuke remained absorbed in the Gundam storyline, seemingly oblivious to the 3 kittens behind him. Now it's time. Unleash the Gundam Iron Fist. Shinosuke suddenly exclaimed, startling Yukino and Ayano, while Shiro appeared unfazed, clearly accustomed to such antics. What a childish man. If only he could recognize me. I'd reward him with a collectible Gundam robot. Yukino resolved silently. Woof woof. Shiro barked twice, attempting to capture Shinosuke's attention. Shiro, just wait a moment. I'll cook for you once this segment is over. If you're too hungry, help yourself to a can, with prospects of soon receiving dividend shares. Shinosuke had become quite generous, purchasing Shiro premium dog food and canned treats. Woof woof. How do I open a can? Meanwhile, Yukino pondered that if Shinosuke failed to recognize her, and she was destined to be a kitten for life, perhaps surviving in the wild would be preferable to being his pet. This master was utterly unreliable. After a few more barks, Shiro finally caught Shinosuke's attention. Hey, are these your friends, Shiro? They look somewhat familiar. The sudden appearance of 2 kittens drew Shinosuke's focus. However, having encountered numerous friends of Shiro and Kasakabe, he was not particularly surprised, though he felt a sense of familiarity with the 2 kittens. Upon hearing Shinosuke's words, Yukino suppressed her excitement and leaped in front of him, striking a pose with feigned composure. Come on, Shinosuke, my dear friend. I know you can recognize me. I believe in our bond. Ayano, equally exhilarated, watched as Shinosuke and Yukino locked eyes, hoping fervently that Shinosuke would call out Yukino's name, thus securing her rescue and her own. Shinosuke gazed at the pristine white kitten with azure eyes, hesitating for a moment. In the expectant gaze of Yukino, he reached for her and cradled her in his arms. Hee, you feel so soft. It's quite comforting to hold you. Come watch television with me, and afterward, I'll treat you to some canned food. As he spoke, he began to stroke the white kitten affectionately. Yukino wished to escape, but as a mere kitten, she was powerless against Shinosuke's grasp. No, not there. Absolutely not. Meow. Yukino's desperate cries transformed into pitiful meows, leaving Ayano nearby utterly shocked, her mind momentarily blank. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Task, Yukino Shida meow completed. Congratulations, host, on completing 3 tasks and successfully transitioning out of the novice phase. System functions are upgrading. Task rewards have been issued and can be claimed at any time. Shinosuke seemed unfazed by the system notification, as if he had already been aware of the kitten's true identity. Yukino, nestled in his embrace, attempted to resist, but the overwhelming comfort rendered her incapable of anything but purring, her body limp as if devoid of bones. Woof woof. Shiro, equally astonished, hadn't anticipated Shinosuke's reaction. Shiro's bark snapped Ayano back to reality, and she rushed towards Shinosuke. Release my sister. However, Ayano's words morphed into adorable mews as they left her lips. Would you like to join in? Don't be so hasty. Just a moment. With ease, Shinosuke scooped up both kittens, promptly cradling Ayano alongside Yukino. Before long, Ayano too succumbed to the comfort, purring contentedly. Shiro fell silent, sensing its master was engaged in a novel form of play that was perhaps not suited for its presence, and quietly chose to withdraw. As for whether Shinosuke could recognize Yukino, Given Shiro's understanding of him, he undoubtedly had. However, seizing this rare opportunity, it was likely there would not be another chance like it. Since he had chosen to indulge in this delightful play with the kittens, he intended to relish every moment. From this day forth, Yukino would likely find herself sharing many common interests with Eriri, while for Ayano, this would undoubtedly become an unforgettable memory. Chapter 84. Joyful Congratulations. Coca-Cola and Shino's embrace. Yukino momentarily forgot all her troubles. Was it truly so delightful to be a cat? Shino seemed to possess an uncanny ability to discover every comfortable spot on her body, gently scratching here and there, which brought her immense pleasure. Suddenly transformed into a feline, she found the abundance of fur somewhat disconcerting, yet Shino's tender ministrations perfectly alleviated her discomfort. Beside them, Yano shared similar feelings, though her heart was burdened with a mix of love and guilt, for this was the man her sister adored. How could she feel so comfortable? Internally conflicted. Yet her body remained honest. Both Yano and Yukino were lost in the moment, temporarily forgetting their struggles. Alas, the screening of the special edition of the Gundam robot would not last forever. Joyous moments are always fleeting, and soon the show came to an end. Shino's hands came to a halt, leaving Yukino yearning for more, and she looked up at him, wondering why he had stopped. She craved further enjoyment. As their eyes met, Yukino suddenly realized she was not merely a kitten. This was not the time for indulgence. If she did not revert to her human form quickly, she might remain a cat forever. While the experience of being a cat was indeed delightful, Yukino longed to return to her human self. Yukino, think of a way. Shino did not completely release her. One hand loosened its grip as he switched the television channel, casually picking up a bottle of juice, while his other hand continued to groom Yano's fur. Summoning her last ounce of energy, Yano looked at Yukino with a mix of enjoyment and pain, meowing twice. How frustrating. Was one little cat not enough? Did he really need to pay attention to my sister too? Yet, despite her dissatisfaction, Yukino could do nothing but meow in protest. She wished to scratch Shino, but found herself utterly incapable of doing so. Even a simple huff was beyond her. This feline form seemed to have surrendered completely to Shino. Are you hungry? Want some canned food? Shino chuckled at the sight of the little cat before him. It was quite amusing to see a charming cat displaying such human-like expressions, especially the white cat Yukino had become, whose face was rich with emotion, having just rolled her eyes in delight from Shino's massage. Upon hearing his question, Yukino shook her head, fixing her gaze on Shino in earnest, as if trying to convey her true identity through her stare. Hey, I know I'm quite handsome, but you needn't look at me like that, Shino said, scratching his head awkwardly as Yukino flopped down on the sofa. How foolish of me to believe this guy. I truly am beyond redemption. Perhaps I should resign myself to a life as a stray cat. Unable to endure any longer, she thought of returning to that infuriating man, reluctantly seeking a pat in exchange for some food. In her disheveled state, Yukino began to spiral into her own thoughts. However, this little cat resembles a friend of mine. How about we call you Yukino Shida Miona? Wait. Yukino sprang back to life, just one letter off. She sat up and began to dance in front of Shino, trying to prompt him to recognize her. Do you want to dance? Are you asking me to teach you the elephant dance? Though she had no idea what an elephant dance entailed, Yukino felt an ominous premonition growing within her. How about we play a game? I'll call you Yukino Shida Yukino, and you say meow, meow. With a loud pop, a cloud of white smoke enveloped the room, and Shino felt a weight settle on his leg as Yukino Shida Yukino appeared before him, sitting on his right leg. Shino. Yukino. Ahem. What a coincidence. Of course, Shino had recognized Yukino long ago. He merely wished to tease her, as such transformations of friends into cats were quite rare. Under normal circumstances, he would not feel awkward, but he had overlooked a crucial detail. Yukino and Yano had transformed into cats while still in bed, leaving their clothes behind. Now, having reverted to human form, Yukino was completely nude. With an expression devoid of emotion, she cast a disdainful glare at Shino. Perhaps it would be best for this world to end. Little Yukino, this cat is your sister, Yukino Shida. No. Yukino realized too late what Shino intended to do, but it was too late to stop him. Yano? With another loud pop, Yano transformed back into her human form. Equally shocked. Quit looking. Yukino immediately attempted to shield Yano with her own scanty form, only to discover her efforts were utterly futile. She could not conceal anything. And despite being sisters, the disparity between them was glaring. In her attempt to shield Yano, Yukino's own vulnerabilities were laid bare. Don't look. Overwhelmed with shame and rage, Yukino recalled a technique often employed by Shizuka Hiratsuka, mustering all her strength to deliver a punch of love to Shino. Perhaps realizing that continuing in this manner would lead to dire consequences, Shino cooperatively covered his head and ceased his indiscreet glances. Ouch! That really hurt. Stop pretending. You're not in pain at all. Hurry and get us some clothes. Feeling as though she had nothing left to lose, having already been fully exposed, Yukino's anger towards Shino reached its peak. Yet beneath it all, she felt a sense of joy. He had recognized her and helped her return to her human form. Even if the cost was rather steep. Somewhat disheveled, Shino made his way to the bedroom, where he spotted Shiro. Shiro, why didn't you remind me? I knew you would say that. You did something wrong, and now you want to shift the blame onto me. Shiro glanced at Shino with a resigned expression and sighed. At least Miss Yukino Shida has returned to her human form. That is indeed a cause for celebration. When Shino returned to the living room, the Yukino Shida sisters had already wrapped themselves in towels after emerging from the bathroom. What do you mean with that disappointed look? Hurry back to the bedroom. We need to get dressed. Yukino felt that she had never been so angry in her entire life. Chapter 85. Are men truly so superficial? Yoshinobu donned a t-shirt that was evidently several sizes too large for both Ayano and Yukino, providing them with a semblance of modesty and allowing the sisters to regain their composure. Regardless of the circumstances, they no longer had to fret about living their lives as mere cats. How on earth did you two suddenly appear in my home? Yoshinobu took the initiative to complain first, yet after the recent events, Yukino felt she had discerned the true nature of this individual. Is physical appearance truly of such paramount significance? Were it only herself involved, Yukino might not have felt as irate. However, the presence of her sister complicated matters further. Both had been exposed in front of him. To add insult to injury, Yoshinobu had been fixated on Ayano. Why? Did the size of certain attributes truly hold such weight? Are men inherently so shallow? Yukino once again sensed the world's malice directed at her. Why was her sister always so radiant? Nevertheless, the fact that Yoshinobu recognized her did bring a measure of solace. It is the curse of the cat spirit, Yoshinobu. Our little Yukino thought of you at the very first moment. Once dressed, Ayano regained her composure, her demeanor shifting back to that of the mischievous older sister. Yet, when she gazed at Yoshinobu, memories of being cradled in his arms flooded her mind, evoking a delightful sense of comfort and complete surrender. It felt as though some extraordinary aspect within her was awakening. The most exhilarating part was that Yukino had shared that experience with her. Wasn't he at her earnest desire to spend eternity alongside Yukino? After explaining the day's occurrences to Yoshinobu, Ayano glanced at her sister, who was still blushing fiercely as if on the verge of an explosion. She resolved not to tease Yukino any further today. However, it seems our door is closed. Could you accompany me to the management office to retrieve a spare key? This was a high-end apartment, and the management office downstairs had spare keys. The apartment Yukino resided in had been arranged by Ayano. Although she wore Yoshinobu's clothing, it was ill-fitting. Only after requesting a jacket from Yoshinobu did Ayano feel a semblance of security, believing she would not be exposed. After Ayano and Yoshinobu departed to fetch the key, Yukino collapsed onto the sofa. Why had such an ordeal befallen her? She felt grateful that Yoshinobu recognized her, breaking the curse of the cat spirit. But the price of that liberation seemed excessively steep. If only her sister were not present. As Yukino indulged in her chaotic thoughts, a sudden inspiration struck her. She sprang to her feet and made her way to Yoshinobu's bedroom. Thank you so much, Shiro. I shall prepare a splendid feast for you. Seeing Shiro resting on the mat in the bedroom filled Yukino with gratitude. In a critical moment, Shiro proved to be reliable. However, upon hearing Shiro bark twice, Yukino felt a tinge of disappointment. Now returned to human form, she could no longer comprehend Shiro's words. Why would a man like Yoshinobu have such a dependable little dog? Yet, Yukino did not visit Yoshinobu's bedroom merely to express her gratitude to Shiro. She lifted her gaze to the painting of Inari on Yoshinobu's bedside. Previously, Yukino had found the relationship between Inari and Yoshinobu perplexing. Today's experiences led her to believe she had uncovered the truth. A careful examination revealed that the Yorkie in the painting possessed an incredibly lively gaze, entirely focused on Yoshinobu. Indeed, this creature embodied Inari. The resemblance in expression was unmistakable. This implied that Inari and Yoshinobu had shared similar experiences. Moreover, judging by this painting and their daily interactions, it was evident that Inari had not merely transformed into a dog for a brief period, but had spent an extended duration in that form, interacting with Yoshinobu. No wonder she instinctively referred to Yoshinobu as master. How infuriating. Why was such a unique experience not exclusive? After stealing another glance at the painting, Yukino returned to the living room. In the elevator, Ayano discreetly observed Yoshinobu. Clever as she was, she had already surmised that he must have recognized Yukino immediately. Yet, upon recognizing her, he had nonchalantly chosen to indulge in petting her, even dragging Yukino into the fray. This man was truly formidable. Yoshinobu, do you enjoy rice bowls? It's tolerable. It depends on the ingredients. Ayano had intended to hint at discomfort, but Yoshinobu's response only intensified her embarrassment. Should she inquire whether she and Yukino could be considered premium ingredients? With the apartment manager's suggestive gaze, Ayano successfully obtained the key. Regardless, Ayano felt profound gratitude for today's events. Had it not been for Yoshinobu, she and Yukino might have remained in their cursed states indefinitely. Though Yoshinobu appeared unreliable, his immediate recognition of Yukino demonstrated that he cared for her deeply. Few, even among family or friends, could achieve such recognition. Ayano felt certain that her own parents and close friends might struggle to identify her. Unbeknownst to her, the bond between Yoshinobu and Yukino did not reach such depths. Rather, Yoshinobu was inherently perceptive, possessing an almost superhuman intuition, particularly when it came to girls. Continuously bested by him, Ayano recognized that Yoshinobu was not the timid boy who shied away from speaking to her. He operated on a level far beyond her own. Surely, he would easily grasp Yukino's nature? Typically, women from the Yukino Shida family took the initiative. Why was Yukino the sole exception with such a peculiar disposition? Little Yukino, we have returned. We got the key. Upon returning to Yoshinobu's room, Ayano was brimming with energy, reverting to her usual self in front of Yukino. Noticing that Yukino's expression had calmed, no longer resembling someone on the brink of embarrassment and fury, Ayano quietly sighed with relief. Will you be staying with Yoshinobu tonight? I can pretend I know nothing. Please, sister, spare me your nonsense. Let us hurry home. Despite having uncovered Yoshinobu and Inari's secret, Yukino remained exceedingly bashful. At the very least, she could not summon the courage to meet Yoshinobu's gaze today. The memories of her transformation into a cat and the events that followed haunted her, causing her innocent demeanor to fade away. Was this not a most unwarranted disaster? Chapter 86. He truly can indulge in rice bowls. Yayoi cast a glance at Yukino and sighed silently. Although she had reverted to being human, the problems plaguing the Yukino Shida family remained unresolved. If this continued, would the Yukino Shida family face bankruptcy? Eventually, the entire family would be burdened with insurmountable debt. Would Yukino still be able to attend Shuchian Academy then? Would Shinnosuke come to despise her? If she worked diligently, could she provide Yukino with a semblance of a normal life? It was likely that families with grievances against the Yukino Shida family would not make it easy for her. As a prominent figure in Chiba, the Yukino Shida family had inevitably offended many. The Yukino Shida family possessed some influence in political circles and operated in real estate, which unavoidably entailed interactions with various organizations. Consequently, the Yukino Shida family had made numerous enemies in Chiba. If Shinnosuke were to learn of the Yukino Shida family's dire straits, what choice would he make? Did little Yukino truly wish to remain with Shinnosuke? Of course not. Let's hurry home. What time is it? Then little Yukino should head back first. I have matters to discuss with Shinnosuke. Yukino sensed something amiss. What could her sister possibly need to talk to Shinnosuke about? All right. You go ahead, she said, shoving the keys into Yukino's hand and pushing her out the door to return home. Shinnosuke, are you feeling down because Yukino is not here with you today? If you plead with me, maybe I could stay and keep you company, Yayoi teased. Yayone, don't you get tired of pretending every day? Does it make you feel accomplished to say such things? Or should I play along and act shy? What a bothersome little imp. Yayoi found herself at a loss with Shinnosuke and decided to be straightforward. Today's events were unexpected, but I'm genuinely pleased that you recognized little Yukino. However, there are some matters I must disclose to you in advance. Yayoi's expression grew serious. The Yukino Shida family is currently in a precarious situation, on the brink of bankruptcy. If that occurs, little Yukino may not be able to continue her studies at Shuchian Academy and could end up burdened with debts she could never repay. Even so, would you still wish to maintain your relationship with Yukino? Emotions are one thing, but reality is another. Feelings often falter when faced with real-world dilemmas. Yayoi did not want to see Yukino suffer, yet she could not alter this reality. The matters in Chiba were under the jurisdiction of the Shikigami family, and they might not even be aware of the Yukino Shida family's existence. A single decision could bring the Yukino-Shida family to the brink of collapse. Of course, this could also be connected to the malice of the Yukino-Shida family's adversaries. Bankruptcy? Just when the newly acquired shares were starting to settle, they might vanish. The development of Yukino-Shida real estate was actually promising, with high-quality assets, yet most of the shares had been diluted through acquisitions, making it highly likely that the Yukino-Shida family would be ousted. Isn't that absurd? It's ludicrous that a family-owned company could face such a fate. So, what will you choose? Yayoi chuckled self-deprecatingly, gazing at Shinnosuke. In theory, as long as the shares remain firmly in hand, there should be no issues, right? Yet, the shares in her mother's possession had dwindled to less than 30. After inquiring with the system, Shinnosuke received a reply indicating various methods of withdrawal. Wait for me a moment. He retreated to his bedroom and selected the option to extract rewards, a share transfer agreement materializing before him. He signed his name on the contract. Simultaneously, the Shikigami family inexplicably lost a sum of money, leading to a scolding from Shikigami Sarayu to his brother. This should resolve the issue, right? Yayoi stared in bewilderment at the contract Shinnosuke presented, her eyes widening. How do you possess this? Were they not bought out by the Shikigami family? How could the shares be in your possession? I'm entrusting you to manage these shares. It should pose no problem. Correct? Yayo held the contract at a loss, suddenly recalling that the boy before her could easily slay even monsters. Furthermore, having transformed into kittens earlier today, perhaps allowing Shinnosuke to resolve their family issues wasn't entirely unacceptable. From a certain perspective, both Yayoi's and Yukino's wishes had indeed been fulfilled. Let me make a call, despite it being late at night. Yayo made a call to confirm that the shares of Yukino-Shida real estate had indeed just been consolidated and acquired. She found herself uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. The Yukino-Shida family's problems had been resolved, yet all the shares now belonged to this imp, leaving both herself and little Yukino at his mercy. Just earlier, she had asked him if he wished to indulge in rice bowls, and now he truly could feast at will. Are you certain you want to entrust these shares to me for management? I am quite busy every day and have no time to deal with trivial matters. Trivial matters? Yayoi began to understand why Yukino often appeared irate in Shinnosuke's presence. Then I shall take charge of these shares, especially since you just witnessed everything. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to call me anytime. I am at your service. With that, Yayoi picked up the share transfer agreement Shinnosuke had given her. I shall take my leave now. Otherwise, little Yukino will grow anxious. Yayoi fled, fully aware that she was now utterly unable to refuse any of Shinnosuke's requests. Exiting Shinnosuke's apartment, Yayoi exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief, akin to shedding shackles that had constrained her for years. Glancing at the share transfer agreement in her hand, did this signify her newfound ability to seize control of her destiny? Regardless of the circumstances, Shinnosuke should be easier to deal with than her mother, right? Perhaps she would even possess more leverage in front of her mother? Having been suppressed by Madame Yukino-Shida since childhood, Yayoi felt an exhilarating thrill. Little did she know that besides Madame Yukino-Shida, the formidable presence of Aoi-su remained an insurmountable obstacle. Knocking on the door, Yukino had already changed her clothes and regarded Yayoi with suspicion. Had her sister begun to view her as an adversary? With their families, shares now wholly in Shinnosuke's possession. If he wished to indulge in rice bowls, their mother would likely offer them both up without hesitation. Wait, why was she fixated on this notion of rice bowls? Not only was she reminded of the rice bowls, but also of the events that occurred when they transformed into kittens. Go change your clothes. Toss them in the washing machine, and after they are clean, return them to Shinnosuke. After enduring such an eventful night, both sisters felt a sense of exhaustion. After a simple wash-up, they lay down on the bed. Yukino broke the silence. Is there anything I can assist with regarding the family matters? I just spoke with mother. The family issues have been resolved. You need not worry. Really? Yukino was taken aback, astonished that the family's troubles had been settled so swiftly. Little Yukino. Huh. Congratulations. You are now free to choose your own life. With those words, Yayo embraced Yukino. Isn't this quite all right? After all, according to the original plan, Mother would have eventually arranged for you to find a man to enter the Yukino-Shida family. Now that step has been circumvented. Chapter 87, Summoning the Winds and Rain. Summer Fireworks, the chapter of spring. Xiao Xin, have you noticed that today Yukino-Shida-san has been looking at you rather strangely? After enduring a tedious mathematics class, Kazama cautiously approached Shinnosuke, whispering. Today, Yukino-Shida Yukino was inexplicably late, and ever since she took her seat, She would occasionally steal glances at Shinnesuke, her gaze imbued with complexity. She found herself at a loss regarding how to face him. Are we friends, or is it something more? Yesterday's events had left a profound impact on Yukino's worldview. The existence of supernatural beings and the fact that humans could transform into cats shook her to the core. Does science still hold any validity? If it were merely this, it could be overlooked, especially since she and her sister had reverted back. However, the most pressing issue was that Shinnesuke had seen her completely, without any pretense or concealment. What was even more unbearable for Yukino was that her sister had been exposed as well. Moreover, despite her efforts to shield her sister, Shinnesuke was still captivated by Ayano's allure. Are all men so superficial, or does she truly lack any appeal? A fierce desire to bite Shinnesuke surged within her. But the fact that he had recognized her even in her transformed state left her feeling touched. If this cannot be deemed real, what can be considered genuine? Regardless of the form she took, Shinnesuke could still identify her. The contradictory and intricate emotions swirling within her made Yukino's glances at Shinnesuke particularly complex today. So much so that even Kazama noticed something amiss. Perhaps it's due to her lack of sleep from last night? Best not to dwell on it. Dragons do not roar. Nor do tigers bellow. The triviality of A is laughable. When Yukino transforms into a cat, her allure may actually intensify. Does she truly not need to? I sense that she wishes to devour you whole. The intensity of Yukino's gaze instilled a sense of fear in Kazama. Why are all the girls around Shinnesuke so intimidating? Rest assured, Kazama. The warm breath of Shinnesuke brushed against Kazama's ear, nearly causing him to cry out. You despicable fellow. How many times must I tell you not to do that? Do you find me repulsive, Shoutsu? Fine, I shall cease this conversation. I still need to review my studies. Despite his irritation, Kazama couldn't bring himself to express any disdain towards Shinnesuke. Gazing at the book in his hands, Kazama felt a sense of unease. The first examination of the new school year was fast approaching, and his grades were not particularly stellar, trailing behind even Yukinoshita Yukino. Gaining admission to a prestigious university was undoubtedly within reach, and the University of Tokyo was a viable option. However, having enrolled in Shuchian Academy, Kazama was determined to push his limits and achieve better results. Are you truly prepared for the kendo match this weekend? Will you be using a bamboo sword or a wooden one? Though his academic performance worried him, Kazama's greater concern lay with Shinnesuke's upcoming kendo competition. Classes could be made up, but if he missed Shinnesuke's match, he would regret it for a lifetime. I'm unsure. It should be with a real sword, right? Given that it is a kendo match, it must involve real swords. Using a wooden sword would fail to gauge one's true abilities and would serve no purpose. For practitioners of kendo, learning how to manage one's strength to avoid injuring opponents is an essential lesson. Matches between kendo practitioners emphasize striking with precision. Yet, it is inevitable that some may resort to underhanded tactics. Swords are unpredictable, and accidents can occur. Nevertheless, kendo practitioners earn substantial incomes, and despite the inherent dangers, many aspire to pursue this path. A real sword? Kazama's mouth fell agape, unable to fathom the danger. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider? Do not worry, Kazama. I will be fine, and the opponent is one of our own. It is merely a small test. Is that so? Kazama remained skeptical, thinking of how AI would also be present that weekend. If Shinnesuke were to encounter any danger, Kazama would swiftly ally with AI to persuade Shinnesuke to choose a safer sport. Very well, let us return to our studies. During lunch, as per tradition, Shinnesuke shared a bento with AI. Xiao Xian, do you have confidence in the match this weekend? Do you need my assistance? AI continued to relish the comfort of Shinnesuke's lap, enjoying one of her rare moments of relaxation throughout the day. Rest assured, the kendo match will undoubtedly be a success. Indeed, you truly are remarkable, Xiao Xian. By the way, will you be attending the fireworks festival in Akita at the end of the month? It has been ages since I last witnessed a fireworks display. April in Japan marks the beginning of the school year, at the end of the month. The spring season culminates with a fireworks festival in Akita, aptly named the chapter of spring. A fireworks festival. It seems another busy weekend awaits. Very well. Shall we invite our friends to join? I can assist with the arrangements. How considerate of you, AI. Shinnesuke assumed AI would extend invitations to the members of the Kasakabe Defense Force, unaware that AI intended to summon the recently emerged feline interloper alongside them to assert her authority. For everyone, this fireworks festival is bound to be an unforgettable memory. Isn't it? By the way, I wish to invite 2 more individuals. It must be Nobita and Shizuka, right? Do not worry, Xiao Xian. I would never forget them. Although AI had departed from Japan long ago, she was well aware of Shinnosuke's social circle and was intent on inviting both Nobita and Shizuka to this fireworks festival. I'll cover their expenses. I recently acquired some shares in a company. Is it the Fushikawa Bunko and the Yukinoshita family? Xiao Xian, you are surprisingly capable. However, you need not concern yourself with this fireworks festival. The Suinome family holds shares in the event, and they have a hotel nearby, meaning there will be no cost for tickets or accommodations. Given that Japan is not vast, travel expenses are negligible. Then I shall rely on you, AI. The prospect of attending the fireworks festival with friends filled Shinnosuke with anticipation. Youth is fleeting, and it is essential to create cherished memories. After school, Shinnosuke opted not to visit the service club, but instead chose to continue honing his skills in the kendo club. He was genuinely invested in the upcoming kendo match, not out of a desire to inherit a dojo, but in pursuit of discovering his own unique path in kendo. After all, he was a natural-born swordsman. Even without intricate techniques, relying solely on his reflexes and physical prowess was enough to surpass all contemporaries. Yet, being a swordsman did not signify the pinnacle of kendo. Shinnosuke aspired to grow even stronger. Chapter 88, Tokyo Bay? Is there still a school by that name in Neon? The atmosphere in the service club today felt somewhat peculiar. Yukino kept scrutinizing Eri, making her quite uncomfortable. Yukinoshita, why are you staring at me? Eri recalled her words from the day she visited Shinojo's house, which piqued Yukino's curiosity. May I take a look at your manga works? Yukino was almost certain that something had transpired between Eri and Shinojo, likely akin to her own experience of becoming an animal. While she had transformed into a cat, Eri had become a small dog and had taken on the role of Shinojo's pet. Contemplating this, Yukino felt a twinge of envy. Her brief time spent with Shinojo as a cat had left an indelible mark on her life. Eri, on the other hand, must have spent a significant amount of time with Shinojo. Deep down, she had likely come to see herself as his little dog. Wait, Eri is actually a manga artist? The nearby Kasumigakaka Shitoba looked at Eri in surprise, having been completely unaware of this. Eri, you didn't mention this to me? How could you keep such a significant secret? Eri had not anticipated Yukino's sudden interrogation, leaving her stammering and unsure of how to respond. If the others were to see her manga, it would be tantamount to social death. All right, let us not put Eri on the spot. She must have her reasons. Katu, you are my savior. Eri gazed at Katu with an expression of reverence. Truly an angelic girl. Yukino regained her composure and ceased her questioning of Eri, deciding to confront her directly at a more opportune moment. Katu, how did your conversation with the student council president go? The president is completely inept with smartphones. I only had a brief chat with that Hayasaka classmate, and it seems the president might be more approachable than she appears. Much like Yukinoshita, she comes off as cold, but is actually quite amiable. Yukino was taken aback that the conversation had shifted to herself, and more so, that it was a positive assessment. Having been without friends for so long, she felt a surge of emotion. Katake had effortlessly endeared herself to both Eri and Yukino. However, Kasumigakaka Shitoba appeared to be a more formidable challenge. This might be due to Katake not perceiving any immediate threat from her. It was evident that Eri and Yukino harbored distinct feelings for Shinojo, while Shitoba, who seemed a potential rival based on her stature, showed little interest in him. As for Katake, she was uncertain of her own feelings. Shinojo always seemed to notice her subtle presence and had inadvertently helped her shake off the clinginess of Anri Ryu. For someone like Katake, who was accustomed to being overlooked, Shinojo's attention felt overwhelmingly impactful. Yet, according to her observations, the number of girls surrounding Shinojo was quite substantial. Addressing her as Kih upon their first meeting felt rather presumptuous. Troubled, Katu resolved to first establish rapport with the girls around Shinojo. More concerning than Shikino's presence was that lady named Su Ai. Although she had exhibited great kindness during their last shared meal, Katake sensed a hidden malice in her gaze directed at herself and Eri, as if one misstep could lead to dire consequences at the hands of that young lady, which was rather frightening. What prompted this Anri Ryu to transfer suddenly? Tokyo Bay? Is there truly a school by that name in Neon? Hiratsuka Shizuka gazed at the transfer application on her desk, puzzled. A school named Tokyo Bay seemed rather ominous. Speaking of which, it had been several days since she last drank. Should she seek out Hina today? Or perhaps visit Enko, who had reportedly been promoted? That was no small feat. In the kendo club, Shinojo had brought his sword, Fubuki, for him, whether wielding a bamboo or wooden sword. There was little distinction in terms of practical training. Fubuki felt perfectly suited to him, being a product of the system, entirely attuned to Shinojo's swordsmanship style. Even the renowned swords of history could not compare to Fubuki in terms of compatibility. However, he had yet to familiarize himself with the sword, as he needed more time to adapt. To this day, Shinojo remained uncertain of his true capabilities, as he had yet to encounter a rival worthy of his full effort. Nonetheless, he was eager to discover the prowess of the kendo masters in this world. The legendary Daidamaki Mitsuharu had demonstrated extraordinary talent at merely 5 years old, developing numerous techniques and even managing to disarm Shinojo during their first encounter. By traditional standards, Daidamaki was indeed a genius, though at that time, Shinojo, being young, had yet to realize his own extraordinary talent in kendo. Perhaps the kendo masters of this world would offer him remarkable surprises. Ayama Rokushin expressed his admiration for Shinojo's Fubuki, recognizing its exceptional quality and pondering why he had not known such a renowned sword existed in Neon. The excitement of Dokudo Seiko was palpable. Had she known, she would have brought the family heirloom sword from the Dokudo household to practice with Shinojo, as she had grown weary of training with bamboo and wooden swords. Desire must be channeled. Before enrolling at Shuchian, Dokudo Seiko encountered a pervert on her way home from school, a situation she had dealt with by carrying her wooden sword. Upon noticing a group of delinquents with ill intentions, rather than flee, she allowed them to approach, seizing the opportunity to retaliate with her wooden sword. She shattered their scapula and leg bone on the spot, leaving them with lifelong disabilities. It was through this incident that Dokudo Seiko realized she harbored a suppressed thirst for violence. Raised in traditional Neon culture, she struggled to reconcile her inner yearning for brutality. However, everything changed upon meeting Shinojo. He dominated her in kendo, and during practice, she could not sense his limits. With her inner ferocity redirected, Dokudo Seiko felt an overwhelming desire to repay Shinojo, to offer him more. Once, she believed herself unworthy of love, but now, encountering Shinojo, she felt confident that he could embrace both her inner violence and her fervent emotions. Chapter 89. Have you heard? A genius emerged from the Musashi Dojo. It was yet another invigorating weekend. Yet alas, Shinojo found himself ensnared in a whirlwind of responsibilities, unable to savor the tranquility of leisure. For the kendo community in Tokyo, today held particular significance. The Musashi Dojo, the most influential dojo of the Kaioshin Midokuro, was buzzing with excitement. Musashi Aiken had leveraged all his connections and favors to invite numerous kendo masters to observe the assessment of a potential heir, creating quite a stir. It was evident to all that Musashi Aiken must have discovered an extraordinary successor. Even the president of the entire Neon Kendo Alliance had been invited. It was astounding how Musashi Aiken had managed to garner such respect. The Neon Kendo Alliance, representing modern kendo, mandates the study of the 7 fundamental forms of Kaioshin Midokuro and the 3 forms of Yagyu-ryu for practitioners at the 6th Dan. Although the glory of the Kaioshin Midokuro has waned since the days of the 3 great Edo dojos, its philosophy continues to wield considerable influence over the evolution of kendo. Many films and comics related to kendo draw upon the principles of Kaioshin Midokuro to convey the aesthetic beauty of the art. Brother, has Kentai's disciple not yet arrived? Watermirror Munin asked, curiosity piqued about the prodigy his senior had mentioned. Musashi Aiken had described this young man as a genius destined to lead the Musashi Dojo and the Kaioshin Midokuro into a new era of glory. The rumor mill was abuzz with talk of a genius emerging from the Musashi Dojo, yet Munin had yet to lay eyes on this prodigy. Surely he will arrive soon. After all, Shinojo is still a high school student and has limited time for kendo practice. Having decided to become the dojo's heir, how could he squander time on academics? Munin mused, his demeanor more austere than Musashi Aiken's, embodying the principles of Kaioshin Midokuro in every aspect of life and exhibiting an intense passion for kendo combat. Shinojo was a student at Shuchian Academy, soon to represent them at the Gyokuryu Flag and the National High School Comprehensive Sports Conference. It was also rumored that the only daughter of the Tokita family would be present today, and her rapport with Shinojo seemed rather amicable. Musashi Aiken raised an eyebrow at his junior. Tokita Munin's expression shifted to one of unease. He had a long-standing rivalry with Tokita Takechiyo, the father of Tokita Seiko. Their confrontations had persisted for many years without a clear victor, only diminishing when Takechiyo opened a dojo abroad. Is it truly necessary to orchestrate such a grand affair? Munin pondered. The assembly was not limited to the president of the Neon Kendo Alliance. Representatives from various esteemed schools such as Hokushin Ito Ryu, Shinto Musa Ryu, Tenryu Rishin Ryu, Nidin Ichiryu, Yagyu Shinkage Ryu, and Shurgen Ryu had also come to witness the assessment. Even the likes of Karama Ryu and Aishin ITT Ryu were represented. Should I ease up a bit? Munin inquired. No, give it your all, but be cautious to avoid injury, Musashi Aiken replied, a hint of concern for Munin's well-being evident. As time progressed, guests began to arrive in droves, a testament to Musashi Aiken's extensive connections within the community. With the presence of the Neon Kendo Alliance president, everyone was eager to witness the spectacle. The identity of the Musashi Dojo's successor was a matter of great intrigue. Where on earth is Shinojo? Kazama, who had arrived early at the dojo, lamented. He regretted not going to Shinojo's home to fetch him, fearing the young man might have overslept. Given the importance of the occasion, Kazama felt it was all too likely that Shinojo would falter. Since Kazama's arrival, many renowned kendo practitioners clad in traditional attire and wielding swords had entered the dojo, amplifying the pressure on him. Today's assessment was certainly more significant than Shinojo had led him to believe. It was anything but a mere formality. After sending another message to Shinojo with no response, Kazama suddenly heard a voice behind him. Hey, Yukino Shida-san, what brings you here? Kazama turned to find Yukino Shida. Yukino, I'm also training in kendo at Musashi Dojo. Come, I'll take you inside, she replied. But Shinojo hasn't arrived yet, Kazama protested. Don't worry about him. The lady from the Suwa family has already taken him away, Yukino said, a hint of irritation in her voice. She had woken up early, intending to come with Shinojo to the dojo, only to be startled by the sight of bodyguards in black suits lining the corridor. Overwhelmed, she watched as Suwa AI emerged from the elevator, smiling at her. For reasons she couldn't fathom, Yukino felt a wave of insecurity wash over her, returning AI's smile before hastily closing the door. How could I be so timid, unable even to speak? She chastised herself, peering through the peephole. When she saw Shinojo open the door and AI embrace his arm, her heart sank further. The sheer weight of despair and an overwhelming sense of defeat engulfed her. Only after AI and Shinojo left, along with the entourage of bodyguards, did Yukino dare to step outside her room, staring silently at Shinojo's door. So formidable, utterly unbeatable. Even my sister wouldn't stand a chance against that lady, she mused. Not even the president of the Shikigami family could compare to the Suwa heiress. If the Yukino Shida family were to falter in the face of the Shikigami family's schemes, it would be disastrous. Taken away by AI. Hearing that puts my mind at ease, Kazama remarked, relieved. He held a considerable amount of trust in AI. Following Yukino into the dojo, he soon encountered Akiyama Rokushin and Tokita Siko. Fukazawa-kun, you're here too. Why didn't you let me know? Rokushin exclaimed. He had been staying at the dojo the previous night and hadn't seen Kazama waiting at the entrance. Otherwise, he would have brought him inside earlier. Sure, Akiyama-senpai. Kazama replied, feeling a wave of warmth from the enthusiastic senior, which eased his anxiety about being in an unfamiliar place. Chapter 90. Earning a living by one's own merit. Even if it is soft rice, deserves respect. Senior Aoyama. What event is taking place at the dojo today? Why are there so many people here? The students of the Musashi Dojo busily welcomed guests and prepared the venue. Notably, many renowned kendo masters had gathered, an occurrence that was rare outside of competitions. Observing the bustling dojo, Kazama felt a growing sense of concern. Did Shinosuke not inform you? Aoyama Rokushin replied, somewhat puzzled, yet he elucidated Kazama's query. It is not a grand event, merely a simple test. Shinosuke is a disciple of Musashi no Kenta, the sole heir of the Musashi Dojo. Due to the injury to our esteemed teacher, the dojo may falter, and we must seize an opportunity to expand our influence. The appearance of Shinosuke is that very opportunity. Musashi Kenta displayed fervor, his eyes glimmering with excitement as he aimed to showcase Shinosuke's talent, demonstrating to all that the Musashi Dojo was not without its successors. Rest assured, the one he will be competing against is a senior disciple of my teacher, a relative of Shinosuke. We are all family here. Upon hearing this, Kazama finally felt at ease. It was clear there was no imminent danger. So Shinosuke is the heir of this dojo? Kazama felt a considerable pressure. The dojo appeared significant, and if Shinosuke were to inherit it, he would undoubtedly ascend to great heights. But wait, what was he thinking? Shinosuke has Shao AI. Yet, the thought of his own relentless studies for a brighter future contrasted sharply with the ease with which Shinosuke could inherit such a grand dojo. Supported by Shao AI, even if he chose to take it easy. Though envious, Kazama felt no jealousy. Among their circle, only Shinnosuke could earn Xiao Ai's admiration. And even now, he could treat her with a sense of normalcy that Kazama could never replicate. Earning a living by one's own merit, even if it is soft rice, should be worthy of respect. What a man to both love and loathe. Beside them, Yukino seemed already aware of the situation, though her expression was somewhat despondent, clearly affected by Xiao Ai. Perfectly beautiful, from her lineage to her character and physique, she was practically flawless. Even her mannerisms left no room for critique. And what of herself? The Yukino Shida family was but a modest one, her appearance unremarkable, and her personality somewhat awkward. Perhaps she could only take solace in her slightly endearing looks. Knowing this, perhaps it would have been better to live as a cat, able to enjoy Shinnosuke's embrace without reservation. Yukino felt increasingly disheartened. She had always chased after Ayano's footsteps, hoping for some semblance of hope, but now, facing So Otomei, she felt utterly outmatched, as if no effort could surmount the challenge. But what was she thinking? Were she and Shinnosuke not close friends? Yukino Shida, shall we head inside? It seems it is about to begin, Kazama cautiously suggested, observing Yukino's days. He found her peculiar, sensing a particular concern for Shinnosuke, and wondered if she might be on the verge of a darker path. Very well, she replied, following Kazama and Aoyama Rokushin into the practice area of the dojo. The training space at Musashi Dojo was spacious, with most students having temporarily exited, leaving only significant figures behind. Yet, even now, Shinnosuke had not made an appearance, causing unease in Mizukagami Munenori's heart. Others from various kendo schools present also felt a tinge of irritation, with everyone mostly gathered. The absence of the Musashi Dojo's heir was deemed disrespectful. After all, they were all elders, invited by Musashi Kenta to observe this examination. Yet, this younger generation had yet to show themselves. What did it signify? The speaker was a representative from a branch of the Shigenryu, known for its ferocious battle cries that intimidate opponents. Please, do not be anxious. Let us remain calm, Musashi Kenta said cheerfully. Though Shinnosuke had yet to arrive, he appeared confident, exuding assurance regarding today's assessment. Beside him stood Kyukitachi Shurden, president of the All-Neon Kendo Federation, a man with a fearsome presence. A cross-shaped scar above his brow, reminiscent of a character from a film. The purpose of today's gathering is to observe the assessment of my son's disciple. As you may know, my hand injury is severe, and I may never wield a sword again. For a swordsman, the inability to wield a sword is a monumental blow. Musashi Kenta was no longer young. It was too late to practice with his left hand. Additionally, at his age, he was contemplating retirement. Musashi no Kenta possessed remarkable talent in kendo, having trained since childhood in pursuit of his own path. Yet, this was insufficient. Talent alone would not guarantee recognition within the mainstream circles. While Musashi Kenta acknowledged his son's aspirations in kendo, the dojo still required sustenance. However, the future of Musashi Dojo was not to be abruptly halted, so he urged everyone to wait patiently. To mention his injury in front of the gathered crowd demonstrated his resolve, and the discussion ceased as everyone awaited to see if this would be a farce or if Musashi Kenta had indeed found a prodigious successor. Where is that rascal Shinnosuke? Why has he not yet arrived? Kazama's worry persisted. Even Musashi no Kenta felt anxious. He could not fathom what Shinnosuke was up to. Surely he would not falter at such a crucial moment. Their concerns were unwarranted. Shinnosuke had merely been taken by Xiao Ai to change into an appropriate outfit. A swordsman should indeed present themselves accordingly, and Xiao Ai had long arranged for a splendid samurai attire for Shinnosuke to navigate today's circumstances. Chapter 91. The Capricious Young Lady. The grand entrance of Shinnosuke and Ai young Master Shin. This attire truly suits you, remarked Ai, her eyes brimming with affection as she beheld Shinnosuke, clad in samurai garb with the sword blizzard at his waist. He appeared as if he had stepped out from the pages of an anime, a character woven from the very fabric of death itself. The elegant black and white ensemble, crafted from the most opulent materials and tailored meticulously to fit Shinnosuke's physique, indeed exuded the essence of a kendo practitioner. However, it seemed he had grown a tad taller since Ai had commissioned this outfit, making it slightly snug. Shinnosuke was still in his growth phase, and it was only natural for him to have gained a few inches since the time Ai had tailored the outfit. It's not as commendable as you say, he replied, feeling a touch bashful under Ai's generous praise. The current Ai wielded a charm far more potent than when she was merely 5 years old. Even Shinnosuke found it challenging to resist her allure. After all, he was not made of stone. His previous disinterest in children had transformed as AI blossomed into a mature individual, both in spirit and form. Moreover, it was indeed rare for someone to remain as kind to him after all these years. The atmosphere at the Musashi dojo began to shift as Shinnosuke's tardiness sparked discontent among the onlookers. Was it merely an assessment? What kind of genius warranted such grandiosity? Surely, the Musashi dojo was not merely posturing. They had journeyed far not to witness a farce. With the rising fervor surrounding kendo tournaments, many prodigies had emerged. Just how formidable was this disciple of the Musashi dojo? As tensions mounted, Shinnosuke and AI finally made their resplendent entrance. Suddenly, a throng of bodyguards clad in black suits surged into the dojo, accompanied by a lavish carpet that rolled in from the training area. From somewhere, the sounds of an orchestra filled the air, complete with a dedicated background score. Was that a bolero? Kazumaki felt a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Yet relief washed over him. He instantly recognized who had arrived. AI, dressed in an extraordinarily luxurious kimono, walked gracefully beside Shinnosuke, both treading upon the carpet as they entered the training ground. The capricious young lady and the kendo practitioner, AI and Shinnosuke, had arrived. Upon seeing AI, Kuki Shurden exchanged glances with Musashi Gaiken, and smiles broke across their faces as they approached the duo. At last, she has come. The young lady of the Suwa family. Not only had the Musashi dojo received sponsorship from the Suwa family, but the entire Neon Kendo Alliance benefited annually from their support. When news of AI's participation in this assessment reached Musashi Gaiken, he could scarcely believe it until Kuki Shurden reached out to him, revealing that Shinnosuke's talent in kendo paled in comparison to his knack for living off others. To captivate the young lady of the Suwa family so completely was truly astonishing. Yet, this also signified that the Musashi dojo was poised for a remarkable ascendance. Young lady, you have arrived. Kuki Shurden greeted, to which AI nodded noncommittally. Yes, let the assessment commence. I shall wait for you over there, Kazumaki. Wishing you success in your endeavors. After speaking, she strolled towards Kazumaki and Yukino, followed closely by Taida. The black-clad bodyguards swiftly rolled up the carpet and exited the training area. As AI approached, Yukino's heart raced. What would she do if AI were to distance her from Shinnosuke? Torn between family and friendship, she felt utterly helpless. As AI drew nearer, those surrounding Kazumaki instinctively parted ways, for none wished to incur the displeasure of this seemingly formidable young lady. Upon her arrival, a sumptuous sofa awaited, accompanied by a table adorned with juices and delightful pastries. Kazumaki, you two are participating in young Master Shin's assessment. How troublesome, AI remarked. Not at all, not at all. Kazumaki wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, he found himself startled by AI's extravagant demeanor yet again. For the sole heir of the Suwa family, this seemed hardly extraordinary. And you must be Yukino from the neighboring household. Young Master Shin has greatly benefited from your kindness. Was this a provocation? Absolutely, it felt like one. Yukino. Muster your courage, she thought. Though she wished to resist, the smile on AI's face made her feel defeated. In the chaotic atmosphere of the kendo training ground, AI, holding a glass of juice, emanated an elegance akin to a high society gala. The chasm between them felt insurmountable. Kazumaki sensed the palpable tension. It would be more fitting to describe it as a battlefield, for AI regarded Yukino not as a rival. And you must be Taida, correct? Do you have time at the end of the month? AI turned her gaze towards Taida, clearly favoring her over Yukino. Such a gentle demeanor was far easier to manage. If it is an invitation from Lady AI, I would be delighted to join. Taida responded graciously, unlike Yukino, who felt overwhelmed. At the end of the month, young Master Shin and I will attend the Akita Fireworks Festival, and I would like to invite you all to join us. The Suwa family will cover tickets and accommodations. AI extended her invitation. The fireworks festival, Kazumaki thought, envisioning the beauty of celebrating with friends as spring waned into summer. I would be honored to attend with you. Lady AI and young Master Shin. Just call me AI, she replied with a warm smile. I am available as well, Kazumaki chimed in. Excellent. I shall also invite the Kasakabe defense team, AI said, glancing at Yukino, seeking her response. I have no objections. Thank you, Lady AI, Yukino muttered, a hint of stubbornness in her heart compelling her to agree. Then it settled. We shall witness young Master Shin's assessment together. AI nodded, satisfied. What a stubborn little kitten you are, quite endearing. At the training ground, Musashi no Kenji excitedly approached Shinnosuke. You. You look remarkably the part in that outfit. Are you ready? This is my master, Suigetsu Munenori. Beside him, Suigetsu Munenori, having been roused from the spectacle of AI and Shinnosuke's grand entrance, regarded Shinnosuke with a complex expression. This lad is truly remarkable. I wonder if his kendo prowess matches even 10% of his talent for living off others? Chapter 92. The mirror in my heart cannot reflect the figure of Shinnosuke Master's father's junior apprentice. I suppose I should refer to him as my granduncle? Such intricate relations indeed. You must be Shinnosuke. I shall treat today's assessment with utmost seriousness. Please unleash your full potential. With so many figures from the swordsmanship realm present today, it is impossible for the Suikyo sect to show leniency. Should they choose to do so, it would be glaringly apparent to all. Furthermore, the Suikyo sect is eager to ascertain the true strength of Shinnosuke. Dressed in such opulent samurai attire, the katana at his waist appears formidable. I hope he is not merely a man reliant on women. I remind myself that the swordsmanship competition should be conducted with restraint. This assessment is solely to evaluate Shinnosuke's capabilities. After a brief admonition to my junior apprentice, Musashi Yaiken turned his attention to the gathered crowd. This is the successor of the Musashi Dojo, Nohara Shinnosuke. Thus, the assessment shall officially commence. Having begun his swordsmanship training at the age of 5 under Musashi Yakutai, Shinnosuke is the legitimate heir of the Musashi Dojo. With no further ado, as everyone had been waiting in anticipation, Musashi Yaiken declared the assessment to begin. After exchanging respectful gestures with Suikyo Zanjin, Musashi Yaiken announced the formal commencement of the test. He felt a sense of assurance regarding his junior apprentice, especially considering Shinnosuke had received the comprehensive license from the Myoshin Meiji School of Swordsmanship and had dedicated decades to the study of the art. However, Musashi Yaiken harbored uncertainties about the true extent of Shinnosuke's prowess. Yet, witnessing the instantaneous severing of a wooden sword on that day, it was clear that Shinnosuke's talent and skill in swordsmanship surpassed that of ordinary practitioners, which was precisely why this assessment was arranged. Should Suikyo Zanjin underestimate Shinnosuke, he would surely face dire consequences. Suikyo Zanjin wielded a standard tachi, slightly longer than Shinnosuke's fubuki, which was evidently well maintained, but bore the marks of frequent use. You may attack first. According to statistics, whether in classical or modern swordsmanship, the first strike holds a significant advantage. The essence of swordsmanship is to achieve a decisive blow. Unless there is a considerable disparity in strength, the one who strikes first has the upper hand in scoring and victory. Clearly, Suikyo Zanjin possessed confidence in his abilities. Shinnosuke nodded in acceptance. Suikyo Zanjin's strength undoubtedly surpassed that of Seiko Tokiwa, making him the most formidable swordsman Shinnosuke had encountered thus far. Yet, Shinnosuke did not perceive him as a worthy opponent. With mastery over his speed and force, Shinnosuke launched an attack, which Suikyo Zanjin adeptly deflected. However, the force transmitted from the blade caused Suikyo Zanjin's expression to change dramatically. He was on the verge of being disarmed. Such a fate was utterly unacceptable for a swordsman. Through the clash of their blades, Suikyo Zanjin sensed an ominous message conveyed through Shinnosuke's gaze. Should he not take this seriously, he could face grave peril. Shinnosuke anticipated that Suikyo Zanjin would unleash his full potential, compelling him to do the same. With a swift motion, Suikyo Zanjin attempted to execute the Meiji School's signature technique, the Mingyan slash, leveraging his advantageous position to strike from a blind spot. Yet, halfway through the motion, Shinnosuke managed to counter it effortlessly, redirecting the blade back towards Suikyo Zanjin. In a fluid motion, his blade slid towards Suikyo Zanjin's throat, drawing a thin line of blood. Suikyo Zanjin was defeated. Swordsmanship matches often transpire in the blink of an eye, which is why the concept of scoring exists. Under the premise of restraint, swordsmen engage in multiple matches to determine the victor. However, even those unfamiliar with swordsmanship, like Kazama, could discern that Shinnosuke's strength far surpassed that of the seemingly powerful Suikyo Zanjin. As Shinnosuke drew fubuki from its sheath, his aura transformed, evoking a sense of unfamiliarity even in Kazama. It was astonishing to witness such exceptional talent in swordsmanship. No wonder he was so devoted to the art. Facing Shinnosuke, Suikyo Zanjin felt an immense pressure that even an observer could not comprehend, realizing that Shinnosuke had yet to exert his full strength. This time, you may attack first. Shinnosuke had gleaned enough insight into Suikyo Zanjin's abilities. In both technique and understanding of swordsmanship, Suikyo Zanjin was undoubtedly formidable. Allowing him to strike first might induce some pressure. Suikyo Zanjin, now cautious, abandoned any notion of superiority and began to regulate his breathing, seeking optimal focus. The pursuit of the Myashin Meiji school is an absolute decisive strike, allowing for the neglect of unnecessary defenses while honing the ability to observe an opponent's breath and movements to anticipate their next actions. Moreover, the Myashin Meiji school emphasizes an acute awareness of the rhythm and pulse of the sword, perceiving it as a living entity. Yet at this moment, Suikyo Zanjin sensed a slight tremor in his blade. Was it trembling in fear? Nevertheless, a swordsman must possess the courage to wield his sword against any formidable foe. Gripping his loyal companion of many years tightly, he invoked the secret technique, Mingjing Jishui, crescent moon. The blade gleamed like a full moon on the water. As Suikyo Zanjin unleashed his full strength, even surpassing his limits. The symbol of the Myashin Meiji school is the mirror, representing the duality of reflecting and striking down the enemy. Yet, the mirror in Suikyo Zanjin's heart could not capture the image of Shinnosuke. In response to Suikyo Zanjin's grandiose strike, Shinnosuke remained a step ahead, effortlessly parrying the blow. The clash of swords resonated with a crisp sound. Should Shinnosuke wish, he could sever Suikyo Zanjin's tachi at any moment, yet such an act bore no significance. The confrontation was purely a matter of numerical superiority. While Suikyo Zanjin's techniques held some merit for Shinnosuke, they offered little else. Unwavering, Suikyo Zanjin shifted his angle and struck again. Regardless of whether it was a thrust or a slash, Shinnosuke met every attack with ease. Despite the appearance of a balanced exchange, Suikyo Zanjin's spirit was waning, and he no longer wished to continue. With Shinnosuke once more deflecting his strike, Suikyo Zanjin finally lost his grip on the tachi. The clang of the sword hitting the ground startled the onlookers from their stupor. Unbeknownst to them, the representatives of various schools stood agape, utterly astonished by the duel unfolding before them. Suikyo Zanjin's prowess was widely acknowledged. He was among the remaining masters of the Myashin Meiji school and had garnered numerous accolades in swordsmanship competitions. The majority present did not believe they could secure victory against Suikyo Zanjin. Yet, here was a young man, previously unknown in the swordsmanship realm, effortlessly triumphing over him. No wonder Musashi Yaiken had invited them all to witness this assessment. Musashi Yaiken aimed to establish authority, demonstrating that the Musashi Dojo's ascent was inevitable. Simultaneously, all present recognized that although Shinnosuke was undeniably powerful, his techniques bore no resemblance to any established school, resembling instead a flawless piece of jade. How could such talent be encountered by the Myashin Meiji school? Chapter 93. Strong enough to induce despair. Let the mightiest among you step forward. As he picked up the fallen katana, Suijing Zongzhan found himself grappling with existential doubts. Wasn't this an assessment directed at Shinnosuke? Why did it feel as if he were the one being tested? During his recent duel with Shinnosuke, he had unconsciously unleashed his full potential. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, he could not pose even the slightest threat to Shinnosuke, evoking memories of his early days training in swordsmanship, where he had been effortlessly disarmed by his master's single strike. The insurmountable chasm in skill, speed, technique, and power was overwhelming. Miyamoto Yaiken, who was watching from the sidelines, was exhilarated. He was not surprised that Shinnosuke could defeat his junior disciple. What thrilled him was the ease with which Shinnosuke had triumphed over Suijing Zongzhan. He was well aware of Zongzhan's character and knew his junior would never hold back. The recent display of sword energy akin to a full moon's brilliance was testament to that. Shinnosuke's prowess evidently surpassed Zongzhan's by a considerable margin, yet where might the limits of Shinnosuke's abilities lie? Miyamoto Yaiken decided to conclude the assessment, declaring that Yawara Shinnosuke had convincingly demonstrated his capability to become the next heir of the Musashi Dojo. However, perhaps due to his temperament or the inherently rigorous nature of the Yawara Shinkage style, T.G. Shun, a representative of the Yawara Shinkage, could no longer contain himself upon hearing that the assessment was to end so abruptly. Musashi, this assessment is rather frivolous. Isn't it? Surely you jest. He is so young. How could he possibly defeat Suijing? T.G. Shun voiced his skepticism, suspecting that the recent bout between Shinnosuke and Suijing was staged. In swordsmanship competitions, the specter of match fixing often looms large, and for sword practitioners, it is all too easy to conceal the ruse from the untrained eye. Not to mention, Suijing Zongzhan was a master of the Meishin Maichi style, renowned for its elaborate techniques. Surely, if they were trying to promote their junior, they wouldn't resort to such theatrics, would they? T.G. Shun, in his naivety, articulated the sentiments of many. Shinnosuke appeared barely out of adolescence. How could a prodigy, no matter how gifted, achieve mastery in such a short span of time? The assembled crowd had dedicated decades to the pursuit of swordsmanship. Who among them had not been hailed as a genius in their youth? Shinnosuke's performance had been remarkably exaggerated. While it did not appear to be a charade, a collective instinct led them to believe he could not possibly be that formidable. TG, must you prattle on so? If you have reservations, why not challenge Shinnosuke to a duel? Come on, let me see the mettle of this so-called genius. Miyamoto Yiken retorted, his gaze fixed on Shinnosuke. Meanwhile, Kai Shurden discreetly observed Sa Otome Ai, relieved to find her expression unchanged, which eased his mind. This TG Shun was truly a simpleton. Even if it were a performance, what of it? Witnessing Shinnosuke nod in affirmation, Miyamoto Yiken's smile widened. Individuals like TG were exactly what he relished. Feeling the sting of doubt regarding the authenticity of his performance, Suijing Zongzhan descended, his countenance dark, yet inwardly he scoffed. Eager to see how many blows TG could endure. Standing opposite Shinnosuke, TG unsheathed his long katana, which was significantly longer than a standard blade, providing him with a distinct advantage in combat. Despite his skepticism about Shinnosuke's strength, TG did not allow him the first strike. As Miyamoto Yiken announced the commencement, TG let out an odd, jarring battle cry. Ha! With that, he lunged at Shinnosuke. This was a common tactic in the Yawara Shinkage style, often yielding surprising results. However, as TG swung his katana, even before it drew near, Shinnosuke was already in motion. This opponent was not a distant relative. Shinnosuke had no intention of holding back. To him, TG's strike appeared slow and feeble. In a swift motion, Shinnosuke's blade met TG's long sword, creating a shower of sparks. Followed by a sharp crack, TG's sword was cleaved in two by Shinnosuke's strike. The sheer force of the blow left a shallow gash on TG's cheek and sheared off a significant portion of his hair, leaving him in a disheveled state. The visual impact of a sword severing another with such ease left the onlookers in stunned silence. With a flourish, Shinnosuke sheathed his blade, remarking, "Is that all there is? Is there anyone else willing to challenge me? I invite your strongest to step forward." His words, though audacious, were justified. In the realm of swordsmanship, he had traversed a considerable distance. Shinnosuke longed for a worthy opponent. Encountering an adversary of equal caliber would have been ideal. This time, no one dared to speak up. TG's defeat had made it clear that Shinnosuke had indeed allowed Suijing Zongzhan some leeway, merely granting him the courtesy of dignity. Gazing at the remnants of his severed katana, TG swallowed hard. Such a person truly existed? Strong enough to render him hopeless? I concede. I retract my earlier comments. Picking up the shattered blade, TG bowed respectfully to Shinnosuke. At that moment, Kai Shurden interjected to lighten the mood. All right, that's enough. The assessment at the Musashi Dojo has concluded. Should Shinnosuke wish to pursue a higher rank in swordsmanship, he may contact me. I trust there will be no objections. Participating in advanced sword assessments requires multiple endorsements, and given Shinnosuke's recent performance, many would undoubtedly be eager to assist him. With no one stepping forward to challenge him, Shinnosuke felt a twinge of disappointment. Miyamoto Yiken had achieved his objective. News of the day would swiftly circulate throughout the swordsmanship community. Shinnosuke had hoped to test his limits, but alas, none among the gathered masters seemed capable of standing against him. Truly, young Shinnosuke is remarkable. Sa Otome Ai was satisfied. She had not been surprised by his achievements. Yukino was also unperturbed, considering Shinnosuke's prowess in slaying the cat demon. It was only natural that his swordsmanship would far exceed that of ordinary practitioners. Only Kazama wore a face of utter astonishment, realizing for the first time just how formidable Shinnosuke truly was. Is Shinnosuke really this powerful? I wasted my worries on him. Had I known, I would have attended supplementary classes. Kazama could not help but voice his thoughts, though he felt genuine joy for Shinnosuke. With such a display, surely the assessment must have been passed. Chapter 94. I am waiting for the one soul that compliments me. The assessment has concluded, and the swordsmen who came to observe are gradually departing. Yet, as they leave, they linger on the memory of Shinno's recent strike. The combat prowess displayed by the heir of the Musashi Dojo is nothing short of astonishing. If granted ample time, to what heights might he ascend? In a decade or so, could he potentially dominate the entire Japanese swordsmanship community? Is a new era of sword masters about to dawn? Shinno, Today was truly magnificent. The sight of TG lowering his head to collect his hair was utterly satisfying. Musashi Yaiken is overwhelmed with excitement, already envisioning a brilliant future for the Musashi Dojo. Initially, he feared that his severe hand injury would lead to the dojo's decline. Yet he never anticipated that Musashi Yato's wayward son would take on such an exceptional disciple. Undoubtedly, Shinno's abilities have surpassed those of Musashi Yato. In terms of sheer strength, Shinno has become the most formidable swordsman of the Musashi Dojo. Well, Shinno, there is nothing more for you to do here at the dojo. Would you like to stay for lunch? Observing the group of girls trailing behind Shinno, Musashi Yaiken remains reasonable. Given Shinno's prowess, practicing swordsmanship here seems futile. Let us conclude for today. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Rest assured, I will manage the dojo's affairs, he reassures. Young Master Shinno, AI. And the others have other commitments, so we must take our leave. AI approaches Shinno, instinctively wrapping her arms around his, clearly reveling in the closeness. All right, AI. If you have things to do, go ahead. It appears that since the beginning of the school term, AI has been particularly busy, though her preparations remain a mystery. Surrounded by bodyguards, she departs. Shinno feels a sense of something amiss. AI has forgotten to return his clothing. It seems he will have to wear his samurai attire home today. Shinno, I must also take my leave. I can still make it to afternoon tutoring. Glancing at the time, Kazama hurries off, feeling reassured as long as Shinno is well. Indeed, Shinno is remarkably strong. Siko looks at him with admiration. Surely, he surpasses her father in strength. As for AI, Siko believes it entirely natural for a man of Shinno's caliber to have many admirers surrounding him. If Yukino were privy to Siko's thoughts, she would undoubtedly scoff. Such notions from Siko are hardly normal. If Siko puts in the effort, she too can become stronger. Let us strive together from today onwards. Siko smiles gently, her words carrying a certain weight that even Yukino cannot muster. I'm so tired. Perhaps I shall return home to watch television. I cannot miss today's airing of Dynamic Superman. Suddenly, Shinno remembers the show. After over a decade, Dynamic Superman continues to air, a truly enduring program. Yukino, would you like to return together? Why is she called Yukino? While Siko is simply Siko, must she always be subjected to such discrimination? Regardless, Yukino nods. Today, the Musashi Dojo is taking a holiday, and remaining here holds little significance for her. On the train home, Yukino ponders how to contend with AI. Perhaps struggle is a more apt description. Collaborating with Eruri might be a viable option. A combination of cats and dogs? Why does that sound so flimsy? She recalls that tomorrow there are club activities, and she needs to purchase a smartphone for Shikigami Kagaya. She wonders if Shinno will have time. Lost in thought, Shinno and Yukino arrive at their apartment. Shinno, do you have time tomorrow? The Servants Club has an activity. Would you like to join? Tomorrow? I have something very important planned. Huh, what could be so important? In the morning, I intend to dawdle by the river, followed by a solo game of hide and seek, a nap in the afternoon, and then an all-nighter gaming session. Prepare everything for me early tomorrow. I will wake up and call for you. Do not waste time on frivolous activities. Yukino's fist is clenched tightly. All right, little meow. Meow? Yukino just let out a playful meow, and suddenly, with a loud pop, a cloud of white smoke envelopes the room, causing her clothes to drop to the floor. A small white cat emerges from the fallen garments. Yukino? What does this mean? Is this a side effect? How can I transform into a cat? If Eruri were to find out, she would surely be envious, dreaming of returning to her youthful self to playfully dote on Shinno. Yukino gazes at Shinno, her intent clear. She wishes for him to call her name and revert her back. Shinno studies Yukino, pondering briefly. Huh, where did this little cat come from? He scoops her up, retrieves her clothes, and heads back to the room, preparing to enjoy some time with the cat. Shizuku, is there something you need? Drinking? I'm sorry, I don't have time today. The crisis at the Yukino Shida household has been resolved, with Shinno becoming the largest shareholder of the Yukino Shida estate, and Yano acting as his proxy, effectively gaining control of the Yukino Shida family. This also means that she must face her mother over the weekend. Yet Yano is uncertain how to approach her. Finally gaining a voice in her mother's presence is no small feat. Yano, are you off to drink again? Upon hearing this, Nanako expresses concern for Yano. I have matters at home to tend to. I want to be drinking, so don't worry, Nanako. Yano feels quite pleased, glancing at Nanako. By the way, Nanako, have you been feeling down lately? Yano keenly observes that Nanako's complexion has been somewhat dulled these past few days, as if she hasn't been sleeping well. I've been having strange dreams lately. Perhaps I just need more rest? Nanako rubs her face, questioning if her appearance is truly that poor. She has been dreaming constantly, waking up with no recollection of what she dreamed. Yet a nagging feeling suggests she has forgotten something significant, leaving her somewhat troubled. Yano nods, contemplating what kind of boy could capture Nanako's heart. Though gentle and beautiful, Nanako has few friends. Since their high school days, Yano has noticed that while Nanako is kind to those around her, she has only a couple of close friends, herself and Shino. To boys who approach her, Nanako is quick to reject, often speaking harshly, seemingly harboring a distaste for them. A gentle girl, so lovely that Yano finds herself envious. At one point, Yano even wondered if Nanako had a preference for girls, but Nanako denied it. Yano recalls teasingly asking Nanako if she liked girls, to which Nanako replied, "I am waiting for the one soul that compliments me." A soul that compliments one uniquely? How beautiful that notion is. Yet does such a thing truly exist? Chapter 95, Urgent. The characters from my novel have emerged to pursue me. Rejected by Yanai. Hiratsuka Shizuka found herself in a quandary. It seemed her only option was to invite Machida Enko. The weekends of a single woman of a certain age are indeed lonely. She longed for a man to share unrestrained moments with. "Enko, are you free today? Shall we go for a drink?" "Sure. I have no plans today." Truly, there exists a resonance between women of a similar age, and Hiratsuka Shizuka successfully arranged to meet Machida Enko. The two women, finding themselves exceedingly bored, decided to convene at a CAF in the afternoon, rather than waiting for the evening to prepare for their impending revelry. "Enko, congratulations on your promotion. From an intern editor to the chief editor, it's undoubtedly a significant leap. I'm genuinely happy for you. Indeed, the promotion is wonderful, but the pressure is immense now." Machida Enko sighed, her expression a blend of happiness and subtle bitterness. Her competence was unquestionable. As the chief editor of Basukawa, she was undoubtedly qualified. However, the current workload was overwhelming. With the financial backing and resources of the Suoido family, Basukawa Publishing had tremendous potential. Suddenly, Machida Enko's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, her expression shifted dramatically. "I'm sorry, Shizuka, I must take this call." Hiratsuka Shizuka nodded in acquiescence, harboring no objections. As Enko answered the call, her demeanor changed, adopting a look of someone torn between speaking and remaining silent, nodding incessantly. "Yes, I will certainly ensure it is addressed as required." "I understand." After hanging up, Machida Enko's expression became somewhat complicated. "What happened?" "The company has requested that I ask one of my authors to alter her storyline, and I had high hopes for her." "Why the sudden change?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps it is just the eccentricities of the wealthy. I need to make another call." Meanwhile, at home, Kaza no Okashiyu was fervently typing away on her laptop when her train of thought was abruptly interrupted by her phone ringing. Upon realizing it was her editor calling, she promptly answered. "Hello? Is this editor Machida?" "Yes, it is." "Shiyu, do you have a moment?" "Of course, I'm free now." "Have you arrived? Is your novel finally being published?" Kaza no Okashiyu's light novel had effortlessly clinched the gold award in this year's newcomer contest due to its captivating plot and character design. The publishing house had decided to proceed with the publication and would provide substantial resources. However, the conglomerate requires you to make extensive modifications to the storyline, and you must comply with their demands. Why the sudden shift? Didn't I just win the gold award? "Shiyu, are you familiar with the Suoido family?" Kaza no Okashiyu's eyes widened as she began to grasp the situation. "Oh no, the protagonist has come knocking. What's wrong?" "Busukawa Publishing has been acquired by the Suoido family, and they are demanding changes to your novel's plot, even insisting on the introduction of a brand new female lead." Machida Enko hesitated to articulate the matter. For many creators, being forced to alter their storyline is an unthinkable ordeal. After all, each work embodies the creator's dedication, akin to a parent-child bond. "No problem, of course. I will comply with their requests. Transforming into a single female lead is not an issue." Machida Enko was taken aback by Kaza no Okashiyu's prompt acquiescence. "What about your integrity as a creator?" Unbeknownst to Enko, Shiyu's narrative was originally inspired by those around her, and she dared not defy the commands of Suoido AI. "Didn't you hear that the publishing house has been acquired? She is still young and does not wish to transfer to Tokyo Bay." "All right then, since you are willing, I will send you the related plot modification requirements." "Good. I will make the revisions promptly." Once completed, the publishing house will deploy maximum resources for promotion, so please treat it with utmost seriousness. After hanging up, Kaza no Oka Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. She wished she had never allowed Shino to take on the role of the male lead. Upon reviewing the plot modification requirements sent by Machida Enko, Kaza no Oka Shiyu fell into silence. I'm sorry, Eriri, Yukino, Kato Megumi, and Sayaka. I am merely complying with that lady's peculiar whims. The latest revisions introduced a scheming young lady who was obsessively in love with the male lead, while the other female characters were relegated to mere playthings of hers. Such an overwhelming sense of DJVU. Would it not manifest in reality? Fortunately, the character in the book is Sayaka, not her, Kaza no Oka Shiyu. But wait, hasn't she altered her own story according to this young lady's wishes in reality? Is this the first step towards becoming a plaything? I simply wish to write a light novel. Why have I found myself ensnared in such a harrowing battlefield? To her surprise, the current youth seemed quite compliant. She had anticipated far more resistance. Making money is quite normal. Hiratsuka Shizuka had gleaned the gist of the situation and understood what was unfolding. Enko, I have a friend who has developed feelings for a boy significantly younger than herself. What do you think she should do? Machida Enko was taken aback by the sudden shift in topic. Do you truly have such a friend? Being younger can be advantageous. They tend to be fit and energetic. If it's true love, one should boldly express their feelings. True to her status as a single woman of a certain age, her perspective was refreshingly different. However, my friend and her love interest come from different social standings. Their relationship would never be accepted by society. Machida Enko's expression grew peculiar. I say, Shizuka, you wouldn't be harboring feelings for your own student, would you? That would be a crime. Even if they are of age, it's still unacceptable. I've already stated, it's my friend, not me. Her pale and powerless explanation only served to complicate Machida Enko's expression. Shouldn't you consider seriously attending a matchmaking event? Hiratsuka Shizuka's demeanor appeared rather alarming. She certainly did not wish to tread the path of crime due to prolonged singlehood. Since it's your friend, why worry so much? Let her handle her own troubles. However, Shizuka, if it's true love, waiting a few more years is acceptable. I'm merely concerned for my friend. In hindsight, she regretted confiding in Enko. It was truly vexing. Chapter 96. The collapse of the cat-dog alliance. Shinnosuke entered the room with Yukino, who had transformed into a cat. Desperately struggling, Yukino soon realized that her efforts were utterly futile. Having become a cat, her strength had diminished significantly, rendering her no match for Shinnosuke. Shiro, help me. Upon spotting Shiro in the room, Yukino instinctively mewed for assistance. Why has Miss Yukino Shida turned into a cat again? Shiro, now increasingly astute after discovering her yokai lineage, had been feeling revitalized these past few days, her previously waning energy restored. Embracing her identity as a yokai had invigorated her spirit. I don't know. Glancing at Shinnosuke and Yukino, Shiro deduced that this must be some playful game between them, observing that Yukino seemed to be enjoying herself. Don't worry, Miss Yukino Shida. Shinnosuke will not harm you. He will surely find a way to return you to your original form soon. Yukino mewed resignedly. She understood this logic. Yet her personality compelled her to feign indifference. After indulging in some cat play, Shinnosuke conducted a few experiments and discovered that whenever he called out Yukino Shida mew, it was akin to triggering a peculiar switch. Regardless of whether Yukino responded, there was a chance she would revert to her feline form. This appeared to be a side effect of the cat curse. Its implications remained uncertain. Reverting to her beautiful human self, Yukino lay on the sofa, a visage of despair. Why is this happening to me? Why must I be subjected to such mockery? The sight of Yukino as a cute little cat was undeniably endearing. Yukino turned her head away, her cheeks flushed. In that case, I have no choice but to forgive Shinnosuke. I should head back now. I have to participate in club activities tomorrow. Upon returning home, Yukino lay on her bed, rolling around with her Mr. Pan plush toy. Should she feel happy or angry? Why did it seem her fate was to be a compliant little cat? Before the esteemed AI, she had no thoughts of rebellion whatsoever. Recalling AI's invitation to the fireworks festival, Yukino felt a surge of despair. Would she have to witness Shinnosuke and AI flaunting their affection? And she couldn't dare express any discontent. No, she must contact Iri. In the face of such a formidable adversary, she needed allies. Although Iri's combat prowess was likely comparable to her own, surely two would be stronger than one. Pan Cat, are you there? Not only had Kasumiga Kakashia recently experienced a surge of inspiration, but Iri too had been brimming with creative ideas for her manga. For instance, at that moment, Iri was sketching a humiliation-themed comic featuring Shinnosuke and herself as the protagonists. The combination of a muscular male lead and a petite blonde girl had unexpectedly garnered popularity, earning Irie many accolades. While diligently working, Irie's face flushed with embarrassment, seemingly having completely immersed herself in her characters. When she saw Yukino's message, Irie was taken aback. What could Yukino Shida want? Perhaps due to their differing natures, one being dog-like and the other cat-like, their attitudes toward many matters were in stark contrast, rendering them unable to comprehend one another. Little pair, what's the matter, Yukino Shida? After a moment's hesitation, Yukino was uncertain how to begin. She had surmised that Irie had encountered a situation akin to her own with Shinnosuke. Pan cat cat. If I'm not mistaken, Irie, you must truly regard Shinnosuke as your master, right? Little pair? Little pair, what on earth are you talking about? How did Yukino Shida discover this? Even AI has not figured it out. Unbeknownst to her, AI was already aware, knowing far more than Yukino, yet she chose to feign ignorance. Pan cat cat. Let's join forces, Irie. We have a common enemy and shared experiences. Shared experiences? Irie's eyes widened upon reading Yukino's message. Could it be? Had Yukino and Shinnosuke experienced something similar in another world? How absurd. Why was such a unique experience not exclusive? If Yukino were to speak in front of Irie, proclaiming any grievances, why was there another character with a similar attribute appearing? Little pair, what do you mean by shared experiences? Who is this common enemy you speak of? Pan cat cat. Who else could it be? It's none other than that esteemed lady from the Su family. As for our shared experiences, let us discuss this in person when we have the chance. To Yukino's surprise, Irie did not acquiesce to her request for collaboration. Little pair, give it up. You are no match for her. Even if we teamed up, it would be futile. Only by confronting a mountain could one comprehend its immovability. Irie had never contemplated facing AI head-on. From the beginning, her intention had solely been to evade confrontation. She was acutely aware of AI's true strength. Since gaining her memories, Irie had only wished to evade her fate and allow AI's family to arrange her marriage, thus securing a free ride. Now Yukino wanted to partner with her? What a joke. Irie had no desire for that. Yukino could hardly believe Irie's swift and decisive rejection. Pan cat cat. Why? If we don't deal with her, how could you possibly be with Shinnosuke? Little pair. So what? Do you wish to be with Shinnosuke? Irie's inquiry jolted Yukino back to reality. In what capacity would she collaborate with Irie? If they truly teamed up and, hypothetically, overcame AI, what would become of their relationship? Would they share Shinnosuke's pets? Pan cat cat. We should meet and discuss this further. Casting her phone aside, Yukino lay on her bed in despair, drifting into sleep before she realized it. That night, Yukino dreamed that she and Irie had transformed, one into a small dog and the other into a cat. Most notably, AI had become their mistress. Yukino attempted to resist, but found herself completely subdued by AI, left to silently endure her predicament. Shinnosuke and AI could effortlessly uncover her vulnerabilities. It was utterly terrifying. What was most infuriating was Irie. Why had she turned into a devoted dog and always picked fights with her? No wonder they could never connect. Chapter 97 is everything within your calculations? The following morning, apart from Shinnosuke, all members of the Servitude Club rose early, as today marked their inaugural club activity, purchasing a smartphone for Shikigami Kagaya. Now, Yukino had abandoned her quest for the genuine article, recognizing the necessity of the Servitude Club's existence. This was her club, where she could extend her assistance to others within her capabilities, a source of genuine joy. Most importantly, Suuotome AI seemed rather indifferent towards the club. Shikigami Kagaya and Isaka AI were also up early. Under normal circumstances, the Shikigami family would never permit Kagaya to venture into the shopping district on a weekend. Her brothers treated her like a caged bird, indulging her whims only until a suitable match could be arranged to secure familial interests. However, this time, Isaka AI had argued persuasively, asserting that fostering a good relationship with Suuotome AI necessitated this outing, thus granting Kagaya the opportunity to shop. Despite being the eldest daughter of the Shikigami family, Kagaya's everyday life was fraught with restrictions and devoid of freedom. AI, how do I look today? Kagaya inquired. The young lady remained as breathtaking as ever. Isaka AI felt a tinge of helplessness upon observing Kagaya, who had little interest in grooming or adorning herself, believing that her natural beauty required no enhancement. However, AI doubted that such a lady could captivate someone like Nosuke, who was rather superficial and fixated on physical appearances. If the aim was to cultivate a rapport with Su Otome AI, it would be prudent for Kagaya to maintain distance from Nosuke. Deep down, AI harbored skepticism about Su Otome AI's potential for a lasting relationship with Nosuke. Did women from prominent families truly possess the autonomy to choose their spouses? Kagaya was satisfied with AI's response. Is everything arranged? Rest assured, my lady, aside from a few essential bodyguards, we shall not be accompanied by anyone, allowing you to relish a perfect weekend. Hearing this, Kagaya felt a surge of excitement. A weekend unshackled from familial constraints, spending time with classmates, and having her first friend outside of AI, what bliss. Upon awakening, Yukino recalled the dream she had the previous day, questioning the absurdity of it all. What nonsense was this? Why was she relegated to being a pet in her dreams rather than a master? With these thoughts, she quickly freshened up and dressed before knocking on Nosuke's door. Unsurprisingly, he was still lost in slumber, displaying no awareness of the club activity. Rubbing his eyes in a daze, Nosuke opened the door. Little Yukino, what brings you here so early? The club activity. Have you forgotten? Can't we purchase the smartphone online? Why must we go to the mall? This was indeed a valid question, and Yukino found herself at a loss for an answer, acknowledging that online shopping was indeed more convenient. However, such a rare club activity was meant for everyone to partake in for it to be enjoyable. Enough with the chatter. I've already enlisted my sister's help to procure the limited edition Gundam figurine. Don't you want it? In mere seconds, Nosuke had dashed back into his room and re-emerged, fully dressed, leaving Yukino astounded by his astonishing speed. Let's go? Off to get the Gundam figurine. The meeting point was a CAF whimsically named Zebra, but a curious choice for a name in neon. Kasumi, why do you look so haggard? Did you stay up late again? Upon entering the CAF, Iri was taken aback by Kasumi's appearance. The dark circles under Kasumi's eyes gave her a zombie-like visage. What a wretched woman, possessing such alluring curves yet oblivious to their potential, spending nights in pursuit of enlightenment. Iri herself was not faring much better, having pulled numerous late nights to work on her illustrations, albeit not to such an exaggerated extent as Kasumi. Enough about that. I've been preoccupied with meticulous revisions for publication. Is it confirmed for publication? Iri was astonished, not realizing Kasumi was so talented that her debut novel had garnered the Newcomer Awards Gold Prize and was set for publication. How enviable. Is it truly the fault of Sayaka? Such parents who cultivate their daughters in this manner are indeed rare. Yes, the publication is confirmed, and it will receive the best promotional support. When discussing her work, Kasumi's expression turned bittersweet. The narrative had undergone significant alterations, transforming into something unrecognizable from her original vision. Yet, she hoped that even with such drastic changes and robust promotion, it would blossom into a beloved piece. To maximize the intrigue of her story within the confines set by Su Otome AI, Kasumi had poured immense effort into her work. Hey, Kasumi, could I ask you for a favor? Do you want to win in the novel? Iri's inquiry prompted Kasumi to immediately understand her intent. Of course I want to win. After all, once your work is published, everyone will know about my love story with Nosuke. Aren't you my romantic strategist? Can't you let me triumph just once? Apologies, Iri. But the plot has been agreed upon with the editor and cannot be easily altered. With a sympathetic glance towards Iri, Kasumi realized that Iri had little chance of victory. Everything was under the control of that esteemed lady, perhaps even today as club activity was being observed from the shadows by her. Even I have become a marionette under the weight of capital forces. Yet the thought of the royalties upon publication made it impossible for Kasumi to refuse. It was simply too enticing. Is that so? It's a matter beyond our control. We've already settled the original artwork. The mention of this matter deepened Kasumi's sympathy. Due to the extensive plot changes, the original illustrations Iri needed to create had also undergone substantial transformations. The thought of Iri depicting her as a mere plaything for the lady sent shivers down Kasumi's spine. Was this all part of her intricate scheme? Chapter 98. The most powerful form. Intelligence Kato Megumi. There is an inexplicable sense of unease emanating from Kasumigakaka. Is it merely my imagination? Upon hearing the sound, both Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Eriri turned to find Kato Megumi seated beside them on the sofa, perusing the CAF menu. When did she arrive? Such abilities are simply astonishing. It is as if she possesses a negligible presence, rather than merely concealing her aura. The narrative has undergone significant revisions as per the editor's request, likely diverging greatly from the manuscript you were shown. Indeed, Shiyu feels somewhat guilty. Perhaps it is best for Eriri to discover the truth on her own. It seems unavoidable. After all, Arari nodded, oblivious to the impending revelation. A romantic strategist, perhaps? She couldn't help but feel a pang of curiosity upon overhearing their conversation. Is Arari truly so enamored with Shinoji? What tales lie between them? For the first time, Kato Megumi felt that her subtlety served a purpose, enabling her to quietly gather intelligence. Behold, the most formidable form. Intelligence Kato Megumi. She has finally discerned the true utility of her understated presence. Yukino and Shinoji arrived a tad late. Upon spotting Shinoji, Arari disregarded the original artwork matter entirely. She quickly approached him, her enthusiasm palpable. Shinoji, I know of a delightful restaurant. Shall we dine there after our shopping? Shiyu's gaze towards Arari sharpened. Wasn't she the one treating today? She has yet to receive her royalties. The restaurant Arari proposes undoubtedly boasts high standards, and her savings may not suffice. That sounds wonderful. Shinoji no longer need worry about finances. After acquiring those shares, life has remained largely unchanged, except for Shiro's quality of life soaring. Amassing a significant stockpile of premium dog food and canned goods, while Shiro diligently hones his can-opening skills. Upon seeing Shinoji, Arari recalled the comic she sketched yesterday, lamenting that certain details remained unrefined. If only Shinoji could model for her. Practicing would be even better. Yukino, noticing Arari's expression, sensed mischief brewing. Having faced rejection and mockery from Arari, Yukino's temper simmered. This rebellious mutt. Arari, recalling their previous exchange, smirked disdainfully. Yukino, the president, remains woefully unaware of the woman's terrifying disposition. All Arari needs to do is slip away discreetly and await her opportunity. What truly unsettles Arari is the knowledge that AI possesses memories from another realm, ensuring that this world's Aoi Otome will not remain idle. The fact that AI continues to engage with Shinoji suggests that this formidable woman is undoubtedly scheming something. As Arari and Yukino engage in their subtle rivalry, AI savors her rare moments of leisure. In an opulent bedroom, a computer desk adorned with several massive screens commands her attention. Upon closer inspection, one screen appears to display surveillance from the Zebra but CAF, allowing AI to observe the interactions of several individuals under Aoi Otome's watchful gaze. Another screen features Arari's comic. An AI scrutinizes the portrayal of Shinoji with a discerning eye. After a brief evaluation, she shook her head. Arari's thoughts seem as barren as her physique. Shinoji possesses far greater prowess than she imagines. Young Master Shinoji. AI inhaled the scent of the clothes he had worn that day, draped over her chair, her expression one of rapture. Just wait. Young Master Shinoji. AI will soon join you in your life. Kagaya Shinomiya and Hayasaka AI also made their entrance, this time without bodyguards, though a few discreetly hidden protectors remained vigilant to prevent any unforeseen incidents. For Kagaya, attending club activities and shopping with classmates over the weekend is an extraordinary experience. Did you arrive so early? In front of everyone, Hayasaka maintained her vibrant, lively persona, despite having arrived with Kagaya a few minutes ahead, still later than the others. Of course, we had a little chat. Yukino's expression changed significantly as she regarded Kagaya. She was serious about the club's commissions. Currently, the requests for the service club are limited to assisting Kato Megumi with her presence issues and helping Kagaya make friends. Naturally, Yukino sensed that both Kato Megumi's and Kagaya's requests harbored undisclosed secrets, but those were not the club's concern. Seeking to enhance one's presence and forge friendships are entirely reasonable requests that the service club must take seriously. Kagaya and Hayasaka joined them, making the sofa increasingly cramped. Kagaya picked up the CAF menu, her expression troubled, utterly unsure of what to order. This seems to be her first time ordering in a public establishment. As a lady of her stature, her daily meals are dictated by her family's meticulously crafted recipes, focusing solely on nutritional balance, disregarding taste. Hayasaka ordered Kagaya a juice and a brownie, alleviating her distress. Have you chosen a brand you wish to purchase? Although, with mobile phones, the options are rather limited. Arari pondered, feeling Kagaya need not deliberate. She should simply select the most common fruit brand, as a closed system suits Kagaya, who is somewhat of a digital novice. Yes, I've decided. I'll buy the latest model. My family will handle the phone card and such. After acquiring the phone, shall we browse them all? Absolutely. It's a rare outing for Kagaya. Listening to the delightful chatter of the young ladies, Shinoji's expression soured. Obtaining a limited edition Gundam robot figurine seems exceedingly arduous. Shopping is rather agonizing. Arari, Perhaps you should temper your enthusiasm. It would be wise for Kato to engage more with Kagaya. Yukino cleared her throat twice, as Arari's exuberance was quite overwhelming. The more Yukino observed her, the more akin to an energetic pup she appeared, bursting with untamed energy. As someone who can transform into a cat at will, Yukino harbors little affection for Arari. Why can't she be as understanding as Shiro? Unintentionally, Kato has been overlooked once again. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Arari realized that the spotlight should indeed be on Kato Megumi and Kagaya Shinomiya. As the attention shifted toward her, Kato felt a twinge of distress. She no longer yearned to amplify her presence. Over the past few days, Kato had come to understand that her desire for recognition stemmed from wanting Shinoji to notice her. However, the reality is that even maintaining her current level of presence allows Shinoji to notice her immediately. If her presence were to normalize, she would lose her uniqueness, along with many advantages. Chapter 99. Just thinking about it is delightful. Truly my master. Ayaka Hayasaka cast a glance at Kato, having discreetly conducted an investigation into her background. This was a necessary precaution, both for the Shinomiya family and for Kagaya Shinomiya herself, to ensure their safety. The findings revealed that this girl named Kato was remarkably ordinary, devoid of any remarkable traits. Her father was a diligent worker, her mother a homemaker. Her academic performance was unremarkable, and she had no particular talents, with a rather limited social circle. In essence, she was an utterly commonplace girl, perfectly suited to be a friend of Kagaya Shinomiya. Kato's mundane existence was, in fact, a luxury for Kagaya Shinomiya. If she could forge a friendship with Kei, it would likely bring immense happiness to the young lady of the Shinomiya family. With this thought in mind, Ayaka Hayasaka turned her attention to Shinnosuke Nohara. The catalyst for change was this man. It was because of him that Ayase chose to return to Japan for her studies. Was it his extraordinary talent in kendo? Shinnosuke's exploits at the Musashi Dojo had become widely known, and due to the Su family's connections, his affairs were closely monitored by the elite circles of Japan. The only daughter of the Su family was under the watchful gaze of many. Capturing the heart of this young lady would be akin to ascending to the zenith of success. Yet it appeared she had developed a particular fondness for the seemingly ordinary Shinnosuke Nohara, prompting many in Japan to gather intelligence on him. Now, everyone was aware that Shinnosuke was a kendo prodigy, likely a once-in-a-millennium talent, having defeated 2 masters of the art at the tender age of 18. Ayaka felt a premonition. Shinnosuke was undoubtedly more than just a kendo genius. The affection shown by the Suwa family's young lady indicated there were deeper, more extraordinary qualities about him. Was he perhaps a descendant of a ninja clan? An heir of a hidden kendo lineage? Ayaka Hayasaka's imagination began to weave a fantastical narrative. Apologies, President Shinomiya. I don't have many friends either. I'm not very good at creating a lively atmosphere, Kato said with an apologetic smile towards Kagaya, causing Kagaya to feel a flutter of anxiety. Kagaya was ready to befriend Kato. Perhaps this was destined to be her first genuine friendship, one devoid of ulterior motives or social stratification, merely a bond of pure camaraderie. Kagaya was filled with anticipation. It's all right, I don't have many friends either. In truth, she had none at all. Really? The esteemed President Shinomiya has no friends? Kato began her quest to win Kagaya's favor, and she had already successfully integrated herself with most of the girls surrounding Shinnosuke. This was a promising start. Soon, their orders of drinks and desserts arrived. A veritable feast of sweets laid before them. Kagaya's gaze fixated on the strawberry cream cake in front of Shinnosuke, her desire for it overwhelming. Why hadn't she scrutinized the menu more closely? The strawberry cake looked utterly delectable. Shinnosuke, you must try this. Riri knew Shinnosuke had a penchant for sweets, particularly cakes, and she seized the opportunity to foster goodwill. As she leaned closer to him with a small cake in hand, Yukino gritted her teeth in seething frustration. Finding her actions utterly despicable, this shameless hound, resorting to such tactics, what else could she possibly do apart from sneaking away? However, the notion of feeding Shinnosuke in front of everyone was akin to a death sentence for Yukino. Riri, having been a loyal companion for over a decade, had only recently shed her tsundere tendencies, while Yukino, the newly adopted pet cat, remained somewhat unrefined, especially considering cats often possess a certain aloofness. This is delightful. Shinnosuke savored the cake, feeling justified in enjoying Riri's attentions. After all, he had looked after her for so long. Wasn't he at time to relish the service of his pet? Just as Little White diligently toiled for their home, pets ought to embrace their roles. Shiyukaza no Oka continued to observe quietly, seeking inspiration for her writing. After being compelled by AI Sua to revise her outline, she felt no significant discontent. Writing was a means to earn, and this was merely her first step towards becoming a renowned author. With the Suu family's promotion, her novel, which was not lacking in quality, would surely achieve great success. Moreover, the narrative was based on the lives of those around her, rendering the current plot even more relevant to reality. AI Sue had yet to meet her. Their communication was solely through her editor, yet the pressure she felt was palpable. Did Irie truly believe she could triumph? How naive. With this thought, Shiyu cast a sympathetic glance at Irie, wishing her luck, my friend. Kaguya Shinomiya had entirely forgotten her intent to win over Shinnosuke, her focus solely on the strawberry cream cake before him. Surely, if I employ a little cunning, this commoner will willingly offer me that strawberry cream cake? Cough, cough. Nohara-kun, just as Kaguya prepared to showcase her charm. She witnessed Shinnosuke shove an entire slice of strawberry cream cake into his mouth. Kaguya froze in disbelief. How could anyone's mouth be so large? Even a slice should not fit entirely. Was his tongue extraordinarily long? Delicious. After chewing a few times, Shinnosuke swallowed the cake, beginning to expound on its flavors. Fresh strawberries and cream, combined with fluffy cake, one should devour it all at once for the ultimate satisfaction. What a barbaric way to eat. This was a travesty against the strawberry cream cake. Not an ounce of elegance. Order another strawberry cream cake. Kato discreetly noted everything, signaling the waiter to place another order. Does President Shinomiya particularly enjoy strawberry cream cake? Please, have another. Is she an angel? The challenge of winning over Kaguya Shinomiya proved to be less daunting than anticipated, and Kato effortlessly garnered Kaguya's favor. What a hideous eating style. Yukino was appalled by Shinnosuke's manners, while Irie seemed to have an epiphany, her cheeks flushing. Shinnosuke's mouth was enormous, and his tongue so agile. Merely thinking about it brought delight. Truly, he is my master. The dessert hour concluded swiftly, with Shiyukaza no Oka footing the bill. As she had promised to treat everyone today, soon-to-be best-selling author Shiyu was quite generous. After all, her story's inspiration stemmed entirely from the people around her. Next, they would set out to procure a mobile phone for Kaguya Shinomiya. Just call me Kaguya. After indulging in the strawberry cream cake, Kaguya became considerably more amiable. Her affection for the lovely young ladies before her significantly heightened. Yet, in her eyes, Shinnosuke, who devoured an entire strawberry cream cake in one bite, remained an anomaly.